Chapter 1. Talent Divine Hint, Teammates Sisters. At the end of an endless highway, inside a dilapidated garage. Where is this? Why does my head hurt so much? Cao Xuan struggled to open his eyes, and what came into view was a completely unfamiliar environment. He felt as if something was stuffed in his mouth, making him uncomfortable. In the next moment, he instinctively reached out and pulled, only to find. Cao Xuan was momentarily stunned, realizing that there was a legal loli in a lolita dress with a full figure and soft hands lying in his arms. From this angle, Shun Ting's absolute territory was faintly visible. "Pervert, let go of my sister." A voice filled with anger suddenly exploded in his ear. Shin Bing quickly followed, yanking away the fragrant and soft double ponytail loli from Cao Xuan's arms at this moment. The legal loli also slowly woke up, her cheeks flushed, and she softly said, "Sister, it seems this brother didn't do anything to me." A woman dressed in a black uniform and wrapped in black stockings, with an expression as cold as frost, questioned, "What is the purpose of kidnapping us? Speak, how much money do you want?" Upon hearing this, Cao Xuan instantly erupted with rage. Just because she was beautiful, she could wrongfully accuse someone? I was also kidnapped. Okay. Just as Cao Xuan was about to retort, a broadcast suddenly sounded from an unknown source. "Welcome, survivors, to the survival game. All eligible Blue Star people with a driver's license are forced to participate, cannot withdraw, cannot refuse. Please listen carefully to the survival rules. 1. Once on the road, do not go back. Unknown horrors will chase you on the highway, so it's best not to stop for too long. The speed must not be less than 30 km/h. 2. After a certain distance, you may enter special areas, including rest areas, resource areas, danger zones, etc. They will appear at different intersections, depending on your luck. The rest area has a Star Soul shop where you can purchase fuel with Star Soul coins. 3. The people around you are automatically matched teammates by the system. You can choose to refuse, but surviving alone on the highway will be very difficult. 4. Each team's initial vehicle is random, and different vehicles will have different characteristics that can be upgraded with materials. 5. In 1 minute, the vehicle will appear in front of you, and there are your beginner resources in the trunk. Please hit the road within half an hour. More information can be explored on your own." After listening to the broadcast, Cao Xuan quickly absorbed this information. It turns out I wasn't kidnapped, but forcibly drawn into this survival game. And the two voluptuous women in front of me, one big and one small, are the teammates the system matched for me. Although both looked very tempting, with their contrasting black and white appearances, Cao Xuan was not about to be dazzled by mere beauty. Thinking of this, Cao Xuan coldly smiled. "Now you know I didn't kidnap you, right? Sorry, I misunderstood." Shin Bing's lovely face flushed slightly, looking quite embarrassed. As the president of Shun Jewelry, she had made many enemies in the business world, and her opponents often used various means against her, so she instinctively thought the man in front of her was a kidnapper. Although she apologized, Shin Bing was still conflicted about whether to team up with this man. After all, both she and her sister were very charming, and she couldn't guarantee that the man in front of her wouldn't have bad thoughts. What if they agreed to be teammates? But thinking of her sister just getting her driver's license, her driving skills were truly not commendable. Shin Bing couldn't help but frown. If it was just the two of them, they probably wouldn't even have a reliable teammate to take turns driving. Thinking of this, Shun Bing forced a smile and said, "From now on, we are teammates, please." "Wait." Cao Xuan raised his hand to interrupt her words. "Who said I have to team up with you?" Cao Xuan's thought was simple, although having two beautiful teammates was indeed enjoyable. If they were just flower vases, he would rather not. After all, life is the most important, and he didn't want to drag two deadweights to survive. "Tell me what advantages you have, and then he'll consider whether to be teammates. I don't want to carry two burdens to survive." "You." Shin Bing's body trembled with anger. Usually the people around her were all elites, but before her, they were all flattering, while Cao Xuan was the first to doubt her as a flower vase that ate tea this moment. The legal loli hurriedly pulled her sister, saying in a sweet voice, "Hello? Big brother, I'm Shun Ting, 19 years old, just started college, studying nursing, and I know some first aid measures. Not bad, you can stay." Cao Xuan looked at the graceful, lovable Lolita and nodded in satisfaction at Shun Ting, whose skin was as fair and tender as if it could drip water. "Asshole." Shun Bing cursed softly, 3 black lines appearing on her forehead. However, Under her sister's desperate obstruction, she forcibly suppressed the impulse to beat the man in front of her to death. Shun Bing, 26 years old. Not much to offer, but I've learned some combat skills from a bodyguard who retired from the Special Forces, so beating you shouldn't be a problem, Shun Bing said unkindly. Hearing this, Cao Xuan's eyes brightened slightly. Looking at Shun Bing's businesswoman attire, he didn't expect her to know how to fight. Cao Xuan quickly chuckled and said, "Nice to meet you, beauties. I'm Cao Xuan, 22 years old. But you might be disappointed if you want to beat me. I know a bit of free fighting and have some experience with various cold and hot weapons." Cao Xuan spoke humbly, but in reality, he was praised by many professionals for his talent in free fighting, although he only practiced occasionally, winning a district championship was not out of the question. As for the use of cold and hot weapons, he had practiced in a club run by a wealthy second-generation classmate. Once this was said, Shun Bing, who originally wanted to question Cao Xuan's strength, was immediately stumped. She only learned a few punches and kicks, which were easy to deal with ordinary men, but Cao Xuan looked so young, yet knew free fighting. Ding detected that the three have agreed to team up. Vehicle is now being issued. As soon as the words fell, a somewhat worn-out double-cab pickup truck appeared before the three. That looks like this is our vehicle. Cao Xuan stepped forward first and opened the truck bed's cover. According to the broadcast hint, there should be their beginner's package inside. As the cover was opened, 3 bottles of mineral water, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, and 3 watches came into view. It seemed these were their initial supplies. Cao Xuan distributed the supplies to the others, and the moment the little loli received her bottle of water, she eagerly unscrewed the cap and took several gulps, crystalline water droplets sliding down the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Shun Bing quickly said, "Ting ting, save some for later. We don't know yet how difficult it will be to get water resources." Only then did Shun Ting come to her senses, regretting that she had to screw the cap back on. Luckily, she only drank a few sips that ate tea this moment. Cao Xuan began to examine the 3 watches closely by instinct. He guessed that they were definitely not ordinary watches. He casually picked one up and put on his wrist, and the watch immediately prompted through bone conduction in Cao Xuan's ear. Ding! Binding successful soon after, the watch projected a blue screen in front of Cao Xuan. Cao Xuan's strength. 8 average value for adult men is 7 agility. 8 average value for adult men is 7 constitution. 8 average value for adult men is 7 health. 100 status. Slightly thirsty, slightly hungry talent. Divine hint, the only talent. You will receive additional hints when you encounter forks in the road or observe items. Chapter 2. Usage of divine hint. It turns out it's quite similar to a game. Quantifying. Our physical indicators. There are also functions for trading and chatting, as well as a catalog feature that recognizes objects when you point the watch at them. Cao Xuan then looked at his 3 indicators, all of which exceeded the average. This was related to his occasional exercise routine. Additionally, Cao Xuan noticed the talent listed at the bottom. My talent is divine hint. The only talent with the word divine in it sounds impressive, but I just don't know how to use it. Feeling puzzled, Cao Xuan instinctively raised his head to look at the 2 sisters. In the next moment, 2 light blue screens appeared in front of them. Name: Shun Bing. Age: 26. Height: 173 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Bust: 82 32D 61 96. Strength: 7. Agility: 7. Constitution: 6. Charging times: 0. Occupation: President of Shun. Jewelry talent: not acquired. Current mood: angry, confused. Affection level: 10. So this is how the talent works. As long as I focus my gaze on something, the corresponding information appears. Moreover, this woman is actually the president of Shun Jewelry. This surprised Cao Xuan a bit. No wonder she was so proud. That charging times, could it mean what he thought it meant? And what's with the 10 affection level? Complaining inwardly, Cao Xuan shifted his gaze to the legal lowly, Shun Ting. Name: Shun Ting. Age: 19. Height: 163 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Measurements: 88 36D 60 85. Strength: 6. Agility: 5. Constitution: 7. Charging times: 0. Occupation: nursing major. University student talent: not acquired. Current mood: scared, confused. Affection level: 40. Seeing this scene, Cao Xuan widened his eyes again. Shun Ting was wearing a loose lolita outfit, and while he could tell she had a delicate figure, he didn't expect her talent to be even more terrifying than her sister's. Moreover, He noticed that both sisters had their talents listed as not acquired, probably because they hadn't put on the watch yet.so. Cao Xuan reminded them. You two should put on the watch first. It can display our status data and also grant a talent. Upon hearing Cao Xuan's words, the two sisters quickly put on the watches on their slender wrists. Shinbing looked at her watch and then said, my talent is weapon mastery. It will be easier to handle all types of weapons, and their power will also be enhanced. Shin Ting then opened her mouth with a disappointed expression. My talent is trading discount. Using star soul coins to purchase items will give a 10 discount. Only a 10 discount, and it seems far less useful than sister's combat talent. Seeing the little lowly instantly become dejected, Cao Xuan comforted her. Star soul coins are currently the only currency if many essential supplies need to be purchased with star soul coins. Your talent can save a lot of resources over time. Thank you, Brother Cao Xuan. The little lowly showed a sweet smile after being comforted. Cao Xuan noticed that her affection for him also increased by 10 points, reaching 50. She really is pure and adorable. Cao Xuan, what is your talent? Shin Bing asked. Both sisters had talents that seemed to be extremely high in potential and practical, but at the moment, without weapons or star soul coins, she hoped Cao Xuan's talent could help. Before she got any weapons, my talent is Divine Hint. Cao Xuan replied honestly as a teammate. There was no need to hide anything. Divine Hint? Shin Bing frowned slightly. What does that do? 82, 61, 96. Cao Xuan silently recited a series of numbers. What does that mean? Shin Bing didn't understand this moment. The legal lowly Shin Ting seemed to notice something. She tiptoed, blushing, and leaned close to her sister's ear, whispering, Sister, it seems to be your measurements. In the next moment, Shin Bing's face turned beet red, and she couldn't help but scold. You're such a pervert. This talent is so inappropriate. Seeing Shin Bing on the verge of anger, Cao Xuan quickly continued. Besides that, I can see your specific values and talent information. Additionally, when I see a certain item or encounter a fork in the road, corresponding hint information will also appear. Furthermore, Cao Xuan discovered that his talent could completely replace the catalog function of the watch, and it was a super enhanced version. Upon hearing this, the anger on Shin Bing's face was instantly replaced by shock. Cao Xuan's talent sounded much more practical and powerful than the sisters. Since no human had experienced this kind of game before, everyone was just fumbling around in confusion. With Cao Xuan's talent, many dangers could be avoided. After understanding each other's talents, they began to check the vehicle's functions. Seems we will have to explore the vehicle's functions ourselves. This half hour is probably meant for us to familiarize ourselves with the vehicle, Cao Xuan speculated. Sister, Brother Cao Xuan, this car looks shabby from the outside, but the interior is surprisingly new. Shin Ting said, curiously examining the inside of the car while sitting in the back seat. Shin Bing opened the front door, bent over, and focused on studying the center console. Cao Xuan also sat in the passenger seat. Just then, when Shin Bing accidentally touched the center console, the screen suddenly lit up. Vehicle. Small truck vehicle feature larger capacity. Initially has 100 slots of capacity. Level. LV1 collect materials to increase level. Unlock new functions. Fuel. Tank. 40L. Fuel consumption. 1L 20 km. Speed. 80 km/h. Current passenger limit. For people. Modification parts. None. Materials required to upgrade to LV2. Random. Metal 300 kilograms. Glass 100 kilograms. Wood 300 kilograms. Basic electronic components 1. At this moment, Shin Bing naturally sat in the driver's seat, buckled her seatbelt, and turned to Cao Xuan. Let's go, it seems this half hour is almost up. Don't rush. Cao Xuan hurriedly stopped her and then opened the door to get out of the car. Under the puzzled gazes of the two sisters, Cao Xuan walked straight to the garage's roller shutter door. He raised his hand to pull the roller shutter halfway up. Then, without hesitation, he lifted a foot and kicked the roller shutter hard. Whoosh! Whoosh! With one kick after another, finally, the roller shutter was completely destroyed by Cao Xuan. In the astonished eyes of his sisters, Cao Xuan dragged the roller shutter to the back of the truck. When he received the new book gift package earlier, he had noticed that there were 3 platforms here: a manufacturing station, a decomposition station, and a storage station. Cao Xuan activated the decomposition station and clicked the decomposition option. Item too large to decompose. Seeing the prompt pop up, Cao Xuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. This decomposition station looked to be only 1 meter wide and long, much smaller than the roller shutter. However, he quickly relaxed his brow and muttered to himself, if it won't fit lying flat, then I'll just roll it up. Saying this, Cao Xuan struggled to roll the roller shutter up on the truck bed, then placed it vertically on the decomposition station. Ding! Decomposition successful. Obtained iron ingots 1 kg 20. Hearing the successful decomposition prompt, a satisfied smile appeared on Cao Xuan's face. This solves 1/15 of the metal requirement. If he had just driven away, he would have missed this opportunity. Once back in the car, Shun Ting excitedly leaned forward, saying, Brother Cao Xuan, you're amazing. If it weren't for your attention to detail, we would have missed it. It's nothing much, I just happened to notice, Cao Xuan replied, feeling the youthful vitality in Shun Ting's face. Looking down, he even caught a glimpse of a white flash that swayed with the bumps. Don't look. Cao Xuan quickly sat up straight. Shin Bing looked at Cao Xuan with a complicated expression. This guy, while not particularly imposing in stature, turned out to be quite formidable. The important thing is that Cao Xuan didn't seem reckless. He might actually be a good teammate. 8T that moment. Shun Bing's favorability rating increased by 10 points, reaching 0 points. If it weren't for his younger sister being close to Cao Xuan, the favorability rating might have risen even higher. Shun Bing withdrew his gaze, casually igniting the engine and shifting gears. With that, he slammed on the gas, and the vehicle shot out of the garage. Chapter 3. Something is chasing us. Sitting in the passenger seat, the scenery outside the window rushed by. Through the car window, Cao Xuan saw the vast and sparse grassland. In front of him was a seemingly endless road. The atmosphere in the car was rather dull at this moment, so Cao Xuan simply opened his watch. The chat channel was divided into server-wide and regional, with a limit of 10 messages per person. Even so, the messages came one after another, mostly consisting of meaningless chatter. The only useful information Cao Xuan found was that it seemed everyone was appearing on a winding road through a grassland. He just didn't know if they would run into each other. Amidst countless messages, there were also a few from military survivors. They were urging everyone to share information and to report the areas they encountered in the chat channel, encouraging everyone to band together for warmth. The military statements reassured many, but very few actually acted on it. It could only be said that, without constraints on human nature, people would become more selfish. While Cao Xuan was lost in thought, Shun Ting suddenly shouted from the back seat, Cao Xuan, it seems like something is chasing us from behind. Cao Xuan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned his head. He saw Shun Ting kneeling on the back seat, her little face tense, nervously looking out the window towards the back of the car. Shun Ting was completely oblivious to Cao Xuan's presence, her blue and white stripes exposed. Before Shun Bing noticed, Cao Xuan reacted quickly and tugged at Shun Ting's skirt, then looked towards a rear window himself. He saw nothing, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the air seemed to be slightly distorted, as if some invisible thing was scraping against the back of the car. Shun Bing glanced at the rearview mirror and smirked slightly, sneering, humph, whatever that thing is, let it eat our exhaust. Before her words fell, she slammed the accelerator and the vehicle shot up to its top speed of 80 km/h. After a while, the sound of scraping metal also disappeared. Soon, after half an hour of driving, they arrived at the first fork in the road. Shun Bing lightly pressed the brake. Cao Xuan, which way should we go? Cao Xuan didn't rush to respond, but squinted slightly. In the next moment, 3 message boxes appeared over the 3 roads. First road, continue 20 kilometers to reach a rest area, where you can stay for a while to rest, using Star Soul coins to replenish fuel and supplies. Second road, continue 10 kilometers to encounter a danger zone, the horror ward, where you will meet modified and mutated patients. But you can find physical enhancement potions in the director's office. Third road, Huikalai Supermarket. Stay in this area for 30 minutes and gain 5 minutes of zero-cost shopping time. At the supermarket checkout, you can also receive 3 Star Soul coins. This stop has no danger. Only upon seeing the last hint did Cao Xuan's eyes light up. Although the first road was safe, it would yield no rewards. The physical enhancement potion on the second road sounded appealing, but it was clearly not something the unarmed 3 could handle right now. The third road seemed to be the best choice. They only had a bottle of water and a piece of biscuit as initial supplies. With the hot weather outside and no air conditioning in the car, the need for water was even greater, and Cao Xuan was already starting to sweat. They needed to take advantage of the zero-cost shopping opportunity to replenish supplies. Shun Bing, take the rightmost road. Okay. Shun Bing didn't hesitate and immediately turned the steering wheel, speeding towards the right fork in the road. After turning the corner, Cao Xuan could clearly feel the temperature rising a few degrees. He glanced at the temperature display in the car, which had already climbed to 30 degrees. Under the scorching sun, the car felt like a moving iron box. Hot to the touch. However, thinking about the upcoming zero-cost shopping, Cao Xuan no longer hesitated, twisted the bottle cap off, and gulped down more than half the bottle of water. Seeing this, Shunting looked puzzled and asked, "Cao Xuan, aren't you afraid of wasting water?" Cao Xuan smiled mysteriously and said, "If you want to drink water, feel free to drink now. In 20 kilometers, we will encounter a supermarket, and then we'll have 5 minutes of zero-cost shopping time." Upon hearing this, Shunting immediately raised her hand and cheered, "Yay! Cao Xuan, your talent is amazing. It's so lucky to be your teammate." The girl's bright eyes sparkled with excitement, her chest heaving rhythmically with her cheers. It's zero-cost shopping. Although she had a wealthy sister and never lacked money to spend, Shunting had never experienced zero-cost shopping before, being able to take whatever she wanted. It must be so thrilling. After the excitement, the little girl also picked up the water and started drinking eagerly. Listening to the sound of gulping water coming from the back, Shun Bing, who was focused on driving, felt increasingly parched, as if her throat was on fire. "How about I feed you?" Cao Xuan held up Shun Bing's water and waved it in front of her. "No, I'm not thirsty," Shun Bing replied, her eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. Shun Bing's favorability towards you increased by 5 points, current total 5 points. Cao Xuan, who had already put the water down, saw the prompt and found the increase in favorability a bit perplexing. Indeed, women are creatures of contradictions. When they say no, they actually mean yes. Cao Xuan immediately twisted the bottle cap off and held the water up to Shun Bing's lips. "I said I don't want it." Although Shun Bing was still refusing, feeling the fresh and sweet scent of the mineral water near her lips, she ultimately couldn't resist and took several sips. After drinking the water, a faint blush appeared on Shun Bing's face. Shun Bing's favorability toward you increased by 10 points, current total 15 points. She quickly cleared her throat and said, "Well, since the zero-cost shopping time is limited, we should plan ahead about what items to take." Chapter 4, Supermarket $0 Purchase. Cao Xuan nodded deeply upon hearing this. It is indeed necessary to plan in advance what to take in order to maximize the use of these 5 minutes. You can't just think about what to grab once you're inside. Water is a must and also energy-boosting food. If there are clothes, I can take a few for changing, as both mine and Tingting's outfits are too inconvenient for movement. Shun Bing said. Moreover, it's not just this. Because of the hot weather, her underwear is already soaked with sweat, and she desperately wants to unbutton a few. But with Cao Xuan beside her, she can only endure in silence. Shunting is even hotter, tugging at her skirt to fan herself. Her Lolita outfit is also very stifling. We also need to grab toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and other daily necessities. Shunting quietly slipped some water into her skirt and wiped the sweat off her belly before speaking. Tingting is right. We also need to grab a few knives or other self-defense weapons. The three quickly planned what to take, filled with excitement as the car sped forward. 15 minutes later, on the right side ahead on the highway, a large supermarket suddenly appeared. From dozens of meters away, you could see the brightly lit new sign of the Hui Kulai supermarket. If it weren't for its appearance on this desolate road, Cao Xuan would have thought he was still in the original world. As they approached the supermarket entrance, Shun Bing turned the steering wheel, and the vehicle turned into the supermarket entrance. Beep, you have entered the safe zone. Hui Kulai supermarket. In the safe zone, no biological beings other than players seeking to survive on the road can enter, but please note if you do not park in a designated spot, you will not receive shelter. The timer starts from parking. You must leave within half an hour. Special reward for this area. When you open the big door, you will receive 5 minutes of $0 shopping time. When the time is up, the door will automatically close. Hearing the suddenly appearing voice in his mind, Shun Bing's expression became serious, and she quickly slowed down. Shun Bing was skilled at driving. Upon seeing a parking spot, she shifted into reverse and steadily parked the car. It should be fine now. Cao Xuan was the first to open the door and get out, a wave of heat hitting him. He also noticed that there were a total of 6 parking spots. Does this mean that other players might also pass through here? And it can hold up to 6 cars at the same time? It's still unknown. Brother Cao Xuan, look, there are shopping carts. As soon as Shun Ting got out of the car, she saw a row of shopping carts on the right wall shelf. Great. If we have shopping carts, we can carry more things. Cao Xuan was also very excited. Just now, he saw in the chat channel that many players had already finished the water and biscuits they received and were crying for someone to give them water. And he would soon be free to obtain water and food. Shun Bing closed the door and got out of the car, and the three each pushed a shopping cart toward the entrance. Let's stand at the door and observe the distribution of each area. Shun Bing said her thoughts. But as soon as they reached the door, all three were dumbfounded. The supermarket door was made of iron, and there wasn't even a single piece of glass to let light through. Shinbing frowned, and the little loli looked like she was about to cry. Brother Cao Xuan, we won't just have to take whatever we find inside, right? That would be too inefficient and waste a lot of time. Don't worry. Cao Xuan gently comforted the two girls and then focused his gaze on the door. God tips, oh God tips. Can we get some hints now? The next moment, a line of subtitles appeared before his eyes. Main entrance. Go straight 20 meters. Beverage section. Mineral water functional drinks. Left side area, instant food, instant noodles, canned food, compressed biscuits. Right side area B, daily necessities, toilet paper, women's hygiene products. Southeast corner area C, kitchen utensils, knives, bowls, and chopsticks. Northwest corner area D, sportswear, quick dry clothes, mountaineering shoes. Hidden tip. There are 3-star soul coins in the second cash register. Wow. Unbeatable. Cao Xuan's expression was excited. The items in each area were all displayed. This was like having X-ray vision. He quickly shared the hints he saw with the two girls, and Shun Bing and Shun Ting's faces turned red with excitement. The three quickly began to divide their tasks. In the end, they decided that Cao Xuan, being the fastest and strongest, would go to the innermost area to get clothes, shoes, and knives, as well as collect the 3-star soul coins. Shun Bing would be responsible for transporting water since this area was closest to the entrance, and water was the most important and consumed resource. 5 minutes would be enough to fill 2 shopping carts. As for Shun Ting, she would be in charge of getting food and daily necessities. After discussing, they decided to only take compressed biscuits and canned food for food. The reason for not taking instant noodles was simple. There was no hot water. However, if there was extra space, the two said Shun Ting could also grab some snacks to improve their lives. Having made the arrangements, they arrived at the door. Are you ready? Cao Xuan asked. Yes. The two girls looked serious, as if facing a great enemy, and nodded in unison. To be able to run faster, they even took off their shoes. Shun Ting had been wearing a pair of pig kidney shoes, while Shun Bing wore half heels, both of which significantly affected their speed. Cao Xuan took a deep breath and suddenly pushed open the tightly closed iron door. Beep, timer started. Remaining time, 4:59 seconds, charge. With Cao Xuan's command, the three of them rushed into the supermarket, pushing their shopping carts. As soon as they entered, Cao Xuan dashed straight to the end of the supermarket towards the kitchenware and clothing area, taking a total of 20 seconds. At least he had to reserve a minute to return. Then, Cao Xuan's gaze quickly swept over the shelves. 2 kitchen knives, a few fruit knives. Wow, there's even a bone cleaver. Grab a few more of those. After finishing with the knives, Cao Xuan casually grabbed a handful of utensils, spoons, chopsticks, forks, everything was there. After quickly scanning again and confirming nothing was missing, Cao Xuan hurriedly pushed his cart towards the clothing area. A few windbreakers, sports t-shirts, a few pairs of shorts and long pants, and sports bras. They should need these. When he reached the shoe section, the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of hiking boots, and Cao Xuan's eyes lit up, a look of surprise appearing on his face. He picked up 2 pairs of men's shoes from the shelf, tried them on, and they were just his size. Without hesitation, he put them directly into the shopping cart. Then, Cao Xuan looked at the women's shoes. At this moment, he suddenly panicked. Oh no, I forgot to ask them for their shoe sizes. But soon, Cao Xuan recalled the delicate little feet he had held in his hands before. They should be around size 30. Cao Xuan quickly grabbed several pairs, including sizes 36 and 37. Looking at the time, there was still a minute and a half left. Cao Xuan casually grabbed a few pairs of sports shoes. Since the sports shoes on the display were all single, these pairs came in boxes, nearly filling the shopping cart to the brim. 1 minute left. Time to head back. Cao Xuan hugged the items in the shopping cart tightly with one arm and started running at full speed. Just as he was passing the daily necessities section, he suddenly saw Shun Ting with a distressed expression, desperately tugging at her skirt. Brother Cao Xuan, help me quickly. I am stuck. Chapter 5. Inventory check. A bountiful harvest. Just as Shun Ting was about to leave, in her flustered state, the hem of her lolita dress accidentally got caught on a shelf. At first, she instinctively tried to pull it free, but the more she tugged, the tighter it became entangled. In fact, if she had decisively taken off the dress from the beginning, she could have easily escaped. However, she was so frightened at that moment that her mind was consumed with the single thought of pulling it free. Shun Ting looked at Cao Xuan with a pitiful gaze, filled with fear that he might abandon her due to the time pressure. Cao Xuan saw this scene and immediately put down the shopping cart. It wouldn't budge. The hem was firmly stuck. Cao Xuan tried to tug at it, but found that the quality of Shun Ting's Lolita dress was excellent. making it no easy task to tear it from him. Ting ting. It seems the only option now is to tear the whole dress off, Cao Xuan said helplessly. It's okay, brother Cao Xuan, just do it quickly. Shen Ting replied anxiously. Cao Xuan nodded and, following the zipper at the back, pulled it with determination. Rip, accompanied by a crisp, tearing sound. The hem of Shen Ting's Lolita dress was successfully torn off by Cao Xuan. Shen Ting was instantly freed, but due to the earlier tension, she stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Cao Xuan was quick and steadied her. Thank you, brother Cao Xuan. Shen Ting's face turned bright red. Still shaken. It's fine, let's hurry, we don't have much time left, Cao Xuan said as he quickly grabbed the shopping cart. Shen Ting, not caring about her current disheveled appearance, hurriedly pushed the cart to keep up with Cao Xuan. Just as they were about 10 meters from the door, Cao Xuan suddenly saw Shan Bing pushing 2 full carts of water, anxiously looking for them at the entrance. When she saw the two appear, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Shan Bing's eyes, and she shouted, Hurry, there are only 30 seconds left. Shen Ting pushed the cart towards the door, breathing heavily, and then instinctively glanced back. Where's brother Cao Xuan? He went back to the checkout. Shen Bing was too busy to care about why Shan Ting looked so disheveled. But she was shocked by Cao Xuan's bold decision. After pushing the shopping cart out, he actually turned back. Where are the Star Soul coins? Cao Xuan's gaze anxiously scanned the checkout counter, but found it completely empty. The Star Soul coins were a must-have. According to the previous rules, if the fuel ran out, they would be completely stranded. In the second drawer below, seeing this prompt, Cao Xuan quickly crouched down, only to find that the drawer was locked. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled out a bone-cutting knife from the shopping cart, inserted it into the gap of the drawer, and pried it open forcefully. With a click, the lock finally gave way. Cao Xuan yanked the drawer open and indeed saw a stack of gleaming Star Soul coins lying quietly inside. A surge of joy flashed in his eyes. Brother Cao Xuan, there are only 10 seconds left. If you can't find it, let it go. Shen Ting shouted anxiously, while Shen Bing had already helped push the shopping cart outside. At this moment, Cao Xuan just needed to grab the Star Soul coins and rush out. I found them, Cao Xuan replied, then grabbed the Star Soul coins and charged towards the door. Only 3 seconds left. Don't worry, we'll make it. Cao Xuan shouted, but... And just as the last 3 seconds ticked down, he successfully burst out. Boom! Almost at the moment Cao Xuan exited, the door slammed shut. Brother Cao Xuan, don't take such risks in the future. Still gasping for breath, Cao Xuan suddenly felt a warm body collide into his arms. Looking down, he realized it was Shen Ting. The series of actions Cao Xuan took to rescue her earlier had caused her affection for him to soar to 80 points. Seeing Shen Ting, who was almost in tears from anxiety, Cao Xuan felt a bit at a loss, unsure where to put his hands. Eventually, Shen Bing, looking furious, pulled Shen Ting away. You girl, put on your clothes first. Shen Bing was already aware of what happened to Shen Ting earlier and felt a lingering fear. Her impression of Cao Xuan had changed significantly because of it. Now her affection for him had also surpassed 50 points. Ultimately, Shen Ting reluctantly let go of Cao Xuan, and looking down, she realized her face was flushed. Fortunately, Shen Bing had already fished out a t-shirt from the shopping cart and quickly helped Shen Ting put it on. Since it was a large size, the t-shirt hung down her knees. Coming to his senses, Cao Xuan awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, let us count the supplies. Okay, with 20 minutes of stay time left. The three quickly pushed the 4 shopping carts to the side of the car and began organizing the supplies. After about 10 minutes of tallying, they finally finished organizing everything into the storage area. First was Shen Bing's 2 shopping carts. They contained 160 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 40 bottles of 450 milliliters vitamin C drink, and 60 bottles of 400 milliliters Red Bull. Shen Bing even grabbed 3 bottles of high-proof liquor, which could be used as alcohol in critical moments. As for Shen Ting's shopping cart, she had 4 large packs of toilet paper, 2 large packs of sanitary pads, 10 tubes of toothpaste, 1 roll of garbage bags, and 1 pack of toothbrushes. For food, she took 100 pieces of chocolate and 268 compressed biscuits. There were a total of 12 packs of various small biscuits and 4 packs of spicy strips. As for Cao Xuan, he had 2 kitchen knives, 3 fruit knives, and 4 bone-cutting knives. Various utensils, for pieces of windbreakers for both men and women, 6 sports t-shirts, for pairs of shorts and long pants each, and 4 sports bras, which he specifically picked in large sizes, thinking both sisters could wear them. 2 pairs of men's hiking boots, and 3 pairs of women's boots. A total of 4 pairs of sports shoes. There are only a few minutes left. Let us change into new clothes, Cao Xuan said. After the earlier battle in the supermarket, the three were practically soaked with sweat. All right, the two sisters each picked a few pieces of clothing and then jumped into the car. Cao Xuan, on the other hand, started changing directly outside. He took a sports t-shirt to replace his long-sleeved shirt, while his pants were already loose work pants, so he didn't change those. Soon, Shenbing and Shunting took turns coming out. Both were wearing white short-sleeve shirts, Shenbing in long pants that showcased her long, straight legs and sports shoes, while Shenting, because all the pants were too long, chose to wear shorts, exposing her fair legs. Ting, why didn't you change in the sports bra I got for you? Cao Xuan asked, puzzled. Chapter 6 Angry Shunting was blushing. Sister, your outfit fits perfectly, but when I put mine on, it feels a bit tight. Cao Xuan awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Is this the trouble of being exceptionally talented? Without dwelling too much, the three spent 2 minutes, each quickly eating a piece of chocolate and a compressed biscuit to fill their stomachs. They left a few bottles of water and weapons in the car, stuffing the rest into the decomposer. The 4 crates of supplies took up more than 30 slots in total. Just as the two sisters were about to get in the car, they were stopped by Cao Xuan. Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Cao Xuan pointed to a row of shopping carts. These are made of metal. We can dismantle them all. Cao Xuan smirked, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Although it's likely that others will come to this area later, the efficiency of gathering supplies would greatly decrease without the shopping carts. But as the saying goes, why should he care? Cao Xuan believed that even if he didn't take them, other players would definitely do so. Rather than letting others benefit, he might as well benefit himself. There are less than 10 minutes left. Let's make it quick. There were a total of 12 shopping carts, all pushed to the side of the car. Cao Xuan then stood on the car while the two sisters handed him the carts, which he continuously placed onto the decomposer. In the end, they obtained 200 iron ingots, totaling 200 kilograms, and 20 plastic blocks, totaling 20 kilograms. Get in the car. Now it was Cao Xuan driving, Shenbing sitting in the back seat, and Shunting in the passenger seat. Sister, you sit in the passenger seat and make sure to learn well. After the next stop, it'll be your turn to drive. Shunting nodded seriously. They got in the car, fastened their seat belts, and Cao Xuan started the engine, quickly taking off. After turning around, they were back on the highway. The sun was high in the sky, and the temperature was getting hotter. As Cao Xuan drove, sweat was pouring from his forehead. Next to him, Shunting held a tissue and periodically helped wipe his sweat. They had already driven over 100 kilometers, and the fuel tank was down by a quarter. If they encountered a place to exchange for gasoline, they needed to bring back a few barrels. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Cao Xuan got what he wished for. A prompt appeared before him again. Continue forward 10 kilometers to reach a rest area, where you could take a break and use Star Soul coins to replenish fuel and supplies. In 10 kilometers, we'll reach a rest area. We can refuel and then hit the road. Cao Xuan told the two sisters. Yay, that's great. Shunting immediately cheered, waving her little fist. She no longer felt the unease and fear she had when she first crossed over. Instead, it felt like they were on vacation. But Cao Xuan wasn't optimistic, because this time they hadn't encountered a fork in the road, and they had reached a special area. This also meant that if luck wasn't on their side, they might run into several danger zones in a row. Although he could use his talent to decide whether to enter those areas ahead of time, avoiding danger zones meant they couldn't earn more Star Soul coins. Without Star Soul coins, they couldn't replenish fuel, and if the fuel ran out, it would spell doom. His previous idea of using his talent to perfectly avoid all danger zones was no longer feasible. Thus, the pressure on Cao Xuan increased significantly. Shenbing also realized this, looking at her cheerful sister with a helpless sigh. 10 minutes later, Cao Xuan successfully drove the car into the safe zone. A prompt echoed in their minds. Welcome to the rest area. You can stay here for up to 2 hours. If you enter after 8 p.m., you can stay until 7 a.m. the next day. There are vending machines in the rest area where you can spend your Star Soul coins. Note, you may encounter other survivors in the rest area, and the number of parking spaces represents the maximum capacity for teams. Fighting is not prohibited in the rest area. Sometimes, fellow humans can be more dangerous than monsters. It seemed that the rest area was mainly for players to spend the night, since it was impossible to be on the road for 24 hours straight. But if they didn't encounter a rest area all night, they would have to drive all night long. Cao Xuan began to analyze the broadcast content. The two women nodded in agreement. Then Shunting said, since we might encounter others, we shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Just as Shunting finished speaking, Cao Xuan turned the car into the parking lot. In the first parking space, a van was parked. Through the window, They could clearly see two men and one woman inside. The woman had her hair down and was straddling the passenger seat, causing the vehicle to bounce up and down. Clearly, the people inside also noticed Cao Xuan and the others, and their movement stopped. Seeing this, Shun Ting frustratedly tapped her head. It's all my fault for jinxing it. It's not your fault. Cao Xuan quickly comforted as he patted Shun Ting's little head. This girl is already quite silly. It will be a disaster, she got upset. There are people, but it's fine. We have weapons. Cao Xuan ignored the nearby car and parked steadily into space. He then took out a bone-chopping knife, holding one for himself and handing another to Shin Bing. Shin Bing accepted the knife and silently pulled out a hair tie, tying her hair into a neat high ponytail. Shin Ting took a fruit knife and put on Cao Xuan's jacket over her outfit. Cao Xuan, holding the knife, opened the door and got out. At that moment, he also got a good look at the faces of the people in the car, two fierce-looking men and a heavily made-up woman. He then scanned the parking lot and quickly spotted the vending machine on the right side. Let's go. Cao Xuan waved his hand, and the three of them walked towards the vending machine. The vending machine was similar to those found in malls or other places with a large screen displaying products. But strangely, there were no visible power lines. Without thinking much, Cao Xuan quickly looked at the screen. Just as the three of them stood in front of the vending machine, the screen suddenly began to scan them, followed by a prompt. Ding! Scanning successful. Personal information recorded. A virtual account has been automatically opened for the three players, and Star Soul coins have been automatically deposited. Players can also use the watch for deposits and withdrawals in the future. Seeing the prompt on the screen, Cao Xuan reached into his pocket and, sure enough, found that the Star Soul coins were gone. This was quite convenient. Cao Xuan opened his watch and found Shun Ting's contact. Ting, I'll transfer the coins to you, and from now on, you can keep them. The three then began to check the items in the vending machine. Survivor's current vehicle is level 1. Unlockable items include gasoline, 40L, price, 1 Star Soul coin. Instant noodles, 5 packs, price, 1 Star Soul coin. Basic electronic components, essential for vehicle upgrades, price, 2 Star Soul coins, discounted. First purchase enjoys a 20 discount. First aid kit, essential for home and travel, price, 3 Star Soul coins. Physical enhancement potion price, 12 Star Soul coins. The vending machine had a wide variety of items, but the three of them currently did not need food or drink at all. Moreover, there was the physical enhancement potion that Cao Xuan had seen in the prompt, which was priced at 12 Star Soul coins each. There were also plenty of items they couldn't afford right now, so the three decided not to look any further. They exchanged glances, and Cao Xuan suggested first, how about we buy a barrel of gasoline and an electronic component? This barrel of gasoline, combined with what's in the tank, would be enough for us to run another 1,000 kilometers, and the electronic component is essential for vehicle upgrades. Now that they were almost done collecting metal, it would be awkward if they gathered all the materials later but didn't have electronic components. Hearing Cao Xuan's analysis, Shun Ting quickly nodded. I think Brother Cao Xuan is right. Shin Bing looked at Shun Ting helplessly, suspecting that no matter what Cao Xuan said, this sister who always leaned towards him would support him without thinking. However, at the moment, her thoughts aligned with Cao Xuan's, so she also nodded, I have no objections. Then, Shun Ting stood on her tiptoes and began to operate on the vending machine. Soon, a prompt sound rang out. Ding! Purchase successful. 2. 7 Star Soul coins deducted, remaining 0. 3 coins, with the successful deduction. An electronic component and a barrel of gasoline appeared out of thin air on the ground. Cao Xuan squatted down, carefully stored the electronic component, and picked up the gasoline. The three turned and walked towards the vehicle. Arriving in front of the car, Cao Xuan climbed onto the truck bed and placed the gasoline and electronic component in the storage compartment. Just as he got down, he felt a tap on his back. Cao Xuan turned around cautiously and saw the heavily made-up woman from the opposite car standing behind him, wearing a slightly flattering smile. Hey, handsome, I just saw you buy something from the vending machine. Can you tell me how to get Star Soul coins? Also, where did you get that knife? As she spoke, she pretended to casually glance at the bone-cutting knife glinting at his waist, her gaze filled with desire. Cao Xuan glanced at the two men from before. They had now put on their clothes and were leaning against the car, their expressions fierce, occasionally glancing over. Cao Xuan suspected that if they weren't holding knives, they probably wouldn't have asked but would have directly come over to snatch his supplies. However, he wasn't afraid. He had taken down many who were even bigger than these two, not to mention he had a knife on him. Looking at the woman who was making suggestive gestures, bending down to show off, a look of disgust flashed in Cao Xuan's eyes. Turning his head, he said, the last area we passed was a supermarket. We got the knife and Star Soul coins from there. Cao Xuan did not hide anything, but also did not elaborate. After finishing, He prepared to return to the car. Unexpectedly, the woman grabbed him again. Handsome, do you want to play with sister for a while? Give us a knife, and sister will play with you for an hour? Cao Xuan forcefully pushed her arm away, just about to scold her, when suddenly the car door was swung open. You old woman. How dare you seduce brother Cao Xuan when you're so ugly? Shen Ting puffed out her chest and hugged Cao Xuan's arm, continuing to speak. You look older than me, and your bear is smaller than mine. Plus I have an older sister. We can work together. In short, you should give up. Brother Cao Xuan would never like a woman like you who doesn't know how to pick up some sense. Hearing this shameless remark from Shen Ting, who even dragged herself into it, Shen Bing in the car felt helpless, covered her face, and pulled Shen Ting into the car, then tightly covered her mouth. Chow! Brother Cao Xuan, hurry up and get in. Don't talk to this woman anymore. Cao Xuan felt a chill as his arm lost its warmth. He smiled helplessly, took one last look at the woman, and then climbed into the car. The woman's expression grew increasingly ugly. She glared resentfully at Cao Xuan and the other's car and clicked her high heels as she walked towards the two men. Chapter 7. Descendants of the old Cao family in the car. Cao Xuan good just now. Don't take my words to heart. I was just talking nonsense to annoy that bad woman. Shen Ting explained while being pinched by Shen Bing on her soft belly. But clearly, she didn't think so in her heart. Stinky sister, is there something wrong with what I said? Anyway, we are matched as teammates, and we will definitely have to live together every day in the future. Besides, Cao Xuan is so reliable and treats others well. Shen Ting thought to herself. Shen Bing looked at her younger sister, who appeared unconvinced and was very suspicious that if she hadn't been there to stop her, Shen Ting might have already given herself away. Seeing Shen Ting inching closer to Cao Xuan, Shen Bing could not help but blurt out, Ting Ting, don't forget, you still have a fiancé. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Sure enough, Shen Ting immediately pouted and retorted angrily. I've only met that fiancé a few times. Where's the feeling in that? What era are we in? This kind of arranged marriage set by the older generation is completely unreasonable. After pausing, she added, besides, we are in this place now. Do you want me to settle for someone I don't like? Then Shen Ting's eyes twinkled with mischief as she looked at Shen Bing. And sister, it seems you also have a fiancé, right? At this moment, Shen Bing fell silent. In fact, she was also very resistant to this kind of arranged marriage. It was just something mentioned casually among the elders, and no ceremony had been held. Her opinions had never been considered. As the eldest daughter, one of the important reasons she started her own business before graduating from university was to break free from her family's control. Seeing her sister silent, Shen Ting immediately showed a smug expression. She then turned to Cao Xuan and cautiously asked, Cao Xuan, you and T mind that my sister and I have fiancés, yes, right? We really don't like them. We haven't even held hands. Ouch. Shen Bing, upon hearing Shen Ting drag her into this again, did not hesitate to twist the soft flesh at her waist hard. If you choose to give yourself away, that is one thing, but why drag your sister into it too? Even Shen Bing, who had a strong mental fortitude, felt her ears turning red at this moment, though she still tried to maintain her composure. Of course not, Cao Xuan quickly said. He always held a natural attitude towards relationships. Shen Ting, this quirky little girl who liked to give herself away, was quite to his taste in both personality and other aspects. As for Shen Bing, it would be a lie to say he had no feelings for her. Who would like a meticulous, cold on the outside, warm on the inside woman like Shen Bing? However, he had just heard about the fact that both sisters had fiancés. If you ask whether he minded, Shen Ting had said they didn't like each other and hadn't even held hands. So, Cao Xuan definitely wouldn't mind. Moreover, he was a descendant of the old Cao family. A mere fiancé wasn't worth much. Besides, Cao Xuan didn't think such casual mentions of a marriage contract held any weight. After that, the three of them continued to rest in the car for another 20 minutes. Cao Xuan felt that they had rested enough and suggested leaving the rest area. Although the rest area could accommodate them for up to 2 hours, they had only been there for a little over half an hour. However, resting only meant wasting time. The greatest guarantee for stable survival was to acquire more resources and earn more star coins. Let us go. The three found their respective positions and immediately set off. This time, Shen Bing was driving again, with Cao Xuan in the passenger seat. As for Shen Ting, it was better to let her settle down a bit more. Watching the small truck drive away, the two men and one woman squinted slightly. The woman suddenly threw herself into one of the men's arms. Crying and acting spoiled, Tiger Gu, that little girl just now humiliated me like that, and you didn't help me vent my anger. She yes your person. The other big man also echoed, spitting on the ground. Exactly. Tiger Go, I think we should just rob them. Just one man and two little girls. Even if they have knives, what is there to be afraid of? He knew that Tiger Go was not a good person, normally, if it were the case. Not to mention the things in their hands. Even if it were just these two women, Tiger Go wouldn't hesitate to rob them. So he didn't understand why Tiger Go was being so honest today. The man referred to as Tiger Go frowned and scolded impatiently. You don't understand anything. Do you know who those two women are? Who Tiger Go? The two asked in unison. The two young ladies from the Shun family in Haicheng. Shun Bing and Shun Ting. Tiger Go said, but Tiger Go, we've come to this place, no matter how powerful their backing is. It doesn't seem to matter, right? The big man asked doubtfully. Of course I know that. I've worked under Shun Bing before and know a bit about her. Don't be fooled by the fact that she is a woman. She has specifically trained in combat, and that man looks like a martial artist too. We really can't mess with them, Tiger Go analyzed. And do you know what is most important? Tiger Go deliberately paused for effect. Tiger Ye. Don't beat around the bush. How we know? The two asked eagerly. Shun Ting said her fiancé is from a big family's second generation. Which is nothing special, Tiger Go said slowly, but Shun Bing's fiancé is not simple. His grandfather has military connections. With his grandfather's prestige, many people in the military will give her fiancé face. Today, Shun Bing's fiancé has mobilized many people in the chat channel to inquire about Shun Bing's news. The big man suddenly understood, slapping his forehead. I get it now, Tiger Go. You mean we first leak their information to her fiancé, get some benefits from him, and when he finds Shun Bing, that little guy will definitely have a bad time. Tiger Go nodded confidently. Exactly. Now, there are only 10,000 people in an area. We will run into each other someday. And on Cao Xuan's side, they had only been on the road for a short while when they encountered the first trouble. Cao Xuan Go's sister. I want to go to the bathroom. What should I do? Chapter 8 can't hold it in anymore hearing this. Cao Xuan's heart tightened, and he quickly turned his head. He saw Shun Ting in the back seat, tightly clenching her legs, leaning sideways against the seat, her little face flushed red, clearly on the verge of bursting. What to do? Cao Xuan instinctively exchanged a glance with Shun Bing, both filled with helplessness. They had not drunk much water, and with all the sweating along the way, they didn't feel any particular physiological need. But Shun Ting was quite different. She had already gulped down more than a bottle of water. It was impossible to stop the car now for her to solve this, as that would be too dangerous. The rules mentioned that if you could keep moving on the highway, you should avoid stopping as much as possible. Cao Xuan guessed that in such a short time, they could at most switch seats to alternate driving. As for going to the bathroom, it was possible, but it might be risky. There were plastic bags among the supplies from the supermarket. What if they used a plastic bag for Shun Ting as a temporary solution? But the problem was, the plastic bags were in the trunk, and they would have to stop to get them. It was better to keep moving if possible. Just then, Cao Xuan's gaze inadvertently swept to the plastic bottle that had been tossed aside in the back seat. Ting Ting, how about you? Cao Xuan said, pointing at the bottle. Huh? Shun Ting's little face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato, filled with resistance. Shun Bing, with a serious expression, nodded and advised. Ting Ting, if you don't do this, we'll have to stop, and that's too dangerous. It seems like we have no other choice. All right. Shun Ting hesitated repeatedly, but in the end, trembling, she slowly picked up the plastic bottle and said that, Brother Cao Xuan, you mustn't peek. I wouldn't do that. Am I that kind of person? Cao Xuan said with a serious face, quickly turning back around. Seeing Cao Xuan sit up straight, Shun Ting tightly gripped the bottle and began to mentally prepare herself, albeit with difficulty. In the end, physiological need triumphed over shyness, and she slowly twisted open the cap. Cao Xuan, looking straight ahead, heard the rustling sounds beside him and felt inexplicably restless. He quietly turned his head to take a glance at Shun Bing, only to see her fully focused on driving. Somehow, Cao Xuan's gaze inadvertently fell on the rearview mirror. In an instant, their eyes met, and a sharp scream suddenly rang out. Ting Ting, what's wrong? Shun Bing hurriedly asked with concern. Sister, I'm fine. I'm fine. Shun Ting shyly glared at Cao Xuan through the rearview mirror, quickly twisted the cap back on the bottle, flustered as she reorganized herself. I just wanted to ask, what should I do with this? Shun Ting often startled easily, so Shun Bing didn't think much of it, casually saying while holding the steering wheel, just throw it out the window. We won't run into anyone out here in the wilderness. Cao Xuan chimed in, your sister is right. There is no need to worry about littering in a place like this. Okay. Shun Ting nodded, opened the car window, and threw out the still warm iced tea bottle. Whoosh! As the bottle flew out of the car, the interior fell silent. Shun Ting and Cao Xuan, who had been chatting occasionally, suddenly stopped talking, making the atmosphere inside the car awkward to the extreme, leaving Shun Bing filled with confusion. The vehicle continued to move slowly through the vast desert, and as it progressed, the vegetation by the roadside became sparser, replaced by large patches of gravel. Hot winds carrying sand occasionally hit them, forcing the three to close the windows. The gravel hitting the car made a popping sound. It seemed this was also a means of eliminating survivors. If the vehicle's level didn't keep up, it would be eliminated sooner or later, Cao Xuan said with a frown. Shen Ting and Shun Bing nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with this. When the vehicle reached the 130-kilometer mark, another fork in the road appeared ahead. Shun Bing, holding the steering wheel, slowed down and quickly asked Cao Xuan, "Which way should we go?" Cao Xuan saw the prompt appear again. "First road, continue for 30 kilometers. You will encounter a scrap station. Don't be fooled by its appearance. You can harvest a lot of upgrade materials there. In the small house at the scrap station, you can also find a small air conditioner that can be installed on the vehicle after it reaches level 2. Along with the air conditioner, there may also be a box containing varying amounts of Star Soul coins. Note, 2 vicious dogs live at the scrap station. Please be careful of them. Second road, continue for 20 kilometers. You will encounter a crazy zoo. The zoo's owner is insane and usually uses cruel methods to feed the animals with tourists. So the animals here are accustomed to eating people. Once you enter, you're likely to become their meal. But there's a hunting rifle and several boxes of elixirs in the owner's office. The scrap station looks pretty good, Cao Xuan muttered to himself. Upon seeing the second prompt, he couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! What kind of perverted owner is that? Cao Xuan knew that he currently didn't have the ability to fight against tigers or lions. Although the scrap station also had vicious dogs, they were definitely much easier to handle than tigers or lions. So he decisively told Shin Bing, "Let's take the first road. That's the scrap station." Chapter 9. Air Conditioning and Batteries. After driving 30 kilometers, the three quickly arrived at the scrapyard. The vehicle turned in, and they successfully found the parking area. There's only one parking space here. Does that mean only we can come in? Before Shun Ting could park, she eagerly leaned out to take a look. It should be this way. Cao Xuan nodded in agreement. Just now, they had heard the rules about the scrapyard. This is also a resource area. The three can stay here for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, they can enjoy breaking down waste into the upgrade materials they need. But Cao Xuan didn't forget that the hint mentioned there were 2 vicious dogs. Bing Bing Jia, Ting Ting, we must be cautious at all times. The hint said there are 2 vicious dogs living here. We need to be careful. Cao Xuan reminded them with a serious expression. Okay, Shin Bing's eyes sharpened, tightly gripping the bone-cutting knife in her hand, and nodded vigorously. Brother Cao Xuan, I'm most afraid of dogs. Shun Ting shivered all over, reflexively hugging Cao Xuan's arm like a frightened little rabbit, refusing to let go. Cao Xuan felt his arm tightly constrained and couldn't tell if the girl was genuinely scared or just pretending. But considering the need for ease of movement, he reluctantly pulled his arm away. Let's not stray too far apart, especially you, Ting Ting. It's good to keep an eye on each other. As Cao Xuan spoke, the three stepped through the gate of the scrapyard. Beside the gate was a small bungalow. All around were piled various kinds of waste, old metal parts, broken furniture, shattered glass, and lots of cardboard. Upgrading the vehicle requires 300 kilograms of metal, 100 kilograms of glass, 300 kilograms of wood, and a basic electronic component. Currently, they already have 225 kilograms of iron ingots and a basic electronic component. Cao Xuan estimated that collecting the remaining materials within 2 hours shouldn't be a problem. Let's get to work. The three of them, with determined expressions, quickly threw themselves into the intense collection work. They decided to all collect the same type of item first. Starting with glass. There were plenty of broken glass pieces here, big and small. They focused on collecting larger pieces. And if they encountered any that exceeded the disassembly platform size, they would move them to the side of the vehicle to smash them before disassembling. However, some glass was quite sharp and could easily cause cuts if not careful. After several trips, Shin Bing somehow found a few pairs of gloves and handed them to Cao Xuan and Shun Ting. Thanks, Bing Bing Jia. Cao Xuan took the gloves and quickly put them on. After about 10 minutes, the three had collected a total of 105 kilograms of glass and began the next round of collection. The furniture here was mostly large items. Cao Xuan estimated that each piece must weigh around 200 kilograms. At this weight, they would probably only need to make a couple of trips to gather enough wood. The problem was that such large items couldn't be directly disassembled. If only they had a saw. As if reading Cao Xuan's mind, Shen Bing quietly said, when I grabbed the gloves just now, I saw a saw at the entrance. Great. Cao Xuan's eyes lit up, and he hurried to the entrance, where he indeed found a half-meter-long handsaw, mostly covered by cardboard. Cao Xuan picked up the handsaw, and the three began moving the sofa. They all lifted it together, which wasn't too strenuous. Once at the vehicle, Cao Xuan took the handsaw and started sawing with a whoosh. After about 10 minutes, he finally sawed the 2-meter-long sofa into small pieces suitable for disassembly. Ding! Disassembly successful. Obtained wood, 1 kilogram, 224. Fabric, 50 centimeters, 50 centimeters. 5. One sofa provided half the wood. The three, motivated, repeated the process. Soon they had collected 184 more wood pieces and 4 pieces of fabric. By this time, they had been moving items for nearly an hour, and all three were sweating profusely. The 2 girls' white t-shirts were covered in dust, especially Shen Ting, whose face was dirty and looked just like a little raccoon. Shen Ting didn't care about being dirty anymore, and she plopped down onto a discarded sofa, saying with a hint of a pout, "Sister, Brother Cao Xuan, my hands are shaking so much. How about we take a break before continuing?" "All right, let us rest for 10 minutes," Cao Xuan said understandingly. "Yay!" Shen Ting cheered excitedly. Raising her hand, Shen Bing also sat down next to her, a few strands of hair sticking to her sweaty forehead. She was slightly out of breath, but still breathtakingly beautiful. "I'll go inside to see if there is anything useful. If anything happens, call me loudly," Cao Xuan instructed the 2. "Okay, you go." Shen Bing nodded in agreement. Cao Xuan pushed the door open and walked inside, a musty smell hitting him. The interior was very simply furnished, with only a bed and a table. On the table were a few utensils. A lighter? Cao Xuan suddenly spotted a lighter in the corner of the table. With a click, he pressed it gently, and a bright flame instantly sprang up. It still had gas. Earlier, he saw a dirt stove outside with a frying pan on it. If he had the lighter, he could start a fire, do some simple cooking, or boil some water. In the drawer of the table, Cao Xuan also found a flashlight and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Then, under the bed, he found the abandoned air conditioner mentioned in the hint, along with a box that could produce star coins. Small air conditioner. Though small, it is fully functional. It can provide you with coolness and warmth, but requires a power source to operate. Note 1. You can modify it to work in the vehicle using the vehicle's electrical system. Note 2. Keep searching under the bed, and you will find a battery with plenty of charge. Unknown contents in the box 6. SC Charred Dinger's box. You will never know how many star coins are inside until you open it. Note, the number that can be produced ranges from 0 to 12. After reading the hints, Cao Xuan crouched down and searched under the bed. Sure enough, just as the hint said, he found a battery at the very back. Although Cao Xuan had already decided to modify the air conditioner for the vehicle, this battery was clearly also very useful. Cao Xuan took out the box, the battery, and the air conditioner, wiping the sweat from his forehead, just as he was about to sit on the bed to rest for a bit. Shen Ting's terrified scream suddenly came from outside. "Sister, Brother Cao Xuan, help! There's a huge dog." Chapter 10. Proactive Shen Ting outside the house, a massive, vicious dog, over a meter long, was glaring fiercely at Shen Ting. The dog's muscles were bulging, its eyes glinted with malice, and its sharp fangs were clearly visible, drool dripping continuously from the corners of its mouth. Shen Ting was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her legs trembling. Had she not just gone to the bathroom, she was afraid she might have wet herself on the spot. The 3 of them had been busy for an hour, and the vicious dog had not appeared, causing Shen Ting and Shen Bing to gradually relax their vigilance. So, Shen Bing decided to go to the car to get some water, thinking she would be back quickly and that nothing would happen. However, the vicious dog had been lurking behind the ruins, observing them in secret. Seeing Shen Bing leave and only Shen Ting remaining, it charged out without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Shen Ting screamed in terror. The dog, noticing that Shen Ting was paralyzed with fear and shouting, pounced towards her with even more ferocity. Shen Ting's face turned pale as paper, filled with despair. Was she really going to die? She regretted not being braver when she finally encountered someone she liked. As she watched the vicious dog descending upon her, Shen Ting closed her eyes in despair. Boom! A loud noise suddenly erupted. But the intense pain she had imagined did not come. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes and saw Cao Xuan rushing in front of her like a divine warrior, firmly blocking her. At that moment, the vicious dog had been pierced through half its body by a piece of iron and was lying on the ground, howling in pain. It turned out that when Cao Xuan saw the critical situation and could not rush over in time, He happened to spot a sharp-edged piece of metal nearby and acted decisively. Fortunately, the strike was incredibly precise, without a hint of deviation. Cao Xuan quickly reached out and pulled Shun Ting up from the ground. Once she steadied herself, without a second thought, she tiptoed up, wrapped her arms tightly around Cao Xuan's neck, and jumped up, sobbing uncontrollably. Woo woo woo, brother Cao Xuan, I thought I would never see you again. Cao Xuan embraced Shun Ting, feeling as if he was holding a bundle of cotton in his arms. The thin fabric of Shun Ting's clothes could not block the delicate sensation. Looking at the man who risked his life to save her, the emotions Shun Ting had suppressed for so long surged forth like a flood. She slightly raised her head, hugged Cao Xuan even tighter, and then, without hesitation, pressed her cherry lips against his. Ting, Ting, you. Cao Xuan had not yet spoken when Shun Ting eagerly interrupted him. Don't say anything, brother Cao Xuan. Kiss me. Cao Xuan truly did not expect this girl to be so bold and reckless. Shun Ting's kiss was completely unskilled, appearing extremely awkward. Cao Xuan even felt his lips were slightly bitten, drawing blood. Just then, Cao Xuan. Ting, Ting, are you guys okay? Shun Bing's anxious voice suddenly came from outside the door. Sister is here. Shun Ting, like a frightened little rabbit, abruptly sprang from Cao Xuan's embrace. And in an instant, two bright red blushes appeared on her face. Cao Xuan hurriedly set Shun Ting down gently, discreetly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Shun Bing quickly rushed to the two of them, her face filled with worry. Are you both okay? A dog suddenly charged out just now and scared me to death. But thankfully brother Cao Xuan arrived just in time, Shun Ting said, still feeling shaken. Shun Bing looked at the now lifeless big black dog beside her and let out a long breath. She gratefully looked at Cao Xuan and said, Thank you, Cao Xuan. Then, Shun Bing quickly bent down and carefully checked Shun Ting from head to toe. The flush on Shun Ting's face from embarrassment was misinterpreted by Shun Bing as a reaction for being frightened. It's all my fault for being too careless. I shouldn't have left Ting Ting to go get water by myself. Shun Bing said regretfully, filled with self-reproach. If anything had happened to Shun Ting, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Sister, it's not your fault. It was my suggestion to go get water, Shun Ting said, hugging her sister tightly with concern. The sight of the two beautiful sisters embracing was exceptionally heartwarming. At that moment, however, Cao Xuan suddenly noticed that there were still wet bloodstains on Shun Bing's clothes. His heart tightened, and he quickly asked, Sister Bing, did you also encounter a dog? What? Hearing this, Shun Ting hurriedly released her sister and anxiously asked, You weren't hurt, were you, sister? I'm fine. Shun Bing glanced at the big black dog nearby and gently shook her head. That dog was smaller than this one. I killed it with a knife. That's good as long as no one is hurt, Cao Xuan said, feeling a lingering fear. These two vicious dogs are too cunning. They actually knew to ambush the two girls while I was inside the house. If I hadn't arrived in time, and if the other dog hadn't underestimated Shun Bing's strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Cao Xuan's face turned serious. We need to take this as a lesson. We must never let this happen again. After resting for a moment, the three of them continued to collect metal. The metal parts did not need to be cut and did not cut hands, making the transportation much quicker. Soon, they had collected all the remaining metal, totaling several dozen kilograms. Cao Xuan sat in the driver's seat, opened the central control panel, and found the vehicle information section. Materials needed to upgrade to LV2. Random metal. 300 kilograms, 328 kilograms glass. 100 kilograms, 110 kilograms wood. 300 kilograms, 315 kilograms primary electronic components. 1-1. All current vehicle upgrade materials have been collected. Would you like to upgrade? Chapter 11. Opening blind boxes soon. Two prominent options appeared on the screen. Yes or no. Without hesitation, Cao Xuan clicked yes. He turned to exchange glances with Shun Bing and Shun Ting, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Cao Xuan was eagerly anticipating the upgraded appearance of the vehicle. In an instant, the vehicle trembled slightly, and soft, mysterious lights slowly emanated from various corners of the car body. Within the shimmering light, it seemed as if countless tiny parts were spinning and reassembling at an incredible speed, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. The three of them sat in the car seats, momentarily at a loss, all sharing the same thought. Wouldn't it be more prudent to step outside now? However, the upgrade process was fleeting. The moment the light dissipated, the car had undergone significant changes. The first noticeable improvement was the interior space, which was evidently much more spacious, providing a sense of comfort. Looking at the central console, the original screen had become larger and clearer. displaying the vehicle information after the upgrade. Vehicle. Small truck vehicle characteristics. Increased capacity 150 slots. Level. LV2. Fuel tank. 60L. Fuel consumption. 1L. 22 kilometers. Speed. 100 kilometers h. Current passenger limit. For people. Next level consumption. Random metal 1,000 kilograms. Glass 300 kilograms. Wood 500 kilograms. Intermediate electronic components. Beep. The vehicle has reached level 2, receiving a slight overall enhancement. The decomposition and storage tables have expanded. The next upgrade will be to a medium-sized truck, and the vehicle will receive substantial enhancements. Beep. Modification function unlocked. Items in the storage table can be modified onto the vehicle, and suitable forms will be automatically installed once the modifications are confirmed. After the vehicle upgrade, the fuel consumption decreased, the fuel tank enlarged, and the speed improved significantly. Moreover, it could actually upgrade to a medium-sized truck next. If it continued to upgrade, wouldn't it directly become a semi-trailer? Cao Xuan's gaze then fixated on the final prompt. It was the modification function. He couldn't hide his excitement. The two girls noticed Cao Xuan's enthusiasm and showed expressions of confusion. Cao Xuan smiled and explained, I found a small air conditioner under the bed in that room. If we just use it with a battery, it will eventually drain the power. But if we can modify it onto the car, we can enjoy air conditioning all the time. Upon hearing this, the two girls' spirits instantly lifted, their faces filled with joy. Let's try it quickly. Shen Ting exclaimed. Her face flushed with excitement. Hold on, Cao Xuan said as he opened the car door and got out. Let me bring the stuff over. Cao Xuan ge. I'll come with you. Shen Ting eagerly jumped out of the car, closely following behind Cao Xuan. Once outside, Cao Xuan noticed that the car's exterior had also undergone some changes. The texture of the shell looked much better. He touched it, and then turned to head straight toward the small house. The two moved quickly, soon bringing the air conditioner over and storing it in the storage table. Cao Xuan opened the modification function again and successfully located the small air conditioner in the storage table. Beep. This item can be modified onto the vehicle. Do you confirm? Yes. Cao Xuan clicked confirm without hesitation. The next moment, the vehicle flashed with light again. When the light faded, a button to control the air conditioner appeared on the central console. The three of them eagerly turned on the air conditioner. Instantly, cool air rushed in, like a refreshing spring, driving away the heat surrounding them. At that moment, it felt as if they had suddenly crossed from an unbearable desert into a vibrant oasis. Feeling utterly refreshed, every pore rejoicing. After a few minutes of cooling, Shun Bing reluctantly said, let us save it for later. We still need to look for anything useful and prepare to set off. The three of them carefully examined the junkyard. They found a saw, a frying pan, an unopened pack of salt, half a bottle of dishwashing liquid, and a battery. Additionally, they collected 2 wooden chairs and a small wooden table. Finally, they arrived at the 6 boxes inside the house. Cao Xuan said, this box can randomly yield 0 to 12 star coins. Who wants to open one? Shen Ting excitedly raised her hand and shouted, is it a blind box? I want to open one. Shen Bing remained calm and, after thinking for a moment, said, since there are 6, why don't we each open 2? Cao Xuan found Shen Bing's suggestion very reasonable and nodded in agreement. Okay, let us each open 2. Ting Ting, you go first and satisfy your craving for blind boxes. Shen Ting rubbed her hands together, her face full of anticipation, and reached for one of the boxes. I once won $100 from scratch-offs. Shen Ting said, taking a deep breath as if to inhale all the luck in the world before suddenly opening the box. A faint glow emanated from a box. Shen Ting quickly reached in and pulled out a star coin. Why is there only one? Shen Ting looked at the solitary star coin in her hand, her smile instantly freezing, her eyes filled with disappointment, resembling a deflated balloon. But she quickly cheered up, placing all her hopes on the second box. The first one doesn't count. Let us see what the second box gives me. Shen Ting muttered, firmly gripping the second box, taking another deep breath, and then abruptly opening it. However, the box was empty, not even a trace of star coin. Shen Ting's shoulders slumped instantly, her whole demeanor resembling a deflated ball. How could this happen? Not even one. Cao Xuan looked at Shen Ting, who was visibly disheartened, and quickly comforted her by patting her head. How about I give you mine too? Maybe your luck will turn around. Shen Ting shook her head in response. Forget it, Cao Xuan Ge, you should open them. Shen Bing covered her mouth and chuckled from the side. Ting Ting, you don't remember how many tickets you had to buy to win that $100, do you? Shen Ting scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, I think. I bought over 2,000 before hitting that one. Upon hearing this, Cao Xuan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Winning $100 from over 2,000 yuan worth of lottery tickets truly made her an unlucky child. He then moved on without hesitation and opened 2 boxes directly, totaling 6-star coins. As for Shun Bing, her luck was explosive, directly yielding 10 coins. In the last 20 minutes, Shun Bing and Shun Ting were still busily moving metal parts. Not a single minute could be wasted in gathering upgrade materials. Meanwhile, Cao Xuan picked up the corpses of 2 vicious dogs with a knife. He had checked these 2 bodies with his talent earlier and found no viruses or anything else attached. Usually, he would oppose eating dog meat, but in this situation, not a single bit of food could be wasted. Chapter 12. How what is the 2 vicious dogs, one large and one small, had already sustained fatal injuries, and the blood flowing from them was almost dry. Cao Xuan made a swift decision, directly gutting them and cutting them into several pieces. He then rinsed them off roughly with mineral water and stuffed them all into the storage unit. In such scorching weather, logically, meat would spoil in no time. But if it was placed in the storage unit, would it still change? Cao Xuan also wanted to experiment with the mechanism of the storage unit. At that moment, Shun Bing and Shun Ting came over, wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads. Their steps hurried. Cao Xuan, there's only 3 minutes left, Shun Bing said, panting. Cao Xuan quickly twisted open 2 bottles of water and handed them to the 2 women. Thank you for your hard work. I'll drive this time. Shun Bing took the water, nodded gently, okay. The group set off again, and Cao Xuan casually pressed the air conditioning button. A cool breeze instantly filled the car. He felt an immense sense of gratitude. There probably weren't many survivors who could enjoy air conditioning like us, right? I think so too. Shun Ting in the back seat replied, looking quite comfortable as she happily munched on some biscuits. Suddenly, she seemed to realize that Cao Xuan hadn't eaten, and hurriedly brought a half-eaten compressed biscuit to his mouth, sweetly saying, Brother Cao Xuan, thanks to you, we can enjoy the air conditioning. You should eat a biscuit. Thank you, Ting Ting. Cao Xuan kept his eyes on the road ahead, slightly opening his mouth, allowing Shun Ting to feed him the biscuit. As soon as the biscuit entered his mouth, Cao Xuan sensed something was off. Why was this biscuit missing a corner and a bit damp? He instinctively looked up at the rearview mirror and saw Shun Ting's face turn as red as a ripe apple. Clearly, she only realized the situation after handing him the biscuit. Cao Xuan had no choice but to pretend he hadn't noticed, chewing casually and swallowing the biscuit. Next, Shun Ting brought the water bottle to his lips. After drinking, he glanced down and found his own bottle still in place. This meant the water was also from Shun Ting. Shun Bing, sitting in the passenger seat, witnessed this scene and felt a bit uncomfortable. As the older sister, she had never received such treatment while driving. Unknowingly, the car had been driving for about half an hour, and the night quietly descended. The transition between day and night here was abrupt, as if the daylight was swallowed by the night in the blink of an eye. The temperature plummeted to 0 degrees, and Shun Ting in the back seat couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing this, Cao Xuan quickly turned off the air conditioning. Since the modified small old-style portable air conditioner had no heating capability, the 3 of them were shivering. At this moment, all 3 were only wearing short sleeves, and the cold began to invade their bodies. Their thick clothes were in the storage unit, and to retrieve them, they would have to stop. Just then, Cao Xuan faintly heard the sound of claws scraping against the car body from the back seat. After some consideration, he decided to hold out until the next stop to park, which the 2 women also agreed to. Cao Xuan immediately stepped on the gas to accelerate. Fortunately, after just half an hour, they received the next prompt. Second route. Continue for 30 kilometers to encounter a danger zone. Horror ward. Here, you will encounter transformed, mutated patients. But you can find physical enhancement potions in the director's office. Note, you can stay in the core area for 12 hours after entering, if not entered. The maximum stay is 30 minutes. Another horror ward. Cao Xuan looked at the prompt in front of him and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The horror ward was definitely not a good place. Who knew to what terrifying extent those mutated patients had been transformed? At the very least, he needed a gun or some body enhancement to feel confident about going in. Before long, they arrived at the station for the horror ward. Cao Xuan turned the steering wheel and drove straight into the parking lot in front of the ward. He saw an old Santana parked in one of the spots, and through the window, he could see a middle-aged couple inside the car. When the couple saw Cao Xuan's car, their expressions immediately lit up with excitement, and they hurriedly opened the car doors. The middle-aged man quickly walked to Cao Xuan's car window, his face full of anticipation, and said, "Brother, we were thinking of finding a room to stay for a night in this hospital. We might even find something to eat. Why don't you join us? It's safer with more people." Cao Xuan was taken aback. This person actually wanted to rest for a night in the horror ward. He was afraid that by the next day, there would be nothing left of them. He opened the car door and glanced toward the ward. The hospital looked quite normal from the outside, with its beige walls appearing somewhat old under the dim light, and the building's lines were neat. Red slogans were written on the walls in bold, powerful characters. Save the dying and heal the wounded, fulfill the mission. If he had known about the horror lurking inside, many people would likely be deceived by the seemingly normal appearance of this hospital and easily step into this dangerous place. Thinking of this, Cao Xuan shook his head and said, "We'll take a short break here and then continue on our way. I advise you not to recklessly enter this hospital." The man in front of him didn't seem to have any malicious intent like the woman they encountered at the last stop. So, out of goodwill, Cao Xuan still reminded him. As for whether they would listen or not, that was not his concern. Seeing Cao Xuan refuse, the man looked stunned as he returned to the car. Cao Xuan then turned to the storage unit to grab a few thick clothes and returned to the car. After the three changed into thicker clothing, Shun Bing took the initiative to take the driver's seat. Cao Xuan sat in the passenger seat and said, "Let us set off." Okay. Shun Bing started the vehicle and slowly drove out of the parking lot, hoping the next station would be a rest area. Otherwise, they would have to take turns driving through the night. In the parking spot, a man and a woman stared blankly as Cao Xuan and his group quickly drove away. Exchanging looks, the woman, full of astonishment, murmured in disbelief, "They just left like that?" The man's expression turned serious as he recalled Cao Xuan's calm and confident demeanor. He didn't seem like someone who was just talking nonsense. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "Let us go too." The military released the rules for the rest area on the chat channel. That's south the best place to rest at night. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately became unhappy and complained, "We've been driving all day. Don't you feel tired? I'm exhausted. In my opinion, those people just now were cowardly. What danger could there be in such an ordinary hospital?" The man looked at the woman, who was throwing a tantrum, and felt a surge of anger. Without saying a word, he buckled his seatbelt, stepped on the gas, and shouted angrily, "If you're not driving, I will. I'm definitely not resting here." For the next part of the journey, Cao Xuan sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, resting. He needed to be well rested and prepared for the overnight drive ahead. After driving for another 2 hours, they finally encountered a fork in the road. Shin Bing, who was driving, quickly called out, "Cao Xuan, we've reached a fork in the road. Quickly see if there's a rest area." "Oh, Cao Xuan zone that way." Focusing his eyes, he quickly exclaimed, "Go right. After another 20 kilometers, there's a rest area." Chapter 13, Go. The 20-kilometer journey arrived in the blink of an eye. Cao Xuan glanced at the time. It was 8:25. At this moment, entering would allow him to stay until tomorrow morning. He silently prayed in his heart, hoping there would still be parking spaces inside. Otherwise, he would have to continue on his way. After a turn, the vehicle entered a new station. A familiar prompt sounded in his ears, "Welcome to the rest area." Since he was already familiar with the rules of the rest area, Cao Xuan didn't listen closely and drove straight to the parking lot. He saw that several spots ahead were already occupied, and Cao Xuan could only continue driving back. His vehicle, with its relatively new exterior, attracted the attention of the survivors who arrived earlier. Why is their car so new? Could it be that they were lucky enough to drive a newer model? They were driving a small truck. Meanwhile, our old tricycle is drafty and nearly froze us on the way here. At least your tricycle has a larger storage space. My old man's car has only 10 slots. It's a nightmare. At this moment, a bespectacled man voiced his analysis. According to information from the military in the chat channel, the vehicle's appearance changes after upgrades. And only by upgrading quickly can one have a better chance of survival. They must have upgraded their vehicles at least once. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. How did they gather so many materials in just one day? Most of the survivors present had come cautiously and were still hungry. Only a few had some gains, but everyone's gaze turned towards the two men with fierce expressions next to the vehicle in the middle position. These two had somehow obtained a Glock 17 and, upon arrival, threatened everyone with their weapons to hand over useful items. No one dared to express their anger. The only two who had resisted them were now corpses, tossed in their own vehicle. This was the first time everyone truly felt how powerless humanity and law were in this hellish place. Cao Xuan slowly parked in the last available spot. Just then, the person in the second-to-last spot suddenly opened the car door. Miao Hong was pleasantly surprised. This brand-new small truck was exactly the one owned by the guy who had reminded him not to stay at the hospital earlier that day. He had arrived 10 minutes earlier, only to be extorted by those two big men as soon as he parked. Looking at the dart guns in their hands, and with the kind advice from other survivors, he had no choice but to let them check his storage compartment, where they found the only lighter he had on him. The storage compartment of each vehicle can only be opened by outsiders once all the owners are dead. Although the two big men claimed that they wouldn't harm anyone if they handed over everything, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't suddenly develop malicious intent in the middle of the night. Therefore, Miao Hong was eager to team up with Cao Xuan for safety, hoping that together they could survive the night more securely. Seeing Cao Xuan roll down his window, Miao Hong quickly bent down and warmly greeted him. "Hey bro, we meet again. Do you remember me?" Cao Xuan was slightly taken aback, his gaze falling on Miao Hong. And after a moment of recollection, he remembered this person. What a coincidence. "Hello, Ima Cao Xuan." Miao Hong hurriedly extended both hands and respectfully said, "Hello, Xiange." Em Miao Hong. Being called bro by a man twice his age felt a bit strange to Cao Xuan, but he still accepted the title calmly. After all, in this place, whoever has the skills is the boss. He opened a car door and got out, scanning the area to see that the survivors had clearly split into two groups. One group consisted of a dozen players, both men and women, looking at him with envy and pity. The other group was the two knife-wielding men, their eyes full of malice. Those two look really fierce. Shen Ting on the car couldn't help but whisper, "Miao Hong, you arrived early. Tell me about the current situation," Cao Xuan said, crossing his arms and leaning slightly against the car, asking casually. Miao Hong quickly moved closer to Cao Xuan, glanced in his direction, and lowered his voice. "Xinge, those two guys have weapons. They came in flaunting them and searched everyone for their belongings. Some who resisted them ended up getting killed. Xinge, just comply and let them search you later. We can take turns keeping watch tonight. They probably won't dare to go too far." As if hearing Miao Hong's voice, the two men slowly strolled over. A bald man looked sideways, casually swinging the Glock 17 in his hand, making a crisp sound. "Hey kid, let us search you and check your storage compartment. Hand over the good stuff. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." Cao Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. These two guys were surprisingly lucky to have gotten a gun on the first day. There was no way he would hand over his supplies accumulated in the storage compartment. He couldn't let others benefit from it. According to Cao Xuan's observations, the two only had one gun, and the man holding it had delicate hands, showing no signs of having worn ear protection while practicing with a gun. This meant that he had probably never touched a gun before coming here. Given this, there might be a way to deal with them. Just then, Shen Bing and Shen Ting happened to get out of the car and stood beside Cao Xuan. "Oh, there are two pretty girls," the bald man's companion suddenly shouted. The tall, skinny man's gaze wandered lewdly over Shen Bing and Shen Ting, his eyes filled with disgusting lust. The bald man leered, pointing the gun at Cao Xuan, saying, "Lazy, go check these two girls for hidden treasures." "Leave it to me," the tall man chuckled, rubbing his hands together, eagerly approaching Shen Bing and Shen Ting. Shen Ting instinctively stepped back in fear, and Miao Hong quickly leaned into Cao Xuan's ear, anxiously saying, "Xiange, endure for now. They have guns. They might just search you and not do anything too extreme." Although Miao Hong said this, he didn't really believe it himself. Even his half-aged teammate had been taken advantage of by these two, let alone these two girls, who were exceptionally beautiful. Cao Xuan appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was frantically brainstorming countermeasures. I am about 1.5 meters away from him, and an ordinary person without professional training usually takes 0.5 to 1 second from aiming to pulling the trigger. Given his stance, he probably wouldn't expect me to resist, which might delay his reaction time. As long as I can quickly rush over to him during this time, disrupt his shooting trajectory, or even snatch the gun away, I could counterattack. With my speed and explosiveness, completing this action would likely take about 1-2 seconds. Cao Xuan quickly simulated this action in his mind, trying to find flaws and opportunities. Just then, he felt his hand suddenly grasped by a cold, delicate hand. Judging by the size of this hand, it should be Sister Bing. He had previously held Shen Ting's hand, which was small and exquisite like a doll's. At this moment, he felt an unusual sensation in his palm. Shen Bing's fingers slowly slid across his palm, as if writing something, ultimately forming a single word. Go! Chapter 14. Seizing the gun, feeling the tingling sensation in his palm, Cao Xuan smiled slightly. It seemed that Shen Bing was also ready to take action. Given her sharpness, she must have taken a knife when she got out of the car. Cao Xuan believed that dealing with a defenseless pervert was not a big problem for Shen Bing with her skills. At worst, he could always seize the gun and support her. Cao Xuan took a deep breath, his gaze gradually sharpening. He slightly tilted his head and caught a glimpse of Shen Bing out of the corner of his eye. Seeing her calm expression and the fruit knife in her hand, he realized that the burly man had not noticed it due to the cover of her sleeve and the car door. Little sister, if you don't want to get shot, just stand still. Just when the tall, skinny man was about to reach Shun Bing and Shun Ting with his greasy hand, Cao Xuan moved. Like a flash of black lightning, he lunged at the bald man with lightning speed. The bald man, initially smug while pointing the gun at Cao Xuan, was caught off guard by this unexpected resistance and momentarily stunned. Relying on his precise judgment of distance and timing, Cao Xuan closed the gap before the bald man could react. He suddenly raised his hand, grabbing the bald man's wrist that was holding the gun and twisting it upwards with force. The bald man winced in pain, nearly dropping the Glock 17 in his hand. Taking advantage of the momentum, Cao Xuan pulled the gun into his possession and pressed it against the bald man's forehead. Almost simultaneously, Shun Bing also made her move. She suddenly drew her hand from behind the door, and with a flash of cold light, she stabbed directly at the tall, skinny man. The tall, skinny man was entirely focused on Shun Bing and Shun Ting, completely unprepared for Shun Bing's sudden counterattack. By the time he sensed the danger, the dagger was already approaching his throat. He stared wide-eyed in horror, but it was already too late to evade. The next moment, Shun Bing's fruit knife had plunged into his chest. The knife went in deep, and blood gushed out instantly. Ugh! The tall, skinny man let out a painful groan, his body swaying a few times before slowly collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief and unwillingness, as if he could not comprehend that this seemingly frail woman had acted so decisively and ruthlessly. Shun Bing, with a look of disgust, quickly pulled out the fruit knife and then stabbed him again. Her younger sister Shun Ting was her bottom line, and this man dared to lay his hands on her and her sister. He could not be forgiven. With the tall, skinny man dying in agony, the bald man, who had the gun pressed against his head by Cao Xuan, showed a look of terror. Brother, let us leave a line for each other so we can meet again in the future. Spare my life. I'll obey you from now on. The bald man never expected that these two women, along with a college student-looking Cao Xuan, would be so difficult to deal with. His voice trembled as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Cao Xuan smirked coldly at his words. If he and Shun Bing didn't have the strength, he couldn't imagine what their outcome would have been. Cao Xuan didn't dare to think too deeply. The actions of these two men had completely angered him. Spare you? Ha! Cao Xuan grabbed the man by the collar and dragged him to the side of the car, forcefully slamming his head against the hood. Bang! With a dull thud, a gash instantly appeared on the man's forehead, blood trickling down his cheek. I told you to search yourself, to leave a line, to let you. At that moment, Cao Xuan resembled an enraged beast, his strength astonishing, as he tightly grasped the man's hair, slamming his head against the car hood with each word he spoke. The man let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered, desperately struggling, his hands flailing in the air. It wasn't until the man fell silent, collapsing weakly to the ground, that Cao Xuan slowly released his grip. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, his eyes still filled with lingering anger. Scanning the crowd who had attacked, he turned his gaze to Miao Hong. Sorry for making a mess of your car. Miao Hong quickly glanced at the now dented car, its front covered in blood, and hurriedly replied, It's no problem. No problem. Exhaling deeply, Cao Xuan examined the Glock 17 in his hand. Brand new Glock 17 pistol. Classic semi-automatic pistol with high reliability and excellent shooting performance. Lightweight for easy carrying and operation. Standard magazine capacity of 17 rounds, equipped with 9mm caliber bullets. Effective range of up to 50 meters. Durability, 98, magazine, 717, only 7 rounds left. Cao Xuan mumut that fun. Miao Hong, hearing this, showed a shocked expression. You can tell how many bullets are left just by looking at the pistol. He thought for a moment and then asked Xiange, You're not military personnel, are you? He speculated that with such skills, Cao Xuan must frequently handle guns, which was typically a privilege of the military. No. Cao Xuan shook his head and then said to Miao Hong, Come help me with something. Miao Hong was puzzled, but did not doubt him, quickly responding, Okay. Cao Xuan walked to the two men's vehicle, which was also an old van. Ulin Lai, Sun Tao's vehicle, LV1 van. Currently unable to disassemble directly, disassemble others' vehicles function unlocked at vehicle LV3. Cao Xuan wasn't surprised that he couldn't disassemble it directly. He had originally asked Miao Hong to help him move things and dismantle the car. He first opened the car door, revealing a pile of clothes, a small hammer, water bottles, and other items, with half a piece of dry bread on top. Miao Hong chimed in. Xiange, these things were all stolen from us by those two. Cao Xuan shook his head, looking down on such trivial items. You go get everyone over. Let us get our things back. Miao Hong immediately smiled and loudly announced, friends, this Cao Xuan brother is willing to return the stuff those two bastards stole from us. The crowd, who had been in shock at how quickly the two big men were dealt with, was elated to hear this news, knowing they wouldn't have to live in fear that night, and that Cao Xuan was willing to return their supplies. Cao Xuan brother is awesome. Xingu is so cool. Cheers erupted. Cao Xuan turned and opened the van's trunk to check the storage table. Iron ingots, 27. Glass pieces, 35. Bottled water, 2. 9mm bullets, 12. Star coins, 2. Gasoline, 60L, 1. Although the items weren't many, it was better than nothing, and there were star coins and bullets as well. Cao Xuan was quite satisfied with this. He took all these items out and called Miao Hong to help him move them back to his car. After that, Cao Xuan planned to dismantle everything that could be taken apart on the van. After all, resources shouldn't be wasted. The doors and parts that could be removed without tools were all taken off by Cao Xuan. At this moment, the crowd, having retrieved their belongings, gathered around to help Cao Xuan carry things. Ultimately, all the dismantled parts were placed on the disassembly table for processing. For car doors, a bumper or a hood, everything was disassembled, yielding a total of 200 iron ingots. Having completed all this, the time had quietly reached 10 p.m. Most people had closed their car doors, preparing to rest. They hadn't eaten all night, and most hadn't even drunk any water, having to endure hunger and thirst until the next day. Meanwhile, Cao Xuan and the others did not choose to return to the car immediately. He took out some wooden planks, carefully chopped them with a kitchen knife, and then lit them, creating a warm flame. Next, he carved a few wooden sticks and built a simple wooden frame to roast the dog meat he had obtained during the day. Before long, the flames joyfully licked the dog meat, producing a sizzling and enticing sound, while the fat slowly oozed out, dripping onto the flames and creating a thick, meaty smoke. Cao Xuan focused on continuously turning the dog meat to ensure that every part was evenly heated. As the meat was nearing completion, he opened a bag of salt he had found at the scrapyard and carefully sprinkled it evenly over the meat. The enticing aroma gradually spread through the air, becoming more and more intense. It smelled so good. Shen Ting's eyes instantly lit up, and a droplet of saliva involuntarily slipped from the corner of her mouth, which she quickly sucked back in. Shen Bing's stomach also let out an untimely gurgle, and her face instantly turned red, as if it could bleed. Cao Xuan chuckled lightly and took out 2 bottles of drinks, handing one to each of the 2 girls. It should be about done now. Let's dig in. Chapter 15. Cargo Modification Card. Shen Ting let out a cheer, eagerly reaching for the roasted dog meat, only to be burned and yelped ouch. Shen Bing saw this and gave her sister a reproachful look, gently swatting her hand away. Then she picked up a piece of golden brown dog meat, carefully blew on it, and handed it to Shen Ting. Shen Ting took the meat, bit into it, and her face was filled with satisfaction. It's so delicious. Cao Xuan, you should eat too. Shen Bing, on the other hand, ate slowly, trying hard to maintain elegance, but her increasingly quick pace revealed her hunger. Cao Xuan watched the 2 girls enjoying their meal and took a piece of meat himself, taking a bite. It really tastes good. He couldn't help but praise. This simply roasted dog meat, though lacking complex seasonings, tasted especially delicious in this resource-scarce survival environment. The 3 were happily eating, and the tempting aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the cold night air to other vehicles. In the next vehicle, Miao Hong had curled up his seat, preparing to sleep, when suddenly his teammate, Zhang Xia, shook him awake. Old Miao, wake up. What is it? Miao Hong opened his sleepy eyes impatiently. He was cold and hungry, only wanted to sleep through the long night until morning. Do you smell something delicious? Zhang Xia's tone was filled with excitement. Delicious smell? Miao Hong sat up, sniffing the air vigorously, and indeed caught a whiff of enticing meat aroma. Is that roasted meat? His nose twitched, and surprise flickered in his eyes. It had been too long since he had smelled such an enticing scent. In this extremely resource-scarce survival environment, it felt like a heavenly sound from paradise. Soon, he tracked down the source of the aroma, right next to Cao Xuan's truck, where the flickering flames were indeed the origin of the roasted meat smell. It's Cao Xuan and the others roasting meat. Zhang Xia swallowed hard, her eyes filled with desire, saying, it looks like they have quite a bit, and they also have 2 girls. They definitely can't finish it all. Miao Hong frowned slightly and said, what do you mean by that? Brother Cao Xuan has already helped us a lot. How can we let him give us such precious food for free? Who said it's for free? Zhang Xia immediately argued. We could trade with them. Trade? What do we have to trade? This lighter, Brother Cao Xuan probably doesn't need it, Miao Hong said helplessly. Just then, Zhang Xia quickly pulled out a shiny little card from under the passenger seat cushion. When she saw the two big men about to search her, she had quickly stuffed the card under the seat. This was something they had picked up when they passed a vehicle repair shop during the day. They had heard strange noises as soon as they entered and rushed out, but unexpectedly found this card. It was a cargo modification card. As long as the vehicle has a suitable space, a cargo compartment can be added. However, their vehicle couldn't use it, right? Brother Cao Xuan's truck definitely has enough space for modification. Since we can't use it, why not trade it for some food? Zhang Xia said excitedly. Miao Hong looked at the modification card in Zhang Xia's hand, and his hesitation gradually faded. All right, let's go try. If Brother Cao Xuan doesn't want to trade, we won't force it. The two carefully walked towards Cao Xuan's truck with a modification card. At this moment, Shun Ting, Shun Bing, and Cao Xuan were gathered around the campfire, enjoying the delicious roasted meat. The wall and the truck behind them cleverly blocked most of the cold wind. With the roaring flames, the three were drinking beverages and eating roasted meat, feeling incredibly comfortable. Cao Xuan was the first to notice the footsteps behind him. He turned around cautiously and saw familiar figures. Miao Hong? Miao Hong scratched his head a bit embarrassedly and said, Brother Cao Xuan, we just smelled the aroma of the roasted meat and couldn't help ourselves. We don't want to take your food for free. We want to trade something. He gestured for Zhang Xia to show the modification card. Zhang Xia looked at the roasted meat in the three's hands and swallowed hard, quickly handing over the modification card. Cao Xuan took the modification card, and a prompt appeared in front of him. Special item, cargo modification card. This card contains special modification techniques and crafts, which can be used to add a cargo compartment to compatible vehicles. The modified cargo compartment not only greatly increases storage space, but also has certain protective features, effectively resisting external impacts and harsh environmental erosion. Material consumption: iron ingot 300, foam board 100, rust-proof paint 3 cans. Cao Xuan's eyes lit up. He thought they had found nothing, but unexpectedly they had picked up such a good item. This item has requirements for the vehicle model. Most vehicles simply do not have enough space for modification, but his small truck is just right for it. Deal, Cao Xuan decisively said. He took off a large piece of roasted hind leg meat and handed it to Miao Hong, which he had planned to save for the road, and then handed him 4 bottles of water. Is this too much? Miao Hong looked at the piece of meat about the size of his arm, and the 4 bottles of water, surprised. It's not too much. This modification card is worth this much. Cao Xuan shook his head, saying seriously. He didn't consider himself a great benefactor, but he wouldn't do anything too unscrupulous either. Miao Hong took the meat and water, his face filled with gratitude, saying, Thank you so much, Brother Cao Xuan. Not long after Miao Hong finished speaking, more figures gathered around the fire. They were survivors from other vehicles, all drawn by the aroma, with gasps and sounds of swallowing rising and falling. They were actually eating roasted meat. It smells so good. After a while, a man wearing glasses stepped forward. Hello, friend. We are all still hungry, and you have so much food here. You 3 can't finish it all, so why not share a little with us? We are all survivors in this apocalypse, helping each other out a bit. The man with glasses wore a fake smile, but his eyes greedily fixated on the remaining roasted meat on the grill. Exactly. You have so much food. To you, it's just a drop in the bucket, but to us, it's life-saving food. Yes, we're all in the same boat. What's wrong with sharing some food? Don't be so stingy. As soon as the glasses man spoke, his 2 female teammates immediately echoed him, and several people joined in as well. Cao Xuan sneered at their words. His eyes filled with disdain. A quick glance revealed that these people were the ones who had taken back their stolen items from their vehicle during the day and had walked away without even saying thank you. Shun Ting and Shun Bing were also furious, their brows furrowing. These people were so shamelessly engaging in moral coercion. It was simply too much. Cao Xuan, Thou Wen. And before he could speak, Miao Hong jumped in. Brother, this roasted meat didn't come for free. I traded this modification card with Brother Cao Xuan for it. Food is so precious now. You should know that if you want to eat, you need to trade something of value. Miao Hong was someone who understood gratitude, and in his view, he had already taken advantage of Cao Xuan, so he stepped forward without hesitation to strongly counter the glasses man. The glasses man and the women were at a loss for words, but those women showed faint signs of throwing a tantrum as they squeezed to the front of the crowd. Don't be so stingy, or when you're in trouble later, don't expect us to help. One woman said, her hand already reaching toward the fire. Bang! Anger flashed in Cao Xuan's eyes as he quickly reached out and slapped her hand hard. The woman screamed and quickly withdrew her hand, her face revealing a mix of anger and grievance. "What are you doing? How can you hit someone?" she shouted, covering her injured hand. Cao Xuan immediately stood up and without hesitation gave her a loud slap across the face. Another crisp sound echoed. He drew his gun from his waist, his gaze icy, and said in a deep voice, "You can have food, but you need to trade for it. Common upgrade materials and items. Anything will do. If you want to rob, feel free to come up and try." As soon as Cao Xuan finished speaking, the area fell into silence. Even the woman who had just been slapped was now trembling in fear and dared not speak. They originally thought that Cao Xuan might be young and thin-skinned, and perhaps they could get some food through moral coercion. But as soon as Cao Xuan got angry, they suddenly remembered that this was a ruthless character who had decisively killed 2 big men without hesitation. Moreover, he had a gun in his hand. Engaging in moral coercion in front of him was equivalent to seeking death. There were quite a few others who hadn't spoken up earlier. They genuinely wanted to trade for some food, but unfortunately, they had nothing useful on them besides their clothes. Suddenly, a young man in his early 20s had a bright idea. After communicating with his teammate for a moment, he quickly ran to their vehicle. After a moment, when the two returned, one was carrying a car hood, and the other was holding a trunk door. "Bro, can we trade these two for some food?" the young man asked nervously. Chapter 16. The carriage. Looking at the items in the hands of the 2 men, everyone was stunned. Cao Xuan was equally shocked, mouth agape, while Shinting almost burst out laughing. No way. These 2 guys dismantled their own car just to trade for food? Cao Xuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. One of the young men, who still seemed to be a student, scratched his head and said shyly, "I saw you dismantle those 2 guys' cars earlier, and I suddenly thought of this idea. Anyway, once we find supplies, the car can be fixed." I have to say, these 2 young men were quite quick-witted. This was equivalent to taking out a loan for food, but they would have to endure some hardship until they found enough materials to repair the car. Seeing the hopeful expressions on their faces, Cao Xuan nodded and took the items from them. The car's hood and trunk were supposed to be placed on the disassembly platform, totaling 35 iron ingots. Cao Xuan thought for a moment, took out a bottle of water, and cut off a piece of meat the size of a palm from the meat roasting over the fire. "How about this? 35 iron ingots for a bottle of water and this piece of meat," Cao Xuan said. "Thank you so much." The 2 young men were full of gratitude as they quickly accepted the water and food from Cao Xuan. They never expected to get so much in return. It's worth noting that on the current trading platform, a bottle of water was even listed for several hundred iron ingots. If anyone else wants to trade, it will be at that price, Cao Xuan said, scanning the surrounding people. He had also noticed the prices on the trading platform, but he felt those prices had no reference value. After all, there were very few people with water and food right now, and even if someone got some, most would keep it for themselves. Thus, those few who listed items for sale on the platform, feeling unwilling to sell at a low price, would set prices far exceeding the actual value of goods, and no one would buy them no matter how long they stayed listed. Upon hearing Cao Xuan's words, the remaining few exchanged glances, their eyes revealing an uncontrollable desire. They were truly starving, and after sweating all day, their bodies were extremely dehydrated. The people in the same car huddled together, whispering for a moment before quickly returning to the car to start dismantling any removable parts. In no time, the sounds of forced disassembly echoed around the cars. Some people lacked the strength to dismantle parts and simply picked up stones to smash the car components. Soon, they came to Cao Xuan with the dismantled car parts. Some, like the earlier 2 young men, had taken the hood and trunk. Others, worried that the car would leak air at night, only removed the hood. Cao Xuan exchanged the desired water and food for these people based on the number of iron ingots obtained from the disassembled parts. After finishing with the 6th person, Cao Xuan inadvertently looked up and saw a familiar face. Wasn't that the bespectacled man who had previously wanted him to give him food for free? His 2 female teammates were beside him. Looking at the few people in line behind them, they were all part of the group that had mocked the bespectacled man earlier. They had initially refused to give in, but seeing others enjoying the delicious grilled meat was simply unbearable. Cao Xuan's expression darkened as he coldly said, "You guys, don't even think about trading." "Why not?" The bespectacled man looked astonished. He had already dismantled the car, and now he was being told he couldn't trade? "Huh!" Cao Xuan raised his gun and aimed it at the man, saying, "If you don't leave now, you won't be able to." The bespectacled man and his 2 female teammates looked at the dark muzzle of Cao Xuan's gun, and their astonishment quickly turned to fear as their legs began to tremble. "Leave!" Cao Xuan shouted again coldly. "We're not trading anymore." The remaining people immediately scattered in a panic. "I can't stand these people." Shin Ting frowned and said. Shin Bing looked a bit worried. What if they hold a grudge against us? We have guns and weapons. We won't have any problems, Cao Xuan said, not too concerned. But added, however, we should take turns keeping watch at night. I'll take the first shift. The two girls nodded in agreement. Cao Xuan then got up to study the modification card. They still had a total of 410 iron ingots, and the 300 ingots required for the modification were already gathered. What was missing were just 3 barrels of paint and 100 foam boards, neither of which had been seen today. However, Cao Xuan believed that while they might not have them, there would definitely be players who did. So he immediately opened his wristband and posted a message in the chat channel. Looking to buy paint and foam boards. Can trade for water and food. As soon as Cao Xuan's message was sent, it caused a stir in the chat channel. Wow, big boss. You are the first to trade water and food in the chat channel. But the items you want to trade for are too rare. I picked up a few hundred stones. Can I trade for some food? Hey, can I trade a raw high C for a bottle of water? I have a crowbar. Who can trade me some food? I take whatever I see. And I actually have 3 barrels of paint. Big boss. Let's trade. Survivors continued to flood the chat, and Cao Xuan's backend received several friend requests. Shen Ting leaned on Cao Xuan's shoulder and, noticing one of the requests, said, Cao Xuan, don't accept a request. What if she brings a disease? I'll secretly give you mine after my sister falls asleep tonight. She was pointing directly at the woman who wanted to trade food for high C. Cao Xuan rubbed his forehead, looking helpless as he said, Of course I won't trade with her. Saying this, he directly rejected the girl's friend request and readily accepted several requests from those who noted they had paint and foam boards. Since these 2 items were currently not needed for vehicle upgrades, Cao Xuan bought them at a very low price. He spent a total of 2 bottles of water and half a compressed biscuit to acquire 3 barrels of white paint and 200 foam boards. Cao Xuan took out the modification card, and a prompt immediately popped up saying, Materials have been gathered. Do you want to use them? Below it were 2 virtual buttons, yes and no. Cao Xuan clicked yes without hesitation. In the next moment, a brilliant light illuminated the parking lot. The vehicle was enveloped in light and quickly began to change. The glowing mass surrounding the car suddenly expanded, and after a few seconds, the light gradually dissipated, revealing that the originally open truck bed had transformed into a brand new carriage. The carriage was small, but it could shield from wind and rain compared to the original truck bed. Moreover, with foam boards for insulation. Resting on a layer of foam boards inside would surely be warmer and more comfortable than sitting on the car seats. It's getting late, we should sleep. I'll take the first watch tonight, Cao Xuan said as he opened the carriage door and peeked inside. Cao Xuan, it's so dark inside. Shen Ting clung to Cao Xuan's arm and said playfully, How about we don't keep watch and just sleep together? Cao Xuan gently shook his head and firmly refused. We have to keep watch at night. What if someone breaks our windows, steals our stuff, and drives away? You two should sleep first. Let's lay down the foam boards in the carriage together, he said. Shen Ting had to obediently nod in agreement. At that moment, Shen Bing spoke up. Let's each take 2-hour shifts. I'll take over from you at 2 a.m. Cao Xuan nodded in agreement. At this moment, he wouldn't force himself to stay awake. He would need to drive tomorrow, and driving while fatigued was absolutely not acceptable. Chapter 17. Mistaken embrace. After helping to close the compartment door, Cao Xuan sat alone in the driver's seat again, the Glock 17 always strapped to his waist. Through the glass, Miao Hong waved vigorously to greet him, indicating that they planned to keep watch tonight as well. Cao Xuan nodded in response to Miao Hong. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat to rest. However, whenever drowsiness washed over him like a tide, he would promptly open the car window, letting the cold night air brush against his face, forcibly dispelling the waves of fatigue. Soon, 2 hours passed. Suddenly, the sidecar door was gently pulled open, and Shen Bing's slightly drowsy face appeared before him. The cool moonlight spilled over her face, adding a touch of hazy beauty. Cao Xuan, let me take over the watch. You go get some rest, she said. Okay, thank you, Bing Bing Jia. Cao Xuan nodded and stepped out of the car. In the distance, Miao Hong watched the scene with a hint of envy in his eyes. Having such a top-tier beauty as a teammate, not only high in looks but also so understanding, was indeed enviable. Thinking about his own teammate, Zhang Xia, although she could clarify things with patient communication, expecting her to take the initiative to replace him on time was simply a fantasy. Miao Hong sighed inwardly, thinking, sigh, I should wake Zhang Xia soon and then go get some rest myself. Miao Hong si get si don't. Meanwhile, Cao Xuan walked to the back of the car and opened a small gap in the door. The cold wind outside rushed in like an icy blade, and he dared not open the gap too wide, fearing that the biting cold would wake Shen Ting, who was still sound asleep in the compartment. Quickly stepping into the compartment, Cao Xian gently shut the door. It was pitch dark inside, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He could only rely on memory and touch to navigate further inside. After a few steps, his hand brushed against a piece of fabric, and, immediately, a soft and warm sensation transmitted from his fingertips. This was Shun Ting's body. The three of them had simply laid a foam board to make a bed and used clothes as blankets. At this moment, that warm sensation undoubtedly belonged to Shun Ting. Cao Xuan didn't want to wake her, so he tried to move quietly as he felt his way down and lay down. Then, he picked up a piece of clothing and gently covered himself with it. But just a few seconds after closing his eyes, Cao Xuan felt something stuffed into his hand. What is this? Is it clothing or something else? Just as Cao Xuan was puzzled, Shun Ting suddenly snuggled closer to him. Cao Xuan ge. These are the socks you wanted. Hearing this, Cao Xuan was instantly stunned, his body freezing in place, feeling a sense of powerlessness, as if he had been the subject of a false rumor. When did he ever say he wanted this? He had clearly been rejecting it all along. Shun Ting misunderstood his rejection as being shy, and she rubbed against him again, directly stuffing the item into Cao Xuan's pocket, not caring at all what he would do with it. What use do I have for these socks? Cao Xuan thought helplessly with a wry smile. At this moment, Shun Ting's soft voice rang out from his embrace. Cao Xuan go, let's cuddle together to sleep. It will be warmer. Where their skin made contact, Cao Xuan could indeed feel a slight chill radiating from her body, so he nodded. Okay, let's sleep quickly. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. However, Cao Xuan clearly underestimated the allure of Shun Ting's graceful figure and overestimated his own self-control. After hearing Cao Xuan's agreement, Shun Ting leaned closer to him again. But soon, she noticed something was off, and her pretty face instantly turned bright red. Cao Xuan, go are you? I'm sorry, Ting Ting. Cao Xuan said with a helpless smile. It's fine. Shun Ting shook her head, not only not resisting, but rather thinking this was a sign that Cao Xuan liked her. So, Cao Xuan go, are you uncomfortable? How about I? Huh? Ting Ting. Suddenly, a loud beeping broke the silence in the compartment, and Shun Ting hurriedly raised her hand to turn off the alarm on her watch. 2 hours are up. I need to go switch with my sister. Saying this, Shun Ting quickly sat up and began to tidy her clothes. By this time, Cao Xuan had regained his composure, and drowsiness surged over him again. Soon, Shun Ting got dressed, opened the door slightly, and quietly slipped out. After Cao Xuan tidied himself up, he groggily closed his eyes again. In a hazy sleepiness, he felt a figure lying next to him. With Shun Ting no longer in his arms, he felt an emptiness, and in his dazed state, he instinctively thought the person lying beside him was still Shun Ting. He pulled her into his embrace, saying, "Don't move, just sleep." However, the person who had been adjusting her sleeping position, Shun Bing, suddenly felt herself being pulled tightly into Cao Xuan's embrace. Having never had such intimate contact with a male before, Shun Bing's body instantly stiffened, her mind going blank. Why did Cao Xuan suddenly hug me? Was it intentional, or just an unconscious action in his sleep? Shun Bing's mind was racing with thoughts. Just as Shun Bing was lost in her thoughts, Cao Xuan held her tighter, his legs pinning her in place, as if he were treating her like a large, plush pillow. Chapter 18. Injecting Shun Bing at this moment. Shun Bing felt as if she had been hit by a paralysis spell, unable to move. Cao Xuan's large hand seemed to be searching for the most comfortable resting place, quietly slipping under her clothing. In the initial moment, Shun Bing did not make any move to stop him, but when she realized the development of the situation, it was too late. Without noticing, her pulse had already been firmly grasped by someone, and trying to stop it was no longer possible. At this moment, she had none of the coldness and wisdom of her usual self as a female CO, only the unique shyness of a young woman, a flush creeping up her cheeks. Cao Xuan, Cao Xuan, Shun Bing murmured softly, trying to call Cao Xuan's attention. However, all that responded to her was Cao Xuan's faint snoring. Shun Bing immediately found herself in a dilemma. If she woke Cao Xuan, wouldn't he see the current situation of the two? What if she didn't wake him? Perhaps after a while, Cao Xuan would change positions, and she could take the opportunity to break free. As long as she could hold on and not fall asleep, there might still be a chance. Shun Bing struggled internally, and finally made a difficult decision. She silently prayed in her heart, "I must hold on, and wait until I successfully break free from Cao Xuan's embrace before I can sleep peacefully." 10 minutes later, Cao Xuan still showed no signs of waking up, but Shun Bing was getting more and more drowsy. Ultimately, Shun Bing could no longer resist the urge to sleep. Her eyelids grew heavier, and she slowly closed her eyes. The night was quiet, and the car was filled only with the faint sound of their breathing. After an unknown amount of time, Cao Xuan slowly woke up, groggily moving his body. He suddenly felt as if his hand was touching a soft and warm skin. Is it Ting? Cao Xuan guessed in his heart, instinctively tightening his grip. Soon, he felt as if struck by lightning, his body jolting. This size doesn't feel right. Immediately, memories from before he fell asleep surged back like a tide. Ting had gone to keep watch, which meant that the person he was now intimately embraced with was Sister Bingbing. Cao Xuan's heart began to race uncontrollably. Bing is not Ting. If she wakes up, she might kill me. Cao Xuan couldn't help but swallow hard, his throat feeling extremely dry. Then, he began to carefully and slowly move his body, trying to distance himself from Bing. Only after completely separating Bing from his embrace did Cao Xuan wipe the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead, feeling a sense of relief. He glanced at the time. It was already 6:10 a.m. Cao Xuan leaned in closer, took a careful look, and confirmed that Bing seemed to show no signs of waking up. He gently tapped her shoulder. Sister Bingbing, it's time to get up. Cao Xuan. What time is it? Bing rubbed her eyes and sat up. It's 6:10, Cao Xuan replied somewhat nervously. Oh, for some reason, Bing's cheeks were still flushed, as if she had applied a light layer of blush. The car fell into a silence, the atmosphere feeling somewhat awkward. After several seconds, Bing seemed to wake from a dream, realizing that her behavior seemed a bit off. She hurriedly half-squatted up. Let me go wash up quickly. Ting is probably waiting anxiously. Then, Bing hurriedly exited the car. Cao Xuan was left scratching his head in place. Did Sister Bingbing wake up just now? That shouldn't be possible. Based on his understanding of Bing, if she knew he had done that kind of thing, she would likely just slap him directly. After thinking for a long time, without coming to a clear conclusion, Cao Xuan decided to leave the car as well. The two girls were already squatting on the ground, brushing their teeth with mineral water, being quite frugal, using only a little water each time to rinse their mouths. Despite this, many survivors nearby looked on enviously. They hadn't even been able to drink water, while Cao Xuan and the others had already started brushing their teeth with mineral water. After the three finished washing up, Cao Xuan took out some compressed biscuits. Each of the three took a piece and leaned against the side of the car, enjoying their meal. Upon seeing this scene, many people turned a shade of red with envy. They angrily drove away from the rest area, as if looking at Cao Xuan and the others for another moment would only increase their jealousy. A few others hesitated, wondering if they should find a way to trade some compressed biscuits with Cao Xuan, but after much thought, they chose to leave. After all, perhaps today they could also gain something, so why just watch others enjoy food? Soon, the parking lot was left with only the small truck of Cao Xuan and the three of them, parked there alone. After finishing the last piece of compressed biscuit, Cao Xuan took a sip of water and cleared his throat. Let us go check the vending machine. Today we could try to challenge a platform with lower difficulty. They had encountered many platforms more than once. Avoiding them forever was not a long-term solution. It was better to seize the time to strengthen their capabilities. After all, platforms with certain dangers naturally offered richer rewards than ordinary ones. Okay, we'll follow you, Brother Cao Xuan. The two girls nodded in agreement, and the three walked to the vending machine together. Now, they had a total of 19 3-star soul coins in hand, which was quite a considerable fortune for most survivors. Many people hadn't even seen what star soul coins looked like. The three stood in front of the vending machine, whispering and discussing for a moment before finally deciding to buy a medical kit first. The medical kit was priced at 3-star soul coins, and with Ting's discountability, it only cost 2 7-star soul coins. Beep, you have successfully purchased a medical kit too. 7-star soul coins have been deducted. Medical kit can restore 60 health within 3 minutes after use. A palm-sized white bandage package fell in front of them. If it weren't for the clear effect mentioned at the time of purchase, Cao Xuan would think it was just an ordinary bandage. Cao Xuan carefully checked the items priced under 20-star soul coins and identified 2 things that were urgently needed. One was a physical enhancement potion, priced at 12-star soul coins. The effect stated it could slightly enhance personal attributes, with the enhancement varying from person to person. Generally speaking, the lower the personal attribute, the better the enhancement effect, and the effect would gradually decrease with increased usage. Buying this potion would definitely give them a significant boost in strength. The other item they needed was a Glock pistol magazine. Cao Xuan currently had 19 bullets left, and one magazine could hold 17 bullets, priced at 5-star soul coins. After buying the physical enhancement potion, he would have 5 8-star soul coins left, just enough to buy one magazine. Thus, under Cao Xuan's analysis and suggestion, Shun Ting decisively bought both the physical enhancement potion and the magazine. Moments later, these two items appeared on the ground. Cao Xuan looked down. The physical enhancement potion was contained in a slender syringe. The syringe was completely transparent and crystal clear, the needle being thicker than a regular medical syringe, with a light blue liquid inside, gently swaying. Looking at the glinting needle, Cao Xuan felt a shiver in his heart. A needle this thick would surely not feel good. Cao Xuan, you should use the enhancement potion, Shun Bing said, picking up the potion and handing it to Cao Xuan. Cao Xuan was taken aback, then shook his head. The lower the attribute value, the more cost-effective it is to use. My base value is higher than yours. Logically speaking, it would be best for Ting Ting to use it. Hearing this, Shun Ting quickly shook her head. She recalled the painful experience of being injected by a doctor when she was young. She definitely did not want to be poked in the butt by such a thick needle. Brother Cao Xuan, why don't we let sister do it? Yeah. Cao Xuan nodded in agreement. That was what he was thinking too. Shun Ting was originally a weak fighter, and even with increased stats, she was just a slightly stronger weak fighter. If Shun Bing could further enhance her stats while she had a gun, their overall strength would greatly improve. Bing Bing, it's really most suitable for you to use it now, so don't refuse. This. Shun Bing tilted her head, seemingly struggling internally for a moment, then nodded vigorously and said, all right then. Cao Xuan, help me out. After saying that, Shun Bing extended her small arm, as white as jade, which trembled slightly in the air. Seeing this, Shun Ting couldn't help but chuckle. Sister was so scared of injections when she was a child. She would cry every time she saw a nurse. So annoying. Shun Bing blushed and slapped Shun Ting on the back. Cao Xuan was taken aback. He didn't expect that this cold female CEO was actually a little girl who was afraid of injections when she was younger. Cao Xuan looked at Shun Bing's outstretched arm, which was pale and delicate. The skin on her arm was smooth and fine, almost revealing faint blood vessel patterns. Cao Xuan took a deep breath to steady his mind, grasped Shun Bing's arm, and said, Bing Bing, hold on, I'm going to do it. Attached is a beautiful photo of Shun Bing, asking readers to follow up more and give a good review. Chapter 19, entering the horror ward. Cao Xuan tried to make his movements as gentle as possible as he aimed the needle at the blood vessel in Shun Bing's forearm and slowly pierced it. Shun Bing's body trembled slightly, biting her lip, and her brows furrowed tightly. Does it hurt? Cao Xuan slowed down his movements. It's okay, keep going, Shun Bing said, forcing a smile despite the pain. Cao Xuan nodded and continued to slowly push the light blue liquid from the syringe into Shun Bing's body. As the liquid was injected, a faint blue light gradually appeared on Shun Bing's forearm. Soon, the blue light began to spread throughout her body. Shun Bing felt a warm current flowing through her body, as if countless tiny ants were crawling in her veins, both itchy and numb. She couldn't help but let out a moan, her body uncontrollably trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Fortunately, there wasn't much liquid left in the syringe, and Cao Xuan had finished injecting it and pulled out the needle. Bing Bing, sister. How are you? Cao Xuan and Shun Ting looked at Shun Bing nervously. Shun Bing bit her lip and slowly sat up. I feel like my body has become much stronger. It's increasing bit by bit. She could sense her body changing, her strength gradually increasing. And that feeling was both strange and wonderful. After a while, the blue light gradually dissipated and Shun Bing's body stopped trembling. She slowly opened her eyes, glanced at her watch, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. My agility and strength have increased by 2 points, and my physique has increased by 1 point. My strength is now 9, agility 10, and physique 7. No wonder it's called a reinforcement agent. It's truly terrifying. Cao Xuan also showed a look of surprise. Now Shun Bing's strength and agility were higher than his. Although it was only a difference of 1 or 2 points, in practice, the gap was significant. If he could have previously lifted Shun Bing and beaten her, now he would likely only be able to rely on experience to maneuver around her, and even a slight miscalculation could lead to defeat. Shun Bing excitedly waved her fists a few times, while Cao Xuan prepared the medical kit and bullets. We should hit the road. The two girls packed their things quickly and got into the car, while Cao Xuan filled the gas tank and took the driver's seat. Cao Xuan started the car, and it slowly drove out of the rest area, quickly entering the highway and speeding up. The temperature in the morning hadn't risen, so it was quite cold inside the car. The three of them wrapped their coats tightly around themselves. And it wasn't until the sun began to rise that the temperature inside the car slowly increased. When people are cold, hormones are secreted to help the body fight off the cold, making them feel more alert. However, as the temperature rose, Cao Xuan began to feel drowsy. He had only slept for 2 hours the previous night. Cao Xuan rubbed his eyes, forcing himself to stay alert. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw Shan Ting still leaning against her seat, a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth as she slept soundly. Shen Bing yawned, looking puzzled. How can Ting Ting be so sleepy? Cao Xuan scratched his head, unsure how to respond. All things considered, Shen Ting had actually only slept for the first 2 hours of the night. During the next 2 hours, she had been helping herself. In the last 2 hours, she had gone on watch, so naturally she was extremely tired. It might have been too cold last night, and she didn't rest well. Let Ting Ting sleep a bit more, Cao Xuan said. That's good. I'll switch with you later so you can sleep a little, Shen Bing said, somewhat puzzled, but still very concerned about her sister, worried that Shen Ting might catch a cold. So she took off her coat and gently covered Shen Ting with it. The car continued to drive across the endless, desolate expanse. Finally, at 9:30, they received the first alert. Continuing forward 10 kilometers will lead to a danger zone. Horror ward. A very familiar alert. This was the third time they had encountered it. However, this time, Cao Xuan was prepared to go in and take a look. Brother Cao Xuan, what time is it now? At this moment, Shen Ting's soft voice came from behind. She pulled away the clothes Shen Bing had draped over her, took a piece of tissue to wipe the sweat from her forehead, chest, and abdomen. Within these 2 hours, the temperature in the car had risen to nearly 30 degrees. She had been sleeping in a coat, and with Shen Bing covering her, it had directly woken her up from the heat. It's 9:30, Cao Xuan replied. Ting Ting, you woke up just in time. The next stop is the horror ward. This time I want to try going in. Upon hearing this news, Shen Bing instantly became alert and turned her gaze to Cao Xuan. Is it safe? Shen Bing asked. Cao Xuan nodded and began to analyze. According to the alert, the dangers they would encounter in the hospital come from the modified patients. Based on the information that a physique reinforcement agent can be found in the principal's office, it can be inferred that the modified patients are likely test subjects used to study the physique reinforcement agent. Shen Bing had already used this agent, and they knew its effects. Although it was powerful, it still couldn't allow one to escape the bounds of humanity. In other words, even if these patients were extremely strong, they were just stronger humans. Now that he held the truth, he naturally had nothing to fear. However, the necessary preparations still needed to be made. Therefore, Cao Xuan said to the two sisters, Bing Bing, Ting Ting, you two check the exchange to see if there is anything useful for us. We could trade water and food. The two girls agreed and then opened their watches to continuously refresh the exchange. Due to the current scarcity of water and food, trading was not difficult. Brother Cao Xuan, I just traded a compressed biscuit and a bottle of water for 3 flashlights. Since this is a hospital that does some kind of biochemical experiments on modified patients, it's possible there could be toxic gas, so I traded for 3 simple gas masks. Hey Cao Xuan, someone is offering a military knife, but he wants 3 bottles of water in exchange. Trade. We're not short on water, as the two girls traded for a lot of useful items. Cao Xuan drove the vehicle into the horror ward station. After parking the car, the 3 quickly got out and began to arm themselves. Flashlights, energy supplementing food, water, weapons, and gas masks were strapped around their waists and stuffed into pockets. After checking their equipment, Cao Xuan took a deep breath. Now, it's time to go in. The horror ward was a standalone building, as if a survival game had directly extracted a hospital from reality. The 3 stood in front of the horror ward's entrance, the dilapidated hospital door ajar, creaking ominously. Cao Xuan took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the truth gun, and was the first to step through the doorway. Shen Bing and Shen Ting followed closely behind, their flashlights illuminating the dim corridor. The moment they entered the hospital, the 3 smelled a nauseating stench of decay mixed with the scent of disinfectant in the air, making them feel nauseous. Just as they were shining their flashlights around, the iron door behind them slammed shut with a bang. Below are the detailed rules for this area. Horror ward, please listen carefully. Chapter 20, Crisis in the Hospital Ward 1. To enter this area, you must survive for at least 1 hour before leaving. The maximum stay is 24 hours. The longer you stay, the more difficult it becomes. 2. You must find a key card to leave the terrifying hospital ward. The location of the key card will refresh randomly. It will definitely spawn on the floor with a laboratory. 3. While staying in the danger zone, the chat function will be temporarily disabled. It will be restored upon leaving. 4. The hospital is filled with mutated patients. Be very careful of them. 5. When leaving the hospital for the first time, rewards will be based on exploration level. The higher the exploration level, the more generous the rewards. Extra talent tips. In room 404 on the 4th floor, under the pillow of bed number 4, there is a physical enhancement potion hidden. 2. There is a basement level in the terrifying hospital. Press 431 in order in the elevator, and it will take you to the basement level. 3. The basement is where the laboratory is located. The entrance to the laboratory will definitely refresh a keycard. With higher danger levels and more Star Soul coins and core units. The real director's office is also on this level, and the remaining physical enhancement potions are here. A cold mechanical female voice echoed in his ears, and Cao Xuan's brows instantly furrowed into a twist. It seems that this terrifying hospital ward is far more dangerous than he had imagined. The game had been open for an entire day, yet information about this dangerous area was pitifully scarce. It appears that most players who ventured here failed to find the key card and could not escape unscathed. However, fortunately, his innate talent granted him special abilities, providing several crucial clues, so at least he didn't have to wander around aimlessly. Let's analyze the current situation. Cao Xuan quickly steadied his mind, surveyed his surroundings, and then spoke to the two girls. The three of them crouched down, quickly hiding behind the hospital reception desk, and began to discuss in low voices. Cao Xuan was the first to share the hidden tips he had obtained through his talent with the two girls. After listening, the girls agreed we should try to find a key card first. That way, we only need to stay for 1 hour to be eligible to leave. Even if we find nothing, we can retreat any time when we encounter danger. Shun Bing furrowed her brows, analyzing seriously. Yes, Cao Xuan nodded in agreement, adding, on this basis, we should try to find as many Star Soul coins and core units as possible. Also, it would be best to check the basement level and try to locate the director's office, where the physical enhancement potions are stored. 1 bottle is worth 12 Star Soul coins. In fact, the easiest way would be to go directly to the basement, get the key card, and then loot some Star Soul coins and core units. But Cao Xuan couldn't be sure just how dangerous it was down there. After all, up here, they could escape at any time, but once they went down to the basement level, there was only the elevator as an exit. Listening to Shun Bing and Cao Xuan's back-and-forth analysis, Shun Ting kept nodding. She was visibly scared, clutching Cao Xuan's arm, nearly burying herself in his embrace. Shun Bing noticed her sister's little thoughts. Usually, Shun Ting would drag her to stay up late watching horror movies, so how could she be so timid? She didn't want to expose her sister, merely reminding, Ting Ting, you can't act like this. It will affect Cao Xuan's actions. Besides, I remember you used to be quite brave. Oh, Shun Ting reluctantly let go of Cao Xuan, admitting she was pretending. Cao Xuan didn't notice and felt a slight disappointment in his heart. He wanted to say that he could shoot with one hand too, but considering his character, he held back and then whispered to the two girls, let's prepare to start searching. I want to start from the 4th floor to get the enhancement potion, so I can improve my strength. What do you think? Hearing Cao Xuan's words, the two girls also felt it made sense. After all, it was the same no matter which floor they started from. It was better to go to the floor where they knew there would be rewards. Brother Cao Xuan, should we take the elevator or the stairs? The stairs. Cao Xuan and Shun Bing almost simultaneously blurted out. They exchanged a glance, and Shun Bing's face couldn't help but turn a bit red. She quickly avoided Cao Xuan's gaze and explained to Shun Ting, taking the elevator is too dangerous. We don't know what the situation is inside. If there are mutated patients hiding inside, we won't have time to react, and the elevator makes noise, which might attract more patients. Cao Xuan nodded and continued, that's right. Not only that, but the structure and corners of the stairs allow us to observe the surroundings better and respond to unexpected situations. And most importantly, the stairs are closer to us. Shun Ting nodded, finally understanding. Then, Cao Xuan turned on his flashlight and walked in front, with the two girls slowly following behind. The three of them dared not breathe loudly, tiptoeing cautiously toward the stairs. Entering the stairwell, it became even darker. Without the light, it would be completely pitch black. Cao Xuan adjusted the flashlight to the lowest setting, and the three began to carefully move upstairs. They passed the 1st floor without incident. Cao Xuan quietly peeked his head out to glance down the corridor. Aside from the white wall at the end, it was empty. Let's keep going up, Cao Xuan said in a low voice. However, as they passed the 2nd floor, Cao Xuan suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the corridor. The three stopped in their tracks, and Cao Xuan still wanted to take a look at the situation. Are they mutated patients? He poked his head out and saw several extremely distorted figures moving in a strange manner down the corridor, making a chilling sound as their teeth ground against each other. Mutated patient, strength, 10 agility, 7 constitution, 10, injected with a large amount of side effect-laden physical enhancement potion, completely lost self-awareness, and their vision has degraded. They will attack any entity that makes a sound. Note, their weakness is the brain. Only by destroying the brain will they truly die. They look like zombies from a movie. Shen Ting said, peeking her head out. Her voice was very soft, but in the silent environment, it seemed amplified. The mutated patients instantly turned their heads as if a switch had been triggered, their blood-red eyes locking onto the direction of the stairwell. "We've been discovered, run!" Cao Xuan shouted, and without any more caution, turned and pulled the two girls to sprint up the stairs. Shen Bing and Shen Ting, startled by this sudden turn of events, followed closely behind Cao Xuan. The 3 or 4 mutated patients appeared clumsy, but their speed was incredibly fast, almost catching up to them in the blink of an eye. However, fortunately, their joints were not flexible, significantly limiting their speed as they climbed the stairs. But there was bad news. The noise from their running attracted even more mutated patients wandering on the 3rd floor, and their numbers were several times greater than those on the 2nd floor. However, before they could be caught, the 3 had already reached the 4th floor. As soon as the 2 sisters entered, Cao Xuan immediately closed the iron door of the stairwell. Although he didn't know how long it would hold, every moment counted. Next, he looked at the 2 corridors on either side and felt troubled. Based on Cao Xuan's observation, the hospital structure was probably a square ring. The corridor on one side of the 4th floor entrance was filled with various examination rooms, and if they wanted to reach the patient rooms, they would likely need to go to the opposite corridor. This raised a question: should they go left or right? Cao Xuan tried to look toward both corridors, hoping to trigger his talent. The next moment, 2 pieces of information appeared before his eyes. If you go left, there will be a large group of mutated patients in the corner corridor, and among them, there's a mutated doctor whose strength far exceeds that of the patients. Walk to the right, unobstructed, and you can easily reach the opposite corridor. Chapter 21. The mature aunt and the flat-chested lowly, seeing these 2 messages. Cao Xuan pointed to the right without hesitation and said in a low voice, "Let's go this way. The left side is too dangerous." The 2 women knew Cao Xuan's talent and didn't ask further, quickly following behind him. Knowing that light wouldn't attract the mutated patients, Cao Xuan boldly turned on the flashlight, which greatly increased their pace. At that moment, Cao Xuan heard a loud metallic banging sound coming from the corridor behind them, followed by a heavy thud as something fell to the ground. They had broken through the stairwell door. Cao Xuan said in a hushed voice, quickening his steps slightly. Soon, the 3 of them reached the opposite corridor. Cao Xuan held the flashlight, shining it on the room numbers. 401, 402, 403, 404. Found it, this is the one. Cao Xuan confirmed the target. However, at that moment, some mutated patients had already wandered around the corner ahead. Hearing the sound of the door opening, these mutated patients instantly turned their heads, their blood-red and hollow eyes fixated on the direction of Cao Xuan and the others. Then, moving with twisted and deformed steps, they rushed towards them frantically. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the mutated patients running echoed in the corridor. "Get inside," Cao Xuan shouted, quickly opening the patient room door and pushing the 2 women inside, immediately following them in. Almost at the same moment, the door closed. A violent banging sound came from outside. Following that, a sharp, grating metallic sound began to ring out. Feeling the immense force pushing against the door, Cao Xuan quickly leaned against it, using all his strength to hold it shut. His heart raced in his chest as he shouted to the 2 women, "Quick, move the bed to block the door." Hearing Cao Xuan's call, the 2 women didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. Shen Bing quickly reacted, running to the bedside and straining to lift the iron-framed bed. But the position underneath the bed seemed to be fixed tightly. Despite her efforts, it only moved a little. Seeing this, Shen Ting hurried to help, and both of them turned red in the face. Finally, with a crisp sound, the bolts holding the bed were pulled apart, and they managed to lift it. "Quick, move it to the door," Shen Bing shouted. The 2 women quickly brought the bed to the door. Just then, the door was suddenly slammed inward by a mutated patient, almost knocking Cao Xuan off balance. Fortunately, Shen Ting and Shen Bing managed to brace the bed against the door just in time, temporarily blocking the impact. Cao Xuan then freed himself and found a cabinet to push against the door along with the bed, finally securing the mutated patients outside. After a brief rest, he quickly walked to the 4th bed, remembering where the physical enhancement potion was. Oh, right under the pillow. Seeing the familiar light blue potion, smiles appeared on the faces of the 3. "Cao Xuan, this time you do it." "Okay." Cao Xuan glanced at the crowd of mutated patients at the door, and without hesitation, injected the syringe into his own vein. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the terrifying building, 2 women, one tall and one short, got out of an SUV. The tall woman had a cold expression, an exquisite face, and tightly gripped a gleaming tang knife. Dressed in a black, form-fitting leather outfit, she accentuated her curvy figure. Exudinga Shiingoha. The slightly shorter girl held a baseball bat, wearing casual clothing, and also had an outstanding appearance. Though her features were delicate like a beautiful porcelain doll, her skin had a healthy wheat tone, and when she smiled, she revealed a pair of sharp tiger teeth, making her look particularly cute. The only downside was that the girl's figure seemed a bit slim, but at a young age, she already had a developed figure. The two observed the entrance of the terrifying building for a moment before pushing the door and walking in without hesitation. As they stepped inside, the air around them trembled slightly, and a systematic voice echoed in their minds. Moments later, they processed the rules in their heads. The flat-chested lowly frowned and murmured, "Auntie, this place seems much more dangerous than the last area we entered." The woman referred to as Auntie by the little girl nodded gravely and said, "Get ready for battle. Let's find the access card first." Just as the two began to cautiously explore the first floor under the faint moonlight coming through the window, the building's door opened again. This time, two men entered. After hearing the rules, they exchanged glances. One of the men showed fear and timidly said, "This area looks pretty dangerous. Why don't we just wait for an hour and then find a way to leave?" His teammate, a bearded man, scoffed disdainfully and said, "Without an access card, we won't be able to leave even when the time is up. But there's no need to worry too much. Those two pretty girls came in before us. We just need to follow them and let them clear the dangers for us. Who knows, we might have a chance." Chapter 22, Strengthen, Counterattack. The moment the thick needle pierced his vein, Cao Xuan felt an indescribable sourness wash over him, as if countless tiny ants were scurrying through his blood vessels. At this moment, he truly understood how difficult it was for Shun Bing to maintain a calm demeanor during her ordeal. "This is too painful." Cao Xuan silenti lamented. But he didn't want to show weakness in front of the two women. Gritting his teeth, he bore it. However, soon, a chilling sensation rapidly spread from the injection site. Immediately after, it felt as if a scalding heat was surging from his arm, rushing throughout his body. Cao Xian's heart began to race violently, each beat powerful enough to feel like it would burst from his chest. This was a manifestation of his physical attributes being significantly enhanced in a short time. Crack, crack, crack. Cao Xuan waved his arm and suddenly clenched his fist, the bones and muscles intertwining, producing a series of crisp sounds. "Awesome!" Cao Xuan roared softly with excitement, then eagerly opened his wristband to check his panel. Cao Xuan, Strength, 10, average for adult men is 7. Agility, 9, average for adult men is 7. Constitution, 9, average for adult men is 7. Health, 98. Status, slightly thirsty, slightly hungry. Talent, Divine Hint. His strength had increased by 2 points, reaching an astonishing 10. No wonder Cao Xuan felt like he could smash steel plates with a punch right now. Moreover, his agility and constitution had also each increased by 1 point. Although the total increase of 4 points was slightly inferior to Shun Bing's, Cao Xuan was already very satisfied. After all, his original base attributes were higher than Shun Bing's, so it was normal for his increase to be less than hers. He then looked intensely at the two women. "Now, it's time to counterattack these monsters. Are you ready?" The two women nodded seriously, their expressions firm. "Yes, being trapped in a hospital room is not a long-term solution. We have to break out sooner or later. If we delay, the mutated patients at the door will only gather more. Let's discuss the tactics for what's next." Shun Bing said, "I'll take out a few with my handgun first, then we charge out. Ting Ting, you stay back. Sister Bing and I will deal with these mutated patients." "All right." With the plan settled, Cao Xuan stepped forward and moved the iron frame bed that was blocking the door. In an instant, the crack at the door, which had been opened by the mutated patients outside, was revealed. Although another bed was blocking it, a mutated patient still squeezed in halfway. Cao Xuan felt as if he had crossed into a scene from a survival horror game. The mutated patients in front of him were almost indistinguishable from zombies. At this moment, his heart was pounding nonstop. Facing such a scene for the first time, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Who knew if being grabbed by these creatures would be like being infected by a zombie? Cao Xuan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The ammunition was limited, and he had to ensure that every shot was accurate. He aimed his handgun at the head of the mutated patient that had squeezed in halfway, trying hard to recall the feeling from his time at the shooting club. At this moment, all the mutated patients appeared to him as moving targets. Bang! The muzzle of the Glock 17 spewed flames, and with a gunshot, the bullet accurately penetrated the head of a mutated patient. The head of the mutated patient exploded in a burst of red and white matter, its body convulsing and collapsing helplessly. Just as the hint said, Only by destroying their brains could they be completely killed. Cao Xuan exclaimed with excitement. Bang, 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 bang. In quick succession, Cao Xuan hit 4 more mutated patients in the head. However, the sound of the handgun instantly made these mutated patients, who were only sensitive to sound, become extraordinarily violent. Cao Xuan, brother, they're about to break the door down. Shun Ting screamed. At this moment, the wooden door had already rotted halfway and was on the verge of collapsing. Without Shun Ting's reminder, Cao Xuan was already aware of it. At this time, as the only man in the team, he could not show fear. I'll open the door, and we'll split up to deal with them. Cao Xuan shouted, directly lifting the iron frame bed that was blocking the door. Without the support of the iron bed, the wooden door was instantly shattered. However, at the moment the mutated patients rushed into the room, Cao Xuan held the iron bed and exerted force, pushing the remaining 8 mutated patients back outside. These mutated patients clearly did not expect Cao Xuan to suddenly strike, and only reacted after being pushed against the wall of the corridor. Feeling the immense strength coming from the iron bed, Cao Xuan immediately threw it to the ground, then tightened his grip on the bone-cutting knife. Monsters, come here. I'm right here with my sister. Seeing the mutated patients all rushing towards him, the 2 women immediately shouted, trying to attract the mutated patients to relieve the pressure on Cao Xuan. In an instant, 4 of them immediately rushed into the hospital room. A trace of emotion flashed in Cao Xuan's eyes, and then his gaze turned fierce. Next, it was time to deal with these mutated patients. 4 mutated patients lunged at Cao Xuan with bared teeth and claws, but he remained calm and unflustered. He raised his hand and swung the knife cleanly and decisively, the bone-cutting knife slicing straight into the neck of a mutated patient. With a slight resistance, the blade quickly penetrated and the mutated patient's head rolled to the ground, its body crashing heavily to the floor, motionless. It seemed that as long as their brains were damaged, they would lose their ability to move. Directly chopping off their heads was also a viable option. Fortunately, he was wielding a bone-cutting knife. If it had been a fruit knife, it would have been much harder to deal with. After slicing through, he also hacked off a section of the forearm of another mutated patient beside him. However, the mutated patient with the severed forearm seemed to feel no pain and continued to roar as it charged forward. Cao Xuan sidestepped, avoiding the one-armed mutated patient that was still crazily lunging at him. Then he turned around, the bone-cutting knife slicing through the air with a whoosh, striking fiercely at another one attacking from side. This swing was powerful, cutting a deep gash into its chest. Yet, the mutated patient merely twitched slightly. The gash in its chest was not a fatal wound. Fortunately, after the enhancement, Cao Xuan's speed and strength had significantly increased, and he quickly reacted. The speed and strength of the mutated patients were also considerable, but they had no vision. Cao Xuan quickly discovered the trick to dealing with them. Relying on his agile movements, he easily dodged all their attacks, then brought the bone-cutting knife down repeatedly on their necks. In the blink of an eye, all 4 mutated patients were dealt with. Cao Xuan had no time to catch his breath and immediately looked into the room. At this moment, Shen Bing had already solved 2 mutated patients with her own bone-cutting knife, swinging her long legs with precision. When Cao Xuan looked over, she had just kicked a mutated patient away, then swiftly struck down with her knife on another mutated patient's neck, clearly having found her own method. But soon, Cao Xuan's expression tightened. The last mutated patient had noticed Shun Ting and was slowly moving towards her in the corner. Shun Ting, holding a fruit knife, was trembling slightly. She was afraid that her screams would affect her sister, so she could only suppress her fear and remain silent. Bang! It was too late to rush over. Cao Xuan decisively pulled out his handgun and shot the mutated patient in the head. Chapter 23. The alienated physician hearing the gunshot. Shun Ting's tense body instantly relaxed, and the fruit knife in her hand clattered to the ground. Her legs went weak, and she slumped down. Cao Xuan rushed over and pulled Shun Ting up, asking with concern, "Ting Ting, are you okay?" Shun Ting looked up, her eyes red and filled with shock. "Brother Cao Xuan, thank you for saving me again." In the next moment, she suddenly threw herself into Cao Xuan's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Cao Xuan was taken aback by this sudden action, his body tensing up. He could clearly feel Shun Ting's soft body pressed against him, perfectly fitting the contours of his body. The faint scent of a young girl lingered in the air, mixed with a subtle hint of milk fragrance, teasing his heart like a gentle feather. However, this wasn't their first intimate contact. Cao Xuan paused for 2 seconds before reluctantly pushing Shun Ting away, as Shun Bing was now looking over. "Ting Ting, are you all right?" Shun Bing hurried over, half squatting down to touch Shun Ting's face with a guilty expression. Just now, she had been so focused on killing the alienated patients that she hadn't noticed Shun Ting being targeted by one of them. Thankfully, Cao Xuan had fired in time, saving Shun Ting's life. If Cao Xuan hadn't reacted so quickly, the consequences. She didn't dare think further, her heart filled with fear. Sister, I'm fine, thanks to Brother Cao Xuan saving me. Upon hearing this, Shun Bing shot a grateful look at Cao Xuan. Cao Xuan quickly waved his hand. We're all teammates. It's only right to help each other. Besides, it was thanks to you both for sharing the pressure just now. Shun Bing didn't continue with the pleasantries, but clutched her chest, breathing slightly heavily. The floor was covered with headless corpses, and thick blood flowed across the floor, staining everyone's shoes. To be honest, these alienated patients looked no different from ordinary corpses at first glance. Thus, the bloody scene still had a considerable impact on Shun Bing. Fortunately, the three of them hadn't eaten much, otherwise they might have vomited. Just as Cao Xuan was about to step away, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Searching the pockets of these alienated patients may yield unexpected rewards. Cao Xuan's eyes lit up at the sudden prompt. He quickly pulled Shun Bing and Shun Ting, who were also preparing to leave. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Shun Bing and Shun Ting asked in unison. Don't rush to leave yet. I just saw a prompt saying we should check the pockets of these alienated patients. We might find something useful, Cao Xuan explained, tilting his head. Shun Bing and Shun Ting exchanged glances. The bloody scene before them made both girls feel a bit uneasy. However, they both understood Cao Xuan's talent. Following the prompt would likely yield significant rewards. Thus, they had no choice but to suppress their discomfort and nodded in agreement. Shun Bing was the first to crouch down, frowning as she began to search the pockets of the nearest corpse. Shun Ting, feeling scared, hid behind Cao Xuan. Seeing this, Cao Xuan patted Shun Ting on the head and gave her an encouraging look. Ting Ting, you need to learn to adapt, just like earlier. Sister Bing and I can't always protect you. This is a step you must take sooner or later. You need to learn to overcome your fear. Feeling the warm hand on her head, Shun Ting's fear subsided a lot. Okay, Brother Cao Xuan, I will try my best. She nodded earnestly, biting her lip as she stepped forward to help search. Seeing this, Cao Xuan couldn't help but smile with relief. He also crouched down, searching while keeping an eye on their surroundings, just in case any other dangers appeared. As he carefully felt around in the pocket of an alienated patient's jacket, his fingers suddenly touched something hard. He was delighted and quickly pulled it out. Upon closer inspection, it was a round coin radiating a faint blue light. It's a Star Soul coin. At the same time, Shun Bing and Shun Ting also made discoveries. Shun Ting excitedly held up 2 identical silver coins and said, I found 2 too. Shun Bing also showed what she had found. I found one. The three quickly searched all the alienated patients' corpses and ultimately found a total of 15 coins. Unfortunately, there was still no sign of a key card. The trio felt slightly disappointed for a moment, preparing to take a short break before leaving, and then sat on the bed to wipe the bloodstains from their hands. At this moment, a dull and heavy banging sound suddenly echoed from the corridor outside. Bang! 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 The sound struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. One after another, the floor trembled slightly, and Cao Xuan felt a tingling sensation in his feet, his expression instantly tightening. Brother Cao Xuan, what is happening? The ground is shaking. Is something else coming? The 2 girls beside him turned pale, their faces filled with anxiety. Just as one wave calmed, another arose. The trio's previously relaxed hearts tensed up again. Don't panic. Let me see what is going on. Cao Xuan softly reassured the 2 girls, then slowly stuck his head out to look outside the door. What he saw was a massive figure slowly appearing around the corner of the distant corridor. The creature stood at least 2 meters tall, each step thudding heavily against the ground. It wielded a gigantic meteor hammer, the chains and hammerhead clashing and producing a chilling sound. The monster wore a white coat that looked like a doctor's outfit, now tattered and stretched over its powerful body. A blood-soaked mask obscured its terrifying face, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. With every step it took, it forcefully slammed the meteor hammer onto the ground, creating a loud bang, and a deep dent instantly formed in the floor, sending shards flying. Cao Xuan pupin gunjat sapi. Could this be the alienated physician mentioned in the earlier prompt? Damn it, he had forgotten about it when the alienated patients appeared earlier. However, it should also be blind like the alienated patients. Otherwise, why would it be standing in the ward instead of leaving after it moved away? Cao Xuan frowned in thought when a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Alienated physician, strength, 13 agility, 10 constitution, 12, as participants in the experiment. The physicians were betrayed by the director at the last moment. Injected with a complete version of the Constitution Enhancement Agent and a large amount of Constitution Enhancement Agents with side effects, causing both agents to act simultaneously in their bodies, leading them to lose all rationality while retaining a trace of consciousness. Note, besides the head, the heart is also their weakness. Moreover, the badge on their white coat is actually a special item. Chapter 24 escaped from the 4th floor after quickly scanning the information about the mutated doctor. Cao Xuan immediately realized something very serious. The summary did not mention that the mutated doctor was blind, which meant he had the ability to see. If that's the case, as long as he passed by the ward and glanced inside, he would definitely discover the 3 hiding in the room. The 4th floor wards were all ordinary, with no place to hide, not even a restroom. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Cao Xuan immediately turned around and pulled both women up from the bed. Speaking urgently, "Listen to me. There's a mutated doctor at the corner of the corridor. He's different from those mutated patients. He can see, and his stats are extremely high. We are probably no match for him. He is currently at the left corridor corner, and the end of the right corridor leads to the elevator. In a moment, we will rush to the elevator with all our strength and leave this floor." Cao Xuan chose to escape by elevator after careful consideration. The mutated doctor's speed was the same as Shun Bing's, both at 10 points, which was slightly faster than his own, and Shun Ting's speed was even 5 points slower than the mutated doctor's. If the 3 of them suddenly rushed out, they might manage to get into the elevator while the mutated doctor was caught off guard. If they chose the stairs instead, it was located in the opposite corridor, and with the speed of the 3, they would definitely be caught by the mutated doctor. Seeing the serious expression on Cao Xuan's face, the 2 women instantly realized the gravity of the situation. They had to exit, escape, and take the elevator in one smooth motion, without a single mistake. Considering Shun Ting's slower speed, Cao Xuan did not hesitate and directly squatted down, saying to Shun Ting, "Ting Ting, you're too slow. I'll carry you." Seeing this, Shun Bing immediately spoke up. "How about I carry Ting Ting? I'm faster than you." Cao Xuan shook his head and firmly said, "I'm stronger. Carrying Ting Ting won't affect my speed." After thinking for a moment, Shun Bing felt Cao Xuan's reasoning was sound and nodded, gratefully saying, "Then thank you for your hard work. Brother Cao Xuan, do I need to hold on to you?" Shun Ting suddenly became shy, holding her arms across her chest, her body slightly twisting, a blush appearing on her face. "Of course, not only hold on, but hold on tight." Cao Xuan looked at Shun Ting with a black line on his face, secretly thinking that she hadn't been this shy last night. However, Shun Ting just wanted to ask if she could openly hold on to Cao Xuan. Hearing Cao Xuan's words, Shun Ting no longer hesitated and jumped onto his back as he bent down. She then tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, her slender legs firmly wrapping around his waist. "Actually, you don't need to hold on this tight." Cao Xuan felt the pressure on his neck and slightly gasped, helplessly saying, "Huh? Saw the Cao Xuan." Shun Ting was startled and quickly loosened her arms, but her chest still pressed closely against Cao Xuan's back. Cao Xuan silently swallowed, one hand steadily supporting Shun Ting from behind, while the other hand carefully reached out to the wall and peeked in the direction of the mutated doctor. At that moment, the mutated doctor was pacing at the corner of the corridor, just turning around with his back to them. "Good opportunity." Cao Xuan lowered his voice and signaled to Shun Bing. Shun Bing immediately understood and nodded slightly, with a wave of Cao Xuan's hand. The 2 of them dashed out of the ward, one after the other, and sprinted towards the distant elevator like arrows released from a bow. Their footsteps sounded exceptionally loud in the silent corridor, and the mutated doctor, sensitive to sound, immediately noticed the commotion. The mutated doctor abruptly turned his head, his blood red, icy eyes instantly locking onto the fleeing trio. Having lost most of his rationality, he viewed the mutated patients as his kind. In contrast, Cao Xuan and his companions were clearly intruders disrupting the original order of his territory. In his remaining chaotic awareness, he only remembered that the secrets here were crucial, and any invaders must pay with their lives. The mutated doctor let out a deafening roar, and his killing intent was instantly ignited. Dragging a massive meteor hammer that looked to weigh over 100 pounds, he sprinted towards Cao Xuan and the others at an incredible speed. Despite carrying such a heavy weapon, his speed was unaffected, showcasing his immense strength. The distance between the mutated doctor and Cao Xuan's trio continued to close. As time passed, the gap between them shrank further. However, Cao Xuan was running for his life, adrenaline coursing through his body. Coupled with their head start, they had not yet been caught by the mutated doctor. The elevator was now just ahead. Shen Bing was the first to reach it and quickly pressed the button. However, the elevator doors did not open immediately, and the indicator light flickered a few times, seemingly malfunctioning. Damn it! Cao Xuan set Shen Ting down and muttered a curse. This was exactly why he didn't want to take the stairs. At this moment, the mutated doctor was getting closer, and Cao Xuan could almost see his menacing, bloodthirsty expression through his mask. Shen Bing was equally anxious. She pressed the button several more times, and finally, the elevator responded. The instant the elevator doors opened, the three rushed inside. They quickly pressed the closed door button and selected the first floor. The elevator doors began to close slowly, while the mutated doctor had already reached within 5 meters of the elevator entrance. At his speed, he could cover that distance in a second. If he managed to stop the elevator doors from closing, the three would surely die. Realizing this, Cao Xuan quickly drew his handgun from his waist, aimed at the mutated doctor's head, and did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession, the bullets whistling towards the mutated doctor. The first bullet went slightly off target due to a minor mistake by Cao Xuan, grazing the mutated doctor's scalp. However, the second and third bullets accurately hit the mutated doctor's forehead. The sound of the bullet hitting his forehead was clear. However, this time, there was no scene like when he had shot the mutated patients before. The bullets merely penetrated the muscle on the mutated doctor's head and got stuck in his hard skull, unable to go any further. Seeing this, Cao Xuan's heart sank. The worst-case scenario he had anticipated had indeed occurred. While this was partly due to his shooting position, it undoubtedly indicated that the mutated doctor's defense was extraordinarily exaggerated. Fortunately, the 2 bullets still caused significant damage to the mutated doctor, causing him to stumble momentarily, helplessly watching the elevator doors close completely. Ultimately, the mutated doctor let out a roar filled with anger and unwillingness. Chapter 25, Chunyin, you see that was really close. Yeah, thanks to you, Cao Xuan, for shooting and stopping him in the end. As the elevator doors slowly closed, the 3 of them, still shaken, leaned against the cold metal wall of the elevator. However, that guy's defense was simply beyond imagination. Perhaps only a precise attack on vital areas like the eyes or heart would work. Cao Xuan replayed the thrilling scene in his mind, frowning as he speculated. Soon, the elevator steadily descended to the first floor, the same floor where they had initially entered. There should be no traces of the mutated patients on this floor. However, at the moment the elevator came to a sudden stop, Cao Xuan quickly filled the magazine with bullets and aimed the gun at the elevator door, ready for anything. With a sharp metallic scraping sound, the elevator doors slowly opened. Cao Xuan's expression was tense, his gaze fixed ahead. What greeted his eyes was a silent corridor and an empty hospital hall. Everything looked just as it had when they first arrived. Cao Xuan, it seems there is nothing unusual. After cautiously observing, Shen Ting quietly spoke up. Then let us start searching from the first floor again. Our top priority is to find a key card, Shen Bing suggested. Cao Xuan stared at the scene before him, slightly furrowing his brows. He felt that something was off. After taking a couple of steps, he finally noticed what was wrong. Someone has been here. What? The expressions of the 2 girls changed slightly at Cao Xuan's words. Cao Xuan slowly crouched down, pointing at the fine dust marks on the ground, and said seriously, look, the dust was evenly distributed here, but now there are obvious signs of being trampled, and these marks are quite fresh, indicating that someone was here not long ago. Moonlight streamed through the window, evenly illuminating the floor, making the scattered footprints stand out clearly. Shen Ting and Shen Bing hurriedly came over to take a closer look. Shen Bing's expression grew serious as she frowned and asked, could it be those mutated patients left these? Cao Xuan decisively shook his head, explaining no. It doesn't look like it. Mutated patients have chaotic footsteps and make a lot of noise, but these footprints are arranged more neatly, more like those left by normal people. Then, Cao Xuan pointed to another piece of strong evidence nearby. Take a look at the doors of these 2 examination rooms. When we first came in, all the doors were closed. Shen Ting immediately understood Cao Xuan's meaning and excitedly replied, but now these 2 doors are half open. So we can be sure that other survivors entered the hospital behind us, and they have already explored this place. I'm right, aren't I, Cao Xuan? Yes. Cao Xuan not that happy, my see. Shen Bing thought more deeply, her expression serious, as she said. The more critical issue is that we have no idea whether they are friends or foes. If they have no ill intentions, we might be able to try cooperating, but if they have ulterior motives, don't worry about any ill intentions. Cao Xuan weighed his Glock 17 in his hand, a hint of confidence in his eyes. Although the pistol wouldn't be effective against mutated doctors, it was more than enough for dealing with ordinary people. That's true. Shen Bing nodded in agreement. Then, the three of them turned on their flashlights, the dim light flickering in the darkness. They began searching through several examination rooms on the first floor. As expected, there were clear signs that the drawers and cabinets in the examination rooms had been rummaged through. Many medicine boxes had been opened, and the contents had long since disappeared. Seeing this, Cao Xuan quickly made a decision. There's no need to waste any more time on the first floor. Let's head upstairs. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the hospital, in a dimly lit room, the flickering lights were accompanied by the occasional crackling of electricity. Chun Yin, dressed in a black leather jacket and holding a shining tang knife, stood tall like a stunning Valkyrie. Beside her was her sister's daughter, her niece Cece. Cece, remember the combat techniques I taught you well. Are you ready? Chun Yan's gaze was cold as she stared at the 8 clawing mutated patients in front of them. And I'm ready. The little girl tightly gripped the baseball bat, her fair hands turning slightly white from the force, her face full of eager excitement. Soon, the mutated patients roared and lunged at the 2 girls like hungry wolves. Behind a cabinet at the end of the corridor, 2 sneaky figures were whispering to each other. The bearded man's eyes glinted with greed as he murmured, "These 2 girls are quite capable. That slash on the second floor just now took down a patient. Now, they're actually daring to take on 8. The man with a lewd appearance frowned, somewhat unwillingly saying, "The girl with the tang knife is too strong. Although we can follow her without worrying about danger, we won't gain any benefits." The bearded man disdainfully shook his head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Did you forget about the tranquilizer gun we found at the abandoned veterinary station during the day?" Saying this, he pulled out a veterinary tranquilizer gun from his pocket. The single bullet it had gleamed coldly in the dim light. Just a gentle pull of the trigger would fire it. The bearded man greedily stared at Chun Yin not far away, licking his lips. "That little girl is easy to deal with, but this woman with the knife is a bit tricky. However, the dose of this tranquilizer is enough to take down a cow." When she lets her guard down, his gaze fixated on the tang knife in Chun Yan's hand, his eyes full of desire. During his previous spying, he had witnessed firsthand the sharpness of this tang knife. It sliced through mutated patients as easily as cutting vegetables, even capable of effortlessly severing hard metal. Just as the 2 were whispering, the battle on Chun Yan's side was nearing its end. Chun Yin moved swiftly like a black lightning bolt, the tang knife dancing in her hand, glinting coldly. In a matter of breaths, the mutated patients in front of her had been reduced to a pile of fragments, blood splattering everywhere. Chun Yin elegantly sheathed her tang knife, slightly panting, and turned her gaze to Cece beside her. At that moment, Cece was wielding the baseball bat, skillfully dodging attacks from a relatively weak mutated patient. Though small in stature, she effortlessly evaded all the mutated patient's attacks. The mutated patient, while slender, was extremely fierce. It had no vision and could only rely on sound to locate Cece, but it never managed to touch her. Just when Cece found the right moment, she rolled agilely behind the mutated patient, then quickly stood up, using all her strength to swing the baseball bat forcefully at the mutated patient's head. "Take this, you mutated freak," Cece shouted, bringing the bat down hard. With a loud clang, the baseball bat struck the mutated patient's head heavily. However, the mutated patient merely swayed slightly, completely unharmed. Cece looked at the scene before her, her face full of embarrassment. The mutated patient, enraged by the blow, let out a furious roar and lunged at Cece. Swish! With a swift flash of the knife, the mutated patient was instantly cleaved into 3 pieces, blood gushing out and splattering onto the ground. Chapter 26. Chun Yin gets caught. Chun Yin put away the cold, gleaming tang knife and sighed while touching her niece's head. A single strike had left the mutated patient completely unharmed. It seemed that the idea of training Cece to stand on her own was still a long way off. Chun Yin then perked up and said to Cece, "Search for the loot. We need to leave." During the previous battle, they had discovered that mutated patients could hide star soul coins on their bodies. Chun Yin remembered that in the vending machine, 12 star soul coins could be exchanged for a physical enhancement potion. If they could get more star soul coins, they could get a potion for Cece. "Yes, Auntie," Cece answered with a smile. She then crouched down and began rummaging through the shredded patient clothes. Cece muttered to herself, constantly praying for more star soul coins. "Auntie, I found another one." Cece showed that excitedly. Just then, a heavy thud sounded from behind her. UCC turned around in confusion and saw that Chun Yin had collapsed to the ground, eyes closed and pale. "Annie, what's wrong?" UCC exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears as she hurriedly crawled over to Chun Yin. At that moment, Chun Yin's consciousness was starting to blur. She fought to maintain the last bit of clarity, reaching out to touch her pale neck. When her fingertips brushed against a foreign object, she pulled it out forcefully, revealing a syringe in her hand. "There are other survivors. Cece, don't worry about me. You need to run." Chun Yin's voice was weak and urgent. UCC looked in the direction behind Chun Yin and saw, in the distance, a bearded man and a sleazy man standing boldly without hiding. Tears welled up in UCC's eyes, but upon hearing Chun Yin telling her to run, she shook her head firmly. "Auntie, I won't leave you behind." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed ahead of UCC. "Haha, little girl, let's see how you handle this. Just surrender, and maybe we'll spare your life." The two men shouted arrogantly as they ran. UCC's face was filled with determination as she bit her lip, ignoring Chun Yin's weak murmurs, and used all her strength to lift Chun Yin onto her back. However, UCC was too small, and Chun Yin's weight made her wobble, each step a tremendous effort. Yet, despite her stubbornness, she remained calm, her big eyes quickly scanning the nearby terrain. She realized they were very close to the exit. The urgent task was to leave this dangerous room. Using the tang knife as a crutch, UCC struggled towards the door with Chun Yin on her back. Her little face turned bright red, beads of sweat forming on her forehead after just a few steps, but she didn't stop. The moment they reached the door, UCC quickly closed it behind them and deftly locked it with the key. Bang, bang, bang. Angry pounding echoed from behind the door, followed by the furious shouts of the two men. Having successfully bought some time, UCC felt a bit relieved, but her heart tightened again when she saw Chun Yin's lifeless appearance. Chun Yin's condition was truly dire. "Auntie, please wake up." UCC threw it, desperately pinching a soft spot on Chun Yin's body. Normally, Chun Yin would have jumped up, ready to scold her, but now there was no reaction. "The elevator is around the corner. I need to get Annie out of this floor," UCC thought to herself, trying to encourage herself. But just as she finished speaking, a tall figure suddenly appeared around the corner, dragging a massive meteor hammer that left deep scratches on the floor. UCC froze, her mind blank. What kind of terrifying creature was this? At that moment, the pounding on the door intensified, the door shaking violently, and the bearded man and the sleazy man could break through at any moment. UCC was on the verge of tears. In a critical moment, her gaze fell on a nearby storage room. "I can only do this." UCC gritted her teeth, using all her strength to rush into the storage room, stuffing Chun Yin into a green trash can, and quickly pulled out some cardboard from a nearby box to cover her up carefully. "Auntie, please bear with it for now. I will definitely come back to rescue you." After closing the storage room door, UCC took a deep breath and suddenly opened the door that locked the bearded man and sleazy man inside. "Little girl, you dare to open the door on your own? You're asking for death." The bearded man bellowed, eyes wide with rage. "Hey, where did that woman we knocked out go? Where did she run off to?" the sleazy man asked in confusion. Just then, a heavy thud resounded from behind them, shaking the ground slightly. The two turned around to check, and their expressions instantly turned to horror. Meanwhile, UCC had already taken the tang knife and was sprinting away. On the second floor of the hospital, Cao Xuan shined a flashlight on the sign that read Central Pharmacy. The three had carefully made their way here. It was the hospital's drug storage area, filled with various types of medications. Along the way, they had discovered several chopped-up mutated patients, leading them to deduce that the survivors in the hospital were not to be underestimated. Therefore, as soon as Cao Xuan confirmed they were in the right place, he immediately turned off the flashlight, fearing it would attract too much attention. The three entered the pharmacy, and Cao Xuan closed the door before turning the flashlight back on. The pharmacy was filled with a faint medicinal smell, and various cabinets were neatly arranged, filled with a dazzling array of medications. It was evident that there had been signs of rummaging. However, with so many medications, it was impossible for the place to be completely emptied. Cao Xuan stepped forward and casually picked up a few boxes to check, all of which were within their expiration dates. Cao Xuan's face lit up with joy as he found a tote bag nearby. "There are so many medicines here. Let us try to grab as many useful ones as we can." The two women immediately nodded and began searching through the cabinets, especially Shun Ting, who was quite familiar with various medications due to her profession, showing great skill. Cao Xuan joined in, and soon, the three filled an entire bag with commonly used medications. including cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, and more, packing several boxes of each. Just as they were busy gathering supplies, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor. By the sound, it seemed to be just one person, and the footsteps were light. Was it a monster from the patient wing, or another survivor? Cao Xuan immediately gestured for silence, and quietly turned off the flashlight. Chapter 27. UCC's Talent. Continuous good luck. As the lights in the pharmacy went out, darkness engulfed the room. Cao Xuan, Shen Ting, and Shen Bing quickly sprang into action, each finding a concealed spot to hide. Shen Ting and Shen Bing hid behind 2 medicine cabinets, while Cao Xuan chose to hide behind the door. The 3 held their breath, quietly waiting for the movements of the person outside the door. At this moment, Cao Xuan's expression was tense. He was unsure if the person was just passing by or would enter the pharmacy, and he was prepared for anything. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed. The pharmacy door was forcefully pushed open, and an urgent voice rang out in the darkness. There should be medicine that can reverse the anesthesia. Right? UCC anxiously pushed open the door, disregarding everything else, and rushed straight towards the medicine cabinet. Her mind was solely focused on finding the medicine to save her sister, completely unaware that the layout of the pharmacy had changed significantly since she left with Chen Yan. UCC frantically rummaged through the cabinet. Her movements hurried, and she carelessly tossed aside the tang knife in her hand, which was nearly as tall as she was. Cao Xuan, hiding behind the door, watched this scene clearly, filled with ecstasy. This was a fantastic opportunity. The long knife this person was holding was likely the weapon that caused the fragments from those mutated patients to appear. Such a powerful girl actually threw away her weapon. It was truly a gift from the heavens. First, he would subdue her, then see what her attitude was. Cao Xuan no longer hesitated and leaped forward like a cheetah. With his agile movements, he quickly subdued UCC. One hand tightly grasped her neck, while the other grabbed her slender arm and locked it behind her waist. He then pressed his thigh down hard on her, released his grip on her neck, drew out his gun, and pressed it coldly against her soft waist, saying, "Don't move. If you move again, I'll shoot." Almost simultaneously, Shen Bing quickly emerged from behind the medicine cabinet, turning on her flashlight, the beam shining directly on UCC. Upon seeing UCC's figure, Cao Xuan was momentarily stunned, and the gun pressed against her waist unconsciously loosened. In the darkness, he had only sensed that the newcomer was petite. He never expected her to be so, aside from a certain part. Her figure was almost identical to Shen Ting's. However, compared to the exceptionally gifted Shen Ting, the UCC before him seemed quite lacking. "Are you really an adult?" Cao Xuan asked with a puzzled expression. UCC was startled by the sudden attack, tears welling up in her eyes. This person kept staring at her chest. He couldn't have any inappropriate thoughts about her, right? Moreover, the cold gun barrel against her back made all her body hair stand on end. Hearing Cao Xuan's words, UCC's eyes darted, and she pitifully said, "Big brother, I'm still a high school student. I'm here to find medicine for my sister. Please let me go, okay?" Upon hearing this, Cao Xuan's hand subconsciously relaxed. Just then, he also saw UCC's personal information panel appear before him. Name, UCC age, 19 height, 160 centimeters weight, 46 kilograms measurements, 70, 32A, 55, 79, strength, 6, agility, 6, constitution, 6, charge count, 0, occupation, finance major university student, talent, continuous good luck, luck permanently increased by 30. You will be luckier than others. Health, 90, current mood, afraid, thirsty, favorability. -20. Cao Xuan quickly scanned UCC's panel information, a hint of pity in his eyes. Although she was also a lowly type like Shen Ting, her stats were a pitiful 70 points. However, when he saw the age section, he quickly sensed something was off. Cao Xuan instantly became furious, gripping UCC's hand tighter, and slapped her hard on the back, shouting, "What the hell are you talking about? Participants in the survival game are all licensed adults. Tell me the truth." UCC winced in pain from his slap, a flash of grievance and anger crossing her face. How dare he slap her? Wasn't it because he made a mistake first that she was just following the conversation? But given her situation, UCC quickly changed to a pitiful expression. "Big brother, I'm really not lying. My sister was ambushed by other survivors and is trapped over there. There's a big guy with a meteor hammer, and my sister is under anesthesia. If I don't bring back the medicine, she will die." The more UCC spoke, the sadder she became, her eyes turning red, and ultimately, tears streamed down her face. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Cao Xuan unconsciously loosened his grip again. UCC seized the opportunity to raise one hand to wipe her tears, and in the brief moment of wiping, she secretly observed Cao Xuan through her fingers. She noticed that although he seemed hesitant, he still tightly held her other hand. UCC gritted her teeth, suppressing her heartache, and pulled out a card from the pocket behind her. Temporary access card. With this card, you gain one-time access to the horror patient building. The card will become invalid after leaving the building. Cao Xuan looked at the card in UCC's hand, first taken aback, then his eyes lit up. It was actually an access card, the thing they had searched for on several floors, and UCC had one in her hand. However, considering UCC's talent for continuous good luck, he was not surprised. It could only be said that this was the fortune brought by her talent. If it weren't for his own talent that could directly locate items, the strengthening potion on the 4th floor might have been found by UCC. Big brother, please let me go. I'm willing to give this to you, UCC said pitifully, her voice choked with tears. Just as Cao Xuan was about to take the access card from UCC's hand, Shun Ting jumped out from behind a medicine cabinet. Upon seeing who was pinned down by Cao Xuan, she suddenly exclaimed, "It's you, UCC?" Chapter 28. Shun Ting gets jealous hearing someone call her name. UCC instinctively looked up, only to see an extremely familiar face. Shun Ting. Cao Xuan, who was pinning UCC to the ground, was momentarily stunned to see these two girls seem to know each other. A look of astonishment appeared on his face as he asked in confusion, "Wait, you two know each other?" "Of course we know each other. We're from the same school, in the same grade." Shun Ting fixed her gaze on UCC's face, suddenly recalling the grievances between them, her silver teeth clenched in anger. Both of them were freshmen at Haida University, and although they weren't in the same major, they had been at odds for a long time. Once, someone on their school's forum made a ranking of the campus beauties. With her outstanding looks and impressive talent, Shun Ting led the ranking, firmly securing the top spot. Although she claimed not to care about it, she was secretly pleased. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred on the last day. That day happened to be UCC's birthday, and she generously treated all her classmates in her major to cake. As the saying goes, a soft mouth eats a short hand. Many classmates who hadn't voted yet, after enjoying the cake, cast their votes for UCC. As a result, on the final night, UCC's votes successfully overtook Shun Ting's, and Shun Ting's top position was instantly taken away. Moreover, their grievances didn't stop there. Both of them joined the student council and were in the same department, leading to constant friction and competition during their work. Every time they met, it was inevitable that there would be a battle of wits. Shun Ting glanced at UCC, who was being restrained by Cao Xuan, and alarm bells went off in her mind. She quickly stepped forward and forcefully pulled Cao Xuan's hand away. She did this not out of any lingering friendship with UCC, but because she felt their actions were too intimate. Previously, UCC had been competing with her over this and that. What if she was now trying to steal Cao Xuan from her? It turned out to be a misunderstanding. With Shun Ting's pull, Cao Xuan no longer restrained UCC. In his view, since the two knew each other, their relationship should be quite good. UCC, freed from Cao Xuan's hold, quickly stood up and shook her arm, which had turned pale from being gripped. Her eyes darted back and forth between Cao Xuan and Shun Ting. Her intuition told her that something was definitely off between Shun Ting and this man named Cao Xuan. Thinking of this, UCC instantly transformed into a little green tea, affectionately leaning against Cao Xuan, gently wrapping her arm around his and putting on a pitiful expression. She shoved her access card into Cao Xuan's hand and said in a soft voice, "Cao Xuan, look how sincere I am. This access card is very precious, and I've given it to you. You should help me and save my sister. I'm so worried about her." Cao Xuan felt the girl's arm around him, but remained unfazed inside, even feeling a bit uncomfortable. Shun Ting was definitely better. After inwardly lamenting, he asked his question. "Hold on, I have something to clarify. Were those pieces of the mutated patients in the hallway caused by you two?" Just as UCC was about to answer, she was abruptly interrupted by Shun Ting. Shun Ting shot UCC an annoyed glare and scolded, "Speak properly. Why are you getting hands on?" After saying that, she pushed UCC away without hesitation and then naturally wrapped Cao Xuan's arm back into her embrace. UCC cursed silently in her heart, calling Shun Ting a big bear monster. This only solidified her belief that this woman clearly had feelings for Cao Xuan. Otherwise, why would she react so strongly? However, considering her sister was still in danger, UCC refrained from arguing with Shun Ting. "Those monster-like creatures called mutated patients? They were all killed by my aunt. This knife is my aunt's. She's really powerful. If it weren't for those two despicable guys ambushing her, she could have definitely taken down that big guy." Cao Xuan nodded deeply upon hearing UCC's words. He had wondered how this petite girl could easily crush a group of mutated patients. It turned out it was her aunt who did it. From this perspective, her aunt must be very strong. Having witnessed the ferocity of mutated physicians, Cao Xuan felt it was necessary to find a powerful survivor to cooperate with. The big guy with the hammer you mentioned should be a mutated physician. So, you're here to find a drug to reverse the anesthesia, right? But do you know what that drug is called? Cao Xuan asked, looking down. I don't know. UCC scratched her head awkwardly, a hint of blush rising on her cheeks. She wasn't studying medicine, so how would she know what drug could reverse anesthesia? This was a bit troublesome. Cao Xuan stroked his chin, a troubled expression appearing on his face. Just then, Shun Ting stepped forward confidently, saying, there are many types of anesthetics, and each has different methods of reversal. Some anesthetics have corresponding antagonists, while others can only be reversed through natural metabolism. But we don't even know which type of anesthetic your sister is under, which is indeed a bit tricky. After a brief pause, Shun Ting cleared her throat and continued in an orderly manner. I took some elective courses related to anesthesia before, so I have a bit of understanding. Given the current situation, there might be a way. Some anesthetics are metabolized and excreted through the kidneys after entering the body. We could try using diuretics to promote metabolism and speed up the excretion of the anesthetic. This might help to reverse your sister's anesthetic state. Note, this plot point is fictional and has no scientific basis. Please do not imitate. Upon hearing Shun Ting's words, Cao Xuan's eyes lit up. He had forgotten that Shun Ting was studying a medical-related major. Ting, then I'll trouble you. UCC also looked at Shun Ting gratefully, as if she had found a lifeline. Oomph. Shun Ting proudly raised her head. Cao Xuan quickly praised her a few more times, and only then did she walk over to the medicine cabinet and start searching. Following the labels on the medicine cabinet, Shun Ting quickly found the corresponding cabinet. She bent down and rummaged through it, soon pulling out a blue box from a pile of colorful medicine boxes. It was the packaging for furosemide, with the words diuretic clearly printed on the box. Found it! Shun Ting exclaimed excitedly, holding the box of diuretics. She returned to Cao Xuan and opened the box, revealing a bottle of light blue liquid and several slender syringes. Cao Xuan glanced at it, then asked Shun Ting to put it away, before looking at UCC. UCC, where's your sister now? UCC hurriedly replied, my sister is hidden in a storage room on the 3rd floor, in a trash can. It's quite concealed, so it should be safe for now. Knowing the location of UCC's aunt, Cao Xuan no longer delayed. Then let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry over, Cao Xuan said, pushing open the door and stepping outside first. The pharmacy was right next to the hallway. Cao Xuan held his breath and listened for a moment, then waved his hand to signal the 3 girls to come downstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Cao Xuan heard no sounds in the corridor and saw no sign of the mutated physician. This is a good opportunity. It seems the mutated physician has temporarily left. UCC, you should remember the location of the storage room, right? Lead the way. Okay. Chapter 29 Component. Sharp under UCC's lead. The 4 of them cautiously moved along the corridor. In the first section of the corridor, there were no unexpected situations, and they encountered no obstacles. Now, they just needed to walk a little further and then turn left to reach the storage room corridor. After walking a considerable distance without hearing any sounds like a heavy hammer hitting the ground, everyone gradually became convinced that the aberrant physician had likely left, so they quickened their pace slightly. Just as a few of them were about to turn the corner, Cao Xuan's ears perked up, suddenly hearing some unusual sounds. He reacted quickly, reaching out and grabbing UCC by the collar, pulling her back forcefully. Almost simultaneously, a silver flash shot out from around the corner, whizzing past them and finally embedding itself into the wall. UCC gasped in surprise, staring at the silver blade deeply embedded in the wall. Cold sweat instantly covering her forehead. It's a scalpel. Cao Xuan's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from around the corner. It was the bald man who had previously ambushed Chen Yan. He was now tightly gripping a scalpel in his hand, clearly the one who had just thrown the attack. However, his left arm was now empty, only simply bandaged with gauze, and bright red blood was seeping through the bandage, staining it. You can really run, little girl. I never expected you to have the guts to come back. Oh, and you brought a few helpers. The bald man's voice was laced with malice. And when his gaze swept over Cao Xuan and the other 3 behind UCC, a flash of surprise crossed his face. Although he had lost an arm, causing some panic within him, a glance at the scalpel in his hand gave him boundless confidence. The bald man raised his hand, casually flicking the scalpel, a faint green glow flashing along the blade. Thanks to you setting us up earlier, We had the opportunity to turn misfortune into fortune and acquire that thing. It turned out that they had been set up by UCC to run directly into the aberrant physician. In extreme fear, the two could only run for their lives. To survive, he had to abandon his companion and push him away, leading to his companion being caught by the aberrant physician and instantly turned into a puddle of mush. Although he had lost an arm, he had at least saved his life. Afterward, he endured the pain to treat his wound and returned to his companion's corpse, where, apart from the horrific mush, he found a piece of torn cloth bearing a green badge. Cao Xuan frowned at the scalpel in the man's hand. Was it this knife that gave this one-armed man the courage to challenge the four of them? Even if this knife was somewhat unusual, could it really be faster than the gun in his hand? With this thought, Cao Xuan drew his gun and shot without hesitation. The bald man had originally worn a smug expression, but upon seeing Cao Xuan draw his gun, his face changed drastically. His pupils dilated, and he instinctively tried to swing the knife to block the incoming bullet. But no matter how fast he reacted, he couldn't outpace the bullet. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the narrow corridor. A blood hole had already appeared in the bald man's forehead. This shot had hit him squarely in the center of the forehead. Only fools waste time with you. Real men just pull out their guns and shoot. Cao Xuan sneered at the bald man, who fell straight down, silently putting away his Glock 17. Watching Cao Xuan's swift and cool movements, exclamations of surprise came from his side. Brother Cao Xuan, your aim is too accurate. UCC, you little brat. Only I can call him Brother Cao Xuan. Why can't I call him that? Is there a rule that only you can? You. What did you just call me? You airport. Seeing the two girls about to argue, Shun Bing couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly stepped in to pull them apart. Meanwhile, Cao Xuan silently approached the bald man's corpse and bent down to pick up the scalpel. As he picked up the knife, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Medical scalpel, made of high-quality stainless steel, carefully crafted, ergonomic design for easy grip. The blade is thin yet tough, incredibly sharp, capable of precise cutting of human tissue during surgery. Current equipped component. 1. Sharp. Green. This knife will become incredibly sharp. Note, can be disassembled at any time. Maximum number of equipped components. 1. Cao Xuan looked at the information, his eyes brightening with excitement. Components? This is a whole new type of item. He muttered to himself, then began to slice the scalpel against the floor. He saw the tiles on the ground, easily sliced open like tofu, the cuts neat and smooth, giving him a more intuitive understanding of the power of this component. Seeing Cao Xuan's actions, UCC leaned in, her eyes full of curiosity. Could it be that this knife also has a component equipped? Oh, you know about components? Cao Xuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. My Aunt's Tang knife has a green sharp component equipped on it, which we got at the last platform, UCC quickly explained. No wonder that bald man seemed so covetous of this knife. Cao Xuan suddenly realized, and, after a moment of reflection, more ideas flooded into his mind. If he equipped this component on the bone-cutting knife, wouldn't it easily break through the defenses of the aberrant physician? Or could it be equipped on the Glock 17 to further enhance its penetration capability? Without hesitation, Cao Xuan's consciousness touched the disassembly option on the scalpel. Subsequently, a green badge-like item fell into his palm. Cao Xuan took out the bone-cutting knife, and sure enough, a prompt for equipping appeared. He equipped the green sharp component onto the bone-cutting knife, and in an instant, the knife shimmered with a sharp light, seeming to become even colder and more piercing. Faintly exuding a chill, the bone-cutting knife could indeed be equipped. Now to try the handgun. He nodded in satisfaction, and then turned his attention to the Glock 17 in his hand. He attempted to equip the green badge-like sharp component onto the Glock 17. But just as the component was about to touch the handgun, an invisible barrier blocked it, and at the same time, a line of information appeared in his mind. This equipment is incompatible with this component and cannot be equipped. Cao Xuan frowned, feeling a bit disappointed, but he didn't get discouraged. If the handgun was incompatible, what about the bullets? With this thought in mind, Cao Xuan immediately began to experiment. As the component approached the bullet, this time, the invisible barrier did not appear. Instead, the green glow from the component subtly merged with the bullet surface, and a prompt echoed in his mind. Successfully equipped the bullet with the sharp, green component. Bullet penetration ability significantly enhanced. Cao Xuan looked at the specially equipped bullet in his hand, feeling somewhat hesitant. This sharp component was hard-earned, and equipping it on a small bullet felt like a waste. After all, once the bullet was fired, it would be hard to recover. Who knew if the component would be wasted once it was shot out? Thus, Cao Xuan decided to disassemble it and install it back on the bone-cutting knife. He toyed with it for a long time like a child who had just received a new toy, then handed it to Shinbing. Bing Bing, you take this knife for now. Your weapon mastery talent can better utilize this component. Shinbing did not decline, but nodded gratefully. At first, her attitude toward Cao Xuan was not good, but she did not expect him to trust her so much now. After Cao Xuan handed over the knife, he secretly hoped that one day he could get a component that could be equipped on a handgun. The journey to the storage room was already very short, and the few of them quickly arrived. Chapter 30. Chun Yin awakens. The door to the storage room was opened. UCC looked at the half-open wooden door in front of her, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. She clearly remembered that she had tightly closed this door before leaving, and the abnormality at this moment made her heart race. UCC hurriedly ran inside, and the moment she saw that the garbage can was still piled high with cardboard, her heart finally relaxed. It seemed they had only entered this room and had not discovered her aunt in the trash can. UCC was immensely relieved, thankful that she had hidden her aunt well at that time. Seeing the look in UCC's eyes, Cao Xuan immediately realized that she had hidden her aunt in the garbage can. So, Cao Xuan quickly stepped forward to help, starting to dig through the cardboard piled on top of the garbage can. It had to be said that UCC had put in a lot of effort to hide her aunt so securely. Those heavy cardboard boxes, in Cao Xuan's view, weighed at least dozens of pounds. With everyone working together, after much effort, Cao Xuan finally saw the curled-up figure of the woman at the bottom of the garbage can. The woman before him was extremely tall, surpassing Shun Bing and Shun Ting. Even with her eyes tightly closed and curled up in the small garbage can, Cao Xuan could still judge that her height was slightly above Shun Bing's. The black tight leather outfit clung to her body, perfectly outlining her exaggerated curves. Name: Chun Yin, age 28, height 175 centimeters, weight 56 kilograms, bust 98, 32 g, waist 61, hips 96, strength 9, agility 9, constitution 8, charge times 0, occupation unemployed, heir of ancient martial arts family, talent blade, chi, sword, shadow. When using blade and sword weapons, can release chi outward. Current status: unconscious, suffocating, health value 60, favorability. Cao Xuan scanned Shun Yan's panel information from top to bottom, and a wave of shock surged in his heart. For example, her extremely exaggerated values were 9, 9, and 8. He wondered if she had used any enhancement potions. Also, her identity as an heir of an ancient martial arts family and her talent, blade, chi, sword, shadow, seemed even more specialized compared to Shin Bing's weapon mastery. However, when Cao Xuan saw her status, his heart tightened. Quickly pull her up. Cao Xuan hurriedly reached out, supporting Chun Yin under her armpits. With everyone working together, they clumsily lifted Chun Yin out of the garbage can. At this moment, Chun Yan's face was as pale as paper, like a delicate yet fragile porcelain doll. Her originally vibrant lip color now slightly tinged with cyan and purple. UCC was almost in tears, feeling guilty. It's all my fault for harming my aunt. She won't be in trouble, will she? Shun Ting, with her nursing background, appeared particularly calm at this moment. She quickly walked to Chun Yan's side, crouched down, and expertly placed her fingers on Chun Yan's carotid artery, while also observing her complexion and the rise and fall of her chest. Then, she spoke in a calm tone. She just had some difficulty breathing earlier. Now she has symptoms of suffocation. Undo her clothes to let her breathe some fresh air. Do we need to take off her clothes? Cao Xuan swallowed hard, looking over. The next moment, Shun Ting unceremoniously pushed Cao Xuan out, scolding. Cao Xuan, you're not allowed to stay here and watch. Besides, we'll need to inject a diuretic into UCC soon. It's inconvenient for a big man like you to be here. Cao Xuan had a helpless expression, although he was unwilling in his heart. He had no strength to refute and could only reluctantly nod. All right then. I'll guard outside. If anything happens, you call me immediately. Seeing Cao Xuan looking a bit dejected, Shun Ting comforted him with a hug and said softly, Don't be disappointed, Cao Xuan. Wait until tonight. Hee. Cao Xuan went outside, gently shaking his head to try to dispel the inappropriate fantasies in his mind. Afterwards, he leaned against the door, keeping a vigilant eye on the surrounding movements. Time passed minute by minute. During this time, Cao Xuan heard many unspeakable sounds. Almost half an hour later, Cao Xuan's thoughts drifted far away, and he found himself squatting at the door, contemplating life. Just then, the door was finally opened a crack, and Shun Ting poked her head out, softly saying, Cao Xuan, you can come in now. Hearing the voice, Cao Xuan immediately stood up and quickly walked into the room. Upon entering, he sniffed. There was a strange smell lingering in the air. At this point, Chun Yin had also woken up. Her jumpsuit had been put on, but it was not fully zipped up to ensure she could breathe. However, her complexion was much better than before, although still somewhat pale. The cyan and purple color on her lips had faded, and her breathing had stabilized significantly. Through the panel, Cao Xuan also saw her health value slowly recovering. UCC was sitting by the bed, her eyes red, clearly having just cried, and she was holding Chun Yan's hand. Upon seeing Cao Xuan enter, she quickly nodded in gratitude. At this moment, Chun Yan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze resting on Cao Xuan. She had already heard UCC clearly explain the sequence of events and knew that she had survived thanks to this man before her. Thank you. She struggled to sit up, wanting to thank Cao Xuan, but halfway up, she realized that her partially unzipped jumpsuit began to slide down. Chun Yan's face turned bright red, and she quickly reached out to hold it up. Fortunately, her figure was able to hold it. If it were UCC, she would have likely slid down completely without any obstruction. Seeing this scene, Cao Xuan quickly crouched down. Chapter 31 Cooperation. Don't mention it. You should rest well first. Hearing Cao Xuan's words, Chun Yan dismissed the thought of sitting up. She usually had a serious demeanor, appearing cold in front of others. But now her face was as red as a ripe peach. It was all because of those two bastards. At this moment, Chun Yan wished she could whip those two men 100 times. She slightly turned her head to glance at a large medical beaker filled with some kind of liquid. Chun Yan kept praying that Cao Xuan wouldn't look over there. It was already embarrassing enough in front of UCC and the two unfamiliar women, and she didn't want to face anyone in the future. Fortunately, Cao Xuan didn't look aside, as it was hard for him to control his gaze from falling on the woman in front of him. After a moment, Cao Xuan paused, contemplating exchanging information with Chun Yan and discussing their cooperation. Chun Yan, we gathered some information during our exploration. Do you know the reason behind the formation of this ward? Reason? Chun Yan was puzzled. To her, this was just a platform similar to a copy, not something formed by a survival game. Seeing the confusion on UCC and Chun Yan's faces, Cao Xuan began to explain. Soon, UCC was shocked enough to cover her mouth. Cao Xuan, are you saying that the director here actually used his own patients for experiments and even betrayed the doctors working with him at the last moment? The mutated patients and doctors we encountered in the building are all products of failed experiments. This is insane. UCC found it hard to imagine that there could be such a disregard for life in the world, sacrificing the innocent to satisfy personal desires. So, perhaps there are still their laboratories hidden in the remaining 2 floors? Chun Yan, with her keen mind, quickly grasped the key point Cao Xuan mentioned. The hospital indeed had laboratories, but they weren't upstairs. Cao Xuan deliberately paused at the crucial point and then changed the subject, since we're going to cooperate. Let's first discuss the distribution of the spoils. After all, we are not teammates with Chun Yan and cannot trust each other as unreservedly as with the Shin sisters. A cooperation without interests is hard to sustain. After clarifying things in advance, future cooperation would be smoother, avoiding unpleasantness later. Chun Yan pondered for a moment and said, I just need a key card to leave the ward, and, if possible, I would like to have a physical enhancement serum for CC. In her view, Cao Xuan saved her, and he also provided the information, so she had no reason to ask for too much. Cao Xuan was slightly taken aback, then looked at this woman with a bit more appreciation beyond her appearance. All right, we'll do as you say, as long as we can successfully complete this cooperation. The key card and the serum won't be a problem. After saying this, the room fell into a brief silence. Cao Xuan silently took out some chocolate from his pocket. Here, have some of this to replenish your strength. He handed the chocolate to the ladies. Cao Xuan, you actually have this. UCC exclaimed in surprise as she took the chocolate, her eyes filled with excitement. She and Chun Yan had only had water so far and hadn't eaten anything. Chun Yan was also very grateful and said, Thank you, Cao Xuan. Although the chocolate had melted a bit due to Cao Xuan's body temperature, and their lips were smeared with sticky chocolate liquid while eating, they didn't care about that at the moment. Don't mention it. We have plenty in the car, and we'll bring you some more when we leave. Cao Xuan waved his hand. Once you recover enough, we will leave here and go find the underground laboratory based on the clues I obtained earlier. After a short rest, the group officially set out. Chun Yan furrowed her brows and asked in confusion, So where exactly is the laboratory hidden? In the underground basement, Cao Xuan replied. We can only reach the basement through the elevator. We need to press the buttons in the order of the 4th floor, 1st floor, and 3rd floor to finally access the basement. Chun Yan almost couldn't maintain her cold expression. This was too well hidden. Who could have guessed? Cao Xuan's my modetly. I was just lucky to stumble upon this information. Following the corridor, the group quickly arrived at the elevator. Cao Xuan stepped forward and pressed the elevator button. With a light ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Everyone entered the elevator one by one, and Cao Xuan pressed the button for the fourth floor, first floor, and third floor in the order he knew. The elevator began to rise slowly, and a sudden feeling of weightlessness hit them. Cao Xuan and Chun Yin stood at the front of the elevator. Since the elevator would open for a while at each floor, they had to be ready to deal with the mutated patients. When the elevator reached the fourth floor, the doors opened slowly, and a strong smell of disinfectant wafted in. Sure enough, in the dim light, several distorted, mutated patients were crowding at the elevator doors. Hearing the sound of the elevator opening, these mutated patients rushed in like beasts smelling blood. Seeing this, Cao Xuan quickly drew his bone-cutting knife, ready to block the frenzied, mutated patients. At that moment, Chun Yin beside him moved even faster. She flashed forward and struck first. Whoosh! A sharp white blade of light shot out from the tang knife in her hand. Where the blade passed, those mutated patients didn't even have time to scream before they were cut in half and collapsed to the ground. Cao Xuan, who had originally raised his knife, froze for a moment, finally managing to utter, "Awesome." At that moment, in Cao Xuan's eyes, Chun Yin resembled a heroine from a martial arts novel, striking down enemies with a single sword. "This is my talent. I can project blade energy." Chun Yin worried that Cao Xuan might be frightened and quickly explained. She didn't know that Cao Xuan had already understood her talent through the panel. However, seeing the scene with his own eyes still stirred a hint of envy in Cao Xuan's heart. After all, what man hasn't fantasized about wielding a sword to slay demons and monsters? Da Xiongting, my little aunt is amazing, right? Amazing. Shinting was equally shocked, then quickly reacted. Why has Cece given herself a new nickname again? You little fried egg, you're clearly envious of me. Shinting's chest heaved with anger. Hearing Shinting's words, Cece couldn't hold back anymore because she really was envious. Be quiet. At this moment, Chun Yin frowned and looked at Cece. Cece instantly resembled a frightened little rabbit, not daring to make another sound. Seeing this, Shinting proudly swayed in front of Cece, even deliberately pushing her chest against Cece's face, only to be promptly knocked on the head by Shinbing. Ting Ting, stop being naughty. Cao Xuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, one thing restrains another. When the elevator stopped at the third and first floors, they encountered and dealt with several more mutated patients, but there was no time to loot the bodies. When the elevator stopped on the first floor, and the doors began to close, a sudden clicking sound came from under their feet. Immediately after, the elevator suddenly began to plummet. Its speed more than double what it had been before. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant, and Cao Xuan shouted, "Grab the handrails quickly." The elevator was plummeting wildly, the immense feeling of weightlessness nearly suffocating everyone. Just when they thought the elevator would crash to the bottom, it suddenly jolted to a stop in midair and then slowly came to a halt. Finally, it was over. Everyone let out a long breath, but soon, their hearts were once again raised to their throats, because through the gap in the elevator doors, they caught another strong whiff of disinfectant, and it was much stronger than before. Preview. Cao Xuan is about to bid farewell to the identity of Xiao Chunan. Next, let's have a no-prize guessing game. Also, I asked the adoptive fathers to give a good review and check for updates on the latest chapters every day. Chapter 32, Ventilation ducked through the gap in the elevator door. Several people once again caught a strong smell of disinfectant, and this odor was much stronger than before. As soon as the elevator door opened, more than 20 mutated patients crowded at the entrance. Chun Yin did not hesitate, raising her hand to unleash a wave of energy that instantly took down a large number of mutated patients. However, this skill seemed to have an energy cost and could not be used continuously. After alleviating a wave of pressure, she began to use regular attacks. Cao Xuan quickly stepped forward to help, and the two stood back to back, working together in perfect harmony. Before long, these mutated patients were nearly slaughtered. Finally, it was over. Cao Xuan let out a long sigh and said, "We'll search them for anything useful later." After catching his breath, Cao Xuan finally had the time to take in the underground laboratory. Perhaps due to years of neglect, the walls of the passage were peeling and mottled, with a faint smell of mildew. The dim yellow light flickered, casting eerie shadows that made one feel uneasy. Not far away was a black iron door, rusted and dilapidated. It looked less like a laboratory and more like a sinister underground prison. Warning ahead, there are 3 sleeping mutated doctors and more than 10 mutated patients. Approaching will awaken them. You can bypass them through the ventilation duct above the iron door, which leads directly to the core area of the laboratory, the director's office. Just as Chun Yin was about to swing her knife to cut the iron lock hanging on the iron door, Cao Xuan quickly grabbed her. If we go through here, we'll encounter quite a few mutated doctors, and they are much harder to deal with than these patients. Then where should we go? Chun Yin asked. From above. Cao Xuan looked up and pointed to the ventilation duct above. Chun Yin looked up and indeed saw a ventilation duct. She wisely did not question how Cao Xuan knew this on their first visit to the underground laboratory. After all, everyone has their secrets. Chun Yin took a step back, slightly gathered her strength, and with a strong push from her long legs, she grabbed the edge of the ventilation duct and smoothly flipped herself inside. Cao Xuan's eyes lit up. She was indeed the successor of ancient martial arts, and her skills were better than his. If there was a chance in the future, he definitely wanted to spar with Chun Yin to see how much the difference was between them. At that moment, Chun Yin poked her head out halfway and reached out her arm toward Cao Xuan. Cao Xuan understood and took a few steps back, then made a running jump, grabbing Chun Yan's hand and also climbing into the duct. Once Cao Xuan adjusted his position, he heard the voices of Shun Bing and the others below. Cao Xuan, pull us up. UCC, how about you lift your butt so I can step on it to get up? Hey, I forgot you don't have that. Shun Bing raised one hand towards Cao Xuan, while Shin Ting and UCC began to bicker again. But after exchanging glances with Chun Yin, Cao Xuan shook his head. Even if they could jump over the mutated doctors in the duct, there was no guarantee that the core area wouldn't have more dangers. Shun Ting and UCC had little combat power, and if a fight broke out, he might not have time to protect them. It's too dangerous inside. Chun Yin and I will go. Bing Bing, you stay here to protect Cici and Ting Ting. Upon hearing Cao Xuan's words, UCC and Shun Ting stopped bickering and protested together. Cao Xuan decisively refused. Protests are invalid. Listen to me and your aunt. Shin Bing bit her lip, worry filling her gaze. She was reluctant to leave Cao Xuan and wanted to go in with him, but what he said made sense. Ting Ting and Cici indeed needed someone to protect them. Being more mature and level-headed, she gently pulled the two girls and said, listen to Brother Cao Xuan. We stay here. Then, Shun Bing frowned and said with a worried expression, you must be careful. If anything happens, message me immediately. Cao Xuan felt a warm current in his heart and nodded in gratitude. Shin Bing's favorability had increased from a negative number to 70 points. He could clearly feel a significant change in her feelings toward him. Then we're off, Cao Xuan said, and he and Chun Yin flipped over. The space in the duct was extremely cramped, allowing only one person to move slowly. Cao Xuan and Chun Yin crawled carefully forward, with him following closely behind Chun Yin. At first, he didn't feel anything unusual, but when he inadvertently looked up, his nosebleed almost came out. Chun Yin was slightly bent over, cautiously crawling forward, her well-shaped waist swaying slightly with her movements. The black leather outfit reflected the light from the flashlight, dazzling him and making his heart race, his throat dry. Gulp! Cao Xuan couldn't help but swallow. The sound, though very faint, was exceptionally clear in the quiet duct. Chun Yin paused upon hearing the sound. She clearly sensed the awkwardness of the moment. For a moment, her crawling became stiff and very unnatural, but she could only grit her teeth and continue. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the path. Chun Yin blushed and asked, which way should we go? Cao Xuan forced himself to look ahead. At this point, a prompt appeared in his eyes, indicating that turning right was the correct path. Right, he said. After crawling through the fork, Chun Yin suddenly spoke. How about you go in front? It will be easier for you to lead. In the narrow passage, it was hard to see Chun Yan's face, but her slightly trembling voice indicated that she was not at ease. As soon as Chun Yin finished speaking, Cao Xuan immediately replied, okay, then you lie down, and I'll go over you. Chun Yin was momentarily flustered, her mind stalling. She really didn't want Cao Xuan to bump in her curvy waist while passing, so she instinctively flipped over and lay flat in the duct. But it seemed she forgot that another part of her was also quite prominent. Chun Yin didn't stop him, as being shy was not her nature. Hurry up, Cici and the others are waiting for us. When she realized this, Cao Xuan had already started to move. She couldn't stop him anymore. After all, being shy was not her character, so she forced herself to act calm and said, hurry up, Cici and the others are waiting for us. Hearing Chun Yan's urging, Cao Xuan quickly nodded. All right, all right. Cao Xuan's hand fell between Chun Yan's thigh and the wall of the duct as he quickly crawled forward. Chapter 33 Component Explosion. Halfway through the climb, at the moment when he locked eyes with Chun Yin, Cao Xuan suddenly felt a moment of daze, only to feel that his hand had touched a warm and soft sensation that was completely different from the cold pipe wall. Then he saw Chun Yin below him, visibly flushing red, her eyes seemingly ready to kill. "Hurry up and move it away." Chun Yin glared coldly at Cao Xuan. She was highly suspicious that Cao Xuan did it on purpose and began to blame herself for having such an inconvenient figure despite binding her chest every day to practice martial arts as a child. Sorry, I was careless," Cao Xuan said awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. Chun Yin was like a ripe peach, and he genuinely lost focus and made a mistake. After this little incident, their communication decreased significantly, and their pace secretly quickened. Under Cao Xuan's lead, they twisted and turned through the complex pipes. Chun Yin was filled with confusion and wanted to ask how Cao Xuan quickly found the right direction without any map guidance. She speculated in her heart. Could it be that Cao Xuan has a special ability similar to map navigation? But her anger had yet to dissipate, and she didn't want to bother with Cao Xuan at all. About 10 minutes later, they finally reached the end of the pipe. Cao Xuan slowly opened the iron door at the pipe's mouth and cautiously poked his head out to look down. What came into view was a clean white laboratory. Cao Xuan immediately saw countless transparent glass jars, in which men and women were soaking, their bodies appearing somewhat distorted in the liquid. "Cao Xuan, is it safe here?" Chun Yin, forgetting her anger towards Cao Xuan, gently poked his but from behind. "It seems there's no danger." Cao Xuan carefully scanned the area and found no threats like awakened mutated patients. After confirming safety, the two jumped down from the pipe one after the other. Who would have thought that taking a ventilation duct would perfectly avoid all the monsters? Cao Xuan muttered in a low voice, his face showing a hint of surprise. Soon after, he and Chun Yin began to explore the laboratory hall. Cao Xuan stood in front of a glass jar, his gaze fixed on a middle-aged man whose skin was swollen like it was bubbling. A thought crossed his mind. Just now, it seemed like this person moved. Am I seeing things? Cao Xuan frowned, planning to use his talent to try to obtain some useful information. At that moment, Chun Yan's voice suddenly came from behind. "Cao Xuan, I found a hidden room." "A hidden room? Could it be the director's office?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Cao Xuan's eyes. He remembered hearing that there were valuable physical enhancement potions hidden in the director's office. Cao Xuan quickly walked to Chun Yan's side, only to see her pointing at a seemingly ordinary wall in the corner of the laboratory. If one didn't observe carefully, they would never notice the extremely thin gap. "This should be it," Chun Yin said, lightly tapping the wall with her long knife. From the sound, it seems to be empty behind. Cao Xuan, note that, his gaze searching the wall for a mechanism to open it. However, Chun Yin directly raised her tang knife, her tone decisive. Why bother with so much trouble? With that, Chun Yin fiercely stabbed the tang knife into the gap in the wall, and then her arm muscles tensed as she forcefully pried it open. Accompanied by a sharp metallic scraping sound, the white paint on the wall began to peel off, and debris fell. Boom! Chun Yin suddenly kicked out, and the metal door fell with a crash. Awesome! Cao Xuan gave Chun Yin a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. The dark room was filled with a musty, decaying smell, and the light was extremely dim, only allowing them to vaguely discern the outline of the room. Cao Xuan turned on his flashlight, where the light reached. He saw a row of rusty old experimental equipment on one side of the room and a large metal cabinet on the other. Director of the patient ward Lin Yud's private safe. The safe's password is divided into 3 parts, hidden in Lin Yud's white coat's right pocket. The second drawer of his desk and under the carpet in front of the desk. Of course, you can also find another way to open it. This Lin Yud really lives up to his name, doing all sorts of immoral things. The enhancement potion must be hidden in this safe, right? No effort required. Even without the talent hint, Cao Xuan had a good idea. Now holding the sharp, bone-cutting knife, why waste time looking for the password? Cao Xuan, smike on feed in. Pulling out the bone-cutting knife. As he waved the knife lightly, it emitted a buzzing sound, as if eager to show its prowess. He quickly walked to the huge metal safe, raised the bone-cutting knife high without hesitation, and then struck down hard. The blade sliced into the safe's door as easily as cutting through tofu, and the metal scraped against the blade, producing a sharp sound. Soon, a deep cut was made in the safe door. The safe had 3 layers. The upper layer contained several pages of documents. Cao Xuan picked one up to check and found it was an experimental record and final production method for the physical enhancement potion. Lin Yud sacrificed countless innocent lives to achieve the results on this paper, which was truly despicable. Unfortunately, this was of no use to Cao Xuan. Cao Xuan continued to check, and the middle layer was filled with physical enhancement potions. This familiar appearance, he had seen it twice before and recognized it at a glance. 1, 2, 3, 12. A total of 12 vials. After taking out and organizing the enhancement potions, Cao Xuan kept two in his hand. Sister Chunyan here. This is for you and CC. Chunyan looked astonished when Cao Xuan handed her the potion and instinctively raised her hand to refuse. We agreed that I would only take one. Cao Xuan smiled and firmly stuffed the potion into Chunyan's hand. Don't refuse. With stronger strength, you can better protect CC. The two were now in the same boat, and besides, Chunyan had helped a lot along the way. Cao Xuan's words struck a chord with Chunyan. Protecting you CC had always been on her mind. Thank you, then I will accept it. Chunyan's frosty expression melted away, replaced with a touch of gratitude. She quietly noted this favor in her heart. In the lower layer, Cao Xuan found a key card. It seemed this was definitely the place to refresh the access card. Cao Xuan handed the access card to Chunyan, and this time she did not refuse, as this was something they had previously agreed upon. However, in addition to the access card, there was also a small gear glowing with blue light. Component, Explosion, can be equipped on ranged weapons. After equipping, all attacks will include explosive damage. Chapter 34. Lin Yu dies. Chunyan is injured. Components that can be equipped on ranged weapons. A look of wild joy suddenly flashed in Cao Xuan's eyes as he eagerly held the gear in his hands, then placed it together with the Glock 17. Sure enough, a prompt indicating it could be equipped appeared. Without any hesitation, Cao Xuan chose to install it. Glock 17. Current equipped components. 1. Explosive blue can be equipped on ranged weapons. After equipping, all attacks will carry explosive damage. Maximum number of equipped components. 2 current equipped. 1. The moment the equipment was completed, a circle of blue light flowed around the Glock 17. Cao Xuan raised the gun and aimed slightly into the distance. His eyes filled with eagerness. Bang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Chunyan looked surprised. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Cao Xuan. Did you fire? No. Cao Xuan looked in the direction he was aiming, where there was nothing unusual. The sound came from outside. Chunyan suddenly realized. Let's go check. The two quickly acted and hurried out of the office. As soon as they stepped out the door, Cao Xuan felt something sticky under his feet. He looked down to see the ground covered in an unpleasant liquid. He raised his eyes and saw that a glass jar containing an experimental subject had burst open at some point. The location of this glass jar was where I just saw that bald man. Cao Xuan's heart tightened. Chunyan quickly followed the trail of the sticky liquid and soon discovered the target's whereabouts. He was in the open space among the jars. The two rushed to the open area. They saw a bald man lying on the ground, his limbs twisted and writhing. He slowly raised his eyes and coldly stared at Cao Xuan. In that gaze, madness, greed, and hatred intertwined. Cao Xuan saw complex emotions that should not exist in a deranged mutant patient. Could it be? The bald man let out a low, suppressed growl from his throat, as if struggling to form words. Moments later, he actually spat out a few indistinct words. Do you want eternal life? Both Cao Xuan and Chunyan were taken aback. Chunyan couldn't help but murmur. How can he speak? The bald man twisted his body and slowly stood up. Despite his extremely strange posture, his gaze locked onto Cao Xuan like a hawk, the madness and greed in his eyes growing more intense. Life is like a fleeting firework. Brilliant yet incredibly short. You busy yourselves every day chasing after that illusory goal, only to ultimately turn into a pile of dust. But I know the secret of eternal life. It is a powerful force that transcends time and space, the key to controlling fate. The weapon in your hand is merely a temporary deterrent, while eternal life is the ultimate power of eternity. Head of the ward, Lin Yu, strength, 517 agility, 510 constitution, 620, final form of mutation. Long-term, deep exploration of forbidden areas has severely backfired the experimental drugs on him, causing his body to gradually mutate. He will enter a second form when stimulated. You are Lin Yu. Cao Xuan looked at the name on the panel, shocked. It turned out that this terrifying figure before him was actually Lin Yu, the head of this ward. Lin Yu was momentarily surprised to see that Cao Xuan recognized him. But soon, he pulled out a strange smile and opened his arms toward Cao Xuan. Become my follower. Embrace me, and I will grant you eternal life. Fuck you. Who would want to hug a bald, middle-aged monster covered in slime? Cao Xuan spat on the ground in disgust. If he were to embrace someone, it would be Chunyan beside him. As for this so-called eternal life, Lin Yu had turned into this ghastly figure. How could Cao Xuan be easily tempted by him? Cao Xuan and Chunyan exchanged glances. After several previous battles, they were already in perfect sync. Chunyan instantly understood the deep meaning in Cao Xuan's eyes and prepared to unleash her attack. Cao Xuan noticed the hint mentioning that Lin Yud would enter a second form when stimulated. Therefore, he planned to see if he could deliver a fatal blow before Lin Yud transformed. Cao Xuan raised his gun, aiming steadily at Lin Yud, while Chun Yin gripped her tang knife tightly and charged forward like an arrow. Just as Chun Yin was only a few steps away from Lin Yud, he suddenly let out a sharp, piercing shriek. His body expanded and morphed at an unnatural, bizarre speed, his already twisted form becoming even more hideous and terrifying. Massive limbs covered in dents, protruding tumors, and bulging veins. Lin Yud swung his arm violently, sweeping it toward Chun Yin. Chun Yin had no time to evade, and was violently knocked away, crashing heavily against a nearby experimental table, letting out a muffled groan. Blood instantly flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her tang knife slipped from her hand, falling to the ground. At the same moment, Cao Xuan decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The Glock 17, equipped with the explosive component, unleashed a fiery tongue of flame. The bullet, infused with explosive power, accurately struck Lin Yud. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the laboratory, causing pain to the eardrums. Half of Lin Yud's body was instantly blown to a bloody pulp, flesh and slime splattering everywhere in a shocking scene. You dare to harm me. Lin Yud's voice was filled with endless murderous intent, as if it were a curse from hell. I will make you pay a painful price, and make you understand how terrible it is to offend me. In Cao Xuan's view, Lin Yud's stats were nearly maxed out, especially that astonishing 20 points in Constitution, which allowed him to still retain mobility even after half of his body was blown apart. However, with half a leg missing, Lin Yud's speed was greatly affected. As Cao Xuan slowly stepped back, he continued to fire. Bang! 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 3 more shots accurately hit Lin Yud, and a horrifying large hole appeared in his stomach. Cao Xuan dared not easily target Lin Yud's head, because although Lin Yud's body had grown to an enormous size, his head remained the same size as before, making it look extremely bizarre. Cao Xuan was afraid that if he missed, he would shatter other glass jars, which might also contain terrifying monsters like Lin Yud. At this moment, Chun Yin had managed to regain some strength beside the experimental table. She looked at the raging Lin Yud before her. A sense of determination surged within her. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, forced herself to stand up, and without hesitation, swung her knife again, aiming for Lin Yud's head. Lin Yud seemed to sense the danger behind him. He suddenly turned his head and saw Chun Yan's attack, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. How dare these two insignificant creatures push him to this extent? Damn it! Watching Chun Yan strike aimed at his head, Lin Yud did not evade. Instead, he swung his palm at Chun Yin again. His body was incredibly hard, and ordinary knives could not inflict any damage at all. So he intended to make Chun Yin pay a heavy price for her actions. Thud! Thud! 2 muffled sounds followed. Chun Yin fell heavily to the ground, her tang knife sliding far away. A deep, dark bruise appeared on her fair arm, looking particularly shocking. And another sound is the heavy thud of Lin Yud's head hitting the ground. Chapter 35. Easy, Sister Chun Yin. As the head fell to the ground, Lin Yud's body began to melt away like a wax figure, rapidly dissolving into a pool of liquid. In the end, only a black card, a purple gear, and something resembling a notebook remained on the ground. However, Cao Xuan was anxious and had no time to check these items. He quickly ran to Chun Yan's side. Sister Chun Yan, how do you feel? Chun Yan leaned against Cao Xuan, her face as pale as a thin sheet of paper, sweat beads rolling down her forehead. The black patterns on her arm were slowly spreading along her veins, looking alarming. Cao Xuan, if I don't make it, please take good care of CC for me. I can tell she likes you a lot. She'll be happy with you. Chun Yan's voice was weak, each word seeming to take the last of her strength. Cao Xuan tightly grasped Chun Yan's hand and urgently said, Sister Chun Yan, don't say that. You'll be fine. Chun Yan weakly shook her head, a bitter smile appearing on her face. She gently lifted Cao Xuan's hand and placed it on her chest. She had long noticed that despite Cao Xuan's efforts to conceal it, his gaze would unconsciously fall on her. Since her time was limited, she thought of it as a special reward for asking Cao Xuan to take care of CC. Cao Xuan gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said, Sister Chun Yan, what do you take me for? I won't let anything happen to you. However, at that moment, Cao Xuan felt Chun Yan's heartbeat growing weaker, and his urgency increased. He quickly activated his talent. Type 4 virus, a super virus accidentally born during the testing of a body enhancement serum, possessing strong corrosive and infectious properties. This virus can rapidly destroy the normal structure of human cells, causing bodily functions to deteriorate sharply in a short period. Note, when the body enhancement serum is first injected, it will greatly enhance the body's immunity and various attributes, possibly stimulating bodily enhancement to counter the virus. After confirming the information from the prompt, a glimmer of hope ignited in Cao Xuan's eyes. Now, he could only pray that it was Chun Yan's first time. Without any hesitation, Cao Xuan quickly took out a body enhancement serum and injected it into Chun Yan's fair arm. The serum slowly entered Chun Yan's body. And at that moment, time seemed to stand still. Cao Xuan nervously watched Chun Yan's face, filled with anxiety. At first, Chun Yan showed no reaction. The black patterns actually spread faster, tightening Cao Xuan's heart. But soon after, Chun Yan's various attributes began to change. Strength 911, agility 910, physique 810. Seeing these rapidly increasing values, a look of ecstasy flashed in Cao Xuan's eyes. Such a significant increase could only mean one thing. Chun Yan was using this enhancement serum for the first time. She was saved. Cao Xuan didn't want this beautiful woman he had only known for a day to perish before him. He carefully adjusted Chun Yan into a comfortable position and then sat quietly beside her, patiently waiting and silently praying for everything to go smoothly. During the wait, Cao Xuan opened his watch and sent a message to the Shun sisters to report his safety, detailing the current situation. But Cao Xuan didn't notice that while he was chatting with the two sisters, Chun Yan's previously pale face gradually began to flush with color. Moreover, the flush was unusually bright, as if a fire was burning beneath her skin. At this moment, Cao Xuan was focused on communicating with the two women, his fingers quickly tapping on the virtual keyboard, completely unaware of Chun Yan's unusual behavior. Shun Bing, a few mutated patients have woken up here and are now wandering outside the iron door. Be careful when you come back. Cao Xuan, Okai, Bing Bing, you all be careful not to make any noise. Shun Ting, Brother Cao Xuan, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Cao Xuan, of course I do. Shun Ting, then be careful, Brother Cao Xuan. By the way, I haven't told CC about Sister Chun Yan. She still thinks you are exploring. Cao Xuan. Cao Xuan. Chun Yan's voice came from behind. Sister Chun Yan, you're awake? Cao Xuan's eyes lit up with surprise. Just as he turned around, he felt a pair of slender arms wrap around his neck, and then the back of his head sank into a soft embrace. Before he could react, he felt Chun Yan's hot breath against his ear, tinged with urgency. Cao Xuan, I'm so hot. Chun Yan's voice was no longer as cold as before, but laced with a tremor and allure. Her previously pale face now had an abnormal flush due to the heat, and her gaze became hazy. At the same time, her hands began to forcefully tear at Cao Xuan's clothing. Sister Chun Yan, this isn't appropriate, Cao Xuan said while struggling to raise his hands to block her. However, after injecting the body enhancement serum, Chun Yan's strength had greatly increased, and her attributes were no match for Cao Xuan. Unless he harmed Chun Yan with a weapon, he would not be able to stop her actions. But that was something he could never bring himself to do. With a rip, Cao Xuan's t-shirt was torn in half, and he was roughly pushed down to the ground. At this moment, Chun Yan had almost lost all awareness and was acting purely on instinct, resorting to such a crude method. Cao Xuan lay helplessly on the ground, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. In the end, he lay there, arms spread wide, sighing deeply. Forget it. Since I can't resist, I might as well enjoy it. Sister Chun Yan, easy now, it's my first time too. Chapter 36. Cao Xuan must take the initiative. Not sure how long it had been. Cao Xuan was staring intently at Chun Yan. Suddenly, she trembled all over, and her tightly closed eyes slowly opened, her expression gradually regaining clarity. Cao Xuan, I actually didn't die. Chun Yan felt waves of pain coursing through her body and was filled with joy. In her understanding, if she were dead, she would have no sensations at all, and the pain she felt at that moment proved she was still alive. Could it be that Cao Xuan found a way to save her? Chun Yan thought gratefully, but then she noticed that Cao Xuan was right below her. Taking a closer look, she discovered that Cao Xuan's clothes were nowhere to be found, and she too. Chun Yan screamed in terror, a thought flashing through her mind. Did Cao Xuan do that while she was unconscious? She quickly distanced herself from Cao Xuan, frantically picking up a leather jacket nearby and clumsily putting it on. Then, Chun Yan looked at Cao Xuan coldly and questioned, Cao Xuan, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Why'd you do this? Cao Xuan could sense the intense killing intent emanating from Chun Yan and felt extremely wronged. After all, he was the one who had been the passive party. However, he had anticipated that this might happen and had prepared for it in advance. Cao Xuan silently opened his watch. and the camera function had recorded everything that had just happened. He tapped a few times, and the projection started. At first, Chunyin looked surprised, completely unsure of what Cao Xuan was up to. However, as the video played, her face grew increasingly red. The video clearly showed her going into a frenzy due to the side effects of the drug after losing consciousness. She looked dazed, her hands desperately tearing at Cao Xuan's clothes, while he wore a helpless expression, continuously trying to escape. Watching these scenes, Chunyan's face gradually turned from slightly flushed to burning hot, as if she could bleed from embarrassment. How could I have become like this? Chunyan still couldn't believe what had happened, her tone filled with disbelief. Cao Xuan sighed and began to explain in detail from the moment Chunyin was infected with the virus. He mentioned that in order to save her, he had taken a gamble and injected her, who was on the verge of death, with a strengthening agent, and then waited nearby, only to find that Chunyin suddenly got up. Having been wronged, the more Cao Xuan spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. He looked at the scattered torn clothes next to him and shyly covered his key parts. As Chunyin listened to Cao Xuan's explanation, her sense of guilt grew stronger. Cao Xuan, Chunyan's voice was hesitant. Let's just pretend this never happened, okay? Sister Chunyin, this was my first time. You have to take responsibility for me. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Upon hearing Cao Xuan's words, Chunyan's eyes widened, and the blush on her cheeks deepened with shock. What did you say? Chunyin had never experienced such matters between men and women and was completely blank in that regard. Her previous interactions with the opposite sex were mostly in battle. Many had tried to pursue her, but she had ruthlessly rejected them all. No one had ever told her she needed to take responsibility. At that moment, she surprisingly felt that she really should be responsible for this. Seeing Chunyin lost in hesitation, Cao Xuan didn't hesitate to pull her tightly into his embrace. No matter what, the deed had been done, and he didn't want to let this woman, who had shared skinship with him, distance herself. Sister Chunyin, I like you. Do you like me? Cao Xuan's hand gently rested on Chunyan's waist, his nose touching hers as he asked seriously. Chunyan's mind was in chaos, almost crashing, but she was surprised to find that she didn't dislike Cao Xuan's intimate actions. Could it be that she actually liked Cao Xuan? This was too unbelievable. She couldn't believe that she had only known Cao Xuan for less than a day. At that moment, a saying from UCC flashed in her mind. Love sometimes happens in an instant. Some people may know each other for a lifetime without sparking, while others can fall for each other at first sight. UCC's smiling face seemed to be right in front of her. Could it be that she had actually fallen for Cao Xuan at first sight, but had just not realized it before? Chunyin repeatedly thought about this in her heart and eventually really believed in this idea, nodding blankly. Seeing Chunyin nod, Cao Xuan's eyes instantly sparkled with joy, and he couldn't wait to kiss Chunyan's red lips. Chunyin froze for a second. Her hands lifted a few times but ultimately fell back down, beginning to respond to Cao Xuan somewhat awkwardly. At that moment, Cao Xuan's watch suddenly beeped and the screen displayed Shunting's avatar. They had been chatting earlier, and it had suddenly been interrupted. Shunting thought something urgent had happened. After not receiving a reply for a long time, she became completely anxious and started bombarding him with text messages. Cao Xuan casually replied with an emoji and then turned his gaze back to Chunyin. A real man cannot stay beneath others for long. This time, he was going to take the initiative. Name, Chunyin. Age, 28. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Bust, 98, 32G. Waist, 61. Hips, 96. Strength, 11. Agility, 10. Constitution, to charge count. For occupation, unemployed. Descendant of an ancient martial arts family. Talent, blade, chi, sword, shadow. When using bladed weapons, can release chi outward. Current status, fatigued. Excited, health, 90. Affection level, 2 hours passed. Cao Xuan slowly stood up, supporting his waist. Chunyin also slowly put on her clothes, her face filled with tenderness. Cao Xuan, let's not let them know about this for now, okay? Cao Xuan nodded, choosing to respect Chunyan's wishes. Okay, but let's exchange contact information first. Then, the two touched their watches and added each other as friends. Cao Xuan looked down at the torn clothes on the ground, scratching his head helplessly. These clothes were almost in tatters and could not be worn anymore. He sighed, picked up a relatively intact piece of fabric, and wrapped it around his waist. Only then did he have time to check the few items that had fallen from Lin Yud's corpse nearby. Chapter 37 Lin CC, Director's ID of the ward. Holding this ID, all mutated patients and mutated doctors will not actively attack you, and all mutated doctors and patients in the ward will unconditionally obey your orders. Cao Xuan held this item, which resembled an ID card, with a look of astonishment. He could hardly believe it. Just this card could control those mutated patients and doctors who had turned into monsters. However, even if he could control them, he would soon be leaving the terrifying ward. Was he really going to take these monsters with him? Cao Xuan fell in a deep thought, weighing the pros and cons repeatedly. After much consideration, he felt that it was not entirely unfeasible. After all, there was plenty of space in the back of the vehicle. Fitting one mutated doctor and several mutated patients should not be a problem. He had personally experienced the terrifying power of the mutated doctors, and as for those mutated patients, they could serve as cannon fodder to scout the way at the subsequent platform, which could be useful. The moment Cao Xuan's fingertips lightly touched the card, the image and information section of Lin Yud on the card gradually blurred and disappeared. In a moment, Cao Xuan's own photo and name clearly appeared in the director's section. He carefully put away the ID card and then bent down to pick up the purple gear. The gear felt heavy in his hand, with a finely crafted texture that excited him. Another precious component, and it was the rare purple one. Previously, he had already witnessed the astonishing power of the blue component. Explosion. Just a few shots had blasted a large hole in the mutated lineage. Now, this purple component's power was even more unimaginable. Component. Infinite firepower, purple. Usable for ranged weapons. Will gain unlimited magazine capacity. Just a few short words had already revealed its powerful nature. Cao Xuan was almost jumping with joy. After all, bullets are consumables, and once used up, he had to spend the extremely precious star soul coins to buy more. To save bullets, he had previously been forced to shoot cautiously, using them only when necessary. But now, if this purple component was equipped on his firearm, he could achieve unlimited firepower and no longer worry about the consumption of magazines. Especially when used in conjunction with explosion, it was simply an invincible existence. What was there to fear from monsters? Just suppress them with firepower. Cao Xuan clearly remembered that the Glock 17 could be equipped with two components. Glock 17, current equipped components. 1. Explosion. Blue can be equipped on ranged weapons. After equipping, all attacks will deal explosive damage. 2. Infinite firepower. Purple usable for ranged weapons. Will gain unlimited magazine capacity. Maximum equipped components. 2 current equipped. 2. The moment the equipment was completed, the appearance of the Glock 17 underwent a tremendous change. The originally pure black gun body, which only had a hint of blue light, had now transformed into a dazzling pattern of blue and purple intertwined, with blue light flowing slowly over the surface of the gun, as if the pistol had been given a luxurious new skin. Satisfied, Cao Xuan put away the gun and turned his gaze to Chun Yin beside him. She was still holding that notebook, her expression serious, her brows slightly furrowed, completely focused on flipping through it. Cao Xuan gently wrapped his arms around Chun Yin from behind and softly asked, "Wife, what is written in this notebook?" Chun Yin had long since grown accustomed to Cao Xuan's affectionate gestures and quietly accepted his address. She flipped the notebook back to the first page, showing it to Cao Xuan, and slowly said, "This is an experimental record aimed at treating a little girl named Lin Chu, who has an incurable brain cancer." As she spoke, Chun Yin began to quickly flip through each page of notes. The subsequent pages were all about the experimental records of a patient, and each record was signed by Lin Yud. About halfway through the notebook, there was a page that was completely different from the densely packed experimental records. That page had only a few crooked, messy, large characters. Chu, Dad seems to be sick too. During this time, it has appeared more and more frequently, and I feel like I can barely control it. Chu, don't worry. Dad will definitely defeat it and help you cure your cancer. For you, I am willing to give up everything. Looking at the messy handwriting in the notebook, a flicker of astonishment passed through Cao Xuan's eyes. So, Lin Yud had a daughter, and his initial intention was merely to cure his daughter's cancer? Cao Xuan gazed at the crooked characters, his heart filled with mixed emotions, a complex feeling surging within him. Lin Yud had recklessly embarked on this mad path for his daughter, yet in the end, he could not escape the fate of mutation, falling into an endless abyss. Indeed, his state resembled that of a split personality. In the end, he was controlled by another personality within him, completely becoming a puppet of power. The records following that page had nothing to do with cancer treatment anymore. Chun Yin gently sighed, her tone filled with regret. The two fell silent for a moment, both feeling a sense of lament, and then turned to leave the laboratory. This time, they chose not to walk through the narrow ventilation ducts, but boldly walked down the main path. After all, now that Cao Xuan held the director's ID card, He was the director of the ward, and those mutated patients had to obey his commands. There was no need to hide anymore. Bang! In the empty and silent laboratory, a glass jar suddenly shattered, producing a sharp, piercing sound. A completely naked girl fell to the ground from the jar, sharp glass shards cutting into her fair and delicate skin, causing a trickle of bright red blood to ooze out. However, surprisingly, an invisible force soon seemed to be repairing her wounds, and those scars healed at a visibly rapid pace. The girl's appearance was extremely delicate and beautiful. Her large, beautiful eyes contained a hint of confusion and bewilderment as she stared in the direction where Cao Xuan and Chun Yin had left, momentarily dazed, as if trying to recall something. She seemed to have lost all her memories, knowing nothing of her identity or her surroundings. Looking at the puddle of blood-red liquid on the ground and the old leather notebook, a familiar and painful feeling inexplicably surged in her heart. She slowly crouched down, picked up the notebook, and gently opened it, seeing a photo on the first page. Lin Chu-Chu. She softly read the name below the photo. Is this my name? Chapter 38. Aunt, are you hurt? In front of the iron door leading to the laboratory, Shenbing looked at the young girls who were nestled together and fast asleep, letting out a gentle sigh. After confirming that Cao Xuan and Chun Yin were safe, Shen Ting and UCC completely relaxed their tense nerves. Outside the door, several mutated patients gathered, preventing the three from conversing freely. It wasn't long before the two girls leaned against each other and closed their eyes to sleep. However, Shenbing always felt that things couldn't be so simple. Her strong intuition told her that something must have happened with Cao Xuan. Filled with worry, she paced back and forth in front of the iron door, anxious. Finally, rhythmic footsteps came from the other side of the iron door. Is it Cao Xuan and the others? Shenbing's heart tightened as she anxiously stared at the door, gently patting the still sleeping Shun Ting and UCC. If the person coming wasn't Cao Xuan, she must immediately take the two girls and escape. Sis, what happened? Shen Ting groggily opened her eyes and asked, still half asleep. Is Aunt back? UCC rubbed her eyes and yawned. The two girls stretched lazily, looking adorable. Shenbing couldn't afford to answer their questions, her gaze fixed on the iron door. When she finally saw the faces of the newcomers, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. There stood Chun Yin in a black leather outfit, and Cao Xuan wearing a somewhat strange patient gown. To avoid unnecessary embarrassment, Cao Xuan had to endure discomfort and had forcibly put on this gown he had taken from a mutated patient. Cao Xuan, you finally returned. Shenbing quickly moved to the side of the iron door, her delight evident. However, her gaze soon fell on the several mutated patients behind Cao Xuan and Chun Yin, a flash of horror crossing her eyes. Hearing Shenbing's exclamation, Cao Xuan appeared calm and raised his hand slightly, signaling the three women not to panic. The mutated patients who had been following Cao Xuan and Chun Yin immediately stopped in their tracks at a signal, standing quietly without showing any intent to attack. Be careful. They're mutated patients. Shenbing urgently reminded. It's okay. I can control these mutated patients. Cao Xuan confidently explained, raising the hospital director's badge in his hand. With this badge, they won't harm us. Seeing this miraculous scene, Shun Ting and UCC gasped in surprise. Cao Xuan, you're amazing. Cao Xuan. So you're now the director of the terrifying hospital? UCC curiously asked. Cao Xuan shook his head helplessly, looking at the excited duo. This director position isn't really that useful. Who knows, I'll be back at this site again. So this time, I plan to take a mutated doctor and 2 mutated patients with me. Hearing that Cao Xuan wanted to take a mutated patient away, Shen Ting couldn't help but exclaim softly. But seeing those patients doing squats and turning in place under Cao Xuan's control, her fear gradually dissipated. At that moment, the observant UCC noticed that Chun Yan's walking posture seemed a bit unusual. Aunt, why is your leg shaking? Are you hurt? UCC asked with a worried expression. Chun Yan didn't expect her efforts to conceal her condition would be so easily detected by UCC. She owns virid flusterid. No, I just twisted my ankle accidentally. Aunt, let me help you walk. Without thinking much, UCC moved closer, becoming Chun Yan's human crutch. However, Shun Ting sensed something unusual. She felt that Chun Yan's condition didn't seem like a simple injury. It was more like what she experienced last night when Cao Xuan used his hands on her. But she glanced suspiciously at the patient gown on Cao Xuan and ultimately swallowed her doubts, silently following behind everyone. In a lobby on the first floor of the hospital, under Cao Xuan's command, all the mutated patients and doctors gathered here. On the left, a large group of crooked, mutated patients huddled together, mouths wide open, occasionally bumping into each other and letting out a series of hostile growls. On the right, there was a row of mutated doctors in blood-stained white coats, their eyes cold, standing motionless like sculptures. Everyone, take out the star soul coins from your pockets. Cao Xuan sao det lao li. Then, go to all corners of the hospital and bring all the wood, metal materials, and glass products here. Hearing Cao Xuan's command, the mutated patients and doctors were momentarily stunned, seemingly trying to understand the meaning of the order, clearly unaware of what star soul coins were. Seeing this, Cao Xuan quickly took out a star soul coin and showed it to them. The mutated doctors, upon seeing this, quickly fished out one star soul coin after another from their bodies and respectfully handed them to Cao Xuan. However, the mutated patients still stood there blankly, showing no response. Cao Xuan suddenly remembered that these mutated patients couldn't see. He hurriedly added, "It's a small round silver coin. Check your own pockets." Upon hearing Cao Xuan's description, the mutated patients seemed to react and started rummaging through their various pockets. Eventually, a large pile of star soul coins was thrown in front of Cao Xuan. Next, the mutated patients and doctors began to move, immediately going to transport materials. Meanwhile, Cao Xuan squatted down and carefully counted with the women, finally summing up all the star soul coins in everyone's hands. Cao Xuan, there are a total of 128 star soul coins. UCC excitedly said after counting. So many? Cao Xuan raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise on his face. He took out about half of them, around 60 star soul coins, and said, "Sister Chun Yen, we were able to successfully deal with Lin Yud thanks to you. Take this half." Cao Xuan forcibly stuffed the star soul coins into Chun Yen's hands, secretly mouthing "wife" at an angle where the others couldn't see. Chun Yen intended to refuse, but seeing Cao Xuan's lips, a sweet warmth surged in her heart, a feeling she had never experienced before. "Okay, then I'll accept it," she said softly, a faint blush appearing on her face. Seeing Chun Yen accept the star soul coins, Cao Xuan felt very happy. He was worried that Chun Yen was too stubborn to accept them. Now that she had the means to enhance her strength, and he could feel more at ease in the future. Cao Xuan then took out the remaining 11 physical enhancement potions, gave 2 to Chun Yen, and turned to walk to the door. He remembered that the initial rules mentioned that rewards would be settled based on exploration level upon leaving. Having entered an underground laboratory that was nearly impossible for ordinary survivors to enter and discovered and resolve the secret behind Lin Yud, the exploration level should be quite high, right? Beep, temporary access card detected. You have obtained the qualification to leave. Reward settlement in progress. Chapter 39. S-Class clearance successfully found the physical enhancement potion hidden on the 4th floor. Exploration degree increased by 10. Successfully explored most areas on the upper floors. Exploration degree increased by 10. Found a note leading to the underground laboratory. Incomplete. Successfully entered the underground laboratory. Exploration degree increased by 15. Successfully entered the dean's office. Exploration degree increased by 10. Found Lin Yud's safe password. Incomplete. Successfully opened Lin Yud's safe. Exploration degree increased by 15. Successfully killed more than 2 mutated doctors and over 10 mutated patients. Exploration degree increased by 10. Successfully killed the final form of Lin Yud and learned the secrets of the horror ward. Exploration degree increased by 20. Final exploration degree, 85. Rating S-Class. Based on the rating, successfully received rewards. Intermediate electronic components, permanent coordinates of the horror ward. This exploration degree was only 85, not reaching the maximum value. The reason was that during certain clue-finding segments, Cao Xuan had skipped them due to his own talent, resulting in a loss of exploration degree. However, even with such circumstances, he still achieved an excellent S-Class rating. As for the rewards, the intermediate electronic components were acceptable as they were essential for upgrading to the next level. But what about the permanent coordinates of the horror ward? Just as Cao Xuan was filled with confusion, pondering what the coordinates of the horror ward were, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that you have unlocked the first coordinate. Navigation function is now activated. Navigation can provide an opportunity to reach a designated platform once a day. And you can share this coordinate with friends. Friends can only accept one share every 3 days. Upon seeing this prompt, Cao Xuan first frowned slightly, carefully pondering its meaning, and then he almost jumped up in excitement. It turned out that this so-called coordinate granted him a precious opportunity to enter the horror ward once a day. In just a few seconds, numerous thoughts floated through Cao Xuan's mind. With this qualification, If he hadn't entered the rest area by evening, he could directly navigate to the ward. With the dean's identity card, there would be no more dangers inside the ward. Moreover, the luxurious patient rooms on the third floor had incredibly comfortable big beds, much more pleasant than curling up in a car. Additionally, if the mutated patients and mutated doctors were exhausted, this opportunity could be used to replenish them in time. Not to mention, the chance to invite friends every 3 days was incredibly useful. Prior to this, Cao Xuan had always felt regretful, thinking that it would be very difficult to reunite with Chen Yin in the future, lamenting that he hadn't spent more time with her in the laboratory. But now, they would have a chance to meet once every 3 days. How could Cao Xuan not be extremely excited? He couldn't wait to share this good news with Chen Yin and the others behind him. Really? Chen Yan's previously somewhat dim expression instantly brightened. "Aunt, do you really want to see Brother Cao Xuan that much?" asked UCC, tilting her head with a puzzled expression. Chen Yin then realized that her earlier performance seemed a bit too excited and quickly explained, You and Ting Ting have always had a good relationship, right? I'm just happy that you two can meet often in the future. I don't want to see that big bear monster." Shen Ting ignored UCC's words, just crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes at Chen Yin, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate and awkward, and Chen Yin sensed that her excuse was not very perfect. Just then, Shen Bing suddenly spoke up. "You guys quickly look at the World Chat channel." The sudden remark temporarily broke the awkward atmosphere. Everyone, hearing Shen Bing's words, opened the chat channel with confusion. On the screen, countless messages from survivors were flooding in, and a particularly eye-catching message was pinned by the system. It was a system notification. Announcement! Announcement! A team has successfully cleared the dangerous platform horror ward for the first time with an S-class rating. This platform will be permanently closed, and all survivors will no longer encounter this platform. Survivors exploring on the platform will be forcibly exited. This brief notification was like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge uproar among all survivors. "Wait, I was exploring in the horror ward. Just entered the pharmacy and packed a large bag of medicine, and then this popped up? Hey, thanks to the brother who cleared it. My teammates and I were almost taken out by a group of mutated patients. Luckily, this popped up at a critical moment. By the way, someone actually cleared it with an S-class rating first. I haven't even encountered a dangerous area. Is this thing easy? This person seems like a big shot. I don't know about other dangerous areas, but I just passed through the horror ward today. I was lucky to find a machine gun and a few AKs. And once we went in, we directly suppressed them with firepower, almost killing all the mutated patients and doctors we encountered, but the exploration degree was only over 20. Upon hearing this, many people chimed in, even more shocked. Yeah, my friend was about to enter this platform, but now I can't contact him. He probably encountered something unfortunate. Hey, big shot, are you in the chat channel? Come out and share your experience with everyone. Cao Xuan naturally saw these messages, but most of his S-class rating relied on his own talent, so he had nothing much to share. However, he looked at the survivor who mentioned using firearms to massacre in the ward, his eyes lighting up. Cao Xuan clicked on that person's avatar to add as a friend, and then noted, I am the one who cleared the horror ward with an S-class rating today, and I want to make a trade with you. Cao Xuan put down his watch and waited for a message. That's right, he wanted to exchange for an AK, although he already had a Glock 17. It was just a pistol with limited firepower. Swapping for an AK would allow for indiscriminate spraying. According to that person's words, he should have more than one AK. And right now, he had quite a few Star Soul coins and 9 physical enhancement potions. So, trading for a gun shouldn't be a problem. Not long after, Cao Xuan's watch received a notification sound, and he felt a surge of joy, quickly opening it to check. Indeed, it was that person who accepted his friend request. This person was named Zhang Yi, and judging by the avatar, he looked quite young. Cao Xuan opened the chat box, and the other party sent a message first. You say you're the one who cleared the horror ward with an S-class rating. How can you prove it? It wasn't that Zhang Yi didn't believe him. It was just that it was too hard to believe. Zhang Yi came from Special Forces background and was fortunate to have obtained many weapons. Under such conditions, he had only received a C-class rating, and Cao Xuan looked much younger than him. How could he claim to be an S-class clear? He needed to show proof before he would believe it. Chapter 40. Trading AK-47 Vehicle Upgrade. Evidence? Cao Xuan scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. How was he supposed to prove this? Just as he was pondering, a light suddenly went on in his eyes, and inspiration struck. There was a way. Since all the survivors in the hospital wing had been cleared out, all he needed to do was take a selfie in the hospital wing to prove it, right? Without hesitation, Cao Xuan opened his watch and quickly took a selfie. In the photo, the hospital wings hall was visible behind him, along with several mutated patients moving beds, their actions appearing quite bizarre. After selecting a photo with a good angle and state, Cao Xuan clicked send directly. Ding! Your friend Cao Xuan has sent a picture. Do you accept? Meanwhile, sitting in the passenger seat, Zhang Yu was driving on the highway. Upon seeing the notification, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately clicked to view it. As the image loaded, the first thing that caught Zhang Yu's eye was Cao Xuan's handsome and slightly youthful face. He looked like a student, or someone who had just graduated not long ago. Zhang Yu silently speculated, then shifted his gaze to the background of the photo. This is the hall of the horror hospital? Zhang Yu had successfully escaped from the horror hospital before, so he was quite familiar with its layout and immediately recognized it. However, his expression quickly changed and his heart jolted. He noticed that there were several mutated patients behind Cao Xuan. Wait, what are these mutated patients doing? Why are they moving an iron bed? Moreover, their movements were so orderly. Were they moving things? Wow. Zhang Yu's gaze fell on the left side of the photo, where a pile of stacked iron beds was visible, with a mutated doctor standing beside it, holding a meteor hammer high above his head, seemingly preparing to smash the bed apart. It looked like they were helping Cao Xuan move things. Zhang Yu found his judgment hard to believe, but the scene before his eyes seemed to lead to that conclusion. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you shouting? Zhang Yu Wedong, sitting in the driver's seat, saw her brother's distorted expression and shouting. Couldn't help but complain. Can you not be so dramatic? I just got my driver's license not long ago. You almost scared me. No, look at this. Zhang Yi, still recovering from his shock, showed the picture to his sister. Wow, brother, where'd you get this handsome guy's photo? He's my type. No, look behind him. Wow. Zhang Yuedong's eyes widened in an instant. Scared enough to cover her mouth, her hand shook, and the car almost swerved off the road. Fortunately, Zhang Yu was quick to steady the steering wheel. Can you drive properly? After calming down, Zhang Yu looked at his watch again. He was now quite certain that this Cao Xuan was definitely a big shot. He needed to hold on tight to this thigh. Zhang Yi, big shot, I believe. I don't know what you see in me. If you want to trade, just say the word. Soon, Cao Xuan replied. Cao Xuan, I want to trade for an AK. I can exchange it with Star Soul coins or physical enhancement potions. Name your price. Seeing Cao Xuan's message, Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, then immediately sent a trade request to Cao Xuan, intending to exchange an AK-47 for a piece of wood. If Cao Xuan wanted that Gatling gun, he would have to think it over. After all, that was a treasure. But he had 4 AK-47s. And using one to get on good terms with Cao Xuan and do him a favor was a win-win. Who is this guy anyway? A big shot looking to trade with me. If I give him an AK, who knows, I might be able to catch a big fish in the future. Brother, how about you add him as a friend for me? If he becomes your brother-in-law, that would be great. No way. Zhang Yi refused without a second thought. He had just seen several women in the photo, and although their faces were not fully visible, it was clear they were all top beauties. He knew very well that under such circumstances, even if Cao Xuan and those women were not in a relationship, it would eventually develop into one. He absolutely could not let his sister get involved in that. He was definitely going to cling to the big shot, but involving his sister was absolutely out of the question. The other party requests to trade one piece of wood. The trade item is AK-47. Seeing this request, Cao Xuan was slightly taken aback. What did Zhang Yi mean? Exchanging a piece of wood for an AK-47 was almost like giving it away for free. Soon, Zhang Yi sent a long string of messages, which Cao Xuan read carefully. In short, he hoped that if they met in the future, Cao Xuan could take care of him more and that they could exchange information more often. After pondering for a moment, Cao Xuan chose to agree. Without navigation coordinates, the probability of running into each other was pitifully low, and even if they did meet, it wouldn't hurt to take care of him a bit. Plus, exchanging information would be quite beneficial for him. Cao Xuan, okay, Hans. Turning off the watch. The mutated patients had almost finished moving the materials. Cao Xuan didn't touch the medical equipment. It was too precious, and it might come in handy someday. Therefore, they only moved items like beds, and now that the horror hospital was closed to the outside, Cao Xuan estimated that the items inside wouldn't refresh anymore. So he didn't move everything, just enough to upgrade the vehicle to the next level. Under Cao Xuan's command, various materials that had been smashed into small pieces were loaded onto their vehicle one batch after another. In addition, there was an air conditioner and a bed dismantled from the luxury ward placed beside them. Cao Xuan was thinking about whether he could modify these onto the vehicle. If it worked, life would be much more comfortable in the future. After all, the old air conditioner only produced cold air, which was quite unsatisfactory. Vehicle, small truck, LV2. Current upgrade requirements. Random metal 1,000 kilograms, glass 300 kilograms, wood 500 kilograms, intermediate electronic components. Detected that the current materials have been gathered. Would you like to upgrade? Did it even need to be asked? Cao Xuan decisively chose to upgrade. In an instant, the small truck was enveloped in a dazzling light, and a deafening mechanical roar erupted. The materials that had been loaded onto the truck seemed to be pulled by a mysterious and invisible force, quickly merging into the vehicle's body. After the light dissipated, the once small truck had transformed into a brand new medium-sized truck. The truck was about 7 meters long, nearly 5 meters wide, and 3 meters high, presenting a silver-gray color. Its brand new factory appearance radiated a sense of modern industrial beauty. Now, the truck's interior could easily accommodate a large bed. Chapter 41 Separation. Leaving the ward, vehicle, medium truck vehicle characteristics, larger cargo capacity, 500 slots, level. LV3, fuel tank, 200 L, fuel consumption, 20 L per 100 kilometers, speed, 120 kilometers h, current passenger limit. For people, next level consumption, random metal, 3,000 kilograms, glass, 1,000 kilograms, wood, 1,000 kilograms, advanced electronic components. After successfully upgrading the vehicle to level 3, the fuel tank capacity doubled from the original 100 L to 200 L. However, fuel consumption also significantly increased. But Cao Xuan knew this was inevitable. After all, the upgraded truck not only grew larger, but also increased in weight, leading to higher fuel consumption. He happily climbed into the driver's cabin and felt that the space was much more spacious than before, allowing for many additional activities. Unfortunately, the maximum passenger limit remained at 4. It would have been great if he could accommodate one more person, so that Cece and Chun Yin could ride in his truck together. Subsequently, Cao Xuan successfully installed the air conditioning and a luxurious large bed in the truck. The bed was securely placed at the farthest end of the cabin, while the disassembly and storage tables were moved outward accordingly. Finally, Cao Xuan arranged for 1 mutated physician and 3 mutated patients to enter the cabin and then tightly close the cabin door. At this moment, it was time to part ways, and a somber atmosphere filled the air. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xuan called Chun Yin to the back of the cabin. Sister Chun Yin, I have something to discuss with you. Cao Xuan, what is it? In a corner of the cabin where no one could see, Cao Xuan suddenly pressed Chun Yin gently against the cabin wall and kissed her passionately. With Chun Yin's current stats being higher than Cao Xuan's, she could easily push him away if she wanted to. However, she did not do so. After a moment of surprise, she began to respond fervently, feeling Chun Yin, the Ice Queen, gradually melting under his efforts. A strong sense of accomplishment surged in Cao Xuan's heart. He gently embraced Chun Yin and whispered in her ear. On the other end of the cabin, Shen Ting anxiously paced back and forth. Sister, do you think they're hiding over their kissing? They are so close. Shun Bing lightly tapped Shun Ting's head, scolding. Don't say nonsense. Cece also poked Shun Ting, playfully saying, My aunt is not that kind of person, big bear monster. Don't say random things. Just as Shun Ting could no longer hold back and was about to investigate, Cao Xuan and Chun Yin walked out from the back of the cabin. Shun Ting almost bumped into Cao Xuan. Seeing this, Cao Xuan reached out and gently patted her head, asking kindly, Ting Ting, what's wrong? Shun Ting suspiciously stared at Cao Xuan's mouth and asked, I just wanted to see if he got into trouble. What were you two doing back there? Of course. We were chatting, Cao Xuan replied with a smile. Taking advantage of the moment when Cao Xuan was talking to Shun Ting, Chun Yin quickly zipped up her fitted leather jacket, returning to her usual appearance. Then, Chun Yin and Cece got into their SUV. Cao Xuan sat in the driver's seat, slowly rolled down the window, and waved goodbye to Chun Yin and the others. Cao Xuan watched as their vehicle slowly drove away, gradually disappearing at the end of the platform. The moment the vehicle entered the road, Chun Yin's vehicle suddenly vanished, as if it had evaporated into thin air. This scene made Cao Xuan involuntarily think of parallel spaces. Every time they entered the road, it felt like entering an independent parallel space, where only one vehicle would appear on that road. The concept of the platform seemed to be similar, just like before, when multiple terrifying wards existed for players to challenge. But after closing the platform, only the terrifying ward he reached remained. We should leave now. Cao Xuan took a deep breath, pressed the accelerator, and the truck quickly drove onto the road. After a whole day busy in the terrifying ward, Cao Xuan held the steering wheel with one hand, casually stuffing a few pieces of compressed biscuits into his mouth to relieve his hunger. At this time, the sun had just set below the horizon, and the sky was painted a brilliant orange-red. Looking out the window, Cao Xuan suddenly felt a pang of regret. He thought he should have just stayed in the ward for one more night before leaving. Then, Cao Xuan made a decisive decision, saying, "If we don't reach a safe zone before 8 o'clock, I'll use the GPS to return to the terrifying ward." The two girls beside him nodded in agreement. During the drive, Cao Xuan and Shun Bing switched driving positions, allowing each other to rest for a bit. Afterwards, Cao Xuan ate a few pieces of chocolate and drank a bottle of beverage to replenish his energy. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 8 o'clock. However, things indeed developed in the worst direction. Just now, they passed another platform, which was the zoo they had been to once before. To be honest, Cao Xuan now owned an AK and had no interest in the hunting rifles in the zoo. His only thought was to quickly find a place to stop and rest properly. Finally, at 8:30, just as Cao Xuan was about to use the GPS to return to the terrifying ward, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Continue driving forward for 10 kilometers to enter the rest area. Please urge for updates and good reviews. No censorship, no passing, sob sob sob. Chapter 42. I've turned you green. What can you do about it? This rest area is much larger than the previous ones. Cao Xuan exclaimed as he glanced around. Shen Ting couldn't hide her excitement either. She leaned her head out to look, her eyes sparkling, and pointed to a building in the distance. Brother Cao Xuan, look, there's even a bathroom over there. Finally, they wouldn't have to urinate in the car and solve it with a bottle, only to throw the bottle out of the car afterward. Just thinking about this made Shen Ting feel particularly pleased. The rest area was spacious, and naturally, more survivors gathered here than before. At this moment, more than a dozen vehicles were parked in the area. As soon as Cao Xuan's truck appeared, it attracted many gazes. Its massive body looked brand new, as if it had just rolled out of the factory, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding old, scratched-up cars, like a giant among a group of little people. In front of the crowd, two men in military uniforms stood out, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at Cao Xuan's truck. As soon as Cao Xuan parked the vehicle, the two men quickly approached him. "Hello, brother. My name is Hu Jin." The resolute-looking Hu Jin extended his hand enthusiastically, a friendly smile on his face. Cao Xuan hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to shake Hu Jin's hand, responding, "Hello, I'm Cao Xuan." Cao Xuan examined the man in front of him. Although his military uniform was somewhat worn, it was still tidy. The thick calluses on his hands and the pistol at his waist further indicated his military identity. During this time, Cao Xuan had learned that wherever there were military personnel, they would do their best to prevent internal conflicts among survivors and strive to organize everyone to work together. However, Cao Xuan knew well that this was just part of the military's actions. The current world was no longer the stable one it used to be. After shaking hands with Hu Jin, Cao Xuan quietly waited for the other to speak. Hu Jin didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. "Mr. Cao Xuan, a part of us in the military has formed a mutual aid association. In this association, with military personnel as guarantors, everyone can share information and weapons. Moreover, wherever there are members of the mutual aid association, we will do our utmost to maintain order and collectively resist this dark world that treats human lives as a joke. I see you have remarkable abilities, and I sincerely invite you to join us." Cao Xuan frowned slightly, seriously contemplating for 2 seconds before gently sighing and asking, "Aside from military personnel, there shouldn't be many capable survivors agreeing to join your mutual aid association, right?" Hu Jin was taken aback by Cao Xuan's question, pausing briefly, but he nodded in agreement. Seeing Hu Jin's reaction confirmed Cao Xuan's thoughts. "You also know that most survivors now are willing to fight to the death over a morsel of food or a bit of supplies. If they have weapons in their hands, do you really think they will obediently follow your rules? Perhaps the next moment, they will use those weapons to harm others to satisfy their own desires. The so-called guarantee you offer has no binding force in the face of immense interests. I admit your intentions are good and your actions are noble, but your thinking is too naive. Right now, I only want to protect the people around me and don't want to entrust my fate to others." After saying all this, Hu Jin's expression gradually dimmed, disappointment evident on his face. He sighed softly and said, "I apologize for the disturbance, Mr. Cao Xuan." Just as Hu Jin was about to leave, Cao Xuan suddenly spoke up. "However, we can add each other as friends. If there are suitable opportunities in the future, cooperation is not out of the question, but the premise is equal exchange of benefits." "Great." Hu Jin's previously low mood was instantly ignited, filled with excitement. He naturally noticed the AK-47 strapped to Cao Xuan's back, which indicated that he could acquire firearms in a short period, proving his exceptional ability. Moreover, the Mutual Aid Association held a lot of valuable information. and perhaps they could indeed reach a cooperation with Cao Xuan in the future. Furthermore, the AK had a flickering blue-purple glow, clearly indicating it was equipped with components. And only one young officer in the Mutual Aid Association had a blue one, which was obtained at the cost of many members' lives. This further astonished Hu Jin regarding Cao Xuan's strength. How did this young man, along with two seemingly beautiful girls, acquire so many precious items? After bidding farewell to Hu Jin and the other man, Cao Xuan quickly gathered firewood and started a fire, then set up to roast meat. Maintaining a high level of concentration, combined with 2 hours of intense physical activity, left Cao Xuan feeling starved, his eyes sparkling with hunger. Soon, the meat was ready. Cao Xuan cut it up and shared it with the two girls. The three of them enjoyed the meal immensely, especially Cao Xuan, who devoured more than half of it alone. Brother Cao Xuan, you ate so much tonight. Even Shun Ting couldn't help but ask. I burned a lot of energy today, so I need to replenish. Cao Xuan replied while eating. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air, reaching the noses of other survivors nearby. Many stared enviously, swallowing hard, but upon seeing the gun Cao Xuan had placed aside, none dared to approach. Earlier, Hu Jin from the Mutual Aid Association had invited Cao Xuan to join, only to be rejected, and he had been polite to him. In their eyes, Cao Xuan had already been labeled as someone not to be trifled with. Ting Ting, it's you. At that moment, a man's voice came from nearby, filled with surprise. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a scruffy-looking man rushing over. His gaze fixed directly on Shun Ting, his face beaming with joy. Ting Ting, it's really you. I've been looking for you for so long. As he spoke, the man reached out to grab Shun Ting. Don't come any closer. Shun Ting shouted loudly, her eyes filled with vigilance. The man's hand froze in midair, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He then wiped the dirt off his face and said, Ting Ting, what's wrong with you? I'm your fiancé. Come with me. I can protect you. Shun Ting instinctively moved behind Cao Xuan, finally recognizing the person. You are Yang Han? This man was indeed Shun Ting's fiancé, the legitimate heir of the Yang Corporation, Yang Haochen. Shun Ting didn't recognize him at first because his current appearance differed greatly from before. She had seen Yang Haochen a few times at banquets, and back then, although he wasn't exceptionally handsome, he at least dressed neatly. Now, however, he was disheveled and covered in dirt. Shun Ting almost mistook him for a beggar. At this moment, Yang Haochen's face was filled with rage as he watched Shun Ting hide behind Cao Xuan like a little cat. The thing he had always wanted to control, now tightly clinging to Cao Xuan's arm, his mind consumed with one thought. He had been greened. Shun Ting, how dare you put a green hat on me? Startled, Shun Ting was initially filled with anger. What do you mean by putting a green hat on him? Their engagement was merely a nominal arrangement made by their families. They had hardly met a few times, and he really thought of her as his woman? Shun Ting was about to explode in anger, but then her eyes darted, and she immediately thought of a better way to strike back. Brother Cao Xuan. The still somewhat dazed Cao Xuan heard Shun Ting call for him and immediately looked down, only to be met with Shun Ting's tender red lips coming close. After they parted, Cao Xuan smacked his lips, still savoring the feeling just now, while Shun Ting pouted and looked at Yang Haochen. That's right, I've turned you green. What do you do about it? Chapter 43. Apologizing to Mr. Cao Xuan. Next to them, Shun Bing was in shock. She had long sensed that her sister, Shun Ting, had special feelings for Cao Xuan, but they had both kept it unsaid. Now it seemed that Shun Ting was too lazy to even pretend. Although Shun Bing knew in her heart that Cao Xuan was a very outstanding man, and her sister should be blessed to be with him, for some reason, a hint of indescribable bitterness quietly spread in her heart. Yang Haochen, on the other hand, never expected Shun Ting would respond to him like this. He was instantly filled with rage, trembling all over with a flushed face. In his view, Shun Ting was already completely his woman in name, and her behavior was a complete betrayal. This man in front of him was just a bit taller and better looking, yet he had managed to charm Shun Ting's soul away in just 2 days. You shameless woman. Yang Haochen was about to curse out loud, but when he caught sight of Shun Ting's delicate and charming face, his anger diminished slightly, and his heart softened. He gritted his teeth and said with a dark expression, Ting Ting, I'll give you one last chance. Come with me now, and I won't hold it against you. I'll still consider you a good woman. Hearing Yang Haochen's words, Shun Ting couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Yang Haochen, you're really ridiculous. What do you mean by considering me a good woman? I have never been your subordinate, nor do I need your so-called forgiveness. At this moment, Cao Xuan also fully understood the situation in front of him. So this was Shen Ting's pampered, rich boy fiancé. Even in this apocalypse, he still thought that with his family's background, everyone would cater to his wishes like before. Without hesitation, Cao Xuan wrapped his arm around Shen Ting's slender waist, then raised his AK-47 and pressed it directly against Yang Haochun's chest, his gaze icy as he said, "If Ting Ting wants to leave with you, I won't stop her, but she clearly doesn't want to deal with you right now. You have 3 seconds to get lost." Yang Haochun felt a surge of rage rushing through his head. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. "If you have the guts, shoot. This is the territory of the Mutual Aid Society. I've joined the Mutual Aid Society. Do you dare to act?" Yang Haochun pushed his forehead right up to the gun, his face full of disdain. Since he had been sleeping in the car earlier, he hadn't seen Hu Jin being so respectful to Cao Xuan. So he was sure that Cao Xuan wouldn't dare to challenge the authority of the Mutual Aid Society. As the argument escalated, Cao Xuan had even picked up the gun, and the commotion instantly attracted Hu Zhong and another military personnel armed with a firearm. "Mr. Cao Xuan, may I ask what happened here?" Hu Zhong spoke urgently, trying to get Cao Xuan to lower his gun. Then his gaze turned cold towards Yang Haochun. He recognized this was the young man who had just joined the Mutual Aid Society not long ago, and had heard he came from a decent family. Earlier, the kid had said he was so hungry he was about to faint, and, out of pity, Hu Zhong had given him some food and let him rest in the car. Unexpectedly, this kid had secretly slipped out and dared to confront someone even Hu Zhong wouldn't easily offend. Seeing Hu Zhong arrive, Yang Haochun immediately felt he had a backing, straightened his back, and pointed to Cao Xuan, saying loudly, "Officer Hu, you came at the right time. This person is threatening me with a gun. He doesn't take the Mutual Aid Society seriously at all." Upon hearing this, Hu Zhong's face instantly turned ashen. What an ignorant fool. Did this rich boy lose his mind? He has no awareness at all. "Quickly apologize to Mr. Cao Xuan," Hu Zhong shouted sternly. Yang Haochun's expression of pride instantly froze, staring at Hu Zhong in disbelief. "Officer Hu, what did you say?" He asked the one threatening me with a gun. "Why should I apologize to him?" Hu Zhong's face grew even darker. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Yang Haochun, I'll repeat myself, apologize to Mr. Cao Xuan immediately. Otherwise, I will expel you from the Mutual Aid Society right now." Hearing this, Yang Haochun's face was filled with disbelief, his complexion changing from red to pale, looking as awkward as a clown. At this moment, he felt completely humiliated and wished he could find a hole to hide in. He finally understood Hu Zhong's attitude, but he couldn't comprehend what kind of ability Cao Xuan had that could make Hu Zhong fawn over him like this. However, thinking about the possibility of being expelled from the Mutual Aid Society made Yang Haochun shiver. He didn't dare to recall how he had struggled to survive these past 2 days, where food was nearly impossible to find, and even water had to be repeatedly reused. He had barely made it to now. The Mutual Aid Society at least provided him with some protection. "Cao Xuan, Ting, Shen Ting, I was wrong." Yang Haochun's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "Speak louder, I can't hear you." Before Cao Xuan could speak, Hu Zhong immediately shouted loudly in dissatisfaction. Yang Haochun's body trembled, and he took a deep breath, shouting, "Cao Xuan, I was wrong. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. Will you still cling to Ting Ting?" Cao Xuan asked coldly. No, I won't cling to her anymore. I have nothing to do with her. She is your woman." Upon hearing this, Cao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Get lost." Cao Xuan chose to spare Yang Haochun's life for Hu Zhong's sake. Yang Haochun's face was ashen as he crawled away from the scene. Cao Xuan glanced at Yang Haochun's retreating figure, then turned his attention to Hu Zhong. "I know your Mutual Aid Society wants to absorb more members, but I suggest you be more cautious during the screening. Not everyone is suitable to join. Just like that good-for-nothing earlier." Yes. Hu Zhong quickly nodded, his face showing an awkward expression. "Mr. Cao Xuan, I will report your suggestion truthfully to my superiors." After this farce, Cao Xuan felt utterly exhausted. He glanced at his watch. It was now 10:30 p.m. "Why don't we rest early tonight?" Cao Xuan decided to take advantage of the opportunity to catch up on some sleep. After all, he didn't know what kind of situations he would encounter tomorrow, and maintaining sufficient energy was crucial. I agree too." The two women nodded in agreement, but Shen Bing then asked, "Then do we still need to keep watch tonight?" Cao Xuan chuckled, "Of course not. Sister Bing Bing, have you forgotten? We still have 3 mutated patients and a mutated doctor sitting in the back of the car. Their presence is the best defense. With them around, we can sleep soundly." Chapter 44 Yang Haochun's Revenge. Shen Bing gently nodded, almost forgetting that there were mutated patients still in the car. The three of them entered the cabin together. Immediately, Cao Xuan directed a few mutated patients to get out of the car. At that moment, all the survivors had returned to their respective vehicles to rest. Because of this, Cao Xuan was not worried that the mutated patients would scare anyone else. The sky grew increasingly dark, and Cao Xuan arranged for the mutated patients to guard the back of the cabin. Unless someone deliberately went around to the other side of the cabin, it would be impossible to notice their presence. After closing the car door tightly, the three climbed onto the soft, large bed that had been moved from the luxurious ward. Cao Xuan and Shen Bing lay on either side of the bed, while Shen Ting was sandwiched between them. Get some sleep, Sister Bing. Ting Ting, good night. As soon as Cao Xuan lay down, drowsiness washed over him like a tide, and he could barely keep his eyes open. Good night, brother Cao Xuan. Shen Ting replied cheerfully. Good night, Shen Bing also said softly. The cabin was pitch black with no source of light. After exchanging good nights, Shen Ting no longer cared about Shen Bing beside her and directly snuggled into Cao Xuan's arms. Meanwhile, Shen Bing felt a wave of bitterness rise in her heart. Despite the darkness, she could sense the absence of movement next to her. How could she not notice? But after all, she was her own younger sister. What else could she do but indulge her? So, Shen Bing deliberately let out a slight snoring sound and pretended to turn over, facing away from the two, feigning sleep. Hearing this sound, Shen Ting immediately leaned close to Cao Xuan's ear and whispered, Brother Cao Xuan, my sister is asleep. Hee, let's. Upon hearing this, Cao Xuan's heart tightened and cold sweat broke out. This girl was too naive. Who could fall asleep just a few minutes after lying down? Moreover, Shen Bing was deliberately snoring. That was too fake. However, Cao Xuan did not refuse Shen Ting. Since Shen Bing had deliberately left them space, they should take advantage of it. As long as Shen Ting behaved a little, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The cabin echoed with Shen Ting's gentle breathing and Cao Xuan's faint snoring. The two of them had already tiredly drifted off to sleep. But at that moment, Shen Bing was suffering. She felt hot all over, her face burning almost to her ears. Ting Ting, really? Shen Bing muttered silently in her heart. After a long time, the heat gradually subsided, and Shen Bing finally slowly fell into a dream. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated van in the parking lot, Yang Haochun wore a face full of unwillingness. What had just happened made him so angry that he couldn't sleep. Tossing and turning in bed several times, Yang Haochun was still burning with rage, unable to fall asleep. So, he took out his watch and found a name in his friend list. Yang Hui. Yang Haochun. Yang Hui, guess who I saw today? I saw your fiancée. Haha. She was with a man, hugging him tightly. After a long while, the other side finally replied. Yang Hui. Bing Bing is not that kind of person. Seeing Yang Hui's reply, Yang Haochun was first stunned, then he slammed his fist down on the car seat. Yang Hui held a high position in the Mutual Aid Association and was strong. So he must have fabricated these words to try to sow discord between Yang Hui and Cao Xuan. But Yang Hui actually didn't believe him, and he guessed right. The sense of loss in Yang Haochun's heart instantly peaked. Why couldn't that woman Shen Ting be like her sister? Thinking of this, Yang Haochun's desire for revenge burned like a raging fire, and he no longer cared about his own face. Yang Haochun, Yang Hui, let me tell you the truth. There is a man beside Shen Ting and Shen Bing, and he is not any worse looking than you. That shameless woman, Shen Ting, has already been flirting with that man in front of me. I admit, right now, Shen Bing has nothing to do with that man. But think about it. What about in the future? In this situation, how long do you think it will take for a woman to fall? Who knows? Shen Bing might be the next Shen Ting. This time, Yang Hui was silent for about 10 minutes. Just when Yang Haochun was beginning to doubt whether the other side had blocked him, Yang Hui finally sent a message. Yang Hui, go ahead, what do you want? Seeing this, Yang Haochun immediately became excited and began to type. Give me a gun. I'm going to take out that couple. I want to hurt Shen Bing. You can let her stay with your Mutual Aid Association people first, and you'll definitely see her again. Yang Hui, don't even think about it. A gun is impossible. That violates the rules. I can give you a dagger or a knife. Yang Hui quickly replied. Upon seeing Yang Hui's refusal, Yang Haochun only smiled coldly and did not reply immediately. He knew that Yang Hui was weighing the pros and cons, and he couldn't resist. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Yang Hui sent him a trade request, and the item for trade was an AK-47. Yang Hui, you must return it to me immediately after use. Otherwise, I will make it difficult for you in the future. Yang Haochun, don't worry. Once he got the gun, A sinister smile appeared on Yang Haochen's face. He carefully chambered around in the AK-47 and then stealthily exited the vehicle. At this time, everyone was basically asleep, and no one noticed that Yang Haochen had suddenly run out. Cao Xuan's truck was on the edge, so he swaggered over to the front of Cao Xuan's truck. He first quietly climbed up to the driver's side door, peeking in and finding the cockpit empty. It seemed they should be in the cabin. Yang Haochen thought to himself. He went around to the back of the cabin. The cabin was tightly closed but not locked, to avoid waking the three inside. Yang Haochen quietly and slowly pulled open the cabin door. He was so focused on his actions that he did not notice a tall figure silently approaching from behind. Just as Yang Haochen was cautiously opening the cabin door, the creaking sound seemed to be amplified in the still night. His heart jumped to his throat, his eyes fixed on the gap in the door, and his mind had already started to picture the bloody scene to come. At that moment, a shadow suddenly loomed behind him, blocking the faint light. Yang Haochen's hand froze in midair, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. "Oh no, I've been discovered. Who is it?" He struggled to turn his head, and what came into view was a terrifying scene he would never forget. "Hey, monster!" Chapter 45. The guilty Bing Bing. Yang Haochen screamed in terror, his voice trembling. The door in his hand was suddenly released and slammed shut with a bang. At this moment, the mutated patient lying in the nearby green belt heard the sound and staggered to his feet, faced with the monsters surrounding him. Yang Haochen found himself too weak to even lift his gun. He felt his legs go weak, a warm dampness spreading in his pants. He was so scared that he wet himself. At that moment, Cao Xuan also heard the sound of the carriage door slamming down and jolted awake. "Brother Cao Xuan, what happened?" "Don't panic, I'll go check it out." "Cao Xuan, I'll go with you." "Bing Bing, I'll take the gun, you just wait here." Cao Xuan strapped on an AK-47 and held a lighter Glock 17 in his hand as he opened the carriage door. What came into view was Yang Haochen, cornered and in a sorry state, and an AK-47 that had fallen to the ground. "You really are unrepentant. Cao Xuan moket." He bent down to pick up the gun, secretly surprised. He never expected Yang Haochen to have the ability to obtain such a weapon. Did Hu Zhong give it to him? But upon further thought, it seemed unlikely. The mutated patients and doctors stopped in their tracks when they saw Cao Xuan appear. Yang Haochen's sharp scream had almost echoed throughout half the parking lot. And Hu Zhong and several other Mutual Aid Society members quickly rushed over. Upon seeing the mutated patients and doctors, their faces showed astonishment, and their fingers instinctively went to the triggers, almost firing their weapons. Fortunately, Cao Xuan stopped them in time, shouting, "These are my people. They will listen to my commands." A flicker of shock crossed Hu Zhong's eyes, but his years of military training allowed him to quickly calm down as he asked, "Mr. Cao Xuan, may I ask what happened?" Cao Xuan sneered and pointed at the ground where Yang Haochen lay, saying, "This guy took a gun and sneakily came to our car, then was discovered by the mutated doctor." Hu Zhong froze for a moment, noticing Cao Xuan's icy gaze and his hand ready to fire. He immediately realized that Cao Xuan suspected he had given the gun to Yang Haochen. "Mr. Cao Xuan, I also don't know where the gun came from." Hu Zhong hurriedly explained. "You saw it earlier, we only have 2 pistols here, and as for rifles, there are only a few in the Mutual Aid Society, all held by higher-ranking members." Cao Xuan frowned, filled with suspicion. Given the rarity of the AK-47, the person who lent it to Yang Haochen must have a deep-seated hatred for him. Yet, he didn't seem to have offended anyone to such an extent in this godforsaken place. The most likely source of Yang Haochen's gun was still the Mutual Aid Society. At this moment, Shun Bing and Shun Ting got dressed and got out of the car. Upon seeing Yang Haochen, Shun Ting first screamed in surprise, "Yang Haochen, it's you." Then, she disgustedly covered her nose and looked at the puddle beneath him. What a terrible smell. Yang Haochen felt both shame and fear spreading in his heart. But the instinct for survival made him tremble as he spoke. "If I tell you where the gun came from, can you spare my life?" Cao Xuan's eyes were devoid of warmth as he coldly said, "You'd better be honest, otherwise I have no patience." Yang Haochen swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his lips trembling as he said, It was Ouyang Hui who gave it to me." "Who is Ouyang Hui?" Cao Xuan pressed. "He's my fiancé," Shun Bing said slowly, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. "That's right. He found me and told me to take you out, so you wouldn't be able to seduce Shun Bing away." Yang Haochen desperately defended himself, fear evident in his voice. Seeing Yang Haochen's state, Cao Xuan lost all patience and immediately raised his handgun. Bang! The gunshot echoed in the silent parking lot as Yang Haochen's body fell to the ground, eyes wide open, his face still showing lingering fear. Blood slowly flowed from his forehead, spreading on the ground and forming a small pool of glaring red. Hu Zhong looked at the fallen Yang Haochen with a bitter expression. At this moment, he didn't dare mention the Mutual Aid Society's rule against arbitrary killings. After all, Yang Haochen was seeking his own death, showing up with a gun in the middle of the night and getting caught red-handed. Moreover, he was all too familiar with the name Ouyang Hui. He was one of the youngest high-ranking members of the Mutual Aid Society. Mr. Hu Zhong, you seem a bit nervous? Cao Xuan raised an eyebrow and asked, You won't punish me for killing him, will you? Of course not. This is what Yang Haochen deserves, Hu Zhong replied. Is that Ouyang Hui? He mentioned a member of the Mutual Aid Society? Cao Xuan continued to inquire. No, he isn't. Hu Zhong hesitated repeatedly, but still didn't tell the truth. Cao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Hu Zhong, has anyone ever told you that you're not very good at lying? Hu Zhong's face turned extremely awkward, and just then, his watch suddenly rang. He opened it to find a message from Ouyang Hui. I saw Yang Haochen's avatar go dark. Did he fail? Forget it. Send me that AK-47. That's the property of the Mutual Aid Society. Hu Zhong felt bitter in his heart. He understood that Ouyang Hui's actions were wrong, but obeying orders was his duty. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, Mr. Cao Xuan, can you give the gun back to me? This is the property of the Mutual Aid Society, and I must retrieve it. Who just messaged you? Ouyang Hui? Cao Xuan directly handed the gun to Shen Ting, clearly not intending to return it. Call him. I want to have a chat with him. Hu Zhong's face showed a very difficult expression, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Cao Xuan was not to be trifled with, but he couldn't ignore Ouyang Hui's orders either, finding himself in a dilemma. Forget it. After all, I can't afford to offend either side. Let them do as they please. Hu Zhong steeled himself and ultimately reluctantly dialed Ouyang Hui's number. The call quickly connected, and Ouyang Hui's figure was projected on the watch. What appeared before everyone was a relatively handsome man with an upright posture, but his eyes carried a hint of shadow, giving an uncomfortable feeling. His voice was tinged with impatience as he asked, Hu Zhong, have you retrieved the gun? Seeing this, Cao Xuan stepped directly into the frame. You are Ouyang Hui? Cao Xuan stared intently at Ouyang Hui in the projection. Ouyang Hui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized who Cao Xuan was. He coldly replied, If you dare to touch Shen Bing, I'll make you wish you were dead. Cao Xuan seemed to hear the biggest joke and burst into laughter, disdainfully saying, If you don't want me to act, I'll just do the opposite. Not only that, the gun is mine, and your head will be mine sooner or later. With scum like you in the Mutual Aid Society, it will collapse sooner or later. Ouyang Hui on the other end was instantly enraged, his face turning red as he shouted, You're looking for. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Cao Xuan hung up the phone. Chapter 46. Mental potion. Hu Zhong and the others eventually left, and Yang Haochen's body was also carried away and thrown outside the road. Cao Xuan slowly exhaled and looked at the two women. Let's go back and continue sleeping. There's still 4 hours until dawn. We can sleep a bit more. Back in bed, Cao Xuan held Shen Ting in his arms, gently patting her back. It wasn't long before Shen Ting fell asleep. Just as Cao Xuan was about to close his eyes and drift off to sleep, a cool, delicate arm suddenly rested on him. Cao Xuan, I'm sorry. Shen Bing's voice came from the darkness, tinged with a bit of guilt. Although I don't think I have anything to do with Ouyang Hui, I still want to apologize. After all, it was because of me that it happened. Bing Bing, it's not your fault. Cao Xuan instantly woke up and hurriedly comforted her. He instinctively reached out to pat Shen Bing's arm to reassure her, but after just 2 pats, he felt something was off and suddenly realized he had patted the wrong place. Cough, cough, cough. Cao Xuan awkwardly cleared his throat, trying to ease the subtle awkwardness. Shen Bing silently clutched her clothes, unsure of what to say. Recalling Ouyang Hui's disgusting face from earlier, a desire for revenge suddenly rose in Cao Xuan's heart. Bing Bing, if you're really feeling guilty. Huh? Shen Bing responded lightly, her tone filled with confusion. Come closer. 6 o'clock. The sun gradually rose. Cao Xuan's watch rang on time, and he sat up with a start, then woke the 2 women beside him. Shen Ting rubbed her sleepy eyes, sitting up groggily, her face still showing signs of lingering drowsiness. Shen Bing, however, swiftly got dressed the moment she opened her eyes, then hurriedly grabbed a bottle of water and toothpaste from the storage table and rushed out. Shen Ting looked at Shen Bing's departing figure in confusion, then flopped back into the quilt, continuing her deep sleep. Seeing this, Cao Xuan decided not to wake her up again and instead took care of his own hygiene. Half an hour later, the 3 of them sat together enjoying breakfast before heading to the vending machine. At this time, they had a total of 68. 8-star soul, coins remaining. After a moment of thought, Cao Xuan decisively purchased 10 barrels of gasoline, which cost 9 Star Soul coins. Next, he bought 5 packs of instant noodles, costing 4 5-star Soul coins. To be on the safe side, he also replenished 2 medical kits, which consumed another 5 4-star Soul coins. At that moment, Cao Xuan's gaze was suddenly attracted by an item on sale in the vending machine. Mental Potion 3. In this perilous environment, fatigue and stress follow closely. Whether facing the invasion of mutated monsters or enduring long journeys, the mental state can easily fall into a low. This mental potion is carefully formulated with a special recipe, blending rare plant essences and mysterious ingredients from the apocalypse. Taking it can quickly boost your mental value. Price: 100 Star Soul coins. Limited time discount price: 24 30 Star Soul coins. Shun Ting pointed at the image of the potion in the glass bottle. Its color crystal clear and green. Her eyes filled with curiosity, and asked, Cao Xuan, should we buy this? Cao Xuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. What exactly is mental value? Currently, the panel only shows agility, strength, and constitution as attributes. Does taking this potion unlock a new attribute, mental value? Cao Xuan pondered, feeling that the vending machine would create something just to scam his Star Soul coins. Perhaps, like the discounted electronic components before, this mental potion is also an essential supply for survival in the future. So he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. It's only 30 Star Soul coins. Let's buy it. The 3 of them returned to the car with their purchase supplies. Then, Cao Xuan picked up the 3 bottles of green mental potion and examined them carefully. The liquid inside the potion was crystal clear and green, looking somewhat similar to menthol oil. Cao Xuan twisted off the cap and gently sniffed it at his nose. Damn, it smells similar too. But since he had already bought it, Cao Xuan steeled himself and downed the potion in one go. As soon as he swallowed the potion, he felt a cool sensation spreading from his throat throughout his body, as if countless tiny electric currents were racing within him. His mind instantly became much clearer. The drowsiness that lingered was swept away, and his thoughts became exceptionally sharp. Hiss, this stuff really works. Cao Xuan smacked his lips, feeling the change in his body. Shen Bing and Shun Ting watched him curiously, and Shun Ting was the first to ask, Cao Xuan, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Cao Xuan shook his head and said, no discomfort at all. In fact, I feel energized and my mind is a lot clearer. At that moment, he glanced at his panel, and he noticed he had gained a mental value. However, it was only 3 points. After ensuring everything was fine, Cao Xuan urged the 2 women to drink it as well. Shun Bing and Shun Ting exchanged glances, and Shun Ting hesitantly picked up a bottle of the mental potion, looking at the crystal clear green liquid, wrinkling her nose. Cao Xuan, this really smells like menthol oil. Will it be okay to drink? Nevertheless, despite saying this, they both twisted off the caps, pinched their noses, and tilted their heads back to down the potion. As soon as she swallowed the potion, Shun Bing couldn't help but shiver. Hiss, that's quite strong. Seeing Shun Bing drink it, Shun Ting gritted her teeth and drank the potion in her hand as well. After drinking, she quickly grabbed a cup of water nearby and took a few sips, sticking out her tongue and saying, yuck, that taste is really bad. But soon, Shun Bing and Shun Ting also felt changes in their bodies. They found that their previously heavy heads felt lighter, their thoughts clearer, and the fatigue from last night was completely gone. Shun Ting excitedly said, wow, I feel so energetic now. It feels like I could run for several kilometers without getting tired. Next, Cao Xuan took out the physical enhancement potions. There are 9 left. Let us each take 3 and inject them all. We are about to set off, and we don't know what we'll encounter at the next station. So we must quickly enhance our strength. Cao Xuan gritted his teeth and endured the pain, injecting 3 shots in succession. Since it was his first time injecting, he seemed to have developed some resistance. The pain from these 3 shots was about the same as the first time. As the pain gradually subsided, Cao Xuan opened his panel. Cao Xuan, strength, 13, average for adult men is 7. Agility, 11, average for adult men is 7. Constitution, 12, average for adult men is 7. Mental value, 3 health. 99 status, mentally alert, talent, divine hint. This time, he injected 3 shots, which raised his attributes by a total of several points. On average, each enhancement potion only increased his attributes by less than 3 points. Cao Xuan thought to himself, the effects of the physical enhancement potions were clearly diminishing, and it wouldn't be cost-effective to spend Star Soul coins on enhancement potions in the future. If he obtained more enhancement potions, it would be better to sell them directly and then find other ways to improve his strength. At that moment, Shun Bing also completed her injection. Cao Xuan looked at her attribute panel and saw her 3 attributes change to Agility 12, Strength 12, Constitution 10. Finally, Cao Xuan turned his gaze to Shen Ting, only to find her holding a physique enhancement potion, her face filled with hesitation, while the other 2 potions lay untouched on the bed. Shen Ting suddenly threw herself into Cao Xuan's arms, pleading pitifully, "I'm really afraid of pain." Pleading was of no use. Cao Xuan's expression was serious, and he said firmly. Then he exchanged a glance with Shen Bing, and the 2 nodded in agreement, together pinning Shen Ting down on the bed. Shen Ting struggled desperately as Cao Xuan and Shen Bing held her down, continuously begging, "Brother Cao Xuan, sister, I really am afraid of pain. Please don't do this." While holding Shen Ting down, Cao Xuan said, "Ting Ting, we're doing this for your own good. Only with strong abilities can you protect yourself. You must inject this potion." Shen Bing added, "Yes, Ting Ting, just endure it for a moment. We have all injected it and know that the pain is bearable. Once you finish the injection, you will become stronger." In the end, Shen Ting's strength was no match for Cao Xuan and Shen Bing. She could only watch helplessly as Cao Xuan picked up the physique enhancement potion, preparing to inject her. No, a scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed in the car. Moments later, Shen Ting had been injected, drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the bed. The first show is very important. Please be sure to read the latest chapters, and don't just let the book sit there. Thank you. Chapter 47. Installing the cannon, the 3 of them stepped out of the car, and by this time, other survivors had gradually left. In a vast area, only a black sedan, which looked like it belonged to the second category, slowly drove past them in front of their truck. The black sedan rolled down its window, revealing the familiar face of Hu Zhong. He raised his hand to greet Cao Xuan, who nodded slightly in response, waving goodbye as the black sedan gradually drove away. Once the sedan disappeared from sight, Cao Xuan turned and jumped into the driver's seat. With a roar of the engine, Cao Xuan decisively stepped on the gas, and the vehicle sped away, quickly disappearing at the end of the road. As they drove, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, radiating endless heat, making the weather still unbearably hot. Fortunately, Cao Xuan turned on the air conditioning just in time, and a refreshing coolness instantly spread throughout the cabin. He comfortably leaned back in his seat, his eyes scanning the chat channel, which was filled with the wails and complaints of countless survivors. Cao Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He even wanted another drink. If only they could play some music. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he immediately asked Shen Ting to search the trading post for items like speakers. To his delight, Shen Ting actually found one, excitedly pointing at the screen and saying, "Cao Xuan, look, there really is a speaker. The price is 1-star soul coin. Buy it." With a wave of his hand, Cao Xuan agreed. Soon, a small speaker appeared in Shen Ting's hands. She handed the speaker to Shen Bing, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Shen Bing reached out to take it and began modifying the vehicle. Before long, the central console was equipped with a music function. Cao Xuan eagerly selected a song perfectly suited for the road, "Die for You," and the catchy melody instantly echoed in the cabin. Cao Xuan hummed along to the rhythm, feeling particularly cheerful. "I'm heading north, leaving the season with you." Unbeknownst to him, time passed, and the music automatically looped back to Jay Chou's Heading North. Cao Xuan immersed himself in the music, humming along. However, suddenly, the speaker made a loud popping sound and stopped abruptly. Cao Xuan was taken aback and looked at Shen Bing in confusion, only to see her with a serious expression, her gaze fixed on the rearview mirror, pointing in that direction. Following Shen Bing's finger, Cao Xuan looked into the rearview mirror and saw several enormous monsters crawling on all fours, madly chasing their vehicle. These monsters had huge tusks and occasionally slammed their terrifying bodies against the car, producing a dull thud that sent chills down their spines. "What the hell is that?" Cao Xuan's expression changed in shock. He quickly instructed Shen Bing, Bing, use the AK to attack them. Without hesitation, Shen Bing swiftly grabbed the AK-47 beside her, rolled down the window, and began firing fiercely at the relentless monsters in the rearview mirror. Since it was her first time using a firearm, Shen Bing was a bit panicked at first, the barrel shaking as she fired, causing all the bullets to hit the roadside without hitting a single target. However, her weapon proficiency began to take effect. As she continued shooting, she gradually found her rhythm, and after emptying 2 magazines, she was able to hit her targets consistently. The bullets accurately struck the monsters, and each bullet seemed to trigger a small explosion, causing blood to burst from the monsters' bodies, accompanied by muffled thuds. Under Shen Bing's intense assault, the monsters quickly became battered and bruised, their once agile speed gradually slowing down until they disappeared from the rearview mirror. At this moment, the chat channel erupted in a frenzy of discussion. I just encountered a group of monsters that looked like beasts crawling on all fours, with teeth sharper than knives. Nearly chewed through my car. Don't even mention it. I encountered them too. My car's fuel tank is already leaking. I probably one team make it to the next station. So, the difficulty of survival has just increased again. Huh? Looking at the continuous stream of anxious and desperate messages in the chat channel, Cao Xuan sighed deeply, feeling helpless. Strength, strength. He needed to become stronger quickly. If only he could get a heavy weapon like a cannon installed on the truck, would he still need to fear these monsters? Just then, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the road ahead, displaying a prompt. Continue driving 15 kilometers, and you will encounter a danger zone station. Mutated nuclear power plant. There's a chance to obtain a large amount of military supplies at this station. It is a collective station. A certain number of survivors must be present for everyone to enter. At this station, all survivors will be divided into 2 camps, positioned at 2 locations to fend off the monsters. Note, at the defense point at the entrance of the nuclear power plant, there are fewer monsters, making it easier to defend. After entering the station, survivors will have a certain amount of time to freely select military supplies. The guard captain, Lena, favors those with strong abilities. The fewer supplies chosen, the richer the final rewards she will give. Cao Xuan's eyes lit up upon seeing the prompt. It seemed this station was indeed designed for survivors to defend. Moreover, consuming fewer supplies would yield greater rewards in the end. With their AK-47 that had unlimited bullets, Wu-N-T that greatly reduced the consumption of military supplies. This way, their overall strength would significantly increase. Perhaps his wish to install a cannon on the truck would soon be realized. Cao Xuan shared the information about the next station with the 2 girls, and after exchanging glances, they both nodded in agreement. 15 minutes later, Cao Xuan skillfully turned off the highway into the station. Inside was a vast square, open and spacious, with a massive nuclear power plant looming at the end like a silent giant. Cao Xuan parked the car. Many survivors had already gathered here, chatting in groups, intensely discussing what this station meant. They had heard the broadcast upon entering, stating that they needed to wait for 30 survivors for it to start. Confused, as this was the first time encountering such a station. As soon as Cao Xuan stepped out of the car, a surprised voice rang out behind him. You are Cao Xuan, the boss. Hearing this, Cao Xuan turned around in confusion, only to see a stranger's face. The man, carrying an AK, looked eager, his eyes shimmering with excitement, as if he were seeing a revered idol. Beside him stood a girl dressed in a refreshing short-sleeved shirt and shorts, showcasing her long limbs, tall stature, and dyed purple hair, exuding a quirky aura. Cao Xuan, I'm Zhang Yi, and this is Zhang Yuetong. Chapter 48. Team leader Lena. Cao Xuan was stunned for 2 seconds, quickly pondering the name in his mind. Soon, he recalled the man he had traded with not long ago, and the image of the man gradually overlapped with the one in front of him. Is it you? Yes. Yes. Big brother Cao Xuan, you finally remember me. Zhang Yi excitedly grasped Cao Xuan's hand and then pulled over his sister from behind. Big brother Cao Xuan, this is my sister Zhang Yuetong. Hello, big brother Cao Xuan. I'm Zhang Yuetong. The purple-haired girl ran over with a smile to shake hands with Cao Xuan, while sizing him up from head to toe. Cao Xuan looked more handsome than in the previous photos, standing taller and exuding an air of confidence. If before she jokingly suggested Cao Xuan become Zhang Ye's brother-in-law, now it genuinely made her heart flutter. Cao Xuan sensed a cold aura coming from behind and hurriedly released Zhang Yuetong's hand, repeatedly saying, Hello. At this moment, Shen Bing and Shen Ting walked over and greeted Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuetong. Cao Xuan felt good about encountering acquaintances here. Just in time for the dungeon team-up, the 5 of them could form a complete team. After all, teaming up with strangers still posed considerable risks. While the group chatted, several more cars drove into the square. A figure in camouflage stepped out of a black sedan, looking pleasantly surprised at Cao Xuan. Mr. Cao Xuan. Cao Xuan turned around upon hearing the voice and discovered it was Hu Zhong, feeling secretly pleased. Now, they would have 2 more teammates, who had received professional training in the army and would certainly be more proficient with weapons. As the last 2 cars arrived, a prompt echoed in everyone's minds. Ding. The number of survivors has reached 30. All please gather at the entrance of the nuclear power plant. Cao Xuan naturally heard the announcement and exchanged glances with Shen Bing and Shen Ting before unhesitatingly heading toward the nuclear power plant. In front of the nuclear power plant, Cao Xuan looked up to see the reactor building towering and massive, glimmering with a cold sheen under the sun. The cooling towers were astonishingly tall, continuously releasing white mist from their tops. The gray walls were lined with dense pipes and wires, crisscrossing in all directions. Just then, a clear and authoritative voice suddenly rang out. "Friends, thank you for coming. I am Lena, the leader of Team 3. Cao Xuan looked down and saw a stunning blonde woman in camouflage standing ahead, her presence commanding. Team 3's leader, Lena. When did she stand here? Cao Xuan was secretly shocked. This woman, could she be like Lin Yud, a sort of NPC? From the prompt information, he saw that this woman named Lena had all 4 attribute values above 15. Her strength was astonishing. However, unlike the survivors, she did not possess any special skills. At the same time, the surrounding crowd also showed expressions of shock, whispering in awe, yet no one dared to step forward recklessly. Everyone quietly awaited Lena's next words. Lena paused slightly, took a deep breath, and her face revealed a look of seriousness and fatigue as she continued. This nuclear power plant was once a key source of energy supply, but due to an unexpected technical failure, it triggered a severe nuclear leakage accident. A large amount of radioactive material leaked uncontrollably, quickly contaminating the surrounding environment. These radioactive materials have strong radiation, causing immense pain to humanity and terrifying mutations in surrounding life forms. The mutated beings have developed an instinctive craving for the radiation energy from the nuclear power plant and will soon launch a fierce attack. In the previous resistance efforts, my team sacrificed all to protect this place. At this point, Lena's voice trembled slightly, a flash of sorrow in her eyes, but she quickly regained her firmness. Therefore, I earnestly request you all to lend a helping hand to assist us in resisting the invasion of monsters. After the situation is resolved, I'm willing to offer some weapons as a reward. Initially, everyone was puzzled, but upon hearing the last part about weapons as a reward, their eyes suddenly lit up. Weapons. This was precisely what they urgently needed. Most people who had survived to the 3rd day had resolved their food and water issues. But firearms and other powerful weapons were extremely difficult to acquire. Those monsters chasing vehicles on the road could not be effectively harmed by ordinary attacks. Only firearms could contend with them. Lena's words undoubtedly struck a chord with everyone, instantly piquing their interest. However, there were also cautious individuals in the crowd who hurriedly asked, "But right now, we hardly have any weapons apart from a few knives. How can we resist the monsters?" Upon hearing this, Lena's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. "There's no need to worry, since I'm asking for your help. I want to send you into danger unprepared. Shortly, everyone will need to split into 2 groups. One group will guard the front gate, while the other will guard the side gate. Before that, I will give everyone an hour to select and transport weapons from the armory. You can freely choose your weapons and gear according to your needs, but be aware that once you enter your defensive positions, you want to be able to resupply. We must hold our ground until the monsters retreat, which is expected to last about 2 hours. So, please choose your weapons wisely and prepare adequately." As Lena finished speaking, the crowd immediately stirred, but she quickly quieted them down. "Now everyone, please start splitting into 2 groups." Lena only mentioned to divide into 2 groups, but didn't specify how many people should be in each group or how to divide them. Hu Zhong and his teammates, along with Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuetong, all gathered next to Cao Xuan. Other survivors, seeing 2 people in camouflage next to Cao Xuan, immediately wanted to come over and cling to him for support. "Silence. The Mutual Aid Society is here. Listen to my commands, and I will ensure your safety." At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke up, and Cao Xuan recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. The crowd parted, revealing a man wearing sunglasses and also dressed in camouflage. The man slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing a reasonably handsome face, and looked coldly at Hu Zhong. "Hu Zhong, the Mutual Aid Society's iron rule is to gather survivors at each station as quickly as possible. Yet you abandon your post to chat with the enemies of our society? Also, you don't even greet the officer upon seeing them. Are you planning to betray the Mutual Aid Society?" Chapter 49, Ouyang Hui's Talent, Super Healing. When Hu Zhong heard that familiar voice, his heart trembled, and a name flashed through his mind. He quickly turned around, stood tall, and saluted, showing a hint of panic on his face. "Commander Ouyang, I'm really sorry. I didn't notice you were here." Hu Zhong had a deep impression of Cao Xuan's big truck. Among many small cars, that truck was too conspicuous, so he recognized it at a glance and went straight to Cao Xuan to chat. "Ouyang Hui." Cao Xuan recognized Ouyang Hui's identity immediately based on that voice, plus a hurried glance yesterday. He secretly pondered, what does this guy want? Cao Xuan didn't take Ouyang Hui's identity in the Mutual Aid Association seriously. To him, Ouyang Hui was already a target to be eliminated. At the same time, he secretly activated his talent ability. In an instant, Ouyang Hui's information panel clearly appeared before his eyes. Name, Ouyang Hui. Age, 22. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Strength, 11. Agility, 10. Constitution, 11. Occupation, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association. Talent, super healing, significantly enhances the body's self-healing ability. However, this consumes a large amount of energy in the body, which can be stored through excessive eating. Once exhausted, the self-healing ability will become ineffective. Current status, angry. Health, 92. Affinity, -60. Cao Xuan began to analyze in secret. Ouyang Hui's overall stats were slightly lower than his, but far superior to an ordinary person, indicating he had also injected enhancement drugs. Moreover, given his status, he likely wasn't all show and had considerable skills. The talent of super healing made Cao Xuan feel a twinge of envy. If his stats were even higher, Ouyang Hui might have become a weakened version of Deadpool. However, Cao Xuan remained confident. In front of him, equipped with an AK with unlimited firepower and explosive capabilities, Ouyang Hui would last a few rounds. The only thing that made him hesitate was whether Lina would allow them to kill each other at this moment, and if someone really died, whether the subsequent events could proceed normally. At this moment, Ouyang Hui was also glaring at Cao Xuan with murderous intent. Clearly, he was eager to eliminate Cao Xuan, and he too was wary of Lina being right there. Cao Xuan quietly took a step back, casually placing his hand on Shun Bing's slender, soft waist, and provocatively raised an eyebrow at Ouyang Hui. Cao Xuan, you're asking for death. Ouyang Hui, who had some reservations before, was completely enraged. He raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Cao Xuan without hesitation, ready to pull the trigger. Bang! Just at that critical moment, Lina's figure suddenly vanished like a ghost and reappeared next to Ouyang Hui. She raised her long, shapely leg and kicked hard at the hand holding the gun. Ah! Ouyang Hui let out a scream as a deep purple bruise appeared on the back of his hand. The bones twisted and the gun flew out of his hand. Still too young, can't hold back? Cao Xuan watched the handgun fall at his feet and picked it up without hesitation. It was a Desert Eagle, much more powerful and accurate than a Glock 17. Although it had a considerable recoil, it was no problem after using enhancement drugs. After playing with it for a moment, Cao Xuan promptly tucked it into his waistband. Captain Lina, how about this as an apology from him? Lina did not respond to Cao Xuan, but coldly looked at Ouyang Hui. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. If you dare to kill each other before the battle again, don't blame me for expelling you from the nuclear power station. Ouyang Hui looked terrified at Lina. He hadn't seen Lina's movements clearly just now. After all, he was once renowned in the army for his fighting skills. Yes, Captain Lina. Ouyang Hui had to lower his head and apologize reluctantly. In a short moment, the bruise on his hand faded, and the twisted bones returned to normal. Ouyang Hui no longer sought trouble with Cao Xuan but coldly sneered, scanning everyone with a sinister gaze, loudly declaring, I, as one of the 3 vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association, Ouyang Hui, now invite you all to team up with me. I will do my utmost to protect you from the monster's attacks. Those willing can come to my side. It's fine if you don't want to team up with us. But Cao Xuan is our enemy in the Mutual Aid Association. If you choose to team up with him, you are opposing the Mutual Aid Association. So be prepared to bear the wrath of the association. After finishing, Ouyang Hui's gaze turned toward Lina. Just as he expected, Lina was merely crossing her arms, coldly observing everything, not stopping his actions. Without any teammates, Cao Xuan, I want to see how you survive. Ouyang Hui thought maliciously. Hearing Ouyang Hui's words, the crowd immediately fell into deep thought. The reputation of the Mutual Aid Association was indeed resounding in the chat channel. Moreover, the association was spearheaded by officials from before the crossing, and many survivors trusted this organization deeply. Therefore, almost everyone hesitated little and hurried towards Ouyang Hui. A few people who had considered approaching Cao Xuan quickly distanced themselves from him, as if avoiding a plague. Commander Ouyang, this is against our regulations. You are seeking personal revenge. Hu Zhong, at this moment, mustered the courage to speak. This was the first time he questioned his commander. The original intention of the Mutual Aid Association was to protect all survivors as much as possible. Previously, he had regarded the young and famous Ouyang Hui as his idol. But now, Ouyang Hui's image in his heart had nearly collapsed. Moreover, he had previously reported Cao Xuan as a highly capable survivor to headquarters, and another vice president, Lu Rumei, had specifically asked him to try to recruit Cao Xuan. Ouyang Hui must know this, yet he still chose to seek personal revenge. Regulations? What I say is the regulation. Hu Zhong, I'm giving you 3 seconds to come on my side, Ouyang Hui said with a cold smile. However, 3 seconds passed, and Hu Zhong still stood with his head down, unmoving. Hu Zhong's teammates tried to leave several times, but seeing Hu Zhong stay put, they ultimately chose to remain. Ha ha! Ouyang Hui let out a mocking cold laugh. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Mutual Aid Association. Hearing this, Hu Zhong's body trembled violently, but what followed was a sense of complete liberation. He angrily threw the handgun in his hand right in front of Ouyang Hui. To hell with you. I don't want to stay in this broken Mutual Aid Association anymore. Mr. Cao Xuan was right last night. You are the disgrace of the Mutual Aid Association. The association will eventually be destroyed by people like you. Chapter 50 Coin Toss. Ouyang Hui's eyes widened in anger. He never expected that one of his subordinates, who usually obeyed him, would say such rebellious words. This ignited a fierce blaze of fury in Ouyang Hui's heart. However, he tried hard to suppress his emotions and not lose his composure in front of everyone. After forcing down the anger, he shifted his gaze to Shunbing, who was in Cao Xuan's arms. Shunbing, I'll give you one last chance. If you come to my side now, I can let the past go, as if you were forced by the circumstances. Hearing Ouyang Hui's words, Cao Xuan burst into laughter. Why do these people always like to say they're giving you one last chance? What happened the last time Yang Haochen said that? It seemed like Shun Ting kissed him right in front of him. So this time, should it? After a brief moment of thought, Cao Xuan de si vin li nit dao. Xin Bing was caught off guard by the kiss, her body tensing up instantly, but thankfully, Cao Xuan had his arms around her waist, preventing her from slipping to the ground. Cao Xuan, Cao Xuan. Ouyang Hui ground his teeth and roared, his knuckles turning white from the force, his eyes almost spitting fire. He tried several times to draw his gun, but was stopped in time by those beside him. Commander, please think twice. Captain Lena is still watching. Someone urgently advised in his ear. At the mention of Lena's name, Ouyang Hui felt as if he had been electrocuted, instantly deflating. Although he still hated Cao Xuan to the bone, he could only endure it. At this moment, Ouyang Hui turned his hostility towards the Zhang siblings, his gaze filled with malice. Friends, are you sure you still want to follow Cao Xuan? He is our enemy in the Mutual Aid Association. As long as you come over now, I can grant you the status of core members of the Mutual Aid Association, allowing you to access intelligence first and borrow firearms in the future. Upon hearing this, those standing beside Ouyang Hui displayed envious expressions, especially those who had distanced themselves from Cao Xuan earlier, filled with regret. If they had known, they would have held on a little longer. Perhaps this opportunity could have been theirs. However, after exchanging glances, Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuedong shook their heads firmly. No need. We prefer to be with Big Brother Cao Xuan. Ouyang Hui, who had initially been confident and thought victory was within his grasp, was once again rejected, and his expression instantly darkened like ink. Fine, fine, fine. If you all want to seek your own doom, then I will grant you that. I want to see how the 7 of you will hold up, Ouyang Hui said viciously. On Cao Xuan's side, counting Xin Bing, Shun Ting, Hu Zhong, and his teammates, plus the Zhang siblings, there were exactly 7 people. On Ouyang Hui's side, there were a full 23, vastly outnumbering Cao Xuan's side, even more than 3 times. At this moment, Lena's calm, yet authoritative voice rang out. Have you all made your decision? She surveyed the 2 groups, noting the disparity in numbers. Finally, fixing her gaze on Cao Xuan. Captain Lena, it's not about the number of soldiers but their quality. Cao Xuan smiled confidently. 7 people is enough for me to hold this position. Seeing Cao Xuan's confident demeanor, Lena was secretly shocked. She could tell that Cao Xuan was the strongest among the group, but against the impending monster tide, that didn't seem to be a decisive factor. Is he truly strong, or merely blindly confident and arrogant? This would soon be revealed. A hint of anticipation surged in Lena's heart. She took out a star coin from her pocket, flicking it with her finger, sending it flying toward Cao Xuan. Snap! Cao Xuan was quick and caught the warm star coin steadily. You toss this coin. If it lands on heads, you choose the defense point first. If it lands on tails, he gets to choose, Lena said slowly, finally pointing at Ouyang Hui. Seeing Lena give the opportunity to toss the coin to Cao Xuan, Ouyang Hui's face darkened even further. Why let that bastard toss? He secretly cursed. Although he knew the probabilities for heads and tails were equal, he still felt that letting Cao Xuan toss was giving him an advantage. Currently, there were 2 defense points, one at the front and one at the side entrance. Any discerning person could see that the side entrance would undoubtedly face less pressure. He just hoped that this kid wouldn't T-toss heads. so he could choose the side entrance and leave the front door to that guy Cao Xuan. At that time, he would let these two dog lovers die at the hands of the monsters. Ouyang Hui thought maliciously. Cao Xuan looked at the star coin in his hand, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up. He naturally sensed Ouyang Hui's resentful gaze, but didn't care. He tossed the star coin lightly, and everyone's eyes followed the spinning coin in the air. The star coin traced a beautiful arc in the air before landing steadily in Cao Xuan's hand. He slowly opened his palm, revealing the head side. "Looks like my luck is good," Cao Xuan said with a smile. Ouyang Hui's face became even uglier upon seeing the result of the coin. Cao Xuan actually got lucky. In stark contrast to Ouyang Hui, the people on Cao Xuan's side, especially Shun Ting and Zhang Yuehong, cheered joyfully. "Cao Xuan bro, you're amazing." Amidst the two girls' adoration, Cao Xuan pondered for a moment before stating firmly, "I choose the front door." Everyone was a bit surprised. They didn't expect Cao Xuan to choose the more pressured front door. They thought similarly to Ouyang Hui. What was wrong with Cao Xuan? Why choose the front door first? However, this was soon followed by immense joy. This way, their pressure would be lessened, and their chances of survival would increase. Uninformed, Hu Zhong and Zhang Yi were startled, but Shun Ting immediately calmed them down, saying, "Trust brother Cao Xuan. His judgment won't be wrong." At the same time, Lina was also shocked, her chest rising and falling slightly as she looked at Cao Xuan in surprise. How did he know that? The front door would face less pressure because it was farther from the core area of a nuclear power plant. No wonder Cao Xuan appeared so confident earlier. It seems he really has some skills. Perhaps he can truly help defend the nuclear power plant. With this thought, Lina's eyes were resolute. "In that case, follow me to the armory to choose weapons." The group followed Lina towards the armory, and along the way, Ouyang Hui's face remained terrifyingly dark, muttering curses under his breath. Meanwhile, Cao Xuan and his group appeared much more relaxed, chatting and laughing. The armory was located inside the nuclear power plant, close to the center. On the way, Cao Xuan paid special attention. It would normally take about 10 minutes to walk there. If they ran at full speed, that time could be shortened to around 2 to 3 minutes. However, if they had to transport weapons back and forth, the time required would further increase. They had to carefully consider which weapons to take. Cao Xuan thought to himself. Since their numbers were small, they had to prioritize selecting the most suitable weapons to maximize their effectiveness in the upcoming battle. Soon, the group arrived in front of the armory. Lina stepped forward to conduct facial recognition and iris scanning. Chapter 51. Increasing Lina's favorability accompanied by a dull mechanical hum. The door slowly opened. A mix of oil, rust, and a lingering smell of gunpowder rushed towards him. Cao Xuan coughed uncontrollably, but was quickly captivated by the spectacular sight inside. Rows of metal shelves lined the walls, neatly arranged, and the shelves were filled with a wide variety of weapons that dazzled him. The first few rows displayed various rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns, and ammunition. On one side of the armory was the storage area for explosives. Boxes of grenades were stacked neatly, including wooden-handled grenades and egg-shaped grenades of different types. Cao Xuan scanned the area and found that none of these were what he wanted. Found it. Looking towards the farthest end of the armory, Cao Xuan quickly spotted the heavy weapons storage area. At first glance, he saw the M134 Gatling gun, reputed to be the strongest heavy machine gun on Earth. In addition, there were RPG rocket launchers and several other types of machine guns. In this close to mid-range combat situation, Cao Xuan believed that a heavy machine gun was the most suitable choice. "Mr. Cao Xuan, it seems there is only one Gatling." Hu Zhong also noticed the Gatling gun and carefully observed its total quantity, reminding Cao Xuan. Cao Xuan narrowed his eyes. He had to get his hands on that Gatling gun immediately. "Hu Zhong, you hold off Ouyang Hui for a bit. I'll go grab a Gatling." Cao Xuan glanced at Ouyang Hui, who also looked ready to spring into action. Hu Zhong was slightly taken aback, but nodded vigorously, though he secretly wondered. How does Cao Xuan know I can hold off Ouyang Hui? His stats are far inferior to Ouyang Hui's, but his talent allows him to manipulate objects with his mind, albeit weakly. He couldn't lift anything too heavy. However, causing Ouyang Hui to trip was something he could manage easily. Moreover, Cao Xuan probably didn't know about this talent, so Hu Zhong could only attribute Cao Xuan's trust as faith in him. Hu Zhong gritted his teeth and said firmly. Cao Xuan patted his shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. At that moment, Lina turned around and looked at everyone. "For the next hour, you can freely choose and transport weapons. After an hour, I will close the gates of the nuclear power plant, and you must hold your ground." As Lina's voice fell, she slightly stepped aside to clear the way. Almost simultaneously, Cao Xuan and Ouyang Hui dashed out. Their target was that one Gatling gun. In terms of speed, Cao Xuan had the upper hand. However, Ouyang Hui was a bit closer at the start, so it was hard to say who would get there first. Cao Xuan, go for it, shouted Shinting and Zhang Yuedong, the two girls immediately cheering for Cao Xuan, trying to outshine Ouyang Hui with their enthusiasm. Although Ouyang Hui was not affected much, he felt a surge of jealousy. Why did Cao Xuan have two beautiful girls cheering for him? When a person tries to break their speed limit while running, their legs are prone to strains. But Ouyang Hui could not care less at this moment. He was ready to use his talent to forcefully break through his limits. Ouyang Hui yelled, suddenly accelerating. Just as the two were only 3 or 4 meters away from the Gatling, Hu Zhong secretly closed his eyes, and an invisible force quietly touched Ouyang Hui's leg. In an instant, Ouyang Hui felt as if his leg had been tripped by a mysterious force, causing him to lose balance and tumble forward like a kite with a severed string. The immense inertia caused Ouyang Hui to crash into a shelf, letting out a piercing scream as his arm became bloodied from the violent friction with the shelf. Cao Xuan, on the other hand, smirked slightly as he reached the Gatling gun and hoisted it onto his back. Ouyang Hui can't even stand up. Cao Xuan moquet messiles. Struggling to get up, Ouyang Hui, now on his knees, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. How could he have fallen so inexplicably, as if something had deliberately tripped him? He immediately realized something was off and angrily reported to Lina. It was Hu Zhong. He tripped me with his talent. It must be Cao Xuan's orders. Their actions have seriously violated the rules and must be severely punished. To his surprise, Lina frowned slightly and shook her head, speaking in a flat tone. I did not see any actions from Hu Zhong as you mentioned. The implication of Lina's words was clear. Ouyang Hui had clearly tripped over his own feet, but still wanted to blame Cao Xuan and Hu Zhong. Ouyang Hui wanted to argue, but Lina was already impatiently turning to walk towards the door. Seeing this, Cao Xuan secretly chuckled to himself. He understood that in this station, while there were some ambiguous rules, many matters depended on Lina's personal opinions. If he could build a good relationship with her, he might gain unexpected benefits. Cao Xuan secretly checked Lina's favorability, which was currently only 20 points. Thinking of this, he walked over to Hu Zhong and said, Brother Hu Zhong, you know more about military matters than I do. You lead them in selecting some suitable weapons for defending the position. I'll step out for a moment. Okay. Hu Zhong nodded and said seriously, I think we should focus on heavy weapons, while also considering the heat dissipation issue. Preparing a few of each type of heavy weapon should be enough. It's best to stock up on ammunition as well, given the current situation. This will likely be a prolonged battle. It's all up to you. Cao Xuan nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave the armory. As soon as he stepped outside, Cao Xuan immediately saw Lina, arms crossed, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Captain Lina, Cao Xuan called out. Lina looked surprised that Cao Xuan was not rushing to transport weapons, but instead approached her. Cao Xuan quickly smiled and said, Captain Lina, I was wondering if there are any tools like carts here. If there are, it would make transporting weapons much easier and we could better prepare for holding our ground. Lina raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. It was the first time someone had asked her this question. She quickly regained her composure. Furrowing her brow in thought for a few seconds, there's a handcart over there. You can use it, but don't expect too much from it. It can't carry too much weight since the weapons here are quite heavy. Following Lina's gaze, Cao Xuan indeed saw a wooden handcart peeking out from behind a partially closed door. His eyes lit up, even if it couldn't carry much. It was certainly better than transporting everything by hand. Cao Xuan quickly said, Thank you so much, Captain Lina. Your reminder is extremely timely for us. Lina's expression softened a bit as she nodded. This is just basic equipment. There is no need for thanks. Hurry up and transport the weapons. Make sure you're fully prepared for battle. The enemy may attack at any moment. Cao Xuan nodded eagerly. Yes, Captain Lina, we will make every second count. I've always admired you and your teammates for being able to hold the position for so long in such dangerous circumstances. Your courage and wisdom earn my deepest respect. I hope you can provide us with some valuable advice during the battle later. When Lina heard Cao Xuan's words, a trace of imperceptible light flickered in her eyes, as if she was touched by his sincere praise. But she quickly regained her serious expression and said, Don't just say nice things. Actual actions are what matter most. As for guidance, I will give it to you based on the situation. Looking at the suddenly increased favorability of 20 points on the panel in front of him, all Cao Xuan could think of were 2 words, steady. Chapter 52, The Monster Tide Approaches, Combined Edition. regarding the types of monsters and various coping techniques. They are still completely unaware. Lena has been able to lead her team to resist the monsters for such a long time. Surely she has accumulated a lot of valuable experience. If only they could learn from Lena, it would make things much easier. Cao Xuan saw that his goal had been achieved and no longer exchanged pleasantries with Lena, quickly bringing over a cart. He was ready to enter the armory and help his teammates transport weapons and equipment. However, just as Cao Xuan passed in front of Lena, she suddenly called out to him, "Is there something else, Captain Lena?" Cao Xuan turned his head and asked politely, "I see that the color of the gun on your back indicates it's equipped with components, right?" Lena asked. "That's right. Cao Xuan not that, Ansuan Ju Fu Fun. It's equipped with a purple unlimited firepower and a blue blast component. After all, the color of the gun can roughly indicate the level of the components." And Cao Xuan felt that someone like Lena wouldn't covet his little possessions, so he chose not to hide it. "Okay." Lena nodded lightly and continued, "You can equip these components to the Gatling later. The Gatling has a very high firing rate, and it can easily overheat and affect performance. The components you have equipped can not only enhance the material's performance, but also perfectly solve the problem of rapid bullet consumption." After hearing this, a smile of agreement appeared on Cao Xuan's face. In fact, he was already planning the same. However, just as Cao Xuan was about to set off again, Lena spoke up once more. "I have a purple strong strike component here. If you can successfully hold the defense line, I'll give it to you after the mission." Cao Xuan was instantly surprised upon hearing this, not expecting such an unexpected gain. "Thank you so much, Captain Lena. No need to be polite. Hurry up and prepare." When Cao Xuan pushed the cart into the armory, the previously noisy atmosphere suddenly quieted for 2 seconds. Ouyang Hui and the others stared blankly at the cart in his hands, then erupted in a wave of shock and questioning voices. Where did he get that cart?" Ouyang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Ouyang Hui and a few others were struggling to carry a box of ammunition, and seeing Cao Xuan's cart, they felt like a group of primitive people who had yet to evolve. Just now, Cao Xuan seemed to have gone to find Captain Lena. Perhaps this cart was given to him by her, one of Ouyang Hui's teammates speculated. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Hui slapped his thigh in frustration. "Why didn't I think of borrowing a tool from Lena?" He quickly directed the others to continue moving weapons while he hurried to the entrance. Captain Lena. Ouyang Hui clearly had lingering fears about Lena's earlier kick, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He forced a smile and said, "I just saw Cao Xuan got a cart. Can you tell me where he got it from?" Lena crossed her arms, her gaze calm, and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, he found it in the supply room over there, but there's only one. Perhaps there are others elsewhere in the nuclear power plant. You can go look for them." Upon hearing this, the smile on Ouyang Hui's face instantly froze. "The nuclear power plant is so big that it took him 10 minutes just to walk here. You're not telling me the specific location and just letting me search for it? Who could find it like this?" Moreover, from Lena's tone, she doesn't seem sure if there are any more carts. He didn't dare to vent his anger on Lena and could only curse a few times in his heart before walking back in defeat. Back at the transport location, someone nearby immediately asked loudly, "Ouyang, did you get the cart?" Ouyang Hui's face flushed with anger. Was he afraid others wouldn't know he didn't bring it? He shouted, "Can't you see I have nothing in my hands? Are your eyes blind?" Meanwhile, Cao Xuan had steadily parked the cart in front of the area storing heavy weapons. He placed the Gatling gun on the cart and loaded 5 boxes of RPG missiles onto it. It wasn't that the cart couldn't hold more. He was just worried that if he added more, the cart wouldn't be able to bear the weight. At the same time, Shen Bing and the others each carried a box of ammunition and had several guns slung over their backs. "Let us go. Cao Xuan Gongman." The group moved along the path they came from, transporting supplies towards the front gate. Upon reaching the entrance, Cao Xuan quickly directed everyone to stack all the ammunition boxes to form a makeshift barrier. He found a high platform in front of the entrance, steadily set up the Gatling, and adjusted its angle to ensure it could rotate flexibly and cover all directions. After confirming everything was in order, the group quickly ran back to the armory. At this moment, time was of the essence. Every second was incredibly precious, and they had to race against time. The round trip took about 15 minutes. This meant they could only make 2 more trips at most with the remaining time. Cao Xuan looked at the already well-stocked weapons and instructed the others, try to take as many grenades and RPG missiles as possible. After all, the firepower of 4 or 5 of us shooting together isn't as strong as a Gatling equipped with the unlimited firepower component. Returning to the armory, they saw Ouyang Hui and his group also busy transporting supplies, each of them sweating profusely. It was clear they had realized the urgency of time. Otherwise, they would definitely come to disrupt Cao Xuan's side. Time passed second by second, and Cao Xuan and the others exerted themselves fully, finally completing the last trip with 10 minutes left before the deadline. The group leaned against the ammunition boxes, panting heavily. Cao Xuan distributed bottled water to them, and after taking a sip, Hu Zhong gasped, "It's a pity there are no stones here. Otherwise, we could set up some obstacles to block the monsters." Cao Xuan, whose stamina was the best, quickly recovered and said, "When the monsters' bodies pile up, they become natural barriers." "That is true." Hu Zhong nodded. At this moment, Shen Ting and Zhang Yuetong, the two girls with little combat power, looked a bit nervous, their eyes revealing a hint of unease. Cao Xuan, okay, gently patted Shen Ting's head, and then seeing Zhang Yuetong looking expectantly, he hesitated for a moment before also gently patting her purple hair. "You just need to throw grenades in a bit. Remember, when the monsters get close, throw them where there are more monsters. In the remaining minutes, let Brother Hu Zhong teach you how to quickly change ammo and load RPG missiles. You'll be in charge of logistics then." The two girls exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination as they nodded seriously. Brother Cao Xuan will definitely do well. Only 2 minutes were left. Cao Xuan took a look at the corner of the nuclear power plant. Ouyang Hui and his group had already set up their defense line and were now sprawled on the ground resting. Although they had more people, their overall strength was still that of ordinary humans, and many of them were exhausted even before the battle began. Ouyang Hui was standing on the high platform, loudly directing. Cao Xuan glanced at him before returning to his own defense line, and at that moment, Shun Bing and the others were staring ahead with serious expressions. Hu Zhong, with wide eyes, said in a daze, "They are coming." In an instant, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if countless heavy creatures were approaching the nuclear power plant. Soon after, a chilling, low growl echoed through the air. Cao Xuan looked up and saw a swarm of dark creatures rushing out from distance. "The monster tide has arrived." Cao Xuan squinted hard to get a clearer look at them. They had chaotic fur, eyes glowing red, bodies resembling leopards with exposed fangs, but they looked more like dogs. At that moment, a panel appeared in front of Cao Xuan. Radiation mutant dog, originally dogs raised at a slaughterhouse near a nuclear power plant. They underwent terrifying mutations due to radiation exposure. Their size is nearly twice that of normal dogs. With bulging muscles and powerful limbs, they run extremely fast, and their saliva is corrosive. Strength, 9 agility, 10 constitution. Note, the head is their critical weak point, especially the area between the eyes and ears, and they are sensitive to bright lights and loud noises. Indeed, their dogs mutated by radiation. This panel is already far beyond that of an ordinary adult man. As the mutant dogs charged into their firing range, Cao Xuan and the others opened fire. Cao Xuan stood on a platform, firmly gripping the handle of the Gatling gun, and after adjusting his aim, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. In an instant, the barrel spun rapidly, and bullets screamed out at a rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. With unlimited firepower and explosive support, the bullets rained down like meteor showers, exploding within the mutant dog pack. As Cao Xuan swept his fire, the first few rows of mutant dogs instantly burst apart, turning into a pile of corpses. And even the dogs behind were knocked to the ground by the tremendous shockwave. Just Cao Xuan's output suppressed the first wave of the mutant dog assault. This gave the others great confidence, especially Shun Ting and Zhang Yuetong, who were still somewhat scared. At this moment, they also took out grenades and threw them into the midst of the dog pack. Meanwhile, Shun Bing and Hu Zhong did not blindly waste bullets by spraying fire. The defensive pressure was not too high at the moment, so they simply raised their rifles and waited to finish off any mutant dogs that got too close. Although there weren't many people on this side, they worked together very well. 20 minutes later, the first wave of mutant dogs was completely repelled, and the square was already littered with corpses. Cao Xuan touched the now red-hot barrel and then stepped down from the platform. The fear on Shun Ting and Zhang Yuetong's faces had completely disappeared, replaced by a flush of excitement. "These monsters don't seem that impressive. I just killed a bunch with one grenade." The two girls chattered excitedly. Cao Xuan ruthlessly doused their enthusiasm. "Don't let your guard down. This is just the first wave. There may be even more powerful monsters to come." The two were not angry. They immediately saluted Cao Xuan as if they had seen their commander, loudly responding with yes. Cao Xuan called Shun Bing and the others over, preparing to take advantage of the brief rest period to exchange experiences. "Did you notice the weaknesses of the mutant dogs just now?" "What weaknesses?" Hu Zhong asked in confusion. as he was too busy shooting to pay attention to anything else. Their weak point is the head. Also, whenever a grenade explodes near a mutant dog, even if it doesn't hit them, the nearby mutant dogs will be affected and pause for a moment. Hearing Cao Xuan's words, admiration flashed in the eyes of everyone. Even Hu Zhong, who had received professional training, hadn't observed so carefully at that moment. Cao Xuan, how did you discover that? At this time, the voice of Captain Lina suddenly sounded from behind the crowd. She had appeared at the door at some point, standing tall with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had also changed into a more combat-appropriate outfit. Captain Lina, Cao Xuan greeted her, then smiled confidently. I just observed a bit more carefully during the battle. Appreciation immediately appeared in Lina's eyes. Even she had only discovered this pattern after experiencing several waves of combat. In Cao Xuan's view, Lina's affinity panel jumped up 5 points again. Lina then slowly spoke. Where Captain Cao Xuan said is correct. This first wave was merely a probing attack by the monsters, and the subsequent ones will be stronger. There may be giant radiation spiders, radiation fusion monsters. Radiation spiders fear flames and have weak points in their abdomens. As for radiation fusion monsters, they are extremely sensitive to electromagnetic pulses. As she spoke, Lina pulled out a small device from her chest pocket. It was about half the size of a palm, cylindrical in shape, with a silver-gray alloy shell covered in fine patterns. One side had a blue light and a knob, a red pin on the top, and a rubber pad at the bottom, looking very high-tech. This is the last electromagnetic pulse bomb I have here. If we encounter a powerful radiation fusion entity at the last moment, you can use this to deal with them. Without hesitation, Lina placed it in Cao Xuan's hand. Originally, she intended to keep it for the side door, where the pressure was higher. But after witnessing Cao Xuan's abilities, she ultimately decided to hand it over to him. She had a premonition that this attack might be more intense than ever before. After guarding the nuclear power plant for so many years, to be honest, she had long grown tired of it. If the side door really fell, she would try to protect Cao Xuan's life and then give him all her belongings. As for herself, she would likely stay here to meet her long-lost teammates. Thank you to Boss Ironleg for the explosive updates and the gifts from other bosses. Thank you to all the readers for your positive reviews. Attached is a beautiful picture of Captain Lina. Please urge for updates. Chapter 53. Daring to hug Captain Lina. Cao Xuan was overjoyed and did not notice the fleeting worry deep in Lina's eyes. He excitedly took the electromagnetic pulse bomb from Lina's hand. It turned out that increasing favorability was useful. Didn't this just give him another explosive? For a moment, Cao Xuan didn't know how to express his gratitude to Lina. After all, this was the last electromagnetic pulse bomb, and its preciousness was self-evident. Thinking that as a soldier, Lina probably wouldn't care too much about superficial expressions of thanks among comrades. Cao Xuan stepped forward without hesitation and gave Lina a tight hug, filled with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Captain Lina. Cao Xuan hugged her tightly, and although Captain Lina had a great figure, he had no other thoughts at that moment. At first, Lina's body was very stiff. She was not used to being hugged by someone. However, when she saw Cao Xuan's determined gaze, she couldn't help but recall her teammates with whom she had fought side by side in the past. Back then, every time they achieved victory in battle, they would hug each other to celebrate their hard-won success. Lost in her memories, Lina's tense body gradually relaxed. However, it was still her first time hugging a man, so it was inevitably a bit awkward. Fortunately, Cao Xuan also released her at the right moment. I need to check the situation at the side door. The next wave of monsters should be coming soon. You all get ready, Lina said a bit awkwardly. Cao Xuan, note that. Watching Lina's figure as she walked away until she disappeared from view. At that moment, the favorability score displayed above his head for Lina rose again, reaching 55 points. Cao Xuan turned around and saw Hu Zhong and Zhang Yi looking at him with immense admiration. Cao Xuan actually dared to hug Captain Lina. In their eyes, Lina had always been regarded as an NPC, and moreover, she was a woman with a terrifying level of strength, capable of kicking Ouyang Hui to pieces. If it were them, they wouldn't even dare to stand too close. However, besides shock, their eyes also revealed deep envy. After all, Captain Lina's figure was truly. Cao Xuan, as a man, could easily understand their gazes. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, Captain Lina said the next wave is coming soon. Prepare for battle. Yes. Almost as soon as Cao Xuan's voice fell, a series of howls and ground tremors echoed again. This time, in addition to the same mutated dogs as before, there were a few larger and more powerful mutated dogs. At the back, there were black objects the size of cars. If one looked closely, they would notice that these cars had 8 legs. Those were the giant radiation spiders that Lena mentioned, but there were only 2 or 3 of them. Seeing this wave of fierce and diverse monsters, Cao Xuan's expression hardened. Stay calm. Let's fight according to the previous plan. The mutated dogs were still the vanguard, howling as they rushed forward like a black tide. Cao Xuan once again pulled the trigger on the Gatling gun, and bullets poured out like a storm. For the Gatling equipped with 2 components, the mutated dogs had no resistance whatsoever. However, the stronger mutated dogs were different. They were faster, and Cao Xuan's speed in rotating the Gatling was limited, giving them enough time to dodge. At that moment, Shun Bing had already stood up, raising an RPG missile. Her weapon proficiency talent allowed her to quickly handle the firearm. Based on instinct, she quickly aimed at a large mutated dog. The mutated dog was fast, so Shun Bing chose to predict its movement. Just as the large mutated dog was about to change direction, Shun Bing decisively pulled the trigger. A rocket soared out with a long tail flame, tracing an arc in the air and accurately hitting the side of the mutated dog. A massive explosion erupted, flames shooting into the sky as the mutated dog was flipped to the ground, its body blown to bits. Seeing this, Hu Zhong couldn't help but give Shun Bing a thumbs up. The sound of the explosion also disrupted the actions of the mutated dogs. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Xuan tilted his fireball and similarly killed 2 large mutated dogs. However, this was just the beginning. The number this time was several times greater than the first wave, and the pressure faced by the group suddenly increased significantly. Cao Xuan's finger was almost never off the trigger, and the continuously rotating barrel seemed to heat the air around it. As the main source of firepower, Cao Xuan currently had the momentum of a single man holding back 1,000. Meanwhile, the giant radiation spiders at the back were also quickly approaching, waving their 8 sturdy legs. Cao Xuan kept an eye on the spider's movements and immediately shouted, "Sister Bing, brother Hu, switch to flame rounds." Shun Bing and Hu Zhong quickly understood Cao Xuan's shout. Shun Bing switched the RPG missile to a flame round launcher, and Shen Ting and Zhang Yuedong quickly loaded the flame rounds. Then Shun Bing aimed at the approaching giant radiation spider. Boom! Boom! The flame round shot out with a scorching glow, accurately hitting the abdomen of one radiation spider. The flames spread instantly, and the radiation spider let out a painful scream, thrashing its body in an attempt to escape the burning. However, the flames clung to it like an incurable disease, growing stronger. The originally hard black shell began to deform and melt under the high temperature. Another radiation spider, seeing this, let out an angry howl and increased its speed, its 8 long legs moving like a high-speed machine, leaving deep tracks on the ground. It jumped high, soaring dozens of meters into the air, as if it wanted to tear everyone apart. Bang! 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 At a critical moment, Cao Xuan quickly raised the Gatling, unleashing a merciless barrage upon the mutated spider, all hitting its abdomen. In an instant, the mutated spider exploded in mid-air, with blobs of liquid raining down. The falling liquid landed on the mutated dogs, causing them to wail in agony, and the dropping corpses smashed down, taking out a large number of them. The few large monsters that fell in front effectively blocked the remaining monsters' advance, significantly reducing the pressure on the group. The assault continued until half an hour later. The battlefield was already piled high with corpses, and the closest monsters had broken through to just 10 meters in front of them. Cao Xuan excitedly jumped down from the high platform, and the others cheered. We held off another wave. Chapter 54, Golden Thunder's Fury. At this moment, the team led by Ouyang Hui was trapped in a dire situation, facing extreme difficulties. Lena arrived just in time to inform everyone about the monster's weaknesses. However, even with this crucial information, Ouyang Hui still faced numerous challenges while commanding the group. Among the more than 20 people he led, there was a mix of individuals, mostly ordinary people. A few worked hard while transporting supplies, but when faced with the monsters, they were instantly paralyzed with fear, their legs turning to jelly. What was even worse was that the vast majority had never even touched a gun, let alone shoot accurately. Although they had transported a large quantity of ammunition, very few bullets actually hit the monsters in combat. Most strayed far from their targets, flying off into who knows where. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Hui was furious and shouted, "A bunch of useless trash. It would have been better not to bring you all." He bit back his anger and continued, "Forget it. Put down the guns. When the monsters get close, just throw grenades. Surely you can throw grenades accurately." Watching the bullets deplete at an alarming rate, Ouyang Hui felt a pang of heartache. At this rate, they probably wouldn't last even 2 hours. At this moment, he was filled with regret, realizing he shouldn't have brought so many people. These individuals not only failed to help, but instead caused chaos, wasting precious ammunition. Meanwhile, Lena, who was closely monitoring the battlefield, noticed a breach in the defense as several mutated dogs broke through and quickly raised her gun, shooting down the fierce creatures. If she hadn't acted, several people would likely have already perished at the jaws of the mutated dogs. Just as the second wave of monsters passed, the third wave came in even shorter intervals. This time, several mutated dogs broke through the cover and charged directly into the group. Instantly, 5 or 6 survivors had their throats bitten through by the mutated dogs, blood gushing everywhere. At this moment, a more troublesome situation arose. A giant radioactive spider had approached within 20 meters, and despite the group's full assault, they were unable to eliminate it. This won't do. We're about to lose our position. Ouyang Hui gritted his teeth and angrily slammed his fist against a nearby ammunition crate. He recognized the current situation. If things continued like this, they would completely fall apart in less than 10 minutes. He stopped shooting and opened his watch, scrolling to find a contact. Ouyang Hui could not die here. He still had an unfinished revenge plan. That woman, Shun Bing, must pay a painful price for her actions. Moreover, he needed to grow stronger in this brutal apocalypse and stand at the pinnacle above everyone else, becoming the ruler of all, with a strong belief in mind. Ouyang Hui décisivement d'y aller à contact. A woman dressed in camouflage appeared on the screen, her long black hair flowing in the wind, exuding a sharp aura. Her demeanor resembled that of Captain Lena, but added a chilling frostiness. The woman, with a stern expression, asked coldly, Ouyang Hui, what do you want from me? Ouyang Hui looked at the woman on the screen, a flicker of barely concealed disgust crossing his eyes. Ouyang Xue was just an outsider picked up by his grandfather from the battlefield, yet she excelled in every aspect and constantly overshadowed him, making him the legitimate heir of the Ouyang family, feel invisible since childhood. Ouyang Hui coldly stated, Ouyang Xue, lend me that golden component you obtained. Ouyang Xue could only see Ouyang Hui's face and not the chaotic battle scene behind him, frowning slightly. What do you need that component for? She knew Ouyang Hui well. He was cunning, and she worried he would use the golden component to harm others. Don't ask so much. With the situation becoming increasingly urgent, Ouyang Hui's expression darkened. Don't forget, you were picked up by my grandfather from the battlefield. You owe the Ouyang family a life. You're still hesitating over lending a component? Ouyang Xue fell silent for a moment, her face emotionless as she slowly replied, Fine, I can lend it to you. However, this golden component is directly bound to the human body. Once equipped, it will establish a connection with the host. I can give you a temporary usage permission for 1 hour. After 1 hour, if you don't return it, it will automatically become ineffective. After a pause, she added, Also, Thunder's Fury is extremely powerful, capable of both long-range attacks and close combat, but the energy stored inside is limited and refreshes daily. I have already used a portion today, so be mindful of the energy bar's changes while you use it. Shortly after, Ouyang Hui received a transaction notification on his watch from Ouyang Xue. He glanced at the prompt, not bothering to say a word of thanks before hanging up the call. Ouyang Hui took out the golden component that radiated golden light, his eyes gleaming with fervent greed as he murmured, So this is the golden component, Thunder's Fury. Let me see your true power. Igerli, Ouyang Hui équipé Thunder's Fury. He glanced at the energy bar, which showed 70 remaining. In an instant, golden light surged around him like electric currents, and he felt a powerful, thunderous force surging within him, as if he had become the master of lightning. The giant radioactive spider was now right before him, its 8 massive limbs thudding heavily against the ground, producing a dull, heavy sound, its mandibles opening and closing while emitting a chilling, hissing sound. Ouyang Hui shouted, channeling all the thunderous power within him, conjuring a golden lightning spear that shimmered with cold brilliance. The spear surged with thunderous energy, emanating a chilling aura of intimidation. Forming the spear consumed 10 of his energy in an instant. Without hesitation, he thrust the spear violently into the body of the radioactive spider. The moment the spear pierced, it exploded with powerful energy, detonating like a small bomb, and the massive impact blew a huge hole in the spider's body. Seeing that he had successfully taken down the giant radioactive spider with a single strike, a fervent and triumphant smile spread across Ouyang Hui's face. With an hour left, it was enough to last until the monster tide subsided. Perhaps he would even have the chance to make that pair of dogmen pay for their blood debts. Lena, witnessing this scene, was momentarily dazed. Ouyang Hui was completely unguarded, and she clearly heard his low mutterings. He was going to make a move against Cao Xuan. Lena's heart tightened instantly, plunging her into deep conflict. Logically, as long as they held the nuclear power plant, the grievances between these few would have nothing to do with her. However, thinking of the potential danger that Cao Xuan might face, a strange emotion surged within her, accompanied by a strong sense of resistance. Seeing that Ouyang Hui had charged alone onto the battlefield, she quietly slipped out the side door. Chapter 55, Victory in Battle. Shen Ting's home was stolen. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the nuclear power plant, Cao Xuan frowned slightly during a brief moment of rest, silently calculating the waves of monsters approaching. Time passed. In an hour and 40 minutes, they had successfully repelled 5 waves of monsters. If nothing unexpected happened, the next wave will be the last, and undoubtedly the most difficult one. Thanks to their unlimited firepower, their ammunition reserves were still relatively sufficient. However, Cao Xuan did not dare to let his guard down, as the next wave might very well feature the radiation fusion monster mentioned by Lena. At that time, they would need to accurately place the electromagnetic pulse bomb on the radiation fusion monster. Brother Hu, you should be able to control the bomb remotely with your mind, right? Cao Xuan said to Hu Zhong. Only in this way could they accurately control the radiation fusion monster. From the hints, Cao Xuan learned that the explosion range of the small electromagnetic pulse bomb was not large, and if thrown casually, it might not effectively control the radiation fusion monster. Hu Zhong nodded in response. I can activate the button, but I'm not sure if I can keep it attached to the radiation fusion monster. My control ability is too weak right now. He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Zhang Yuedong's eyes lit up as she raised her hand high. Brother Cao Xuan, I can help. My talent allows me to control vines. Although it doesn't have much lethality yet, I can just fix the bomb onto the monster. Cao Xuan's eyes brightened. He almost forgot about Zhang Yuedong's talent. Great, then I'll leave it to you. The last wave of monsters arrived in an instant. This time, in addition to the previously encountered mutated dogs and radiation spiders, a massive figure appeared at the end of the team, looming large. From a distance, it seemed to be at least several dozen meters tall, almost the size of a small building. Cao Xuan quickly issued orders, and everyone immediately engaged in battle. Bullets rained down on the monster horde, and explosions echoed continuously. The group worked together skillfully, and after several waves of fighting, they were now quite adept. Although the number of monsters had increased, they still managed to keep them at bay. However, as time went on, the terrifying silhouette of the radiation fusion monster drew closer. Bullets hitting its body felt like striking solid steel, causing almost no damage. Through the panel, Cao Xuan saw that all its stats were above 20 points, and his heart sank. It seemed they could only wait for the electromagnetic pulse bomb to take effect. Before long, the radiation fusion monster was getting closer, and Cao Xuan could clearly feel the tremors coming from the ground. The radiation fusion monster resembled a gigantic body made up of countless monsters, and Cao Xuan could see numerous faces and other organs on it. At this moment, Hu Zhong was already preparing to act with the electromagnetic pulse bomb. Sweat beads formed on his forehead as he exerted all his mental energy to control the bomb towards the target. In midair, Hu Zhong activated the bomb with his mind, and it began to emit a flash of light. Just as the bomb was about to reach the radiation fusion monster, Zhang Yuetong stepped forward decisively. She focused her mind. Using her talent as a thick vine suddenly burst from the ground, rapidly extending towards the radiation fusion monster. The vine accurately wrapped around the radiation fusion monster, providing support for the attachment of the electromagnetic pulse bomb. Hu Zhong seized the moment, and with a strong wave of his hand, the bomb was securely attached to the radiation fusion monster's body. However, the radiation fusion monster seemed to have no intelligence at all and paid no attention to the palm-sized bomb, continuing to move forward with heavy steps. But just a few seconds later, a bright flash of light erupted as the electromagnetic pulse bomb exploded. A powerful electromagnetic pulse rapidly spread from the radiation fusion monster center, and the monster let out a painful howl under the impact of the pulse. Its body trembled violently and crashed heavily to the ground, crushing a large group of mutated dogs beneath it. Quick, take advantage of this moment to unleash everything. Cao Xuan sautet et siten li. As long as they killed this giant radiation fusion monster, this battle would be considered secure. Upon hearing Cao Xuan shout, everyone immediately opened fire. Cao Xuan was not to be outdone. He adjusted the direction of the Gatling gun, directing all bullets at the radiation monster. After being paralyzed by the electromagnetic pulse bomb, the radiation monster's defenses weakened significantly. Bullets that could not penetrate its defenses before now all pierced through its body, exploding inside. As the wounds grew larger, the radiation monster reached its limit. After letting out a painful wail, its body exploded violently. "Watch out!" Cao Xuan warned everyone loudly to duck as liquid and debris splattered everywhere. He jumped down from the high platform, quickly grabbing a cover from an ammunition box to shield himself. At that moment, a warm body suddenly dove into his arms. Looking at the familiar purple hair, "Cao Xuan et Klim, Du Dong." "Brother Cao Xuan, there's no time. Let us hide together." Zhang Yuetong's face flushed as she hid in Cao Xuan's embrace, making it hard to see her expression. Meanwhile, Shun Ting, squatting on the ground, turned to look and was instantly furious, feeling as if a green light was flashing above her head. She was actually being stolen at this moment. "Ting Ting, where are you going?" Shin Bing called out, but Shin Ting ignored her and quickly ran into Cao Xuan's arms. Fortunately, the cover was from a bearer box, and even with 3 people, they could barely shield themselves. At this point, could they still chase them away? Cao Xuan could only hold both girls tightly in his arms, whispering, "Don't move, whatever you do. Don't expose yourselves." Moments later, the wooden cover was hit by the corrosive liquid, making a sizzling sound as it quickly eroded small pits into the surface. However, fortunately, the corrosive liquid did not penetrate the wooden cover and fall on them. After a while, Cao Xuan lowered the cover and released the 2 girls. With the explosion of the radiation monster's body, the liquid inside actually helped them corrode the remaining dozens of monsters to death. Once Cao Xuan confirmed that everything was over, he let out a long sigh, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Then, cheers of excitement came from Shun Ting and Zhang Yuetong as they both hugged Cao Xuan, celebrating the victory of this difficult battle. Beside them, Shun Bing and Zhang Yu watched this scene, feeling a complex mix of emotions and a bit uncomfortable. Zhang Yu let out a deep sigh, thinking to himself, "I still couldn't convince my sister." At that moment, Cao Xuan suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned to see Captain Lina. "Captain Lina, the battle is over. We held our ground," Cao Xuan said happily. But Lina did not look as happy as he had imagined. Instead, she wore a look of worry. Cao Xuan, Ouyang Hui Chapter 56, Tracking Cards and Navigation Cards. Ouyang Hui's Counterattack. After listening to Lina recount the events leading up to this moment, a look of shock immediately appeared on Cao Xuan's face. His brows quickly knitted together. "Are you saying Ouyang Hui got hold of a golden component?" "That's right." Lina's expression was equally grave, and he would soon come to trouble you. After a brief pause, Lina continued, "I'm afraid I might not be able to stop him." The image of Ouyang Hui wielding the lightning spear flashed through Lina's mind. That powerful aura made even her hesitant to confidently say she could handle it. At that moment, Hu Zhong suddenly spoke up. "I know where he got that golden component. He must have borrowed it from his sister, President Ouyang Shui." After Hu Zhong's detailed explanation, Cao Xuan finally understood the whole story. Although Ouyang Hui and Ouyang Shui were siblings, they were not biological. The component was obtained by Ouyang Shui after receiving an S-rank evaluation at a high-difficulty platform yesterday. This golden component, named Wrath of Thunder, could only be used for a limited time of 1 hour. However, its effects were extremely powerful, allowing the user to control the power of lightning and even equip it directly onto a person. This was the first time Cao Xuan had heard of a component that could be equipped on a person. It seemed only golden components had such special abilities. Right now, with Ouyang Hui about to make a move against him, how could he break the deadlock? Lina was undoubtedly the strongest human Cao Xuan had ever seen. But now, even she was wary of Ouyang Hui, which showed just how powerful that golden component was. What should he do? Cao Xuan furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. What if he called down the mutated doctor and patient from the truck to help? Although they likely wouldn't hold out for long, it should buy him some time. The reason he hadn't brought the mutated doctor down earlier was that he was unsure of Lina's stance. But now that Lina was fully on his side, having the mutated doctor ambush Ouyang Hui might be a good plan. Cao Xuan took out the director's identity card, and with a thought, the mutated doctor and patients in the truck immediately opened the compartment and rushed toward him. After removing unlimited firepower and blast from the Gatling gun, Cao Xuan equipped them onto the Glock 17. After finishing all this, he looked at Lina and asked, "Captain Lina, can you temporarily open the door to the nuclear power plant?" Without hesitation, Lina quickly took out a remote control and pressed a button. Then, she pulled out a few items from her pocket and handed them to Cao Xuan. "These were originally meant to be your reward later, but I'm giving them to you now. They might come in handy." Cao Xuan looked at the items Lina handed over. one of which was a leather glove adorned with purple patterns. The other two were black card-like objects, each with different surface designs. This is the purple component I promised to give you earlier. I've equipped it onto the glove. The other two cards were something I obtained by chance. They might be helpful to you. Cao Xuan gratefully glanced at Lina, then focused on the items in his hand. Tactical glove. Made from special materials, it has strong toughness, effectively cushioning impact and protecting the hands from damage during combat. Current equipped component. Strong strike. Purple allows the user to unleash an attack far exceeding their own strength, 3 to 10 times. Each use will cause some damage to the striking part. The greater the exceedance of the user's limit, the more severe the backlash. Cao Xuan immediately put the glove on his right hand. With this glove, if he engaged in close combat, his strength would absolutely multiply, although there would be some backlash after use, and he wasn't sure how severe it would be. That was a concern for later. As long as he could knock the opponent down with one punch, any backlash would be insignificant. As for those two cards, relevant information also appeared before Cao Xuan's eyes. Tracking card. Remaining usable times, 3. Effect. Can select a target that has been in contact with, ensuring both parties will meet at the next platform. Navigation card. Remaining usable times, 3. Effect. Can specify the next platform to reach, must know the platform name. If it is a platform that has been reached before, it will succeed 100. If it is a platform that has not been reached before, there is a certain probability of deviation, with a 60 success rate for navigation. Tracking card and navigation card. Just the ability to designate a platform to reach indicated that these two cards were also extremely rare items. However, there was no time to ponder over them now, as Cao Xuan had already seen a huge radiation fusion monster collapse on the battlefield near the side door. The number of monsters over there was greater, and the battle had been ongoing until now, while Ouyang Hui's battle had also come to an end. At that moment, the figures of the mutated patients and doctor were rapidly rushing over. Seeing this, Lina was confused and was about to raise her gun to shoot, but Cao Xuan quickly grabbed her. "They're my people," Cao Xuan hurriedly explained to Lina. After all, Lina had experienced countless storms, and although she showed a shocked expression, she quickly accepted the reality. Almost at the same time, a powerful and violent aura, accompanied by dazzling lightning, suddenly appeared at the corner of the nuclear power plant, sweeping toward them like a storm. As the distance closed, Cao Xuan clearly saw a dazzling flash of lightning. Ouyang Hui, holding the spear radiating purple lightning, charged toward them like a deity descending to earth. Ouyang Hui's gaze was cold and filled with murderous intent, fixed firmly on Cao Xuan. A sneer of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "Cao Xuan, today is your day of death. You are far from qualified to oppose me." Ouyang Hui quickly glanced at the remaining usage time and energy bar of Wrath of Thunder. 3 minutes, 180 seconds. There was still 15 energy left for dealing with Cao Xuan in front of him. This time, an energy would be enough. Chapter 57. Procrastination. Cao Xuan stared intently at Ouyang Hui, who was rushing towards him at high speed, his heart surging like a tidal wave. At this moment, Ouyang Hui's information panel also appeared before Cao Xuan's eyes. Name, Ouyang Hui. Age, 22. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Strength, 11. Agility, 10. Constitution, 11. Occupation, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Mutual Aid Association. Talent, super regeneration. Component, Wrath of Thunder. Gold limited time status. Can control the power of lightning. Remaining usage time, 180 seconds. Remaining energy, 15. Current status, angry. Health, 92. Favorability, -80. Looking at this information, Cao Xuan instantly understood why Ouyang Hui was unwilling to say a single unnecessary word and appeared so impatient. He had only 3 minutes left of the Wrath of Thunder. As long as he could survive these short yet long 3 minutes, or find a way to exhaust all of Ouyang Hui's energy, then that would be the moment for his counterattack. Without any hesitation, Cao Xuan decisively raised his Glock 17, his gaze locked onto Ouyang Hui's rapidly moving figure. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the crisp sound of gunfire, bullets whistled through the air towards Ouyang Hui. A hint of disdain flashed in Ouyang Hui's eyes, completely unconcerned about the threat of the bullets. He quickly dodged left and right through the hail of bullets, skillfully avoiding most of them. However, no matter how careful one is, there will always be a slip. One bullet grazed his arm, instantly leaving a striking blood mark. Moreover, due to the bullet's explosive component, it detonated violently the moment it pierced his skin. With a loud bang, half of Ouyang Hui's forearm exploded, instantly becoming a bloody mess, a sight too gruesome to behold. Yet, despite suffering such severe injuries, Ouyang Hui's incredible super regeneration kicked in immediately. The wound began to heal at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye, with damaged skin and broken bones starting to mend within moments. Cao Xuan, you will undoubtedly die today. Feeling the excruciating pain in his arm, Ouyang Hui's movements paused momentarily. With his regenerative ability, this injury would ultimately heal completely, but a strong and nearly uncontrollable sense of humiliation surged within him. He had equipped such a powerful gold component. Yet he was still injured by Cao Xuan. Ouyang Hui gripped the lightning spear tightly in his hand, and at this moment, there were only 10 meters left between him and Cao Xuan. With his speed and explosive power, he would only need a little over a second to completely slay him. At this critical moment, bang! A massive meteor hammer suddenly appeared in Ouyang Hui's line of sight, smashing hard into his face. Blood mist erupted from Ouyang Hui's face, and he was sent flying back by the tremendous impact. Riju, Commander Ouyang. Ouyang Hui's teammates behind him cried out in shock. They saw a 2-meter-tall, grotesque, mutated medic swinging its arm, and instinctively raised their guns, preparing to shoot at the mutated medic. Just then, a figure with flowing blonde hair and a heroic demeanor blocked their path. It was Lina, standing there quietly, and though she said nothing, her cold, frosty gaze filled with warning made everyone instantly understand her meaning. The few of them exchanged glances, their faces showing a conflicted expression. But ultimately, they slowly lowered their guns. Even if they were given 100 times the courage, they would never dare to oppose Captain Lina. Meanwhile, Ouyang Hui struggled to get up from the ground. His originally handsome face was now marred, with his nose shattered and his face covered in blood and dirt, appearing disheveled and pitiful. Ouyang Hui's eyes widened in fury, his reddened eyes seemingly ready to spew fire. The mutated medic. How could it be here? The chat group of the Mutual Aid Association had shared much information about monsters and platforms, so he naturally understood about the mutated medic. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't comprehend why this damned mutated medic would suddenly appear at this time and place. However, Ouyang Hui had no time to think further. His only goal now was to kill Cao Xuan and relieve his pent-up hatred. At the moment the mutated medic swung the meteor hammer down again, Ouyang Hui roared and thrust his lightning spear straight into the mutated medic's chest. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as terrifying electricity exploded from the lightning spear, enveloping the mutated medic's body tightly. The mutated medic began to tremble violently, and in less than a second, it was reduced to a pile of charred remains, collapsing to the ground. Before Ouyang Hui could catch his breath, 3 mutated patients rushed in from different directions. A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Ouyang Hui's mouth. What a bunch of delusional fools. He swung the lightning spear, arcs of electricity flickering in the air. The first mutated patient got close and was pierced by the spear, its body instantly electrified. The second mutated patient lunged from the side, but Ouyang Hui sidestepped and swung the spear fiercely, cleaving it in half, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, the third mutated patient did not retreat, but instead pounced at Ouyang Hui even more frantically. Ouyang Hui's eyes flashed with impatience. He flicked the spear, and it instantly pierced the mutated patient's head, pinning it to the wall. Although the mutated medic and the mutated patients did not inflict substantial harm on Ouyang Hui, they successfully delayed him for a full half-minute. What a resilient little cockroach. Cao Xuan watched as Ouyang Hui, who had only been slightly disheveled, quickly returned to a fighting state, feeling astonished. At the same time, he became increasingly envious of Ouyang Hui's monstrous super regeneration talent. If only there were a way to acquire this talent. Cao Xuan muttered to himself in his heart. However, his gaze remained fixed on Ouyang Hui's figure. Ouyang Hui was coming to kill him again. Ouyang Hui stopped immediately. Just as Ouyang Hui successfully condensed another lightning spear, Lina unhesitatingly stepped in front of him. Her gaze coldly fixed on Ouyang Hui, radiating undeniable authority. The rules of a nuclear power station prohibit humans from killing each other. Rules? His tone filled with sarcasm. The mutated medic that had appeared from who knows where had blocked him, and now even Lina wanted to interfere. Why was everyone opposing him? Lina, don't think that just because you're the captain, I'll be afraid of you. What the hell are the rules of the nuclear power station worth in my eyes? Today, anyone who dares to block my path, be they gods or Buddhas, I will kill without hesitation. Ouyang Hui's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. He quickly threw the spear he had in his hand towards Lina. Chapter 58 Ouyang Shui, Captain Lina, be careful. Cao Xuan shouted loudly upon seeing the situation, feeling a cold sweat for Lina. The distance between Lina and Ouyang Hui was only about 3 to 4 meters, and the spear almost pierced right in front of Lina in an instant. However, Lina dodged with a speed so fast it was almost imperceptible, and in a very strange posture. The lightning spear missed and struck the ground, producing a deafening explosion, creating a massive pit on the ground. As the dust settled, Lina stood there unscathed, and even Ouyang Hui couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief. How did Lina dodge that just now? How could she be so fast? Ouyang Hui realized that he had underestimated Lina too much. Someone who could independently guard the nuclear power plant for such a long time could not be easily killed by him. Lina coldly stared at Ouyang Hui, her eyes showing no signs of fear. Ouyang Hui, you have lost control. I must stop you today. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly moved and charged towards Ouyang Hui. Ouyang Hui roared in anger and raised his fist to strike Lina. However, Lina was extremely agile. She sidestepped and easily avoided Ouyang Hui's attack. At the same time, her right hand formed a knife and quickly slashed towards Ouyang Hui's throat. Ouyang Hui hurriedly raised his left hand to block, and their arms collided with a dull sound. Ouyang Hui felt a tremendous force on his arm, and he was shocked. He didn't expect Lina's strength to be so powerful. Lina's attack did not stop. Her legs were like two agile whips, continuously kicking towards Ouyang Hui's lower body. Ouyang Hui could only keep retreating, dodging Lina's attacks. Looking at the dwindling countdown, Ouyang Hui felt anxious, with less than 10% of energy left. He didn't want to waste it any further, but at this moment, it seemed he had no way to deal with Lina. Lina, don't get too complacent. Ouyang Hui finally roared, and suddenly, purple lightning surged around him. The two engaged in another fierce battle. Lina's skills were clearly superior to Ouyang Hui's. Every attack she made accurately hit Ouyang Hui while she dodged his punches. But the lightning on Ouyang Hui's body acted like a countermeasure. Every time Lina attacked him, she would be struck by the electric current. Lina's body became numb from the electricity, and her movements gradually slowed down. Each punch or kick became more difficult, and beads of sweat covered her forehead. Lina gritted her silver teeth, enduring the pain brought by the electricity, continuing to circle around Ouyang Hui. Ouyang Hui noticed that Lina is slowing movement, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His opportunity had come. At that moment, Lina threw another punch towards Ouyang Hui's chest. Ouyang Hui did not avoid it like before. Instead, he suddenly reached out his left hand and grabbed Lina's wrist tightly. Lina was startled and tried to break free, but she found Ouyang Hui's grip was like a vice, making it impossible for her to move. Lina, this is where it ends for you, Ouyang Hui said fiercely. Immediately afterward, the purple lightning on his body surged through the hand gripping Lina, rapidly entering her body. Lina felt an overwhelming current spread throughout her body, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, her mind going blank, and her consciousness gradually fading under the impact of the powerful current. Cao Xuan watched as Lina collapsed to the ground, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Ouyang Hui, you are dead. Just now, the two had been too close together, and Cao Xuan was afraid of accidentally shooting Lina. Now that Lina had fallen, the bullets in his hand immediately poured out like a torrential rain. Almost all the bullets hit Ouyang Hui, bursting into clouds of blood mist. But Ouyang Hui, relying on the enhancement from the golden components and his innate abilities, was still able to withstand the onslaught. Ouyang Hui glanced at the remaining time and energy. There was still 1 minute left and 3 energy. The remaining energy was just enough to condense a small lightning spear again, and at such a close distance. He didn't believe Cao Xuan could have such terrifying speed as Lina. Cao Xuan, you have nowhere to retreat. A cold smile appeared on Ouyang Hui's face, but at that moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded behind him. Ouyang Hui, stop it. Upon hearing this familiar voice, a face that gave him some psychological shadow instantly appeared in his mind. Ouyang Hui turned around in disbelief, only to see Hu Zhong, drenched in sweat. And at that moment, his watch projected an image. In the projection, a woman with a beautiful face, an ethereal temperament, and an aura that demanded respect appeared before everyone. She had flowing silver hair, and her eyes were as cold as a frigid pool, with a hint of barely perceptible disappointment. The woman in the projection was none other than Ouyang Hui's sister, Ouyang Shui. Hu Zhong was a friend of Ouyang Shui, the female superior he mentioned earlier, who was optimistic about Cao Xuan and encouraged him to recruit, was Ouyang Shui. He had been continuously sending messages, thinking that Ouyang Shui must not know that Ouyang Hui was using her components to kill Cao Xuan. If he could contact Ouyang Shui, he could surely stop Ouyang Hui. Ouyang Hui, you have disappointed me too much. The voice from the watch was not loud, but it was filled with penetrating power. When I lent you the Wrath of Thunder, I hoped you would use it to protect the members of the Mutual Aid Association and combat those dangerous monsters, not to use it against your own people. Chapter 59 Ouyang Hui's Misfirehoof. Ouyang Shui, stop pretending to teach me a lesson. Ouyang Hui's face twisted in rage as he shouted hoarsely. Who do you think you are? Just because you got lucky and were taken in by our Ouyang family, do you really think you're the master of this house? I, Ouyang Hui, can take anyone's life, and it's not up to you, an outsider, to dictate. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Hui's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Cao Xuan, who was close by. Without hesitation, he threw the spear in his hand, which was crackling with terrifying lightning. With all his might, the spear cut through the air, letting out a sharp whistling sound. Cao Xuan, brother, Mr. Cao Xuan. In the distance, Shen Bing and the others quickly raised their guns to aim at Ouyang Hui. However, his movement was too sudden for them to react in time. Fortunately, Hu Zhong and Zhang Yuedong reacted even faster. One used telekinesis to strike Ouyang Hui's wrist, while the other controlled vines to suddenly emerge from the ground, tightly wrapping around Ouyang Hui's leg and pulling him back forcefully. The release of their talents required almost no preparation, and they acted almost simultaneously with Ouyang Hui's throw of the spear. It was this pull and strike that successfully caused Ouyang Hui's originally smooth, throwing motion to deviate slightly. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets in Shen Bing's hand all hit Ouyang Hui's chest and penetrated through. At that moment, Ouyang Hui had already exhausted all the talent energy he had stored for super healing, and he could no longer begin to repair his injuries the moment he was hurt as he had before. However, even after being severely injured, Ouyang Hui still wore a proud and crazy grin, because although his full force strike had deviated, the deadly lightning spear was still flying toward Cao Xuan. With the spear's speed, even a slight deviation meant that Cao Xuan had no chance of dodging it. The excitement in Ouyang Hui's eyes was evident to Cao Xuan. The moment Ouyang Hui raised his hand, Cao Xuan quickly reacted, rolling his body to the side with all his strength. Even though he had anticipated it, the spear's speed was too fast, and he still felt immense pressure. He couldn't even see the spear's trajectory clearly, only relying on his instincts to turn his body rapidly in midair. In the end, the spear crackling with terrifying lightning grazed his arm, narrowly missing him. However, Cao Xuan's right arm instantly bore a deep gash, and the surrounding skin was scorched by the lightning, showing signs of charred blackness. Cao Xuan felt the pain in his right arm and broke out in a cold sweat. Thanks to Hu Zhong and Zhang Yuedong disrupting Ouyang Hui's actions at the last moment, he managed to avoid this fatal strike. Otherwise, even if he had dodged, his arm would surely have been rendered useless. The moment Cao Xuan landed, Shen Ting immediately anxiously took out the medical kit she carried, while Shen Bing quickly crouched down. Worry etched on his face as he checked on Cao Xuan's condition. The medical kit opened to reveal a white bandage soaked in medicine, and Shen Ting skillfully wrapped it around Cao Xuan's injured arm, tying a neat and tight bow. Shen Ting leaned over, gently wiping the sweat off Cao Xuan's forehead with her sleeve, her heart aching. It's just a scrape. Cao Xuan gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain in his arm. The sensation of the flesh being scorched by electricity was unbearable, and he could smell a faint burnt odor in the air. That strike had directly taken away 20% of his health. However, as Shen Ting helped him bandage the wound, his health began to slowly recover. Seeing that Cao Xuan was not seriously hurt, Shen Ting finally let out a small sigh of relief. She carefully placed Cao Xuan's head on her sister's lap to make him more comfortable, then stood up with a furious expression and quickly walked toward Ouyang Hui. At that moment, Ouyang Hui's eyes were vacant, filled with disbelief. He couldn't accept that his full-strength attack had not killed Cao Xuan. He had clearly aimed for Cao Xuan's heart. How could this guy have dodged it? Ouyang Hui was so blinded by rage that he didn't even notice Shen Ting approaching him quickly. Smack! Shen Ting raised her hand without hesitation and slapped Ouyang Hui hard across the face, the crisp sound echoing in the air. Ouyang Hui's teammates, who were also members of the Mutual Aid Association, widened their eyes in shock at the scene before them. This was the usually high and mighty Ouyang Hui. Now he was being slapped repeatedly by a delicate little girl. His face was swelling up like a pig's head. Smack! 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 After several consecutive slaps, Shen Ting's eyes widened as she angrily scolded, Ouyang Hui, you despicable and shameless little man. What ability do you have? You're just relying on your sister and a bit of talent to bully others. Today you dare to lay a hand on brother Cao Xuan. I won't let this go. As she spoke, Shen Ting suddenly pulled out a gun, aiming the dark muzzle at Ouyang Hui's head. Wait, little sister. Just as Shen Ting was about to pull the trigger, a somewhat anxious voice came from behind. Shen Ting froze and turned to look. The speaker was Ouyang Shui, projected from Hu Zhong's watch. Hu Zhong had not hung up the call, so Ouyang Shui had witnessed the entire scene. When Ouyang Hui threw the spear, she had been so anxious she wished she could jump out of the screen to stop him from making a mistake. After seeing that Cao Xuan was okay, Ouyang Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely guilty. Thus, when Shen Ting was slapping Ouyang Hui, Ouyang Shui did not stop her. She also wanted to teach Ouyang Hui a lesson. But when she saw Shen Ting about to shoot Ouyang Hui, she could no longer sit still. Just as Ouyang Hui had said, she was picked up from the battlefield by the Ouyang family. She owed them a life. For the sake of repayment, she could not just watch as Shen Ting killed Ouyang Hui. Please, little sister, let Ouyang Hui go. He is the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association and has a very close relationship with President Jiang Daowu. If you kill him, it will definitely lead to a lot of trouble in the future, Ouyang Shui said with a difficult tone, sincerely trying to advise. She was not lying. Their grandfather was too old to be transported here. However, one of their elders, Jiang Daowu, after being transported, rapidly developed his strength using his talent and the gun he had on him before crossing over, and organized the establishment of the Mutual Aid Association. Jiang Daowu did hope for the Mutual Aid Association to become an official organization. His character was impeccable, and everyone who had interacted with him praised his righteousness. But one thing was for sure. Jiang Daowu was extremely protective, and because he had no descendants, he regarded Ouyang Hui as his own child. If they really killed Ouyang Hui, even if Ouyang Shui did not pursue the matter, they would inevitably face continuous trouble in the future. Hearing Ouyang Shui's words, Shen Ting hesitated, casting a pleading glance at Cao Xuan. Meanwhile, Cao Xuan, supported by Shen Bing, stood up and coldly stared at Ouyang Shui's cool face. Chapter 60. Transaction. Golden component. A killer will always kill. Today, Ouyang Hui almost killed me. If I let him go just like that, can you guarantee that Ouyang Hui won't come to bother me again in the future? Ouyang Shui, you don't need to threaten me with this Jiang Daowu and the Mutual Assistance Association's revenge. Since I, Cao Xuan, dare to kill Ouyang Hui, I am not afraid of your Mutual Assistance Association's retaliation. Cao Xuan spoke each word clearly and firmly. Receiving Cao Xuan's signal, a cold glint flashed in Shen Ting's eyes, and without hesitation, she raised the gun in her hand again. She had grown to hate the person who almost killed her brother, Cao Xuan. Ouyang Hui had injured her brother, and blood must be repaid with blood. Wait, Ouyang Shui's voice was filled with urgency. She never expected that Cao Xuan would be so resolute, completely disregarding the Mutual Assistance Association. However, in the end, it was Ouyang Hui who was at fault first, and she herself could not escape blame. She furrowed her brows, pondered for a moment, and finally spoke slowly. Cao Xuan, as long as you spare Ouyang Hui's life, I am willing to give you the golden component, Wrath of Thunder, that he possesses. That is a treasure I obtained after surviving the death cruise at the high difficulty platform, achieving an S-level clearance. Now, among all the survivors in the server, there are hardly any who possess a golden component. I will use this rare golden component to exchange for Ouyang Hui's life. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Cao Xuan looked down at Ouyang Hui, who was lying on the ground like a stray dog, and a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Anyway, since the component is on Ouyang Hui, if he kills him now, won't the component belong to him afterward? Seemingly seeing through Cao Xuan's thoughts, Ouyang Shui hurriedly added, Cao Xuan, the golden component is entirely different from components of other levels. Once equipped, it will directly bind to the human body and establish a unique connection with the equipper. This Wrath of Thunder has long been marked with my imprint. Unless I die or I actively erase the imprint, even if you obtain it, it will just be a useless piece of scrap metal. Cao Xuan, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and fell into deep silence. He never expected that the golden component would have such a characteristic, that it could bind to the equipper. Cao Xuan recalled the countdown he saw on Ouyang Hui's panel. It makes sense. If permission were not required, Ouyang Hui would be able to use the component freely, limited only by energy constraints. But precisely because he lacked permission, he could only use it for 1 hour at a time. Cao Xian's mind began weighing the pros and cons. Ouyang Hui's actions were indeed despicable, and Cao Xian wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. But he was also very tempted by the golden wrath of thunder. Even though he had hints that could inform him of the general information and rewards of the platform in advance, it would still be difficult to obtain a golden component anytime soon. This thing, besides requiring strength, luck must also play a significant role. After all, they had passed through many platforms in the past few days, yet they hadn't encountered a single platform with a hint of a golden component. After this crisis, he realized that strength is something that, once lagged behind, leads to more lagging behind. Only by improving his strength could he have a say in the future. However, letting Ouyang Hui go like this also left him somewhat unwilling. After hesitating for a long time, Cao Xian decided to secure the Wrath of Thunder first. With the tracking card in hand, he could take out Ouyang Hui at the next platform. However, it was obviously impossible to let Ouyang Hui off so easily. He straightened up, strode to Ouyang Hui, and suddenly lifted his foot, unhesitatingly kicking Ouyang Hui hard. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Xue thought Cao Xian was intent on killing Ouyang Hui and quickly shouted to stop him. But just as everyone thought Ouyang Hui was about to die on the spot, Cao Xian's foot landed precisely between Ouyang Hui's legs. It was simply not worth losing a precious golden component for the sake of Dog's life. Besides, he still had a tracking card in hand. He would have no trouble killing him later. Perhaps there would even be a chance to find a tool that could plunder talents, taking Ouyang Hui's talents for himself. This could be something to inquire about with Lina when she wakes up. After all, with so many different items, there might be one that can plunder talents. Ouyang Hui let out a piercing scream, his body instantly curling up like a shrimp, his face filled with pain. Just now, Cao Xian's kick had landed on a vital spot between his legs. At this moment, a glaring stain of blood was already seeping through his pants. Ouyang Hui's pig-like scream caused the men present to shudder. This kick might very well lead to the Ouyang family being cut off from future generations. Ouyang Hui's two teammates from the Mutual Assistance Association glared angrily at Cao Xian, but they didn't dare to approach before Ouyang Xue spoke. Cao Xian returned to the projection, staring directly at Ouyang Xue. I will agree to your condition. This time, I can spare Ouyang Hui's life and exchange the Wrath of Thunder for his dog's life. Cao Xian crossed his arms, as if that kick had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Ouyang Xue silently sighed. Now that the kick had been delivered, could she still say that Ouyang Hui was not complete, and thus refuse to make a deal with Cao Xian? Anyway, whether the Ouyang family would continue their lineage had nothing to do with her. By using this golden component to save Ouyang Hui's life, she had already been exceedingly benevolent. Ouyang Xue sighed and slowly nodded. Okay, I will now control the component to leave Ouyang Hui's body. And then you let Hu Zhong trade the Wrath of Thunder to me. After I erase the identity information on it, I will send it back to him. As soon as Ouyang Xue finished speaking, a golden object suddenly appeared on Ouyang Hui's body. The object shimmered with golden light, exuding an extraordinary aura. Ouyang Hui's eyes were filled with urgency as he reached out to try to grab it, but it was all in vain. Then, the golden light moved rapidly before Cao Xian, like a flash of lightning. Cao Xian steadily grasped the component and examined it carefully, and indeed received the prompt. No permission. Cannot equip. He then handed the Wrath of Thunder to Hu Zhong, signaling him to send it to Ouyang Xue. After all, Ouyang Hui was still under his control, so he was not afraid that Ouyang Xue would go back on her word. Chapter 61. Ouyang Xue's invitation, sure enough, within a few minutes. Hu Zhong received a transaction request from Ouyang Xue. The next moment, the golden component reappeared in Hu Zhong's hand. Without any hesitation, he handed it over to Cao Xian. Component: Wrath of Thunder, Gold. Current bound host: none, directly equipped to the human body. After equipping, one can master the power of lightning. Additionally, immune to all lightning damage. Without much hesitation, Cao Xian directly bound his identity information. In an instant, the Wrath of Thunder transformed into a golden stream of light and drilled into his body. Cao Xian felt a powerful and destructive force surge within him. But after a moment, this lightning power became gentle. Cao Xian could clearly sense that he had established some sort of connection with the lightning, and he could control it at will. He clenched his fist, feeling the electric light flickering on his skin. However, the energy of Wrath of Thunder was now completely depleted, making it impossible to test its power. Cao Xian walked over to Ouyang Hui and took out the tracking card. Tracking card. It displayed the avatars of all the survivors he had interacted with. Ouyang Hui was naturally among them. With this, he could meet him at the next platform whenever he wanted. He decided to let him go this time, but next time they met, he would take him down, and even Ouyang Shui wouldn't have anything to say about it. Taking Ouyang Hui with him, he quickly made his exit. After confirming, Cao Xuan kicked Ouyang Hui to his teammates. Cao Xuan. Ouyang Hui's face was filled with humiliation, but his words were so mumbled that even his teammates couldn't hear him. Although he had a super healing talent, this function would be significantly less effective if he was injured again after the energy was depleted. In other words, he might never be able to recover fully again. Ouyang Hui's teammates did not dare to meet Cao Xuan's gaze and hurriedly helped Ouyang Hui up, forcing themselves to say, "We are helping to guard the nuclear power plant. We haven't received our rewards yet." Hearing this, Cao Xuan looked down at Lina, lying on the ground, and became even angrier. He quickly picked Lina up in a princess carry and shouted angrily, "If you don't leave now, none of you will get to go." Ouyang Hui's teammates turned pale instantly. They didn't dare to stay any longer, helping Ouyang Hui away in a hurry, even remembering to pick up some equipment that had fallen on the ground. Others from Ouyang Hui's group gathered around, with one person bravely asking, "Cao Xuan, what about us?" Before they could finish, Cao Xuan impatiently interrupted them. "You all get lost." He had now placed Lina on a high platform and was busy wrapping her in bandages. Although Lina had no obvious external injuries, the medical kit could directly restore health points, so it seemed that Lina would wake up soon. Among the remaining survivors, some wanted to argue a few words, but were quickly pulled back by their teammates. "Let us just go." In the end, these survivors left one by one, all looking regretful. On Hu Zhong's side, after finishing the conversation with Ouyang Shui and preparing to hang up the phone, he was hurriedly stopped by Ouyang Shui. "Hu Zhong, go to Cao Xuan's side. I have something to say to him." Hu Zhong immediately walked over to Cao Xuan. Both Ouyang Shui and Cao Xuan had helped him a lot, and he truly did not want to see their relationship sour. At this moment, Cao Xuan was tightly holding Lina's hand, anxiously staring at her status panel. Seeing Hu Zhong bringing Ouyang Shui over, Cao Xuan frowned slightly and asked coldly, "Ouyang Shui, what else do you want?" Ouyang Shui bit her lips slightly, looking firmly at Cao Xuan, and said, "Cao Xuan, I know that what happened with Ouyang Hui has made you very angry, and I apologize to you on his behalf again. But I have something important to discuss with you this time." Cao Xuan snorted coldly, remaining silent, but his eyes still showed dissatisfaction. Ouyang Shui continued, "According to the intelligence obtained by the Mutual Aid Association, some survivors have already discovered the high-difficulty platform, Demon Apartment. Based on my speculation, there may be bizarre entities inside. The power of lightning naturally restrains and can harm such bizarre entities. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to join us in challenging that platform. The danger level of that platform may be much higher than the one where I obtained Wrath of Thunder, but correspondingly, the rewards for succeeding will definitely be incredibly generous." Ouyang Shui said earnestly, her expression serious. The top-tier survivors in their mutual aid association were indeed very scarce. She had always believed in Cao Xuan and had intended to bring him to her side before Ouyang Hui offended him. Moreover, now that the Wrath of Thunder was in Cao Xuan's hands, if he refused to work with them, the plan to challenge the Demon Apartment platform might be significantly delayed. Listening to Ouyang Shui's words, a flicker of temptation flashed in Cao Xuan's eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly have doubts about Ouyang Shui's invitation, questioning whether it was a trap. After all, he had just agreed to Ouyang Shui's request to let Ouyang Hui go, only to end up kicking him into a cripple. But just when Hu Zhong brought Ouyang Shui closer, Cao Xuan tried to use his talent to see if he could check Ouyang Shui's panel through the projection. To his surprise, it actually worked. However, perhaps due to not being face-to-face, the displayed data was incomplete. For example, Ouyang Shui's specific values and her talent abilities were all displayed as a string of asterisks. Nevertheless, other information was still visible. For instance, it was evident from the panel that Ouyang Shui's values were quite impressive, falling between Shun Ting and Chunyan levels. Moreover, her favorability towards him was as high as 50 points. Chapter 62. Lina's Guidance to be Honest. Cao Xuan never expected that Ouyang Shui would have such a high level of affection for him. This was also the reason why Cao Xuan ultimately decided to agree to Ouyang Shui's request. Since she had no ill intentions towards him, why not seize this opportunity? Cao Xuan pretended to think for a moment and then nodded. "All right, I can agree to that." "Great." Ouyang Shui felt a surge of joy in her heart. In the Mutual Aid Association, the people with the most influence were the president Jiang Daowu and the 3 vice presidents. However, Jiang Daowu had a very close relationship with Ouyang Hui and another vice president, often excluding Ouyang Shui from discussions and decision-making processes. In simple terms, Ouyang Shui, as a vice president, had little actual influence in the association. If she could establish a connection to that platform and further enhance her own strength, Ouyang Shui would be able to wield greater influence within the association, allowing her to pursue her ambitions more freely. Ouyang Shui then asked, "Have you ever come into contact with the navigation card item? With it, you can unlock the navigation system. As long as you know the name of the platform, there is a high probability of being navigated to the destination platform. Once my people are ready, we can agree on a time to use the navigation card together to enter the platform. I happen to have an extra navigation card. I'll add you as a friend and send it to you." Cao Xuan was slightly taken aback. Ouyang Shui actually planned to give him a navigation card. This made him feel a bit embarrassed, and he quickly declined. Adding each other as friends is fine, but there's no need for the navigation card. I happen to have one myself. Ouyang Shui showed a surprised expression upon hearing this. In fact, the extra navigation card she mentioned was just an excuse. She only had one card in her possession. The current price of navigation cards in the trading market had skyrocketed to several hundred star soul coins each, and even at high prices, they were often hard to come by. The price was likely to continue climbing in the future. However, as the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, Ouyang Shui had more channels available than ordinary people, and spending a bit more star soul coins could secure private trading opportunities. She originally intended to buy a card as a gift for Cao Xuan, but she never expected that he already had one. But this only made Ouyang Shui feel more convinced that she hadn't misjudged him. She smiled and said, "All right, I'll have Wu Zhong send me your contact information later. Then, I'll hang up now." "Okay." Cao Xuan nodded, and Ouyang Shui's ethereal image disappeared from his sight. At this moment, Shen walked up with a hint of worry on her face and asked, "Cao Xuan, can we trust what Ouyang Shui said? After all, she is Ouyang Hui's sister." Cao Xuan explained, "She shouldn't have any ill intentions towards me, considering there were others present." He didn't reveal that he had seen Ouyang Shui's affection for him through his talent. But Shun Bing and Shun Ting, knowing about Cao Xuan's talent, quickly understood what he meant and felt relieved. Hu Zhong was also very happy. "Mr. Cao Xuan, both you and Officer Ouyang Shui are the people I admire the most. You will surely have a lot in common." While they were chatting, Lena, who had been resting on the ground, suddenly moved her fingers slightly, and Cao Xuan immediately noticed this change. Moreover, he observed that the status indicator above Lena's head had changed from unconscious to slightly dizzy. Cao Xuan quickly approached, carefully lifting Lena and letting her lean against him, asking with concern, "Captain Lena, how do you feel now?" "Good. Much better." Lena was still a bit dazed, but when she suddenly realized she was being held by Cao Xuan, especially with his arm around her waist, just below her chest, she felt her body temperature rise, and her face flushed. She hurriedly said, "Cao Xuan, let go of me." Cao Xuan immediately sensed the change in Lena's body temperature, and his heart tightened. Could she be running a fever? He quickly checked Lena's status bar, only to see that it displayed, highly shy, embarrassed. Cao Xuan's words came to an abrupt halt. He suddenly realized that in his eagerness, he seemed to have placed his hand incorrectly. It was all because he had been too casual with Shun Ting and Chun Yin before, and it had become a habit. I'm sorry. Captain Lena." Cao Xuan quickly released her. "It's fine." Lena took a moment to calm her emotions and return to her usual dignified demeanor. Feeling that she had mostly recovered, she sat up and looked at the setting sun, saying, "It's getting late. You all can stay at the nuclear power plant for the night and select some equipment to leave in the morning. Tonight, I can take this time to teach you some combat techniques." "Sure." Cao Xuan instinctively agreed when he heard that Lena was willing to have them stay, as it was best not to travel at night. But he quickly reacted to her next statement, startled. She wants to teach him combat techniques? Cao Xuan had witnessed Lena's combat abilities firsthand. Among the people he had seen before, Chun Yin had the strongest close combat skills. After seeing Lena, however, Chun Yin's title as the best would likely change. Lena, relying solely on her human body, could engage in fierce battles with Ouyang Hui, who was equipped with golden components, and even had the upper hand. Her unpredictable movement and astonishing speed seemed to surpass human limits. If it weren't for Lena's inability to resist the electric currents from Ouyang Hui, Cao Xuan was confident that she would have emerged victorious. Having such a rare opportunity to learn was something Cao Xuan eagerly desired. He quickly said, "Then I will gladly accept." As night fell, the lights in the nuclear power plant gradually illuminated the surroundings, creating a bright atmosphere. At this time, the monster corpses that had piled up in the square had disappeared without a trace. According to Lena, the nuclear power plant would no longer be attacked by monsters. The group gathered around a roaring bonfire in the center of the square, ready to celebrate. They had purchased plenty of fresh meat and vegetables from the trading market, planning for a lively bonfire party and outdoor barbecue. Ting and the others were bustling with activity, focused on preparing the ingredients. Meanwhile, Cao Xuan and Lina went to an open area in the nuclear power plant, using it as a temporary training ground. Lina stood in the center of the field, her figure graceful, with moonlight casting a mysterious glow upon her. She crossed her arms and softly said, "Cao Xuan, come and attack me." "Attack you?" Cao Xuan was taken aback by her request. Lina nodded seriously, indicating that practical combat was the best way to learn techniques. "Use all your strength to attack me. Don't hold back. I need to assess your current strength." Cao Xuan finally understood, but he continued to ask, "Can I use any means?" Since Lina had asked him to go all out, he naturally intended to comply. However, his skills were more than sufficient to deal with ordinary people. And in front of Lina, it would be like showing off his skills in front of an expert. But he didn't want to be defeated so quickly, as that would be quite embarrassing. If he wanted to last a little longer, he could only resort to some special methods. Upon hearing Cao Xuan's words, Lina was initially taken aback, but then she nodded again and affirmed, "That's right. Since it's treated as a real battle, any means can be used. After all, combat is never a polite game. In life-and-death situations, the enemy won't follow any rules." Chapter 63. News of Ouyang Shui. After receiving Lina's affirmative response, Cao Xuan's eyes sharpened. "Then I'm coming, Captain Lina. Come on." Lina remained with her arms crossed, quietly waiting for Cao Xuan to make his move. Seeing that Lina seemed to completely disregard him, Cao Xuan felt a surge of frustration and competitiveness. Even if he lost, he couldn't afford to lose too embarrassingly. Without any warning, Cao Xuan suddenly launched an attack, throwing a punch at Lina. However, just as he was about to reach her, he abruptly paused, then changed his attack direction, aiming a powerful strike at her side, trying to exploit the relatively weak point in her defense. Yet, Lina merely tilted her body slightly and easily dodged Cao Xuan's attack. Cao Xuan's heart tightened again. This ridiculous speed and evasion. He quickly retracted his hand, turning his body to launch another attack. This time, he unleashed a flurry of punches, the wind for his fists whistling like a sudden storm, targeting Lina's upper body. Lina's gaze finally shifted, her focus locking onto Cao Xuan's movements, effortlessly dodging each of his punches. "Is this all you've got?" Lina's voice was flat, tinged with provocation. Cao Xuan felt even more irritated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lina's defense was flawless. He couldn't do anything against her speed, unless he could force her to expose a weakness. Noticing that Lina had not completely relaxed her guard, Cao Xuan gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. As he threw another punch, he suddenly feigned an attack, sharply reaching for Lina's chest area. Caught off guard, Lina's expression changed instantly, and she instinctively raised her hand to block. In that moment, a slight gap appeared in her defense. Cao Xuan had been waiting for this opportunity. He quickly retracted his hand and lunged forward, wrapping both arms around Lina tightly. The two lost their balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Pinned beneath him, Lina coldly exclaimed, "Get your hands off me." Feeling embarrassed, Cao Xuan hastily released her and quickly got off, but he couldn't hide the triumphant look on his face. "Captain Lina, how did I perform just now?" No matter the method, he had managed to tackle Lina, right? Lina's expression remained calm as she offered a candid assessment. Quite shameless. Cao Xuan's smile instantly froze upon hearing this. Seeing his awkward expression, Lina's demeanor softened slightly as she replied with a light huff, "I'm not insulting you. I'm actually praising you. You understood how to fake an attack, exploit my weakness, and break through my defense. This shows you know how to adapt and utilize your opponent's psychology. In battle, sometimes not playing by the rules can yield unexpected results." Cao Xuan scratched his head, surprised that this could be considered praise. Then, Lina's expression turned serious as she said, "I've gotten a rough idea of your strength. Next, I'll teach you some practical combat techniques." Meanwhile, at a rest area on the highway, Ouyang Shui, dressed in a tight black combat suit with long silver hair cascading like a waterfall, was preparing to cook something with her teammates. Ouyang Shui skillfully tied up her long hair, which draped over her shoulders. At that moment, a sultry-looking woman with fiery red lips and dressed in black stockings handed her a chicken leg, saying, "Ouyang, your brother is too thoughtless. In my opinion, you shouldn't care about him anymore. You saved such an ungrateful wolf with a golden component." Ouyang Shui took the chicken leg and sighed helplessly. "This is the last time. I was saved by my grandfather. It has nothing to do with the Ouyang family. I've already cleared things up with them." Just as Ouyang Shui was about to take a bite of the chicken leg, her watch suddenly emitted a series of beeping sounds. She furrowed her brow and glanced down. Ouyang, whose call is it now? The sultry woman asked, tearing at the chicken with no regard for her image. It's Jiang Daowu's, Ouyang Shui replied, seemingly having guessed the purpose of the call. You eat first. I'll take this call. Ouyang Shui got in the car and answered the phone. The screen indeed displayed Jiang Daowu's angry face. Ouyang Shui, you spent a golden component to save Ahui. That was a good move. But I heard you actually sought cooperation with the person who injured Ahui. Is that true? Ouyang Shui maintained her composure, looking at Jiang Daowu's face full of questioning and dissatisfaction, and calmly replied, it's true. The Wrath of Thunder is in Cao Xuan's hands. If we want to challenge the demon apartment, we must bring him along. Hearing Ouyang Shui's candid admission, Jiang Daowu first let out a cold laugh, then became furious. Do I have no one to use in our mutual aid society? You actually sought help from the enemy of our mutual aid society. Ouyang Shui replied expressionlessly. Cao Xuan is not the enemy of the mutual aid society. Jiang Daowu sneered, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Ouyang Shui, are you trying to rebel? Does what I, the president, say no longer matter? Ahui provoked first. Cao Xuan was just acting in self-defense. Moreover, I have said before that Cao Xuan is not the enemy of the mutual aid society. We cannot push potential allies to the opposing side just because of personal biases, Ouyang Shui argued. Jiang Daowu trembled with anger. You are openly defying my orders. Don't forget, I am the president of the Mutual Aid Society. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Ouyang Shui smirked sarcastically. Rude? What do you intend to do? You keep saying it's for the Mutual Aid Society, but in reality, you just want to maintain your meager authority. If you truly cared about the Mutual Aid Society, you should set aside your prejudices and find a way to pass through the demon apartment. Instead of causing a scene here, Jiang Daowu was rendered speechless by Ouyang Shui's words, his eyes wide with shock. Although Ouyang Shui had occasionally questioned him before, she had never been so direct in tearing things apart as she was today. How dare she say he was making a scene? After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Ouyang Shui, don't think that just because you have some ability you can act recklessly. If you dare to cooperate with Cao Xuan today, I will. Jiang Daowu's words trailed off as he tried to find a hint of regret on Ouyang Shui's face. But to his disappointment, Ouyang Shui still stared at him expressionlessly, her eyes showing no signs of backing down. What do you want? Ouyang Shui asked coldly. Jiang Daowu was once again at a loss for words. He wanted to be ruthless and kick Ouyang Shui out of the Mutual Aid Society, but looking at her determined appearance, he felt that if he really said it, she would leave without hesitation. And once the Mutual Aid Society lost Ouyang Shui, it would mean losing its strongest member. In today's harsh environment, the departure of top-tier combat power would greatly damage the Mutual Aid Society's prestige. He was well aware of that. In any case, I won't let Cao Xuan off. As for you, take care of yourself. Jiang Daowu angrily hung up the phone, leaving Ouyang Shui sitting alone in the car, silently sighing. After pondering for a moment, Ouyang Shui found Cao Xuan in her contacts and quickly typed out a message on the screen. Jiang Daowu is looking for trouble with you. Be careful. If you need help, you can call me. Chapter 64. Lina gets drunk. Cao Xuan and Lina were still exchanging blows in the square. Especially for Cao Xuan, he was already sweating all over and feeling more and more exhilarated as they fought. At first, he couldn't even see Lina's attack and got knocked down several times. But now he could last for several minutes and occasionally hit Lina. As Lina fed Cao Xuan moves, a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes. Cao Xuan's comprehension was excellent. In just an hour, he had made rapid progress. Just at the moment Lina was a bit distracted, Cao Xuan unexpectedly slapped her on the chest. Duong. Captain Lina, how about that slap? Cao Xuan asked excitedly when he saw he had hit Lina in the heart area. Lina's face darkened. All right, come again. Next, we will start training your ability to take hits. Upon hearing that he had to train his ability to take hits, Cao Xuan's mouth twitched. No, Captain Lina. Just then, his watch suddenly beeped. Cao Xuan quickly found an excuse to stop, saying, let me see who sent the message. Under Lina's disapproving gaze, Cao Xuan quietly stepped aside and opened his watch. To his surprise, he found that it was a message from Ouyang Shui. Moreover, the message content was a reminder for him to be careful about being targeted by Jiang Daowu. A warm current flowed through Cao Xuan's heart. He didn't expect that Ouyang Shui, who seemed cold, actually had a warm heart. He replied to Ouyang Shui with a message saying, received, thank you. Then he returned to Lina. Captain Lina, we still need to train my ability to take hits. To improve my strength, this is a necessary path. Just as Cao Xuan was racking his brains to find a reason to refuse, he heard Shun Ting calling from a distance. Cao Xuan, Captain Lina, come eat. Hearing the voice, Cao Xuan felt relieved and hurriedly said, Captain Lina, we've been training for so long, it's time to eat. Lina snorted lightly and said, You're lucky. Later, I'll give you the coordinates of the nuclear power station, so you can navigate here anytime in the future. Next time, we'll train you properly. Cao Xuan could only smile wryly and nod in agreement. The two went to the campfire, where a makeshift table made from ammunition boxes was filled with aromatic skewers. Shinbing also brought 3 bottles of high-proof liquor from a car, which they had initially planned to use as alcohol in critical moments, but later bought a medical kit with Star Soul coins and never used it. Now it was just right for the occasion. You have alcohol. Lena's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing the liquor. During my time guarding the nuclear power station, I've only eaten energy bars and drunk tasteless distilled water. As for alcohol, I almost forgot what it tastes like. Cao Xuan was also a bit shocked. He didn't expect the conditions in the nuclear power station to be so harsh. But thinking about it, it made sense. Unlike them, Lena couldn't trade for items through the system, and there were no farmlands in the nuclear power station, making the scarcity of supplies understandable. Drink more later. As for food, we can often come to the nuclear power station to supply you with fresh ingredients, Cao Xuan said while opening the liquor and pouring it for everyone, especially for Lena. He only stopped when her cup was full, and she reluctantly asked him to stop. Drink up and then refill, Cao Xuan said with a smile. In no time, the aroma of skewers and the rich fragrance of liquor filled the air. Everyone clinked glasses and enjoyed themselves, quickly finishing off the skewers. Shinting and Zhang Yuedong, who usually couldn't hold their liquor, insisted on competing to see who could drink more. As expected, before they could finish half a cup of high-proof liquor, both of them passed out, completely intoxicated. As for Hu Zhong, Shun Bing, and Zhang Yi, their alcohol tolerance was slightly better. Although they were a bit tipsy, they could still stand steadily. As night deepened, Lena looked at the exhausted crowd and said, From the main entrance, turn left to the employee rest area. There are quite a few rooms inside. Everyone can make do and rest here tonight. Everyone nodded in thanks. Shin Bing and the others helped Shin Ting and Zhang Yuedong to find rooms to rest. Only Cao Xuan and Lena remained. Lena was slightly taken aback and asked with some confusion, Why aren't you going to rest? Cao Xuan picked up the last bottle of liquor and poured it for Lena, saying, Captain Lena, I see that you don't seem quite satisfied yet. How about I keep you company for a while longer? Lena looked at the cup Cao Xuan handed over, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Then she smiled gently and took the cup. I didn't expect you to understand me. All right, let's drink for a while longer. The two sat quietly by the campfire, silently drinking, and the atmosphere around them was calm. Most of the liquor was drunk by Lena, and she seemed to recall her comrades she had fought alongside in the past. As she drank, tears gradually welled up in her eyes. Just as Cao Xuan finished the last sip of his drink, he suddenly heard a thud. He quickly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Lena had slumped to the side, her cup falling on her chest, and the remaining half cup of liquor spilling all over her. Captain Lena, are you okay? Cao Xuan gently shook Lena's shoulder and asked. Lena slightly raised her head, her eyes blurred, mumbling incoherent words, clearly very drunk. Cao Xuan sighed helplessly and had no choice but to pick Lena up. By now it was late, and it was indeed time to rest. He carried Lena towards the employee rest area. Along the way, he opened several rooms, only to find them all occupied, their doors tightly locked. After trying a few more rooms, he finally found an empty one. Cao Xuan gently placed Lena on the bed. Looking at the spot on her chest, soaked with liquor, unsure how to deal with it. Thinking that the alcohol would evaporate quickly anyway, he decided to leave it alone. He helped Lena cover with a light blanket, then turned to leave. Cao Xuan initially wanted to find Shin Bing and Shun Ting, but then he thought that they probably had already fallen into a deep sleep by now. With no other choice, he opened a random empty room and lay down inside. Under the influence of alcohol, Cao Xuan quickly fell into a deep sleep and entered dreamland. After an unknown amount of time, the door to Cao Xuan's room was suddenly opened with a creak. Chapter 65, Who Was It Last Night? With a creak. The sound of the door opening was particularly clear in the quiet night. Although Cao Xuan was deep in sleep, he subconsciously sensed something, but the drowsiness from the hangover prevented him from waking up immediately. In a daze, he slowly pried open his heavy eyelids. Everything before him was blurry, and he could only vaguely see a figure lying next to him. Is it Ting Ting? The room was pitch black, and Cao Xuan mumbled, his voice echoing in the room. After a few seconds, he didn't hear a response, but he felt a hot body pressing into his arms. In the darkness, with Cao Xuan's consciousness not fully awake, he couldn't see the woman's face clearly. He assumed it was Shun Ting, the little cat, who had come to seek him out in the middle of the night. Feeling the size, it seemed to match, so Cao Xuan hesitated no longer. In the morning, the blinding sunlight penetrated the window and abruptly woke Cao Xuan from his dreams. He hadn't felt much wrong before sleeping last night, but the aftereffects of the alcohol were indeed significant. At this moment, his head throbbed slightly, as if countless tiny needles were pricking it. Habitually, he reached out to probe beside him, but found nothing. At first, Cao Xuan didn't notice anything unusual, but soon the figure from the latter half of last night flashed through his mind. Where is Ting Ting? Cao Xuan jolted upright, only to find the bed empty, with not a trace of person. What is more outrageous is, where are my sheets? And the quilt is gone too. Cao Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. All that remained on the bed was a lonely pillow and mattress. As for the sheets and quilt, they seemed to have evaporated without a trace. Recalling the figure from last night, Cao Xuan suddenly had doubts. Could it be that the one who entered his room last night wasn't actually Ting Ting? At 8 in the morning, some people had already gotten up one after another and made their way to the hall. After washing up, Cao Xuan took out their chocolates and compressed biscuits, sharing them with everyone as breakfast. Since they were all on the same side, there was no need to be stingy. Looking at the dwindling food supply, Cao Xuan secretly decided that perhaps he could take some time to use the navigation card to visit the supermarket for another round of $0 shopping. However, the most important thing at the moment was to find out who had entered his room last night. Cao Xuan believed that last night should not have been a dream. His senses wouldn't be wrong. With a nervous heart, Cao Xuan began to observe the people coming out one by one. First, he could rule out Shen Ting. After all, if it were her, she would definitely be able to see herself in his arms when she opened her eyes this morning, rather than sneakily taking away the sheets and quilt. This left only Zhang Yuetong, Shun Bing, and Lina as the remaining women. If it were Xin Bing, it would be fine since he believed that he and Xin Bing were just a matter of time. If it were Zhang Yuetong, he could tell that Zhang Yuetong had some feelings for him. But after all, she was Zhang Ye's sister. He considered Zhang Ye a friend, and it would be troublesome if he silently took his sister. Just thinking about it gave Cao Xuan a headache. As for Lina, Cao Xuan didn't even dare to think about it. He let out a heavy sigh, found a stool to sit down, and anxiously awaited the others to wake up. Meanwhile, in Lina's room, Lina sat dazed on the bed, staring blankly at the bright red-stained sheets and quilt beneath her feet, her mind a complete blank, buzzing. Fear gradually rose in her heart as she began to struggle to recall everything that happened last night. The memories of last night were like shattered puzzles, piecing together bit by bit. She seemed to remember that she had drunk too much and was awakened in the middle of the night by a full bladder. So she groggily got up to go to the toilet. When she returned to her room, still in a drunken state, she mistakenly walked to the wrong room. Instead of going to the room on the right side, she inexplicably headed left. Coincidentally, Cao Xuan hadn't locked the door last night. As soon as she pushed it open, she fell onto the bed, and after that, she had no recollection. But this morning, when she opened her eyes, she was horrified to find herself lying in Cao Xuan's arms. In an instant, she was completely stunned, her mind a blank. After a long moment, she finally came to her senses, hurriedly got up, and frantically gathered the sheets, quilt, and scattered clothing from Cao Xuan's room, as if that would destroy all evidence. At this moment, Cao Xuan was anxiously sitting on the stool when Shun Bing walked out of her room. Seeing that the number displayed on Shun Bing's head was still 0, Cao Xuan made a judgment. The person from last night wasn't Bing Bing. Sister Bing, did Ting Ting stay in your room last night? Cao Xuan asked. Yeah, that girl. The sun is already out and she's still sleeping. I'll go wake her up in a bit, Shun Bing replied with a smile. Cao Xuan nodded upon hearing this. It seemed it wasn't Shun Ting either. Soon after, Zhang Yi came out of his room, and Cao Xuan watched as he walked to the adjacent room and knocked on Zhang Yuetong's door. Before long, Zhang Yuetong, still groggy, walked out of her room. Cao Xuan stared at the number above her head, which still read 0, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't Zhang Yuetong either. But soon his heart sank again. If it wasn't Zhang Yuetong, Shun Bing, or Shun Ting, then there was only one possibility left. The person from last night was Captain Lina. Just then, Zhang Yuetong walked to Lina's door and gently knocked. Sister Lina, come out and have some breakfast. Moments latte. A slightly trembling voice came from behind the door. Okay, I'll be out in a bit. Chapter 66. The Biological Research Institute. Methods of Plundering Talents. Lina changed into a complete outfit, not much different from the one she wore yesterday. After tidying up her messy hair, she nervously walked out of her room. Just as she pushed the door open, she quickly adjusted her mindset and prepared herself mentally. It was just a bit of blood. Hadn't she bled plenty while guarding the nuclear power plant over the years? Could Cao Xuan be more terrifying than those ferocious monsters? Moreover, she had cleaned up all the evidence, so Cao Xuan might not even realize it was her. As soon as the door opened, there was a thud, and Lena stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as she stepped out, Shun Ting, who was also leaving, screamed in fright and hurried over to help Lena up. "Sister Lena, are you okay? Why did you suddenly fall?" With Shun Ting's support, Lena slowly got up, a pained expression on her face. "It's all Cao Xuan's fault. Ever since he equipped Wrath of Thunder, his physique has greatly enhanced, and the lightning power within him sometimes bursts out." Lena secretly glared at Cao Xuan and quickly explained, "I accidentally twisted my ankle while training Cao Xuan yesterday, and I got up too quickly just now, so I'm not used to it." "Oh, I see." Shun Ting believed her and said regretfully, "What a pity our medical kit has run out. Otherwise, it would have been great to let Brother Cao Xuan go buy another one for you." "No need." Lena hurriedly refused. "I should be fine after resting for a while." Then Lena also went to the hall and sat down next to Cao Xuan. When Cao Xuan saw Lena's figure, he quickly handed her some food and glanced at the panel above her head. Charging times. 1. Cao Xuan's mind buzzed instantly. So it really was Captain Lena last night. Lena took the compressed biscuit that Cao Xuan handed her, quickly turned her head away, and started eating it in small bites. Watching the scene, Cao Xuan found himself unable to speak. Soon, everyone finished breakfast and began to select weapons. Lena gave Hu Zhong and Zhang Yi a few rifles, a heavy machine gun, a box of grenades, and several boxes of ammunition. The group left, ecstatic and satisfied. Hu Zhong was the first to leave, while Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuedong waited a few more minutes to grab 2 sets of bedding that Lena had given them. As they left, Zhang Yuedong looked back at Cao Xuan 3 times, her gaze almost lingering. Once everyone had left, Lena turned to face Cao Xuan and the others, saying, "You can pick anything from the armory." Upon hearing this, Shun Bing and Shun Ting exchanged glances, their eyes filled with undisguised excitement. Cao Xuan was also quite surprised. He thought that after what happened last night, Lena would beat him up or even cancel the rewards, but unexpectedly, she even allowed them to choose freely. The 3 of them entered the armory again. With Lena's approval, they busily started moving weapons and ammunition. The Gatling gun was also given to Cao Xuan, as Lena said the nuclear power plant no longer needed it. Therefore, Cao Xuan chose 4 rocket launchers, a Gatling gun, and various models of sniper rifles, assault rifles, and handguns. Soon, the weapons and ammunition piled up like a mountain at the door. Just when the 3 were worried about how to transport them, Lena handed Cao Xuan a wristband, saying, "This is a spatial storage wristband, a high-tech product developed by a friend of mine. The internal space is as large as 55 cubic meters. I can't use it anymore, so I'll give it to you." Cao Xuan took the wristband and thanked her repeatedly. The moment he put it on, a square space indeed appeared in his consciousness. However, there were few combat suits that Lena usually wore, along with some pink and white items. He didn't expect the usually serious Captain Lena to like such colors. "Captain Lena, did you forget something in this wristband?" Cao Xuan asked. Lena was first taken aback, then her face quickly flushed. "Get back to me." She snatched the wristband back and hurried back to her room. After clearing out all the items inside, she returned to the armory. Cao Xuan took the wristband again, while Shin Ting looked confused, having asked Cao Xuan earlier. But he hadn't told her anything. It's better to save face for Captain Lena, Cao Xuan thought as he stuffed the weapons and ammunition into the wristband. Even so, it only fit half of the items, and they would need to make another trip. However, compared to moving everything by hand, this saved a lot of time. After moving everything to the vehicle, Cao Xuan attempted to modify the Gatling gun and RPG, opening the modification system on the central console. He indeed saw the weapon modification interface light up. After a moment of contemplation, Cao Xuan manipulated the screen, placing the Gatling gun on the roof of the vehicle, right above the passenger seat. The person in the passenger seat could operate the Gatling gun directly through the sunroof, and it could also be disassembled and stored in the storage wristband at any time. The 2 RPGs were hidden on either side of the vehicle and could pop out or hide through a button on the central console. Once the modifications were complete, it was time for the 3 to set off. After Shin Bing and Shun Ting bid farewell to Lena, they got into the vehicle. Cao Xuan turned back to the 2 girls and said, "I still have some questions for Captain Lena." The 2 girls nodded in agreement, and Cao Xuan pulled Lena to the back of the vehicle. "Cao Xuan, what else do you want?" Lena asked somewhat uneasily. She still didn't know that Cao Xuan had already learned from the hints that it was her doing last night, and thought she had hidden it well. "I want to ask about talents," Cao Xuan said. "Captain Lena, as you can see, we all have our own talents, some strong, some weak, all different." Upon hearing that it wasn't about last night, Lena secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I know. In fact, I had seen some people with talents before you guys. Seeing that Lena had encountered people with talents, Cao Xuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked then, Captain Lena, do you know if there's any way to transfer someone else's talent to me? Theoretically, this was nearly impossible. Lena was silent for a moment. Her brows furrowed as she thought for a while before slowly speaking. However, it's not entirely impossible. The friend who gave me the spatial storage wristband happens to have researched special topics related to talents. A few years ago, she had already made some preliminary progress in this field. I can tell you her location, and maybe you can find the answers you're looking for there. Cao Xuan was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Then, Lena took out a business card, which featured a mature and intellectual blonde woman in a white lab coat and half-frame glasses. Her name is Aisha, the director of the Biological Research Institute. Her temper is a bit strange. Lena frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. To research the technology of transferring talents, she used up all the funds of the institute, and all the staff left, leaving only her. Over the years, I haven't been able to contact her. If possible, I hope you can help me confirm whether she is safe. If she has already figured out this method, as long as you tell her I sent you, she will definitely do her best to help you. Cao Xuan stared at the image on the business card and the clear coordinates, nodding slowly. Don't worry, Captain Lena. As soon as we leave the nuclear power plant, we'll head there immediately. Regardless of whether he could obtain the talent or not, Cao Xuan's murderous intent towards Ouyang could no longer be suppressed. Anyway, he has already been targeted by the president of that mutual aid association, that Jiang Dawu or whatever, so he doesn't care if he offends him a little more. Cao Xuan put away the business card but didn't leave right away. Instead, he continued to look at Lena with fervent eyes. Cao Xuan, why aren't you leaving? Chapter 67. Nuclear power plant shutdown. Use the navigation card. Cao Xuan raised an eyebrow, looking up and down at Lena's curvaceous body. Suddenly, he stepped forward and pinned her against the front of the car. What are you doing? Lena was startled by this sudden action, her mind going blank. She didn't even think about using her strength to easily kick Cao Xuan away. Captain Lena, last night, was that person you? Cao Xuan stared intensely at Lena, his voice low as he slowly spoke. Lena, who was already anxious, suddenly felt a huge shock in her chest. How did Cao Xuan know? She should have shown no signs. No matter how hard Lena thought, she couldn't come up with a reason for Cao Xuan's outrageous insight. I don't understand what you're talking about. What do you mean by is it mine? Lena pretended to be calm, still trying to argue. At that moment, Cao Xuan sneered, and amidst Lena's soft gasp, he abruptly pulled open her collar. There on Lena's pale neck were several bright red marks. These marks were exactly what Cao Xuan had left on her last night. Seeing this undeniable evidence, Lena realized that Cao Xuan had completely figured it out. There was no point in arguing anymore, so she lowered her head and stopped speaking. Cao Xuan, without hesitation, leaned down and pressed his lips gently against Lena's. After a moment of intimacy, Cao Xuan slowly lifted his head. He noticed a hint of emotion in Lena's eyes, but she still bit her lip and said, last night. It was an accident. It was all my fault. I drank too much and accidentally went into the wrong room. You should. Cao Xuan understood what Lena wanted to say. Essentially, she wanted to pretend that what happened last night never occurred. However, after last night, Lena had already left an indelible mark in his heart, and he couldn't easily give up. Moreover, Lena was already his woman, and he wouldn't allow them to become strangers in the future. If she wouldn't accept it, then he would make her submit. With that thought, Cao Xuan leaned down again. Several minutes passed, and Lena was already moved by Cao Xuan's reasoning, feeling weak and soft in his arms. I only have one request. Please don't let anyone else know for now. Give me some time. Lena raised her head, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading as she spoke slowly. Cao Xuan was silent for a moment, then gently nodded, okay. Lena struggled to break free from Cao Xuan's embrace, her eyes filled with reluctance. But she still spoke. It's getting late. If we don't go back soon, they will start to worry. Cao Xuan sighed softly, then left a farewell kiss on Lena's forehead before turning around and saying, I'll be back in a few days. The vehicle slowly started and gradually drove out of the nuclear power plant, eventually disappearing at the end of the road. Left behind, Lena stood there dazed. After a moment, she slowly took out a uniquely shaped watch and skillfully operated it. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, all survivors received a pinned announcement. Announcement. Station. The mutated nuclear power plant has been actively operated by the administrator and will now be permanently closed. Other than the teams granted qualifications by the administrator, all other survivors will no longer have the opportunity to enter this station. As soon as this message was sent out, it caused a stir like a boulder thrown into a lake, creating waves. When Cao Xuan first cleared the horror hospital with an S rank, people were shocked to learn that stations could actually be closed. Later, survivors like Ouyang Shui and others with extraordinary strength also cleared several stations with S ranks, so everyone gradually became accustomed to similar announcements. However, this time, no way, the administrator can actively close the station? Aren't they just NPC-like characters? Their authority is surprisingly high. I don't get it. It seems that the people encountered in the stations are not as simple as they appear. If we build good relationships with them, maybe we can obtain the qualifications mentioned in the announcement. In the car, as soon as they hit the road, Shun Ting eagerly leaned forward, her face full of curiosity. Brother Cao Xuan, what did you talk about with Sister Lena for so long? This time, Shun Ting wasn't too suspicious of any special relationship between Cao Xuan and Lena. In her view, Lena was both an NPC in the station and a powerful big sister, so nothing inappropriate would happen between her and Cao Xuan. She was purely curious. I just asked Captain Lena about some things, Cao Xuan said while focusing on driving. Captain Lena mentioned that she has a friend who is researching methods to transfer talents, and I think we should use the navigation card to go there next. Also, Captain Lena asked us to check if that old friend is safe. Transfer talent? Shun Ting was slightly taken aback, then her eyes lit up with excitement. Brother Cao Xuan, do you want to use it on Ouyang Hui? Cao Xuan nodded slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The super self-healing talent was simply wasted on that useless Ouyang Hui. If he had the chance, he would take it first. That would be justice served. Hearing this, Shen Ting nodded vigorously. She always unconditionally supported Cao Xuan's decisions. Moreover, this Ouyang Hui had the audacity to covet her sister and even dared to lay hands on Cao Xuan, which was truly deserving of death. Then, Cao Xuan freed one hand, took out the navigation card, and chose to use it without hesitation. Beep, you successful. Please select this trip's destination. Destination, Aisha's Biological Research Institute. Cao Xuan spoke softly. Beep, Navigation activated. As the destination is an unfamiliar station, there is a 40% chance of deviation. Estimated travel time is 1 hour. Remaining uses of a navigation card, 2 times. Chapter 68, The Biological Research Institute. Meeting Aisha. An hour passed unknowingly, and the scenery outside the highway gradually became desolate. During this time, their vehicle was once again pursued by a group of relentless monsters. However, this time, thanks to the fierce barrage of the Gatling gun and the powerful firepower of the rocket launcher, the monsters chasing the vehicle were easily annihilated, turning into wreckage by the roadside. After driving for a while longer, a prompt appeared before Cao Xuan. Continue driving 3 kilometers to encounter the Biological Research Institute at the station. The navigation was successful. It seemed he wasn't that unlucky after all. A smile appeared on Cao Xuan's face, but when he continued to read, the smile instantly froze. Note, there are no explicit rewards or tasks at this station. You may find a figure of the owner of the Research Institute in the swimming pool, bathroom, or kitchen of the living area. The owner of this Research Institute has a peculiar personality, but if you meet her 3 requirements, she may agree to all your requests. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Cao Xuan furrowed his brows tightly. It was the first time he had seen such ambiguous and uncertain prompts. Did it mean that as long as he made the owner of the Research Institute happy, she would fulfill his requests? Cao Xuan felt a bit confused, but there was no other option at the moment, so he could only grit his teeth and continue driving. Not long after, at an intersection, a building heavily wrapped in weeds and overgrown trees came into view. When the vehicle entered, Cao Xuan didn't see even a shadow of a parking space at first. It was Shen Bing who got out of the car first, pushed aside the dense weeds, and finally discovered the traces of a parking space. After parking the car, Cao Xuan began to examine the building. The exterior of the building was made entirely of metal, and the originally white paint was now covered with a thick layer of dust, giving it a somewhat ancient appearance. At the top of the building, the words Skoll Biological Research Institute were somewhat blurred but still recognizable. Looking at this scene, Cao Xuan couldn't help but wonder if anyone really lived here. Allowing the Research Institute to become a ruin, he silently labeled the blonde, aloof director named Aisha, as a slacker in his heart. At that moment, he remembered the information mentioned in the prompt about finding Aisha in the bathroom, swimming pool, or kitchen. Confusion reappeared in Cao Xuan's eyes. Since the prompt said these places were where Aisha often appeared, but according to Lena's previous description of her friend, Aisha should be someone extremely immersed in scientific research. And these 3 places seemed unrelated to scientific experiments. Thinking of this, Cao Xuan seemed to understand what the prompt meant by having a peculiar personality. They pushed open the door of the research institute, and a pungent smell mixed with dust rushed toward them. Cao Xuan instinctively pulled the two women beside him and quickly retreated outside. After waiting outside for a few minutes and confirming that no abnormal symptoms had appeared on them, the three cautiously entered the research institute again. Upon entering, they found that it was clearly divided into two areas. One was the living area, and the other was the research area, located in different corridors. Should we go right? Shen Ting asked with a puzzled expression, pointing towards the research area. Cao Xuan shook his head and explained the prompt said Aisha is in the swimming pool, kitchen, or bathroom, which are all in the living area. So we need to go left. Hearing this, both women showed the same puzzled expression as Cao Xuan, who quickly explained the prompt mentioned that Aisha has a peculiar personality, so we must pay extra attention when we see her. Soon, the three passed through the corridor and entered the living area. As soon as they stepped into the living area, Cao Xuan was shocked by the scale here. It was unimaginably large. The entire living area was divided into 3 floors, and through the glass of the corridor, he could see that each floor had once been luxuriously decorated. However, due to long-term neglect, all the items were basically covered with a thick layer of dust, appearing somewhat desolate. Thinking of the 3 places mentioned in the prompt where Aisha might be found, Cao Xuan was unsure on which floor she would be. After a moment of thought, he suggested, why don't we each take responsibility for 1 floor? Whoever finds Aisha's trace should contact the others using the watch. If there is any danger here, Lena will definitely inform us in advance. Moreover, the prompt didn't mention any danger, so it's best to choose this time-saving method. All right, Shen Bing and Shen Ting agreed without hesitation. In the end, Shen Ting was responsible for searching the 1st floor, Shen Bing went to the 2nd floor, and Cao Xuan headed up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Walking slowly along the corridor on the 3rd floor, Cao Xuan's shoes left a clear trail of footprints on the dust-covered floor. He kept his head down, carefully observing the ground. After walking for a while, he saw a long footprint appear in the hallway. The footprint looked very delicate and seemed to have been left barefooted. Judging by the shape and size of the footprint, it was undoubtedly a woman's. Cao Xuan's heart stirred. Could this be the footprint left by Aisha? So, he followed the trail of footprints all the way to the end of the corridor. Looking up, he saw a sign that read bathroom. Aisha, could she be taking a shower inside? Cao Xuan hesitated at the door. However, he still perked up his ears to listen carefully to the sounds inside. He didn't hear any sound of running water, which made him feel a bit more at ease, and he slowly stepped into the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, there were 3 large bathing areas, and through the glass, he could see the layout inside, including a built-in large bathtub. The 1st bathroom was empty. Cao Xuan continued forward. The 2nd bathroom was also empty. Just as he reached the 3rd bathroom, he suddenly froze in place. He saw that the huge embedded bathtub was filled with an unknown liquid. The glass and walls were covered with dense formulas written in black marker, crisscrossing like a spider's web. Through the gaps between the letters, Cao Xuan saw a woman, who seemed to be Aisha, with her back to him, crouched on the ground writing and drawing. What surprised Cao Xuan even more was that even her body was covered with strange symbols drawn in various colors. She was indeed a scientific madwoman. Seeing this, Cao Xuan turned around to leave. It would be better to let Shen Bing and the others deal with this situation. Just as Cao Xuan was tiptoeing to turn around, a soft shout suddenly rang out behind him. Stop! Cao Xuan was startled by this shout, causing him to freeze in place. This was bad. Aisha wouldn't think he was peeping at her, would she? It would be troublesome if his favorability rating dropped to negative. Cao Xuan felt a wave of distress in his heart as he slowly turned around, forcing a slightly awkward smile on his face. He saw Aisha staggering toward him, and he quickly glanced at the director of the research institute. Aisha looked haggard, her hair a mess, her complexion somewhat pale, appearing a bit malnourished. However, her figure was still curvaceous, with all the right places still prominently shaped. Aisha stepped forward and suddenly grabbed Cao Xuan's arm, her eyes shining with excitement. It was as if a beast that hadn't hunted for a long time finally spotted its prey. Chapter 69. The eccentric Aisha Miss Aisha. Actually, it was Captain Lena who guided me here. As Cao Xuan spoke, he took a step back, his face showing a hint of embarrassment. I'm really sorry for accidentally running into you. Could you put on some clothes first, and then we can talk slowly? Cao Xuan kept explaining, his eyes a bit flustered. However, Aisha seemed to completely ignore what Cao Xuan was saying. Excitedly holding the instrument in her hand, she scanned it over Cao Xuan's body, muttering to herself, Level 10 energy. I can't believe there really exists a human with level 10 innate energy in this world. Cool, mate. Come with me. Let me draw a little of your blood, just a tiny bit. Saying this, Aisha tugged at Cao Xuan's arm, pulling him towards the bathroom. Draw blood? In the bathroom? And what is this level 10 energy anyway? Cao Xuan was filled with confusion as he was pulled forward by Aisha. At that moment, his watch on his wrist suddenly beeped twice. Cao Xuan raised his arm to look. It was a message from Shun Bing and Shun Ting. They had already thoroughly searched the first and second floors and were asking Cao Xuan if he had found any trace of Aisha on the third floor. Before Cao Xuan could reply, a few seconds later, he received another message from Shun Ting. Brother Cao Xuan, my sister and I have met up, and there's no sign of Aisha on the first or second floors. We're heading up to the third floor to find you now. Seeing this message, Cao Xuan et Ailit Jumpet. No, they absolutely cannot see this scene right now. He hurriedly broke free from Aisha's grip and stood his ground. Miss Aisha, I'm not sure what you want my blood for, but since you're Captain Lena's friend, I believe you won't harm me. Cao Xuan said seriously, but with one condition. Could you please put on some clothes first? Cao Xuan looked at Aisha, who was completely unembarrassed, her forehead filled with sweat. Aisha tried several times to pull Cao Xuan again, but being just an ordinary person, she couldn't pull him at all. Helpless, she had to give up. She looked down at herself, adjusted her glasses, and explained, this research facility has only had me here, and usually besides those experimental subjects and cold, lifeless instruments, no one else comes. Moreover, for the work I am engaged in, wearing cumbersome clothing greatly affects work efficiency. Aisha adjusted her glasses, her eyes flashing with a hint of enthusiasm. Do you know? During some precise experiments, any bit of restraint can lead to operational errors. When I was wearing normal clothes for an experiment before, my sleeve accidentally brushed against the instrument, and a set of precious data was destroyed just like that. Since then, I try to wear light and comfortable clothing so I can focus better on my experiments. Cao Xuan turned his head to glance at the door, not wanting to listen to Aisha's reasoning. In his view, this woman was simply insane. Wearing clothes affects experiments? What a ridiculous theory. Fortunately, Aisha didn't continue to explain, but pointed to a nearby cabinet. There should still be a few pieces of clothing inside, but I can't find the key. If you can open the cabinet. After hearing this, Cao Xuan walked straight to the cabinet without hesitation, activated the strong strike component on his glove, and struck the cabinet with a powerful blow. With a loud bang, the iron cabinet door instantly caved in by a large chunk. Cao Xuan easily pulled it open. Inside the cabinet, just as Aisha had said, were several lab coats for experiments. Cao Xuan casually took one out and handed it to Aisha. Aisha took the lab coat and slowly started putting it on right in front of Cao Xuan. Watching Aisha's actions, Cao Xuan felt several lines of sweat forming on his forehead. He held his forehead, turned around helplessly, and waited quietly. Thud, thud, thud. Just as he turned around, clear footsteps echoed from a distance. From the sound, the person had already walked up the stairs. Oh no! Can you please hurry up and get dressed? Cao Xuan looked back and found Aisha still dawdling, seemingly struggling with the buttons of the lab coat after not wearing clothes for so long. With no time to waste, Cao Xuan stepped forward and quickly buttoned all of Aisha's buttons, then took a few steps back. I haven't worn this kind of clothing in a long time. I totally forgot how to do it. Aisha smiled slightly, not feeling embarrassed at all. Thank you. Hey, Brother Cao Xuan, you're here. At that moment, Shun Ting and Shun Bing appeared at the end of the corridor, and Shun Ting, with her sharp eyes, spotted Cao Xuan and hurried over. Cao Xuan, is this the director Aisha of the research facility? Shun Bing also walked forward to ask. That's right. Cao Xuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two women hadn't witnessed the awkward scene just now, and then introduced Aisha. Director Aisha? I'm Cao Xuan, and these two are my teammates. The two women quickly greeted Aisha politely. Director Aisha, I'm Shun Bing. I'm her sister, Shun Ting. After greeting, Shun Ting excitedly cheered. If Captain Lena knew that Sister Aisha was safe, she would definitely be very happy. Hearing this, Aisha, who had been scrutinizing Cao Xuan, suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. You know Lena? Upon hearing this, Shun Ting quickly nodded. Meanwhile, Cao Xuan once again helplessly rubbed his forehead. Hadn't he already mentioned knowing Lena twice? It seemed this woman hadn't heard a word. In response, Aisha quickly tidied her collar and fixed her messy hair. I didn't expect Lena to worry about me so much. I've been cut off from the outside world for many years due to research difficulties. By the way, is Lena doing well now? Is she still guarding the nuclear power plant? Cao Xuan quickly replied. That's right, over the years, Captain Lena's teammates have all died in battle, and she's been left alone to guard it. However, with our help, the last batch of monsters at the nuclear power plant was successfully eradicated yesterday, and it no longer needs to be defended. Even Aisha's usually calm eyes showed a hint of pain at this moment. So she had gone through so much, and those teammates she once fought alongside were no longer there. She must have endured unimaginable loneliness and pain. But fortunately, you all showed up and helped her resolve the crisis at the nuclear power plant. After a moment of reflection, Aisha's mental state seemed to have calmed down from her previous eccentricity. She was no longer in a hurry to draw Cao Xuan's blood. Instead, her gaze slowly swept over the three of them before finally landing on Cao Xuan. You must have come to me for something, right? Speak your purpose, and let me see if I can help. Chapter 73 Requests. Aisha was rarely serious, and Cao Xuan naturally had to seize this opportunity. He quickly said, Director Aisha, we only have one thing to accomplish this time, which is to find a way to transfer others' talents. Captain Lena mentioned that you have been researching this topic, so we came to try our luck. I see. Aisha murmured to herself, pondering for a moment, and soon a glimmer of light flashed at her eyes. Actually, my research has been basically successful. Only the final step is needed to create a device for talent transfer. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't easily share my life research results with others. But since you're friends of Lena, I can give you this opportunity. However, I have a rule here. If you want my help, you must first agree to 3 requests from me. Are you 3 willing? Cao Xuan exchanged glances with the 2 girls and then nodded without hesitation. The hint also mentioned that they needed to meet Lena's 3 requests. He was already prepared. Director Aisha, I am willing. Aisha's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile as she adjusted her glasses and said, Very well, it seems you are indeed sincere. Then, Cao Xuan impatiently asked, May I ask, Director Aisha, what are the 3 requests? Aisha paused for a moment and slowly spoke. The first request is, the back door of this biological research institute is adjacent to a sea. I have been eating energy meals every day to the point of almost throwing up. Go and give me some fresh seafood, preferably catch a few plump lobsters, so I can satisfy my cravings. The second thing is, I have been so focused on my research over the years that I have neglected my appearance and almost forgotten how to dress myself. You 2 young ladies, stay and help me tidy up and organize my appearance. Cao Xuan and the 2 girls exchanged glances and nodded silently. Both tasks sounded manageable, and it seemed Aisha was not making things difficult for them with impossible tasks. So, Cao Xuan quickly asked, Director Aisha, you just mentioned these are only 2 requests. What's the 3rd request? Seeing Cao Xuan's eager expression, Aisha chuckled lightly, her eyes revealing a hint of cunning. She adjusted her glasses again and said, As for the 3rd request, it's something very easy for you, Cao Xuan, but I won't rush to tell you right now. Once you successfully complete the first 2 requests, I will naturally tell you the 3rd request. After all, if the first 2 requests are not done well, the 3rd request would be pointless. Cao Xuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit puzzled, but he didn't want to ask further. He still believed that with Lena's relationship, Aisha shouldn't make things difficult for them regarding the 3rd request. Thus, after Cao Xuan exchanged a few words with the 2 girls, they split up to take action. Shen Bing and Shun Ting took Aisha to a clean bathroom to freshen up, while Cao Xuan followed the directions and arrived at the back door of the research institute. As he opened the door, a wave of salty, humid sea breeze rushed towards him, instantly brushing across his face. Before him lay a vast ocean, its surface shimmering under the sunlight with sparkling rays of light. It felt like stepping into a different world. If he could vacation here, it would be amazing. Cao Xuan gazed at the beach and couldn't help but exclaim. In his mind, he couldn't help but picture Shun Bing, Shun Ting, Chun Yin, and Lena in bikinis with their graceful figures. They were all lazily lying on the beach, eagerly waiting for Cao Xuan to apply sunscreen on them one by one. No, now is not the time to think about these things. The priority is to get the job done. Cao Xuan quickly shook his head to dispel these distractions and then turned his attention back to the beach. He didn't have experience catching seafood, but before crossing over, he had watched many survival videos by Bear Grylls, so he still had some impression. If he was going to the sea to catch seafood, it would be best to have a basket or something. Actually, using a space storage ring to store seafood would have been more convenient and quicker. But Cao Xuan was worried that seawater would seep into the ring and damage the ammunition inside, so he had to abandon that plan. However, finding a basket in the research institute was difficult at the moment, but soon, Cao Xuan remembered seeing a wooden stool on the first floor. So, Cao Xuan immediately turned back and successfully found the wooden stool. He then took out a piece of clothing that he had originally intended to keep as a backup from the space storage ring. He tore the clothing into strips and wrapped them around the 4 legs of the stool, finally tying sturdy knots. After repeating this process several times, A simple and practical seafood basket was finally completed. Cao Xuan went to the shore, took off his clothes, and tossed them aside. He slowly walked into the sea, with the water gradually reaching his thighs. Unknown ocean. Due to long-term lack of external interference, this ocean is rich and diverse in resources. However, if luck is not on your side, you may encounter ferocious sharks. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Cao Xuan did not worry too much. Although there was a possibility of encountering sharks, he was equipped with an AK with unlimited firepower and the Thunder of Rage Golden component. He was confident that he could easily handle any sharks. So, after reaching a certain depth, Cao Xuan took a deep breath and plunged headfirst into the ocean. The underwater currents were turbulent, but Cao Xuan swiftly dove down like a nimble fish. The underwater scene dazzled him. Colorful schools of fish swam joyfully in the water. And among the crevices of the rocks, several plump lobsters crawled leisurely. On the reefs, there were large abalone clinging tightly, even bigger than the palm of Cao Xuan's hand. Additionally, he saw plenty of sea urchins and starfish. Cao Xuan's eyes lit up, feeling delighted. This ocean truly lived up to its reputation. Not only rich in seafood varieties, but also with such large sizes. He first focused on a large lobster, slowly crawling and cautiously swam over. Once close enough, he swiftly grabbed it. Perhaps due to having not faced danger for a long time, these lobsters showed no signs of defense. Cao Xuan repeated this operation a few times. And soon, the basket contained 4 plump lobsters. After capturing the lobsters, he swam towards the large abalone on the reef. Those abalones clung tightly to the surface of the rocks, making them difficult to remove. So, Cao Xuan took out a sharp fruit knife from a space storage ring and slowly pried along the gap between the abalone and the rock. After some effort, he finally managed to remove a few large abalones and place them in the basket. He also picked up several sea urchins, and the makeshift basket was almost full. Cao Xuan planned to go up and empty it, as he was also running low on air. But just then, a shadow suddenly loomed over Cao Xuan's back. Chapter 71. Bountiful Harvest. Soaking a hot bath. The shadow behind him appeared almost instantaneously, but Cao Xuan had already sensed danger in his heart. So he reacted almost in the same moment. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Cao Xuan suddenly darted to the side. The spot where he had been floating moments before was instantly shattered by a massive rock. He quickly glanced back and saw a gigantic shark glaring at the position he had just occupied. The shark's teeth were serrated, and it crushed the giant rock he had just stood on in one bite. The giant shark seemed taken aback by Cao Xuan's ability to dodge, after missing its strike. Its eyes glinted with even greater ferocity as it swung its powerful body toward Cao Xuan again. Cao Xuan felt the dwindling air in his lungs, and a sense of urgency surged in his heart. He could not delay any longer. He had to take down this shark quickly. At this moment, he had 2 choices before him. One was to take out the AK-47 equipped with unlimited firepower, and the other was to try out the Thunder's Wrath component that he had yet to use. After a brief moment of thought, Cao Xuan made up his mind, and a flash of electricity instantly wrapped around his body, the blue light dazzling in the seawater. Since firearms would significantly weaken in seawater, and facing a 4 to 5 meter long giant shark, he didn't know how many bullets it would take to kill it. Cao Xuan ultimately what? As seawater is a good electrolyte, the power of Thunder's Wrath would not be limited in the ocean. With Cao Xuan's control, the blue arcs of electricity on his arm became more intense. As the lightning flickered, it occasionally emitted crackling sounds. Eventually, the lightning gathered in his palm, forming a blue-purple lightning spear. The spear pulsed with intense energy, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Moreover, as the current spread through the seawater, Cao Xuan could even feel the temperature of the surrounding water gradually rising. At the same time, the energy level of Thunder's Wrath rapidly decreased by 20 in just a few seconds. To achieve a one-hit kill, he consumed a large amount of energy to condense this lightning spear. Additionally, the uncontrolled spread of the current in the seawater was continuously draining energy. With that thought, Cao Xuan unhesitatingly hurled the lightning spear. A flash of electricity zipped by, and the spear instantly cut through the resistance of the seawater, shooting straight toward the giant shark, ultimately exploding in its mouth. A loud boom echoed as the thunder spear accurately pierced through the giant shark's body, and the powerful current quickly rampaged inside the shark. The giant shark writhed in agony, and large areas of white foam formed around its body. That was the phenomenon produced by the interaction between the electric current and seawater. This lightning spear, which consumed a tremendous amount of energy, nearly instantaneously killed the giant shark. Finally, the giant shark's body gradually ceased its writhing and slowly sank to the seabed. Blood continuously oozed from the wound where the thunder spear had pierced it, dyeing the surrounding seawater a shocking red. At this moment, Cao Xuan could hardly hold his breath any longer. He quickly surfaced and took several deep breaths of air. After catching his breath, Cao Xuan dove back down. He then noticed that due to the electric current conducting through the seawater, a large number of fish that had been electrocuted were floating in the water, forming a white mass. Additionally, there were 2 or 3 other sharks of similar size to the one that had just died, circling around the corpse of the deceased shark. As soon as these sharks saw Cao Xuan, they swam back in fright as they remembered the scene of their kind being killed in one blow. At this moment, in their eyes, Cao Xuan was more terrifying than any marine creature they had ever seen. Seeing that these sharks did not dare to act recklessly, Cao Xuan ignored them and dove to the seabed to pick up the basket he had discarded earlier. Sure enough, the seafood in the basket, like the fish, had all been electrocuted. The electric current had severely damaged their cellular and protein structures, which would greatly affect their taste. So Cao Xuan had no choice but to abandon the seafood. However, the seafood resources in this sea area were abundant, and without the threat of sharks, it was very convenient to collect. Cao Xuan swam toward the distance, and before long, he had gathered a full basket. Cao Xuan slowly floated to the surface and paused for a moment on the beach as the sunlight quickly dried the seawater on his body. He put on his clothes again, lifted the heavy basket, and turned to walk toward the research institute. Sister Bing Bing? Ting Ting? Standing at the door of the bathroom, Cao Xuan heard a burst of playful sounds coming from inside, so he stopped and shouted in. After a moment, he heard Shun Ting's delicate voice. Brother Cao Xuan, we're washing dates. Please wait a moment. Hey, just now sister said to let you come in and wash too. We're in the second bathroom. You go to the first one, but you mustn't peek. Hearing Shun Ting shout, Cao Xuan was slightly taken aback, then quickly responded loudly. After being in the sea for half a day, he had a layer of fine sea salt on him. It was really uncomfortable not to wash off. Cao Xuan set the basket of seafood aside and stepped into the bathroom. The sounds of splashing water and the 3 girls playing in the second bathroom were clearly audible. Cao Xuan also heard them discussing sizes, not sure if it was about age or something else, but it seemed that Aisha was the oldest. The bathroom glass was transparent, and Cao Xuan could see everything inside with just one step forward. However, he refrained from doing anything so undignified, standing at the door to take off his clothes and walking into the first bathroom instead. Cao Xuan filled the bathtub with hot water and slowly lay back in it. The warm water instantly enveloped his body, washing away the sea salt bit by bit. The comfortable feeling made him involuntarily close his eyes, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. It had been a long time since he had soaked in a bath. Cao Xuan sighed softly, his voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. In this situation, not to mention soaking in a bath, most players would even have to be very frugal about just wiping themselves down. As Cao Xuan thought about this, his consciousness gradually faded. He didn't know how long it had been when he felt his body gently shaken. Brother Cao Xuan, don't sleep. The water has turned cold. Cao Xuan opened his eyes in a daze, and through his blurry vision, Shun Ting's soft and cute appearance gradually came into view. She was draped in a soft bath towel, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders, leaning over the edge of the bathtub, staring at him with her clear big eyes, her delicate fingers poking at his chiseled abs. It turned out that he had been so comfortable that he had accidentally dozed off. Cao Xuan shook his head, gradually becoming more alert. He moved Shun Ting's mischievous little hand away from his abdomen and asked, "Where are Sister Bing Bing and Director Aisha?" Shun Ting replied immediately, "I see." Cao Xuan nodded. Then he quickly realized that didn't that mean there were only him and Shun Ting here? Chapter 72, Having a Baby? Oh no. Shun Ting was suddenly pulled into the water by Cao Xuan. Immediately after, Cao Xuan reached out to adjust the faucet and turn the hot water back on. "Cao Xuan, I just finished washing." Shun Ting twisted her delicate body in his arms, speaking in a teasing tone. "You didn't wash properly before, so we need to wash again," Cao Xuan said with an undeniable tone. An hour later, the two slowly walked down the stairs. At that moment, Cao Xuan saw Shun Bing mopping the floor with a mop. Seeing this, Cao Xuan quickly stepped forward to take the mop from her. "Where's Director Aisha?" Cao Xuan asked. "She's in the kitchen steaming the seafood you just brought back. It seems she's quite satisfied with it," Shun Bing said as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I looked at this place and it was really too dirty, so I thought I'd tidy up. Otherwise, there won't even be a proper place to eat later." Cao Xuan scratched the back of his head. a hint of guilt appearing on his face. He hadn't expected Xin Bing to be working while he and Shun Ting were upstairs. At that moment, Xin Ting also found a mop and, with a spark of enthusiasm in her eyes, said, "Sister, let's do it together." Cao Xuan quickly nodded in agreement. "Bing Bing, we'll help you tidy up." With the addition of Cao Xuan and Xin Ting, the cleaning progress sped up significantly. Before long, the floor on the first floor was as clean as new, the furniture was dusted, and all the items were neatly arranged. Just then, a shout came from the direction of the kitchen. "Come help me. This bucket of seafood is too heavy. I can't lift it." "I'm coming." Cao Xuan immediately responded, hurriedly putting down the mop and rushing toward the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen door, Cao Xuan saw a figure in a flowing long dress paired with a crop top. The top perfectly revealed a slender waist, and she wore strappy sandals. This style resembled the bohemian trend that had been popular in Europe and America a few years ago. From her flowing blonde hair, it was evident that the figure was undoubtedly Aisha. Hearing the noise at the door, Aisha immediately turned around. "Cao Xuan, you're just in time. Come help me move this." Cao Xuan was almost mesmerized by her captivating appearance. "No way. This can't be." The sexy and charming blonde with red lips radiating intellect was actually the previously disheveled, messy-haired, glasses-wearing director of the Research Institute, Aisha. Cao Xuan was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe his eyes, but Aisha looked so drastically different from his memory. Aisha smiled charmingly as she noticed Cao Xuan's dazed expression. "What's wrong? Can't recognize me now that I'm dressed? Damn, why didn't I notice how alluring Aisha was before?" Cao Xuan muttered to himself, almost overwhelmed. At that moment, he wished Aisha would revert to her previous research-focused demeanor. Women are like snakes and scorpions. Now Aisha had suddenly become much more dangerous in his eyes. "Director Aisha, stop joking. Your outfit makes you look like a completely different person. I hardly recognize you." Cao Xuan quickly took the heavy bucket from Aisha's hands. As he walked, he asked, "Director Aisha, now that we've completed both requests, can you tell me the last one?" Unexpectedly, Aisha gently shook her head and refused. "Let's talk after dinner. Seafood has to be eaten hot to taste good." "All right, Cao Xuan suit how be." Suppressing his curiosity once more, he placed the seafood bucket steadily on the dining table, where Shun Bing and Shun Ting had already neatly arranged the bowls and chopsticks, and the prepared dipping sauce was placed in the center. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Cao Xuan instantly forgot about the third request. The four quickly gathered around the dining table, picking up their bowls and chopsticks, and began a feast. Whether it was Cao Xuan or the three girls, they devoured the food as if they hadn't eaten in 800 years, with no decorum whatsoever. In less than half an hour, the table full of seafood was completely wiped clean. After eating, the four leaned back in their chairs, rubbing their slightly round bellies. Cao Xuan asked again, "Director Aisha, can you tell us now?" Aisha casually propped her long legs on the table, picking her teeth while nonchalantly saying, "It's simple. You can have a baby with either of these two girls and leave it to me. Then I'll immediately give you the talent to transfer abilities to others." "What?" Cao Xuan, Shun Bing, and Shun Ting all had incredulous expressions on their faces, jumping up from their chairs and shouting in unison. Cao Xuan lowered his head, staring fiercely into Aisha's eyes, and angrily said, "Have us have a baby? What kind of absurd request is that? Having a baby, and not to mention the preparation time. Just being pregnant for 10 months is an extremely long process. Not to mention whether we can afford to waste so much time. Even if we had plenty of time, I would absolutely never allow my own flesh and blood to be left here as Aisha's experimental subject." Feeling deceived, Cao Xuan angrily grabbed Aisha by the collar. In terms of ordinary human metrics, Aisha was like a powerless little chick at that moment, easily lifted by Cao Xuan. "Don't think that just because you're Captain Lina's friend, I won't dare to lay a hand on you. If hard measures don't work, then I'll try something else." Saying that, Cao Xuan reached his other hand to Aisha's waist and began to tickle her. Aisha instantly trembled uncontrollably, twisting her body while bursting into fits of uncontrollable laughter. Shun Ting, seeing this, was initially taken aback, but then immediately joined in with Cao Xuan. "This wicked woman. Although I really desire to have a cute baby with my brother Cao Xuan, it definitely has to be kept close and nurtured with care. How could I possibly let this scheming bad woman take the child to mess with?" Chapter 73, Talent Transfer Device. Cao Xuan and Shun Ting showed no mercy, scratching Aisha for several minutes. Aisha was gasping for breath, her tears almost dried up, and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Let me go then. I'll change my conditions." In the end, Cao Xuan released Aisha, putting her back on the chair. As soon as Aisha touched the chair, she collapsed like a puddle of mud, her face flushed, looking as if she had been thoroughly played with. After a long time, Aisha finally regained her composure, struggling to sit up straight, and said, "My experiment is just one step away. I need liquid from a human body with talent energy at level 10 like blood." Cao Xuan nodded upon hearing this, finally understanding why Aisha insisted on getting his blood from the beginning. He then asked, "So what exactly is this talent energy you mentioned?" A confident smile appeared on Aisha's face. Her red lips parted as she explained, "Humans with talent are already rare, and among them, there are differences in the strength of their talents. Talent energy can be understood as a kind of fluctuation of talent within the body. The stronger the energy, the usually more powerful the talent. The key to my research on the talent transfer device is that I need a sufficiently powerful talent as an anchor point. My energy detector categorizes talent into levels 1 to 10, and what I need is at least level 9 or above. Over the years, you're the only one I've seen who meets the criteria." Aisha's gaze was fervent as she stared at Cao Xuan, almost as if she had reverted to her initial crazed state. Cao Xuan helplessly nodded and said, "Then, let's go draw blood now." Aisha was already eager, so she naturally wooed tea refuse. She grabbed Cao Xuan and headed toward the laboratory. This time, they didn't go to the bathroom on the 3rd floor, but left the living area and entered the experimental area. After a series of identity verification operations, including password input and pupil scanning, the four finally entered the laboratory. Cao Xuan then discovered that, unlike the living area that hadn't been cleaned for years, the laboratory was exceptionally clean. Aisha skillfully took out a syringe for drawing blood, rolled up Cao Xuan's sleeve, and said, "I'm going to start now." Mama Cao Xuan Zetponde. He had occasionally donated blood before, so he was already familiar with the process. Shun Bing and Shun Ting watched anxiously from the side, fearing that Aisha might go crazy and draw all of Cao Xuan's blood. Fortunately, Aisha was eager and quickly withdrew the syringe after drawing one vial of blood, saying, "You all wait here. The device will be ready soon." After drawing the blood, Aisha hurried to a corner of the laboratory with Cao Xuan's blood. There stood a large and complex metal device, and Aisha immediately began to fiddle with it. With Cao Xuan's current physical condition, even after drawing a vial of blood, he still felt fine. He picked up the talent energy detector that Aisha had carelessly thrown aside. It looked similar to a metal detector with a button on the handle. Cao Xuan recalled Aisha's previous operation. He just needed to press the button and scan from top to bottom. So, he looked at Shun Bing and Shun Ting and said, "Since we're idle now, let's test your talents." Upon hearing this, both girls showed expressions of anticipation on their delicate faces. They were also very curious about what level their talents were. Beep beep. Cao Xuan scanned Shun Bing with the detector, and after the machine beeped, the display immediately showed a number 6. "My talent is level 6. Shun Bing exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the number. Cao Xuan nodded and said, "Your weapon mastery limit is quite high. Having level 6 is not surprising." Next, Cao Xuan tested Shun Ting's talent level. He originally thought Shun Ting's talent, which only provided discounts for shopping, wouldn't be too high, but unexpectedly, it was level 7, one level higher than Shun Bing. Shun Ting was so happy that she jumped up and down, chest out, and beaming with pride. Just as Cao Xuan and Shun Ting were joking around, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the corner of the laboratory, and thick smoke billowed out. Cao Xuan was startled, thinking that something had gone wrong with Aisha's experiment. However, at that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the black smoke. "I did it. I finally succeeded." Aisha walked out from the rolling smoke, her clothes smeared with soot, but her excitement palpable. "Quick, look. This is the result of countless efforts." Aisha held the device up in front of Cao Xuan, her voice trembling with excitement. Cao Xuan hurriedly stepped forward to examine the device in Aisha's hand. It appeared to be a complex mechanical sphere with green fluorescence flickering in the gaps. Aisha began to explain how to use it. "Because it's made with your blood, it can transfer the talent of anyone with a lower talent level than yours to you. Just press this button when the other person is on the verge of death and their energy fluctuations are weak, and it will be successful. However, there is a downside. The human body has limited energy and can only hold 2 talents at most, and this device cannot be reused. But if you could leave me a child, I'm sure I could research." Seeing that Aisha was still fixated on the idea of having a child, Cao Xuan quickly interrupted. No. Once is enough. Don't bring this up again." Aisha blinked her eyes, asking pitifully, "How about you just, and then leave, and I can have one myself?" Cao Xuan firmly refused again. "Absolutely not." All right. Aisha reluctantly gave up, her face full of unwillingness. Cao Xuan was the only level 10 talent person she had ever seen, and she didn't dare to trouble him too much. On the contrary, she needed to coax him well so that he would frequently provide her with blood. Who knows, if their relationship improved, having a child might not be impossible. With this thought, Aisha looked at Cao Xuan and the others. This space storage ring you have should be given to you by Lena, right? Then, I'll give you 3 more, one for each of these 2 little sisters, and you can help me deliver the last one to Aisha, and tell her that I'm doing well, and she can come find me to play next time. Chapitre 74, Poursuivre ou Yangui. Shenting's eyes instantly lit up with excitement as she looked at the wristband that Aisha handed over. Previously, Lena had given the only wristband to Cao Xuan, which had made Shenting envious for a long time. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by a magical wristband that could store items at the thought? Just like on TV, Shenting quickly took the wristband, patted her chest firmly, and promised, Sister Aisha, don't worry, we will definitely deliver the wristband to Sister Lena. At this moment, Shenting completely forgot about Aisha's earlier insistence that Cao Xuan have children, happily putting the wristband on her wrist. Cao Xuan and Shen Bing exchanged glances and quickly expressed their gratitude to Aisha. Regardless of Aisha's previous behavior, at least this time, she had helped them a great deal. Thank you so much, Director Aisha. Seeing the grateful expressions on Cao Xuan and the others, Aisha began to dismiss them. I have recorded your blood data, and I have many experiments to conduct, so I want to keep you. If you really want to thank me, how about? Aisha said, glancing down at the area between Cao Xuan's legs, a slight smile playing on her lips. Why not come by more often and let me draw some blood? Following Aisha's gaze, Cao Xuan instinctively shivered. It's just a bit of blood. I can give you a sample every time I come. He pretended not to understand Aisha's innuendo. Aisha looked at Cao Xuan's expression with a look of regret and waved her hand. Since that's the case, let's add each other as friends. I'll send you the coordinates of the research institute. You're welcome to come anytime you want. 20 minutes later, Cao Xuan, Shen Bing, and Shen Ting had already driven away from the research institute. Inside the car, Shen Bing slightly turned her head and asked Cao Xuan, where are we going next? Cao Xuan pondered for a moment before quickly making a decision. First, let us report to Captain Lena and inform her about Director Aisha's situation, and also give her the wristband. Then we'll head back to the medical building and bring a few mutated patients and doctors with us. Cao Xuan paused slightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then we will use the tracking card to hunt down Ouyang Hui. Meanwhile, in Ouyang Hui's vehicle, after purchasing a large amount of food, Ouyang Hui finally replenished the energy of super healing. Not long after, all his visible injuries had healed. However, Ouyang Hui opened his watch and looked at the chat window with a woman. Ouyang Hui, hurry up, take off your clothes, and send me a photo. Only, Officer Ouyang, this isn't appropriate. My husband is driving beside me. Ouyang Hui, no more nonsense. I'll give you 10 star soul coins. Will you do it or not? There was silence on the other side for a moment, but she ultimately excitedly agreed. After all, who could refuse such a good deal for just a photo? Moments later, a photo was sent to Ouyang Hui's watch. His eyes turned red as he stared intensely at the photo on the projection, his anger growing stronger. No, I can't get it up, I can't. Ouyang Hui yelled in pain inside the car. Although the woman in the photo struck an alluring pose, Ouyang Hui had no reaction. His super healing ability had restored his external injuries, but Cao Xuan's earlier kick seemed to have severely damaged his nerve tissues. Even though he looked fine on the outside, he had permanently lost a certain function. In simple terms, the vice president of the Mutual Aid Association, Ouyang Hui, had become impotent. Ouyang Hui angrily slapped the car seat, gritting his teeth and shouting, Cao Xuan, if I don't take revenge for this, Ouyang Hui, will not be a man. He darkened his expression, coldly glancing at the purple glowing gear in his hand before tightening his grip. This was a component he had just obtained from Jiang Daowu. Although it was far inferior to the Golden Thunder Fury, this component was given to him by Jiang Daowu for his protection. Even though it could only be used once, its power was immense. By the time night fell, Cao Xuan and the others had finally left the medical building. At this moment, Cao Xuan decisively took out the tracking card and chose to use it. Beep, usage successful. Please select the destination for this time. Lock onto Ouyang Hui's location. Cao Xuan's mind conjured an image of Ouyang Hui, and the tracking card immediately began to lock on. Lock successful. Ouyang Hui is about to arrive at the rest area. It's right at the rest area? Seeing this result, Cao Xuan couldn't help but smile. This way, after dealing with Ouyang Hui, they could rest at the same spot without having to stay up late on the road. If Ouyang Hui were in a danger zone, it would add many uncertainties. One had to say they were truly being aided by fate. As the night grew later, the road ahead finally revealed a fork leading to the rest area. He turned the steering wheel without hesitation. After parking the car, Cao Xuan noticed that the place was already packed with people. At this moment, everyone was gathered in the middle of the parking lot, where a slender figure dressed in black leather, holding a tang knife, stood. Beside the woman was a flat-chested girl only about 1.6 meters tall, Ouyang. At the front of the crowd, approached with an unfriendly look, fixating on UCC's pretty face. Little girl, did you just mention Cao Xuan? Do you know him? Seeing the man suddenly approach her, UCC looked over in confusion. But when she heard Ouyang Hui daring to call her a little girl, she exploded. Who are you calling a little girl? Look clearly, I'm 19 this year, already an adult. UCC showed that fierté. However, upon hearing Ouyang Hui mention Cao Xuan, she thought he might know Cao Xuan, so she asked, I just mentioned Brother Cao Xuan, what? Are you a friend of Brother Cao Xuan? Upon hearing UCC's acknowledgement, Ouyang Hui immediately revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Cao Xuan. Oh hot Cao Xuan. I finally have your weakness in my grasp. Since he couldn't find Cao Xuan's trace for the time being, he would first target these two women. That little girl was so close to calling him Brother Cao Xuan. She must have an extraordinary relationship with him. Once he kills them, he would let Cao Xuan experience the heart-wrenching pain of losing loved ones. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Chunyin had already sensed that Ouyang Hui was not here with good intentions. She gripped her tang knife tightly, ready to draw it at any moment. She was confident that she could kill Ouyang Hui with one strike of her blade, but the remaining people all had guns. If a brawl broke out, and she couldn't quickly deal with those few, UCC beside her might be in danger. For a moment, Chunyin didn't dare to act rashly. Chapter 75, we meet again, Ouyang Hui. Ouyang Hui looked at Chunyin's tense expression and became even more certain that these two women had a deep relationship with Cao Xuan. Jealousy burned in his heart. Why was he no longer capable, while Cao Xuan had the Shun sisters and such exceptional women? He viciously ordered, beat them into a sieve. Then send the photos to the chat channel. I want Cao Xuan to regret offending me. Yes, Commander Ouyang. His subordinates immediately took their orders. They were originally members of a mutual aid group, and according to the rules, should not attack others indiscriminately. But Ouyang Hui was like a rotten apple. And under his influence, these people gradually became reckless. They grinned maliciously as they aimed their black guns at Chunyin and UCC. Chunyin, seeing several black gun muzzles in front of her, felt a wave of despair. Bang! Bang! Several gunshots rang out in succession. Chunyin tightly closed her beautiful eyes and clung to the trembling UCC. Anyone witnessing the scene would feel pity. However, after the gunshots, they did not feel the expected pain. UCC, surprised, pointed at the few people who had just been holding guns and stammered, How'd they fall down? Chunyin quickly opened her eyes, only to see that the foreheads of those several people had blood holes. All of them struck squarely at the center, and they had already lost their breath. Who fired the shots? Ouyang Hui was like an ant on a hot pan, frantically shouting in the crowd, searching for the source of the gunfire. Ouyang Hui, did not expect, right? Just a day later, we meet again. Dare to touch my women. This time, you truly want to die, don't you? Cao Xuan spoke Li. From the crowd, Cao Xuan, Shun Bing, and Shun Ting slowly approached. Both Shun Bing and Cao Xuan held guns in their hands, with smoke still rising from the gun barrels. The shots just now were fired by Cao Xuan and Shun Bing. Cao Xuan's expression was dark, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent as he stepped towards Ouyang Hui. Upon seeing Cao Xuan, Ouyang Hui felt a psychological shadow and suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. His people were already dead. Moreover, he knew the wrath of thunder that Cao Xuan possessed. He couldn't afford to drag things out with Cao Xuan. He had to find a chance to strike decisively. Ouyang Hui silently calculated in his heart. Suddenly, he knelt down on the ground with a thud, crying and pleading, Cao Xuan, please spare me. It was those few bastards who urged me to act against these two women. Now they are dead, and I promise I will never be your enemy again. As he spoke, he pretended to cry while crawling toward Cao Xuan. Just when he was only a meter away from Cao Xuan, Ouyang Hui suddenly raised his right hand. In his fingers, he held a dart that shimmered with silver and purple light. This dart was equipped with a poison component. As long as it hit Cao Xuan, with its deadly poison, Cao Xuan would undoubtedly die. Ouyang Hui had immersed himself in dart skills for many years and later sought masters for training. At such a close distance, he was confident that this strike would not miss. Cao Xuan looked at Ouyang Hui's hypocritical face and curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. There was already deep enmity between them. How could he easily believe Ouyang Hui's sudden plea for mercy? As he walked over here, he had already activated the Wrath of Thunder and began to charge. Cao Xuan raised his palm, and a blue-purple thunderball instantly shot out from his palm. Even if Ouyang Hui was fast, how could he be faster than lightning? The thunderball hit his chest in an instant, and a powerful current surged through him like a raging beast, rampaging through his body and wantonly destroying his cellular structure. Ouyang Hui's innate super healing ability was rapidly expending. To avoid accidentally killing Ouyang Hui on the spot, Cao Xuan deliberately did not use the most powerful thunder spear. Ouyang Hui's body quickly turned char-black, and the dart in his hand clattered to the ground. Cao Xuan bent down and picked up the exquisitely shaped money dart from the ground, examining it with interest. Money dart. Round flat dart, with edges sharp as blades, crafted through special processes, extremely hard, can easily cut through skin. Current equipped component. Poison. Purple contains a variety of rare and deadly poisons. Once contaminated even slightly, death is certain within 3 steps. Note, this component will be damaged after use. Satisfied, he stored it in his space ring. Now he had another trump card. He was even a bit reluctant to kill Ouyang Hui. This money-making kid brought him good stuff every time they met. However, Cao Xuan only thought about it in his heart. At this moment, Ouyang Hui was already on the verge of death. Although his super healing ability was strong, it was somewhat powerless in the face of the terrifying destructive power of Cao Xuan's Wrath of Thunder. Previously, he had been difficult to deal with mainly because he was equipped with the Wrath of Thunder, which greatly enhanced his physique, and the combination produced an effect where 11 was greater than 2. Seeing that Ouyang Hui had reached the near-death state mentioned by Aisha, Cao Xuan estimated that he could transfer his talent now. Therefore, he grabbed one of Ouyang Hui's feet and dragged him toward his truck like a dead dog. Is this the Cao Xuan that Ouyang Hui just mentioned? Is he going to desecrate the corpse? Haha, didn't you see that Ouyang Hui was about to act against his women just now? If it were you, would you not be angry? If it were me, I would be even harsher than him. That said, but this Cao Xuan is really lucky, surrounded by 2 beautiful women, one big and one small. And here are 2 more. Really enviable. Amidst the whispers and gasps of the onlookers, Cao Xuan quickly dragged the barely conscious Ouyang Hui to the back of the truck, and Chun Yin and Yu Cece hurriedly followed. Cao Xuan, what are you doing? Chun Yin frowned slightly, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked. At this moment, there was still an unnatural look on her face. Not because of the thrilling scene just now, but because Cao Xuan had actually referred to her as his woman in front of so many people. Cao Xuan didn't think too much about it. That sentence had slipped out. He dropped Ouyang Hui and began to explain to Chun Yin and Yu Cece. This Ouyang Hui has a deadly feud with me. I obtained a device to transfer talents at another station, and then I tracked Ouyang Hui here using a tracking card, planning to seize his talent and then kill him. I didn't expect to run into him trying to act against you. As Cao Xuan spoke, he also felt a wave of fear in his heart. If they had arrived a minute later, Chun Yin and Yu Cece would have been in real danger. So that's it. Upon hearing Cao Xuan's words, Chun Yin quickly understood Cao Xuan's intention of dragging Ouyang Hui here. Transferring talent. What an unbelievable act. Moreover, it seemed very much like the magical methods in novels. Therefore, it naturally couldn't be performed in front of others. Chapter 76. Talent Plunder, Super Healing. Without the onlookers, Cao Xuan immediately took out the transfer device given by Aisha from his spatial wristband. Seeing this scene, Yu Cece and Chun Yin were once again amazed. This is the talent transfer device given to me by director Aisha. If there's a chance in the future, I'll get you 2 as well. Cao Xuan said confidently. Given Aisha's desire for his blood, trading a few vials for 2 spatial wristbands shouldn't be a problem. See Cao Xuan, what do you want to do? At this moment, Ouyang Hui, who was almost unrecognizable and as charred as coal, managed to stutter out a few words. Cao Xuan was startled. Not expecting Ouyang Hui still had the energy to speak. He ignored Ouyang Hui and activated the device, placing it on Ouyang Hui's chest. As soon as the device made contact, it emitted a beeping sound, and then red and blue lights began to flicker in alternating patterns between the gaps. Ouyang Hui's eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately, but his strength was gradually fading away. Beep, transfer successful. You have obtained the talent Super Healing. The ability of special stem cells in your body to divide and differentiate will be greatly enhanced, allowing for rapid migration and repair when injured, enabling quick regeneration of various tissues and achieving super healing. Note, After the energy of super healing is consumed, a large amount of food is needed for replenishment. If energy is depleted and injuries occur without timely replenishment, there's a certain probability that the injuries cannot be healed. Seeing the successful transfer notification, Cao Xuan instantly felt a surge of energy slowly circulating within his body, bringing an unprecedented lightness. This newly acquired energy intertwined with the existing rage of thunder in his body, though its intensity was much weaker in comparison. To verify the power of his talent, Cao Xuan steeled himself and used a small knife to draw a shallow wound on his arm. When Shun Ting saw this, she turned pale with fright and quickly shouted, "Cao Xuan, what are you doing?" Saying this, she hurriedly stepped forward to snatch the knife from Cao Xuan's hand. However, Cao Xuan merely smiled lightly and said, "Ting Ting, look." At the wound, blood began to seep out, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The cells around the wound started to move frantically, quickly gathering, and then began to divide and differentiate. In just a few seconds, the wound healed at a visible speed, leaving only a faint mark, as if the wound had never existed. Cao Xuan watched this incredible self-healing effect with immense joy. Now, he could say he had another powerful trump card. However, at the same time, a strong sense of hunger suddenly struck him. They had been busy traveling all night and hadn't even had time to eat. Thus, as soon as he consumed the healing energy, he felt his stomach rumbling. Just as Cao Xuan was about to call the girls to get something to eat to replenish his energy, his wristwatch suddenly rang. "Whose phone is it?" Shen Bing asked curiously from the side. Cao Xuan glanced at the caller ID, and his expression instantly became serious as he replied, "It's Ouyang Shui's." Could it be that just as he resolved the issue with Ouyang Hui, Ouyang Shui received news about it? Shen Bing and the others frowned. Is the Mutual Aid Association's intelligence network that efficient? She found out the news in just a few minutes? Not necessarily. It could be about something else. Cao Xuan shook his head, frowning. "You guys go prepare some food. I'll have a chat with Ouyang Shui." Watching everyone head towards the carriage, Cao Xuan then answered the call. In the projection, Ouyang Shui's frosty yet ethereal face appeared. "Cao Xuan, Ouyang Shui." The two spoke almost simultaneously. Ouyang Shui paused slightly before saying, "You go first." Cao Xuan looked directly at Ouyang Shui's cold expression, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke directly. "I just encountered Ouyang Hui again." Ouyang Shui's face instantly flashed with surprise. From her expression, Cao Xuan judged that she probably didn't T-call because of Ouyang Hui, so he continued, "When I arrived, I happened to see him attacking my friend out of revenge, so I had no choice but to kill him." Ouyang Shui was stunned for several seconds upon hearing this. In fact, when she heard Cao Xuan say he encountered Ouyang Hui again, she had already had an ominous premonition. As expected, Ouyang Shui slowly closed her eyes, her expression changing several times in just a few seconds, finally turning into a heavy sigh. "But now, Jiang Daowu will definitely go even crazier trying to find you for revenge." "I'm not afraid of his revenge," Cao Xuan said with determined eyes, his tone resolute. "If he really dares to come after me, I will make him pay for his actions." Ouyang Shui did not blame him, which surprised Cao Xuan. In fact, the only person he felt slightly guilty about regarding killing Ouyang Hui was Ouyang Shui. At this moment, a thought began to take shape in Cao Xuan's mind. The Mutual Aid Association was originally established with good intentions. However, under the control of unscrupulous individuals like Jiang Daowu and Ouyang Hui, it had deviated from its original path and behaved increasingly erratically. Since that was the case, why not let Ouyang Shui take over as the president of the Mutual Aid Association? With her ability and character, she could definitely lead the association back on track. However, this matter was significant and needed careful consideration, so Cao Xuan did not express it to Ouyang Shui. At this moment, Ouyang Shui really wanted to say, "When will the cycle of revenge end?" But in the end, she held her tongue. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Shui finally stated the real purpose of her call. "I called to inform you that I had originally arranged for the personnel going to the Nightmare Apartment Station, but today someone had an accident, so we are still missing one person. We should be able to fill this position in about 2 days, so I wanted to notify you in advance to give you time to make some preparations." Hearing this, Cao Xuan was slightly taken aback. Originally, he planned to arrange for Shun Bing and Shun Ting to stay with Aisha or Lina while he and Ouyang Shui ventured into the demon apartment. But now, having encountered Chun Yin and Yu Cece, a new plan suddenly formed in his mind. Why not let Yu Cece stay with Shin Bing and the others for mutual support? And he would take Chun Yin to the Nightmare Apartment. Thinking of this, Cao Xuan immediately expressed his thoughts to Ouyang Shui. Chapter 77. Captain Lena's huge transformation, you mean? You have an expert on your side who can join us for the challenge? Ouyang Shui blinked her beautiful eyes, slightly surprised as she repeated what Cao Xuan had just said. Cao Xuan nodded confidently, his eyes filled with assurance. That's right. Her close combat ability is above mine without using Wrath of Thunder. When it came to Chen Yin, Cao Xian's tone was full of trust. After all, the two had fought side by side in the terrifying hospital building, and Cao Xuan had great faith in her strength. Moreover, having someone familiar could provide some reassurance. Ouyang Shui nodded slightly and said softly, "That's good." In her heart, she was calculating. Among the participants in this challenge, there were two who were quite close to Jiang Daowu, and she was worried that those two might secretly target Cao Xuan during the challenge. Although she herself had a certain deterrent power, she couldn't guarantee that she could completely suppress the situation. If Cao Xuan could bring along a capable helper, it might make those two wary and hesitant to act recklessly. All right, the time remains the same, set for the morning after tomorrow. However, based on the information and experience we've gathered earlier, mental value is crucial at this station. Has your friend taken any mental potions? Ouyang Shui confirmed. Yes, she has. Cao Xuan answered without hesitation. When he first saw Chen Yin, he had checked her panel, and her mental value was already unlocked. After exchanging a few more details, Cao Xuan hung up the phone. At that moment, his stomach grumbled again. On one side of the carriage, Shun Bing, Shun Ting, and UCC had already started a campfire, grilling a variety of meats, and the mouth-watering aroma filled the air. Since they had Star Soul coins and ample supplies, there was no need to starve themselves. In this high-pressure survival environment, satisfying one's appetite and allowing the body to relax was key to maintaining a good state. Shin Bing looked over with concern and asked, "Cao Xuan, what did Ouyang Shui say? Is everything all right?" Cao Xuan smiled slightly, reassuring everyone, "Don't worry. She didn't pursue the matter of me killing Ouyang Hui. She just called to discuss the plan for challenging the demon apartment." He then shared his intention to bring Chen Yin along for the challenge and his plan for Shin Bing to take Shin Ting and use Cece to the Aisha apartment for a temporary retreat. Someone like Cao Xuan, who had navigation privileges at a specific station, could easily hide from danger within the station. As long as he stocked enough water and food, he could ensure temporary safety. However, having his female companions hide, and there was a relatively safe choice. Chen Yin immediately replied without hesitation, "I want to go with you." Upon hearing this, Yu Cece jumped up anxiously, shouting that she also wanted to go. However, Chen Yin scolded her lightly, saying, "It's too dangerous. Listen to brother Cao Xian's arrangements and behave by following Ting Ting." Shun Ting pouted, looking unwilling. Cao Xian's direct statement that Chen Yin was his woman confirmed her long-held suspicion, and a sense of frustration surged in her heart, as if her territory had been secretly invaded. She had always thought she was Cao Xian's first woman. However, with Cao Xian's decision made, Shun Bing understood and gently said, "You can rest assured. I will take good care of them." The group then sat together to discuss the specific travel arrangements. They eventually decided that Cao Xuan would take Chen Yan's vehicle to Lena's place the next day for another day of intensive training, while Shun Bing, Shun Ting, and UCC would drive a large truck to Aisha's apartment. At this time, everyone had nearly finished eating. Cao Xuan wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth and said cheerfully, "Then it's settled. Everyone is tired, so let's get some rest." Chen Yin and UCC returned to their off-road vehicle to rest. Cao Xuan asked the mutated doctor and patients to keep watch at the front of the two vehicles. He took Shin Ting towards the carriage. Cao Xuan could naturally see that Shun Ting was a bit jealous and unhappy. He had initially wanted to reconnect with Chen Yin, whom he hadn't seen for several days. But given the current situation, he decided to comfort this little girl tonight. Shin Bing said with a strange expression, "How about I rest in the driver's seat tonight?" She recalled what had happened the night she slept next to Shun Ting and Cao Xuan. It felt like a year, being so close yet unable to join in. Shin Bing realized that she had developed unusual feelings for Cao Xuan, especially since her sister also liked him. Shun Ting still wanted to pull Shun Bing along, since once Shun Bing fell asleep, she could get close to brother Cao Xuan. However, Shun Bing was unwilling. Pretending to sleep was simply too torturous. Shun Bing firmly took a thick coat and walked into the driver's cabin, reclining the seat to begin sleeping. Shun Ting wanted to persuade Shun Bing again, but was stopped by Cao Xuan, saying not to let Sister Bing's good intentions go to waste, and if she was quick, he would call Sister Bing back before midnight. The night quickly passed, and Cao Xuan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, got up to wake Shun Bing, who had slept in the driver's seat all night. Seeing Cao Xuan's dark circles and her sister's evasive eyes, Shun Bing sighed softly. At this moment, Chun Yin and the others also got up and came to them. After they all washed up together, Cao Xuan got into Chun Yan's off-road vehicle. After reluctantly bidding farewell to Shun Bing and the others, they split into two groups. In the vehicle, Cao Xuan shared their experiences from the past 2 days, and the thrilling details left Chun Yin exclaiming in surprise. Afterwards, Cao Xuan learned about their experiences over the past 2 days from Chun Yin. They had cleared an S-level farm station and, by chance, obtained a purple component called Perspective. As long as it was equipped on eyewear, it could provide 3 minutes of perspective time, usable once a day. In addition, Chun Yin and her group had also obtained the permanent coordinates of that farm. However, according to Chun Yin, she had cleared it with an S-level method by burning the entire farm down. So all the crops inside had been burned clean, but there would be opportunities to plant seeds again in the future, ensuring an endless supply of food. Cao Xuan immediately thought of letting the mutated patients work as slaves for planting, which would save time and effort. During their conversation, they quickly arrived at the nuclear power station where Captain Lena was located. Captain Lena, long time no see, Cao Xuan said with a smile as he got out of the car. Lena had been waiting there for quite a while. Although it had only been a day since they last met, the changes in Lena were remarkable. First, she had changed out of her tight combat suit and into more comfortable home attire, yet her sexiness was still hard to hide. The soft fabric accentuated her alluring curves. Secondly, her original high ponytail had been replaced with a hairstyle that gave off a strong sense of a married woman, with her smooth hair cascading over her shoulders, adding a touch of gentleness to her overall demeanor. Chapter 78, Demon Apartment. Meeting Ouyang Shui. Cao Xuan, you're here. Lena approached with light steps, a faint blush appearing on her face. Seeing this, Cao Xuan's playful spirit ignited. He stepped forward in a rush, opened his arms, and gave Lena an enthusiastic hug, then lifted her by the waist and spun her around several times. In midair, Lena squealed, "Let go of me, Cao Xuan." It wasn't until she started to pat his shoulders that Cao Xuan set her down. Then, Cao Xuan took out the spatial ring that Aisha had given him and handed it to Lena. "This is what Director Aisha asked me to pass on to you." "You found Aisha?" Surprise flashed in Lena's eyes, and she couldn't care less about her previous shyness as she eagerly took the ring. This unique technology can only be created by Aisha. Director Aisha has successfully overcome the problems that have been troubling her, and she is in great shape now. Also helping us a lot. She specifically asked me to tell you to visit her when you have time, Cao Xuan explained with a smile. Lena nodded lightly to show she understood, and then led Chun Yin and Cao Xuan inside. Walking beside them, Chun Yin was astonished by the affectionate interaction between Cao Xuan and Lena. However, she didn't feel jealous. Instead, she was full of admiration for Cao Xuan. Along the way, Cao Xuan explained the purpose of their visit to Lena. Lena was very responsible and immediately went back to change in her combat gear, preparing to conduct special training for the two. First, she completed the goal she hadn't finished last time and subjected Cao Xuan to a devilish resistance training. "You hit me so hard. Now it's finally my turn to hit you." Especially with Cao Xuan's incredible recovery ability, he quickly regained his composure after being beaten, which made Lena even more merciless. After Cao Xuan finished his training and stepped aside, Chun Yin took his place to fight against Lena. Chun Yin initially thought of letting Lena rest a bit before starting, but saw Lena wave her hand dismissively, showing an indifferent expression. This action made Chun Yin feel belittled, instantly igniting her competitive spirit, and she immediately took a fighting stance and charged forward. The two women instantly fell into a fierce battle, exchanging blows with sharp moves, creating a thrilling combat scene. With both women having excellent figures, the fight was particularly captivating. At the beginning of the battle, Lena had consumed quite a bit of energy from her earlier training with Cao Xuan, allowing Chun Yin to gain a slight advantage in the short term. However, as the rounds continued, Lena gradually took control with her superb combat skills, and Chun Yin began to struggle, slowly falling behind. Next, the two women engaged in several more rounds of intense fighting, giving it their all each time. In the end, although Chun Yin didn't win the match, she gained a lot, learning many practical combat techniques from Lena. After the fierce fight, both women were already drenched in sweat, and Cao Xuan's clothes were also soaked. Soon it was evening. After finishing their training, the three entered the bathroom to clean up and then prepared to rest early. Lena still brought the two to the staff lounge, and Cao Xuan was the first to speak. "I'll take the middle room." Both Lena and Chun Yin were taken aback, thinking Cao Xuan would choose to stay with one of them. Subsequently, the two each picked a room. Cao Xuan had just entered his room for a few minutes when he quietly slipped out again and casually entered the neighboring room. He was enjoying the thrill of opening blind boxes. In the middle of the night, Cao Xuan left his room again and walked into another neighboring room. It had been a long time since he had seen them. He couldn't show favoritism. Morning came. Cao Xuan quietly returned to his room to catch up on sleep. Before long, he received a call from Ouyang Shui. At 8:30, we'll use the navigation card simultaneously so that we can ensure the vehicles arriving at the platform are ours. Okay, Cao Xuan agreed without hesitation. After hanging up, he realized it was already 8 o'clock. He had to give up the idea of morning exercise and hurriedly went out to wake Xinyan. Seeing that Lena was still sound asleep, Cao Xuan didn't wake her, but left a note by her pillow and exchanged some fresh meat and vegetables at the trading post to leave at the door. Not long after hitting the road, it was time. Without any hesitation, Cao Xuan immediately used the navigation card. After driving for about 10 more minutes, a series of prompts suddenly appeared in front of him. Navigation successful. Continue for 15 kilometers. You will arrive at the platform demon apartment. This is an apartment full of demons. It is said that the demon apartment has its own consciousness and will choose some sinful and bizarre beings as residents. In this apartment, you will undertake a 7-day survival challenge. Survive until the end, and rewards will be calculated based on performance. Note, maintaining good relations with bizarre beings will greatly reduce survival difficulty, and the final rewards will be more generous. Within the apartment, the bizarre beings will be subject to certain restrictions and cannot act freely. But once the rules are broken, they will not hesitate to regard you as a delicious meal. Prolonged contact with the bizarre will affect your mental state. The higher your mental value, the longer you can interact. As outsiders, the neighbors will be very interested in you. If someone comes to visit, don't refuse. Lightning has a good restraining effect on the bizarre. Appendix. Ranking of bizarre beings in the Demon Apartment 1. Apartment Chief. Zhang Li, Room 101-2. Lin Shui, Room 405. Looking at the lengthy prompts that nearly blocked most of his view, Cao Xuan was somewhat dumbfounded. This was arguably the longest prompt he had ever seen. But this also proved the extreme danger of the demon apartment. Far more terrifying than any platform he had entered before. To be honest, Cao Xuan felt a bit regretful for bringing Chunyan along. However, there was no opportunity to regret now. Looking at the prompt about lightning being able to restrain the bizarre, he felt a bit more at ease. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the platform. After parking, Cao Xuan saw a figure standing at the entrance of the parking lot. The person had long silver hair cascading down to her waist, and her cold eyes opened slightly, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. Dressed in a tight black combat suit that perfectly outlined her slender figure, she strode towards him with long legs. This person was none other than Ouyang Shui, with whom he had spoken several times on the phone. Now, Cao Xuan finally met Ouyang Shui in person. Ouyang Shui, please support my father figure by reading daily updates. And don't let the book go stale. Chapter 79, Apartment Manager, Zhang Li. Cao Xuan, you're here. Ouyang Shui slowly stepped forward, a hint of barely noticeable joy flickering in her cold eyes. Previously, she had been worried that Cao Xuan would resent her due to the matter with Ouyang Hui and might back out. It seems that she had underestimated him. Ouyang Shui collected her emotions and began to introduce the other survivors accompanying them to Cao Xuan. This is my teammate, Lin Hong. She pointed with her hand. Following her gesture, Cao Xuan saw a sultry woman with fiery red lips and a slender figure standing behind her. Lin Hong wore a warm smile and extended her hand, saying, Cao Xuan, I've heard so much about you. Cao Xuan politely zpunde, Sita Hong, hello. He also reached out to lightly shake Lin Hong's hand. However, just as Cao Xuan was about to withdraw his hand, he felt Lin Hong grip it tightly. He showed a puzzled expression, at which point Lin Hong smiled and said, You killed that shameless Ouyang Hui. You did a great job. I've never liked him. Cao Xuan was slightly taken aback, then relaxed his previously furrowed brow and smiled. It was just a small effort. He brought it upon himself. Ouyang Shui looked at her teammate and close friend Lin Hong with some helplessness and continued to introduce other members to Cao Xuan. These two bearded men are the Zhang brothers, Zhang Yi and Zhang Sheng. Both of them have the same talent, which allows them to communicate telepathically and send messages in real time. Cao Xuan glanced at Zhang Yi and Zhang Sheng, who were both burly, with full beards, exuding a bold aura. Zhang Yi grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, and spoke in a booming voice, Brother Cao, from now on, we'll act together. Just say the word if you need anything. Zhang Sheng chimed in, Yeah, Brother Cao, we may not have many skills, but we are loyal. Cao Xuan felt a good impression of these two hardy men and quickly responded with enthusiasm. Then I'll be relying on you two brothers. Next, Ouyang Shui introduced him to a pair, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a girl of average appearance. Ouyang Shui didn't mention their talents, but Cao Xuan already understood them clearly through the divine hints. The middle-aged man's talent was mind-reading, which allowed him to read others' inner thoughts for 3 minutes, akin to telepathy. The girl's talent was more ordinary, belonging to the lifestyle category, but her mental value was as high as 7 points, the highest among everyone present. When introducing the last person, a hint of worry appeared on Ouyang Shui's face. Finally, this person in the Taoist robe is Taoist Lin Feng. He has a brush that can inflict great damage on strange creatures. He is a key figure in our operation. Following Ouyang Shui's direction, Cao Xuan saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng was thin, gripping a brush tightly in his hand. With a gloomy expression, his cold gaze fixed on Cao Xuan, revealing undisguised hostility. Through divine hints, Cao Xuan learned that Lin Feng's talent was spatial storage. However, the space he had was vastly inferior to that of a spatial ring. His spatial talent could only hold 50 centimeters x 50 centimeters x 50 centimeters, while the spatial ring could hold a space of 5m times 5m times 5m, comparable to a small storage room. As for the brush that Ouyang Shui mentioned, which had strong destructive power against the strange, Cao Xuan discovered it was merely an ordinary brush equipped with a purple component called exorcism. The talismans drawn with it could inflict some damage on strange creatures. Cao Xuan had thoroughly grasped everyone's details. It was needless to say that Lin Feng's space must be storing a thick stack of yellow paper. Noticing Lin Feng's unfriendly demeanor, Cao Xuan did not approach him. Sure enough, Lin Feng crossed his arms and coldly snorted, saying with a harsh tone, "Ouyang Shui, can any stray cat or dog join us in our operation? I won't provide this person with any of the talismans I've drawn or the food in my space." Lin Feng's hostility toward Cao Xuan stemmed from his close friendship with Ouyang Hui. Before the crossing, Ouyang Hui often took him out for fun, and they were quite the like-minded friends. Because of this, he felt a strong animosity towards Cao Xuan. Lin Feng stopped the infighting. Ouyang Shui furrowed her brows and scolded sharply. "Lin Feng, don't go too far. You know the difficulty of this mission. Cao Xuan's strength is not to be underestimated. He can help us a lot." Ouyang Shui wanted to continue, but Cao Xuan raised his hand to stop her. "I don't need your talismans or food. I have my own way to survive. We are all here to complete the mission together. Since you don't want to have anything to do with me, let's do as you wish and act separately without interfering with each other. But if your stubbornness affects the progress of the whole mission, don't blame me for being rude." Cao Xuan said calmly, his eyes indifferent. With his thunder fury, how could a few talismans compare? Moreover, the food in his spatial ring, if saved, was enough for him and Chun Yin to last a week or two, so he didn't need Lin Feng's help at all. Lin Feng was taken aback for several seconds after hearing this, then sneered, "Ouyang Shui, listen well. He's the one courting death. If he stars later, don't blame me." With that, he turned and walked away from the crowd. Ouyang Shui sighed helplessly, thinking that if things didn't work out, she would just have to share some of her food with Cao Xuan. Just as everyone was about to enter the apartment, Cao Xuan suddenly remembered something important. He hurriedly turned back to his vehicle. There was still plenty of empty space in the spatial ring. And Cao Xuan thought, "I wonder if I could put the mutated doctor inside?" Cao Xuan looked at the mutated doctor sitting cross-legged in the vehicle, his face showing an expectant expression. The mutated doctor looked at Cao Xuan's outstretched hands, puzzled, scratching his head. In the next moment, he found himself transported into a square space. The mutated doctor was astonished and swung the large hammer in his hand to smash the wall. Seeing this, Cao Xuan quickly took out his Dean ID to calm his emotions. Then, he let 2 mutated patients enter the space to keep him company. After handling all this, he returned to the group. At this point, Cao Xuan noticed that 2 more people had joined the team, a man and a woman. Judging by their stats, their strength was comparable to that of ordinary people. The sultry woman Lin Hong said helplessly, "These 2 just accidentally wandered in here. No matter how we persuade them, they refuse to leave, so we have no choice but to let them stay." In reality, only Lin Hong and Ouyang Shui had symbolically tried to persuade them. The others merely laughed from the sidelines. Human nature is inherently selfish, and with these 2 unaware of the dangers, they might even help the group scout for dangers. Even Ouyang Shui understood this. She was kind, but not a saint. Good advice is hard to give to the damned. Great mercy does not save those who have cut off their own paths. The group no longer hesitated, each extending their hands to forcefully push open the rusty, seemingly precarious iron door of the apartment. Bang! Just as everyone entered, The iron door behind them suddenly closed on its own without warning, making a dull sound. Immediately after, a middle-aged man, charred and with clothes that looked as if they had been burned by a raging fire, appeared before the group. He stared at everyone with a strange look, and with a voice that was hoarse and mechanical, he slowly said, "Welcome to Happiness Apartment. I am the apartment manager. Zhang. Fathers, I have a high fever and feel dizzy, so I can only update once today. I'm really sorry. Everyone, please take care of your health." Chapter 80. Room Assignment, Key Exchange Zhongli. It's him, Zhongli. Cao Xuan's mind raced, and he quickly recalled the name Zhongli. He was the strange entity ranked first in the strength rankings mentioned in the hints. At the same time, Zhongli's panel appeared in front of Cao Xuan's eyes. Zhongli, apartment manager, strength, agility, constitution, spirit, was killed by his wife and her lover after being together for over a decade, filled with immense resentment. In the apartment manager has supreme power, and any resident who does not comply with the apartment rules can be eliminated by the manager. As the apartment manager, he can merge into the shadows of objects within the apartment and launch attacks using these shadows. However, it is also the manager's duty to take care of the residents. And if there are any problems, they can seek his help. Weakness, his strength will be significantly enhanced within the apartment. And perhaps using the method that led to his death back then could completely eliminate him. Favorability. 1. Cao Xuan looked at the series of question marks and couldn't help but feel a bit confused. It was the first time he encountered such a situation where he couldn't see specific values. However, seeing that Zhongli had a weakness at least meant there was a way to deal with him. But what was the method used to kill him back then? Cao Xuan gazed at the carbonized apartment manager, smelling the mingled scent of burnt and bloody air, and secretly speculated. Could it be that he was electrocuted? If that were the case, his thunder fury would precisely counter him. Just as Cao Xuan was pondering, Zhongli spoke again. Next, I will tell you some important matters regarding Happy Apartment. You must listen carefully. First, every night at 8 p.m., all residents must gather in the hall for dinner. This has been our tradition. If you do not come, I will personally visit you. Second, to promote better relationships with your neighbors, you must visit at least 3 neighbors each day and help them with some matters. Of course, they will also offer you corresponding rewards. Given that today is your first day here, visiting 1 neighbor will suffice. Third, after midnight, you must return to your rooms to rest. No matter what happens, you cannot leave your room. Fourth, after 7 days, you will receive the keys to Happy Apartment, at which point you can come and go freely. After finishing, the corners of Zhongli's mouth, which had already turned to carbon, seemed to bleed from the cracks due to excessive talking, dripping onto the floor. Listening to Zhongli's hoarse and cold voice, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Happy Apartment? Didn't the broadcast say this place was called Demon Apartment when they entered? Why the sudden name change? Gathering for dinner at 8 p.m.? Does that mean they can only eat 1 meal a day? However, I am best at dealing with human relationships, and getting along with neighbors is a piece of cake. The last pair, a man and a woman, had already begun to discuss among themselves, even bursting into laughter, which made the others feel uneasy. How on earth did these two survive this long without any sense? However, everyone wanted to observe the manager's reaction. To their surprise, Zhongli merely stared silently at the two until they quieted down, then slowly turned away. Come, I will assign you rooms. Everyone exchanged glances and ultimately followed Zhongli into the apartment. As Cao Xuan walked, he carefully examined his surroundings. The corridor of the apartment was filled with a decaying odor, with large patches of paint peeling off the walls, revealing mottled concrete. The dim yellow lights flickered, as if they might go out at any moment. Finally, they stopped in front of the hall. In the hall stood a massive dining table with a counter beside it. Zhongli walked straight to the counter and retrieved a large bunch of keys. Ouyang Shui, 311. Zhangye, Beishus Beishinji. Chunyan, 307. Everyone had never revealed their names to Zhongli, yet he accurately called out each person's name. Until the last one, when he finally mentioned Cao Xuan's name. Zhongli approached Cao Xuan and heavily slapped the last key onto his hand. Cao Xuan, 202. Cao Xuan took the key, his brows slightly furrowed. He hadn't expected the apartment manager to randomly assign rooms. He had originally hoped to be next to Chunyan's room for mutual support. Thinking of this, Cao Xuan stood in front of Zhongli without hesitation. Apartment manager, I don't particularly like the number 2. May I switch rooms with someone else? As soon as Cao Xuan said this, everyone's hearts tightened. Cao Xuan was too bold. They were all holding their breath, afraid that one wrong move would lead to immediate punishment. Ouyang Shui and Chun Yan also looked at Cao Xuan anxiously, their faces filled with worry. However, Cao Xuan calmly stared into Zhang Li's eyes. The prompt had mentioned that they could seek help from the apartment manager if there were any problems, which was why he dared to make such a bold request. Cao Xuan guessed that Zhang Li was likely a neutral entity, and as long as they didn't violate the apartment rules, he wouldn't easily harm them. Sure enough, after pondering for 2 to 3 seconds, Zhang Li slowly nodded. Okay. Hearing Zhang Li's response, everyone's faces showed disbelief. Wait, can they really switch? Cao Xuan, however, smiled faintly. Then he walked straight to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, as I said, I don't want to live on the second floor. Would you be willing to switch rooms with me? Lin Feng's room was 209, right between Ouyang Shui and Chen Yan's rooms. Lin Feng was initially taken aback. Then a mocking sneer appeared on his face. As if he had heard the biggest joke. Cao Xuan, have you lost your mind? I'd be crazy to switch with you. Lin Feng knew very well that the woman next to Cao Xuan had a room adjacent to his. Cao Xuan's claim of not liking the second floor was clearly just a ploy to get closer to her. He didn't want to let Cao Xuan have his way. Cao Xuan seemed to have anticipated that he would be rejected. He ignored Lin Feng and turned to Zhang Li. Apartment manager, you mentioned that neighbors should get along harmoniously. I merely made a small request, yet Lin Feng openly insulted me. He is clearly violating the apartment rules. You must punish him. Lin Feng, who had been full of mockery, suddenly froze, his smile replaced by shock. No way. Are you really going to play dirty? He was startled and anxiously looked at Zhang Li, who was slightly frowning, seemingly in thought. Damn it. He wouldn't really punish me for such a trivial matter, would he? Feeling panicked, Lin Feng quickly shoved his room key into Cao Xuan's hand. Fine. I'll switch with you. Chapter 81. The quarrelsome couple? Help me kill her. Cao Xuan smiled as he took the key. At that moment, Zhang Li slowly spoke up. This doesn't count as a violation. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, instantly exploded with rage. Cao Xuan, give me back the key. Cao Xuan remained calm and casually pocketed the key. Once something was in his hands, there was no reason to return it. He tossed the key for room 202 to Lin Feng. Lin Feng reflexively caught it, but upon seeing the number, his anger intensified. He wanted his own key to room 309. In this apartment, they were all distributed across the second, third, and fifth floors. Besides Lin Feng on the second floor, there was only one man and one woman who arrived last. In Lin Feng's eyes, those two were nothing but a burden. If he accepted this key, he would likely have to go solo from then on. Fueled by anger, he raised his fist to strike Cao Xuan. But in that instant, a bone-chilling aura washed over him. Lin Feng shivered and turned his head to see the coldness emanating from Zhang Li. It would be a great disrespect to the authority of the apartment manager to attack another resident in front of him. Cao Xuan thought to himself. Lin Feng immediately deflated, retreating to the side with his head lowered. The coldness from Zhang Li gradually dissipated as he turned back to the counter and said lightly, You can return to your rooms now. Lin Feng shot a furious glare at Cao Xuan before turning to go upstairs. Cao Xuan chuckled softly and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the third floor, Cao Xuan, Chen Yan, and Ouyang Shui stopped to bid farewell to the Zhang brothers who lived on the higher floors. Zhang Yi, Zhang Sheng, see you later. All right, Brother Cao. President Ouyang, if anything comes up, let us keep each other informed. So far, everything was relatively calm. The three exchanged glances and quietly stepped onto the wooden boards as they walked into the corridor. Their rooms were all on the right-hand side, and as they passed by room 308, Cao Xuan suddenly stopped. What is wrong? The two women also halted, whispering. Cao Xuan raised a finger to his lips. Shoo! There is movement. Saying this, he pressed his ear against the door. The door and walls were made of wood, providing poor sound insulation, as if it were a thin layer of paper that couldn't block the transmission of sound. Bitch, I pour my heart out for you. And you dare to betray me. Look at that old Wong next door, he asked, giving his wife a new bone necklace again. I've been with you for decades, and I haven't even gotten a little something. You. Then there was a loud thud, followed by the sound of flesh tearing. Something crashed heavily against the door, and a stream of blood oozed out from the crack, looking shocking under the light. Cao Xuan was still in a daze when the door suddenly swung open, revealing a man with a scar the size of a bowl on his neck. Staring at them coldly. What are you doing at my door? Cao Xuan looked at the head that rolled to his feet, eyes rolling back, and felt his stomach churn. This neighbor is too ruthless. Did he just decapitate his wife over an argument? What was even stranger was that although the woman's head was now detached from her body, she was still cursing the man nonstop. Sensing the man's voice growing colder and his favorability rating plummeting, Cao Xuan's mind raced, and he forced a smile. Big brother. We just moved in and live right across from you. We heard some noise while passing by, and were worried something might have happened, so we came to check. If you need any help, just let us know. Based on their power rankings, Cao Xuan quickly assessed the strange couple in 308. They were on the lower end of the spectrum among all the supernatural tenants in the apartment, with the man ranking slightly higher than the woman. Since he had inadvertently provoked them, he might as well take this opportunity to see if he could complete today's task. The bearded man stared blankly for 2 seconds before speaking in a deep voice. I've had enough of this woman. If you can help me kill her, we'll be brothers from now on. Cao Xuan's mouth twitched at this. This couple hated each other, yet they couldn't bring themselves to get rid of one another, leading them to ask him for help. Cao Xuan looked at the woman's head's panel. Hu Fenghua, strength, 16, agility, 14, constitution, 15, spirit, 12. In life, she was dismembered by her husband for cheating. Her body parts can act independently, and she is narrow-minded and extremely jealous. If you see her disgraceful state, she won't let you off easily. Weakness, black dog blood. Lightning, favorability, -99. This time, the stats finally displayed normally, and Cao Xuan couldn't help but frown at the description below. Seeing her disgraceful state? Then what I'm witnessing right now should count as that. Looking at Hu Fenghua's abysmally low favorability, Cao Xuan felt helpless. It's not like I deliberately wanted to see this. No wonder she's narrow-minded. Instead of seeking revenge on her man, she's holding a grudge against me, the spectator. Now, he had no choice but to agree to the man. He certainly didn't want to be crawled in a bed by a female ghost in the middle of the night. All right, I agree. After saying this, the man threw out other parts of the body from the house and then slammed the door shut. My head is about to fall off. I need to deal with this. You can come find me after you're done. As the door was firmly shut, Ouyang Shui and Chun Yin stared at the remains on the floor in a daze. Cao Xuan, what are you planning to do about her? Cao Xuan smiled slightly, his fingertips flickering with lightning. Isn't the bizarre weakness lightning? I don't believe that the golden wrath of thunder can't kill her. With Cao Xuan's movements, golden lightning erupted from his fingertips, slithering like silver snakes as it struck towards Hu Fenghua's dismembered body. Hu Fenghua's head, which had been cursing nonstop, showed a hint of fear upon sensing the threat of the lightning. You dare to harm me. I want to let you off. Hu Fenghua's head let out a sharp scream, and her body trembled violently under the lightning strikes. Black mist continuously oozing from the wounds, evaporated instantly by the lightning. In the end, Hu Fenghua's body gradually dissipated, leaving only charred blood stains on the floor as proof of what had just occurred. Suddenly, Cao Xuan seemed to hear numerous gasps of shock, the sounds seemingly coming from all directions, as if from behind the doors of other neighbors. Echoing clearly in the silent corridor, a sense of ominous anticipation surged in Cao Xuan's heart, and he hurriedly used the key to unlock his door. Come to my place first. Since Zhang Lihan specified that they had to stay in their own rooms, there was no need for the three to separate for now. It was safer to stick together. The two women nodded and quickly followed Cao Xuan into the room, and then he gently closed the door. The heavy and soul-shaking footsteps, carrying an invisible oppressive force, approached from outside the door, finally stopping at Cao Xuan's door. Inside the room, Cao Xuan, Chun Yin, and Ouyang Shui did not dare to breathe. The atmosphere in the station was eerie and unpredictable. No one knew how terrifying the unknown power outside the door was. Cao Xuan was not a reckless person. He certainly did not have the capital to act tyrannically here. After all, not long ago, he had just dealt with Hu Fenghua, who was merely a lower-ranked character among the many eerie beings. After a long few minutes, the footsteps outside gradually faded away, as if a giant stone had been lifted from their hearts. The three of them finally let out a sigh of relief. Cao Xuan frowned slightly, feeling lingering fear as he said, "We can't make too much noise in the corridor anymore. It seems the neighbors here are not easy to provoke." Chun Yin and Ouyang Shui quickly nodded in agreement, their faces still showing traces of lingering fear. Just then, Ouyang Shui's watch suddenly beeped. She exclaimed softly and quickly raised her hand to check. Then, she raised an eyebrow and said, "The Zhang brothers have added us all to a group. I'll add you too in a moment." She had already added Cao Xuan and quickly pulled him into the group. After that, Cao Xuan added Chun Yin in as well. Once in the group, Cao Xuan noticed that the two newcomers had also been added. It seemed the Zhang brothers had added them as friends at some point. Zhang Yi, with this group, communication will be more convenient, and we can share information to survive. Lin Hong, it's noon now. We should have free time until the gathering. When you plan to visit the neighbors? As soon as Lin Hong said this, the group fell silent. At this moment, no one wanted to stick their neck out. It was definitely better to wait for others to complete their tasks and then assess the situation before acting. Just as Cao Xuan was considering whether to share the commission regarding the couple he had overheard arguing, someone in the group suddenly spoke up. Lin Dazhou, why is everyone silent? Are you all afraid to do such a small task as visiting the neighbors? I see I'm the only one with a bit of courage in this group. Lin Dazhou, just wait, I'll go check it out first. As soon as Lin Dazhou finished speaking, everyone immediately responded in the group. Li Wan, it's still Lin Gu, waiting for your good news. Zhang Yi, you can start a video in the group so we can see what's happening in real time. Lin Feng, come to room 202 first. I'll give you a few talismans that can counter the eerie beings. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Lin Dazhou's follow-up in the group. Even Lin Feng took the initiative to offer him talismans. However, he wasn't just being kind. Lin Feng's main purpose was to test the lethality of his talismans against the eerie beings. Lin Dazhou, okay, I'm coming to find you. After saying this, Lin Dazhou opened a video chat, and Cao Xuan immediately clicked to connect. The first thing that appeared on the screen was Lin Dazhou's enlarged face, and then he adjusted the angle, switching the video to a first-person perspective. Everyone followed the screen, watching Lin Dazhou walk out of his room and head straight to Lin Feng's room. At the door of room 202, Lin Dazhou knocked. After a moment, Lin Feng's figure appeared in the crack of the door. He cautiously handed over 3 glowing yellow talismans, whispering to stick this talisman to the eerie being, and it will automatically activate. Lin Dazhou happily accepted the talismans, stuffed them into his pocket, and then closed the door. He lowered his voice and said into his watch, I'm planning to visit my neighbor across the hall, room 203. I'm about to knock now. Bang, bang, bang. As the knocking sounded, a few seconds later, the door slowly opened. A woman with disheveled hair appeared at the door, her eyes hollow and lifeless, like 2 bottomless dry wells. Her skin was pale, without a trace of color, and her lips had an eerie purple hue, staring intently at the people on the screen. Is there something you need? The woman's voice was cold and piercing, as if she would immediately erupt in violence if she didn't hear a satisfactory reason. However, Lin Dazhou seemed completely unaware of the tense and dangerous atmosphere and grinned broadly, saying, Hey, I'm a new neighbor who just moved in. Can I come in for a visit? The woman slightly tilted her head, her hollow eyes scanning Lin Dazhou for a few seconds. Then, her mouth slowly curved into a chilling, creepy smile. Heck, come in. Seeing that she agreed, Lin Dazhou felt secretly pleased, raising his eyebrows at the camera, then boldly walked into the room. Inside, Cao Xuan and the other 2 exchanged glances. Lin Dazhou's lack of caution was likely to cause trouble. Cao Xuan checked the strength rankings and found that this woman was among the top 5 of all eerie beings. Unexpectedly, Lin Dazhou had randomly chosen a presence that could be considered a boss-level entity. For a moment, Cao Xuan didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. The room was dimly lit, and a faint smell of decay lingered in the air. The woman casually closed the door and pointed to a nearby sofa. Sit down. As soon as Lin Dazhou sat down, the woman suddenly leaned in close, her face almost touching his, her purple lips opening and closing as she said, You said you're the new neighbor. Can you lend me something? Lin Dazhou noticed the change in her expression and began to panic. He forced himself to remain calm. What do you want? Just say it. I'll definitely lend it to you if I have it. The woman stared at him intently, speaking slowly. I'm hungry. I want to borrow your arm to make soup. Lin Dazhou's face instantly turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He instinctively tried to back away, but found his body seemed frozen and unable to move. No way. That request is too excessive, Lin Dazhou stammered. The woman's expression instantly became grotesque, her hands clawing toward Lin Dazhou's arm like eagle talons. Quick, use the talismans Lin Feng gave you. At this moment, Ouyang Shui could no longer care about anything else and shouted urgently. Yes, the talismans. Hearing Ouyang Shui's shout, Lin Dazhou seemed to wake up from a dream, desperately reaching into his pocket for the talismans. At the last second, just before the woman's hands could grab his arm, Lin Dazhou finally slapped all 3 talismans onto the eerie woman's chest. Immediately, a strange flame ignited on the woman's chest, burning a large hole, with green smoke continuously billowing out. I told you my talismans would definitely work against these ghostly things. Lin Feng in room 202 stood up excitedly. However, in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. A pale and sharp hand suddenly pierced through Lin Dazhou's chest, pulling out his still-beating heart. Why did you refuse me? The eerie woman's voice was cold and filled with resentment. If you want tea, let me eat. Then I'll kill you. Chapter 83. Not kissing him means not loving him. This female ghost, could it be a starving ghost? Agreeing to be eaten, or refusing still results in being eaten. Cao Xuan directly hung up the phone in the group chat, unable to bear watching the next horrifying scene. This situation was much trickier than the previous encounter at the platform. Ouyang Shui frowned tightly, her eyes filled with worry as she said, "If we can't quickly figure out a way to deal with the bazaar, it will be hard to survive these 7 days." After all, visiting neighbors in this strange apartment was like opening a blind box. No one could predict the strength of the bazaar behind the door or what outrageous and perverted demands they might make. Cao Xuan instinctively patted Ouyang Shui's shoulder and gently comforted her. "Don't worry, I have a way to gauge the strength of the bazaar. As long as we choose to visit those with weaker abilities, it should be fine." That starving ghost from earlier was probably one of the strongest among all the residents. Ouyang Shui was momentarily taken aback, her gaze subconsciously falling on the hand resting on her shoulder. Cao Xuan then realized and quickly withdrew his hand as if shocked, feeling secretly annoyed. How could he have so casually put his hand there, forgetting that his relationship with Ouyang Shui hadn't reached that level of intimacy yet? "No, that's not what I meant." Ouyang Shui shook her head vigorously, not minding it. She locked her gaze onto Cao Xuan, seriously confirming. "You said you have a way to assess the strength of the bazaar? Is that true? Can you do it through the door? Or do you need to see them?" A series of questions spilled from Ouyang Shui's mouth, revealing her excitement at that moment. Seeing the eager look in Ouyang Shui's eyes, Cao Xuan slowly nodded and affirmed, "Yes, that's my innate ability. Even through the door, I can generally assess the strength of the bazaar inside." "That is really great." A faint smile finally appeared on Ouyang Shui's previously cold and worried face. "This way, our chances of survival will greatly increase." Ouyang Shui felt grateful again for her decision to insist on bringing Cao Xuan here. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Cao Xuan was about to play dead again, pretending no one was home, when a familiar voice came from outside. "Little brother, are you home? It's Yifei from next door. I've taken care of my wound. I'm here to deliver your reward. If you're not home, I'll just leave it at the door." Upon hearing this, Cao Xuan quickly approached and pressed his eye against the peephole. Through the peephole, he indeed saw the burly neighbor Yifei, looking just as he had before. At this moment, a curtain-like thing was haphazardly wrapped around his neck, clearly just a makeshift treatment for his wound. After confirming that the person outside was Yifei, Cao Xuan no longer hesitated and quickly opened the door. Yifei had just turned to leave when he noticed the door opening, and a small cloth bag was placed on the ground. Hearing the door open, Yifei quickly turned around, wearing a terrifying yet somewhat honest smile. "Little brother, you took so long to open the door. I thought you weren't home." Upon hearing this, Cao Xuan quickly pointed to Ouyang Shui and Chunyan behind him, showing a subtle and ambiguous smile between men, explaining, "It's just that something held me up in the room." Ouyang Shui and Chunyan behind him also forced smiles and nodded at Yifei. However, Cao Xuan keenly noticed Yifei's body starting to tremble slightly, and the wound on his neck began to ooze blood again. A fierce glint flashed in Yifei's eyes as he said excitedly, "Little brother, I advise you, no woman is good. They don't love you at all. All they think about is money. Step aside, I'll help you deal with them." As soon as he finished speaking, Yifei pulled out a shiny kitchen knife from somewhere, the same one he had used to fight with his wife earlier. Seeing Yifei lose control of his emotions so quickly, Cao Xuan felt a sense of dread. He realized he must have said something wrong. His gaze instinctively swept over Yifei's panel, which clearly displayed, "Extremely dislikes gold diggers and unfaithful women." Cao Xuan hurriedly opened his arms to try to stop Yifei, loudly saying, "Brother he, who said they don't love me. I don't even have a penny in my pocket right now, yet they're still willing to stay with me in this rundown place. How could they not love me, right?" As he spoke, he braced himself to block Yifei while desperately signaling to Chunyan. His meaning was clear: hurry and find a way to prove it. It was hard to come across a neighbor who could communicate normally, and he didn't want to ruin the relationship or even get Yifei killed. Chunyan widened her eyes, looking flustered. "How do we prove that?" After a brief hesitation, she steeled herself and directly walked up to Cao Xuan, kissing him on the lips. Since she wouldn't say any mushy love words, she might as well use an action to prove it. With a soft smack, Cao Xuan felt Yifei's grip on the knife loosen slightly. Yifei's thoughts were very simple. "It seems this woman loves you. My wife never wants to kiss me." It worked. Hearing Yifei's words, Cao Xuan felt a surge of joy and quickly turned his gaze to Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui noticed Cao Xuan's look and immediately revealed a shocked expression. "What? Does she have to kiss him too?" watching the kitchen knife that Fei had just lowered rise again due to her hesitation. Ouyang Shui gritted her teeth and impulsively rushed in front of Cao Xuan. Her soft, cool lips gently landed, ultimately pressing against Cao Xuan's cheek. But Fei still didn't lower the knife. He loudly questioned, "Why did you only kiss my little brother's face?" Huh? Cao Xuan never expected that Fei would be so stubborn. This guy seemed to be paranoid about being cheated on. But looking at Fei's high favorability score of 80, Cao Xuan couldn't bring himself to say anything too harsh. "Brother," she's just shy. "How about we let it go no? Little brother, if she doesn't kiss you, it means she doesn't love you." Watching the two arguing back and forth, Ouyang Shui gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and leaned in again, directly kissing Cao Xuan's lips. Before Cao Xuan could react, Ouyang Shui quickly left, her face flushed. Chapter 84. The Heart of the Underworld. It seems that these two women truly love you. Fei finally put the knife in his hand back down. Cao Xuan suddenly realized that Fei had been hiding the knife at his waist all along. That's right at his waist. The blade was stabbed directly into his own body, with only the handle exposed. No wonder he hadn't noticed where Fei had drawn the knife from earlier. However, Cao Xuan was becoming accustomed to the various strange behaviors of these neighbors. He quickly greeted, "Big brother, why don't you come in and sit for a while?" Fei covered his neck, gently waved his hand, and showed a hint of pain on his face. "My wound accidentally opened up again. I need to hurry back to take care of it." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the cloth bag on the ground, which contained some coins and the flowers he was nurturing. "I'll leave these for you, brother. You might find them useful." Additionally, there was a strand of his hair in there as well. "Coins, flowers, and hair," Cao Xuan murmured, repeating Fei's words. If he guessed correctly, the coins should be the Star Soul coins. He could understand the flowers. But what was the point of giving his own hair? "Big brother, why are you giving me your hair?" Cao Xuan asked directly, his face full of confusion. Fei was slightly taken aback, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. "Did the apartment manager not tell you about the apartment rules?" Cao Xuan Wen, looking puzzled. "The apartment manager only said we need to visit 3 neighbors every day and complete their tasks." Fei shook his head gently, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "After completing the tasks, you still need to ask the neighbors for proof as verification. This proof could be a strand of hair or an object tainted with strange energy. Otherwise, the task won't count." Upon hearing this, the two people beside Cao Xuan exchanged glances, and a chill flashed in all 3 of their eyes. This apartment manager truly had ulterior motives. The key rule had been deliberately concealed. It was clearly a trap waiting for them to fall into. If they didn't know this, even if they put in great effort to complete the tasks, they would still be violating the apartment rules. And those who break the rules, the apartment manager had the authority to put them to death. Damn it, this apartment manager's heart is as dark as his face. He clearly means no good. No, he is a strange being and has no heart at all. Cao Xuan cursed the apartment manager Zhang Li in his heart, then showed a troubled expression as he looked at Fei. "Big brother, my 2 girlfriends haven't completed their tasks today. Could you give me 2 more as proof?" Cao Xuan's thought was simple. Since Zhang Li set a trap for him, why not take advantage of it? Zhang Li would never expect that. Less than half a day after coming here, he had already acknowledged a strange being as his big brother. Fei scratched his somewhat sparse head, showing a reluctant expression. But thinking of how his brother helped him deal with that annoying woman, how could he refuse his brother's request? With that in mind, Fei gritted his teeth and plucked 2 of his own beard hairs, handing them over. "Here you go, brother. Actually, we original residents of the apartment also have certain limitations," Fei explained. "We can accept your unlimited visits, but we can only give out a maximum of 3 pieces of proof each day. If we give out more, the apartment manager won't let us off. Brother, if you don't mind, I'll give you 3 every day in the future." "Thank you so much, big brother. Please go take care of your wound. I'll definitely visit you again when I have the time." Cao Xuan's eyes were filled with gratitude. Who says strange beings are terrifying? This big brother before him was simply reliable. With Fei's help, the 3 of them now had a guaranteed backup. They only needed to visit 2 more neighbors. Fei waved his hand and bid farewell to Cao Xuan. Then, he staggered back to his room. Cao Xuan closed the door and opened the cloth bag that Fei had given him. Inside was a strand of Fei's hair, which Cao Xuan carefully put away. In addition, there was a large handful of Star Soul coins and a small, oddly shaped plant. Cao Xuan counted. There were a total of 52 coins. Just right. As the previous Star Soul coins had already been spent, this was a timely replenishment. After storing all the Star Soul coins in his watch, Cao Xuan finally looked at the last plant. This plant looked very peculiar. Its stem was slender, with a few twisted leaves on top, dark and grayish-green in color. At the top, it bore a dark red fruit that looked remarkably like a human heart. Heart of the underworld, a flower that grows in the underworld. Artificially planted in a pot, its effects are often diminished, but consuming it can still greatly enhance mental value. Cao Xuan held this oddly shaped fruit, his eyes filled with surprise. Insufficient mental value could lead to negative effects when staying with strange beings for too long. Just now, after being close to Yifei for a while, he already felt a bit cold all over and a strange irritability. He had just managed to suppress it. Therefore, Cao Xuan no longer hesitated and immediately took a bite out of the palm-sized fruit at the top. Juicy, sweet, and refreshing. This was Cao Xuan's first impression upon tasting it. If he didn't look at the fruit's appearance, it would definitely be the most perfect fruit he had ever eaten. Soon after, he noticed that his mental value had increased a little. One bite added 1 point. Cao Xuan hurriedly wanted to take a second bite, but was stopped by Ouyang Shui. How about waiting a bit to eat more? What if something goes wrong? It's better to be cautious. Ouyang Shui didn't expect Cao Xuan to be so bold, biting into such a strange fruit without hesitation. She didn't know that Cao Xuan could directly see the effects of the fruit, so she was worried about what would happen if he got poisoned. Cao Xuan quickly waved his hand, saying, "I'm not worried. I just have a good eye for people. Oh no, for strange beings. Big brother, he won't harm me. This fruit, I just took 1 bite, and my mental value went up a bit. The effect is great." After Cao Xuan took another 2 bites in succession, Ouyang Shui no longer stopped him. The second and third bites also added 2 more points of mental value, as expected. However, when Cao Xuan took his 4th bite, there was no change on the panel. He frowned and took another bite. This time, his mental value increased a point again. It seemed that this fruit was similar to mental potions and body-enhancing agents. There was a limit to the increase in values. Since that was the case, continuing to eat would not be cost-effective. It was better to give it to Chun Yin and the others. Cao Xuan handed the heart of the underworld, from which he had taken a few bites, to Chun Yin, saying, "I've already eaten a bit, and the remaining increase is not significant. You all can eat the rest." All right. Chun Yin excitedly took the heart of the underworld. She wouldn't easily pass up something that could enhance her strength, and besides, there was no need for her to be polite or shy with Cao Xuan. Chun Yin quickly took a few bites, and her mental value swiftly increased by 3 points, reaching 7 points. However, she didn't continue eating, but instead handed it to Ouyang Shui. Just now, Cao Xuan took 4 or 5 bites to only increase by 1 point. 3 bites is enough for me. Ouyang Shui took the heart of the underworld, looking at the bite marks left by Cao Xuan and Chun Yin, and paused for half a second. If she bit into it, wouldn't that be like indirectly kissing them? But then she immediately recalled the scene that had just transpired at the door. Having already kissed, what was there to fear about an indirect kiss? Chapter 85. Is it time to wash the dates? Crack. Ouyang Shui took a bite, and juice flowed down the corner of her mouth. She quickly stuck out her tongue to lick it back. In the end, Ouyang Shui ate 3 bites, leaving a small piece. I also only need 3 bites. Can I give the remaining piece to my friend? Ouyang Shui's friend? The image of the red-haired beauty immediately flashed in Cao Xuan's mind, and he nodded. Sure. Thank you so much. Ouyang Shui said emotionally. If I have any gains later, I will share with you. Cao Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Let's talk about that later. You should contact Sister Hong and let her come eat quickly. If it's left too long, it might go bad. Okay. Ouyang Shui nodded and then dialed Lin Hong's number. In the watch, Lin Hong's image appeared, showing only her upper body, her hair wet. Ouyang Shui was stunned for 2 seconds and hurriedly closed the projection. Laomong, do you still have the mood to take a bath at this time? Ouyang Shui's mouth twitched a few times as she looked at Cao Xuan, who was awkwardly wiping his nosebleed behind her, and a surge of anger rose in her heart. With the image gone, Lin Hong's slightly lazy and charming voice came through the watch. I've checked carefully. There is no danger in the room for now. It's not easy to find a place to take a hot shower. Shouldn't I enjoy it? Ouyang Shui directly ignored Lin Hong's excuse and said, Don't soak anymore. Hurry up and come to 309. Hearing Ouyang Shui's tone, Lin Hong put away her nonchalance, and sounds of her getting out of the water and droplets falling to the ground could be heard. Don't rush me, I'm already getting dressed, but it will take a little longer to come find you. Why? Ouyang Shui asked. There have been footsteps in the corridor on the 4th floor. I didn't dare to go out, so I took a bath. Now the footsteps are getting fewer. As soon as they disappear, I'll go down. Okay, then be careful. Ouyang Shui hung up the phone, looking at Cao Xuan, who found that his nosebleed had stopped. Cao Xuan felt Ouyang Shui's gaze and awkwardly scratched his head. He had seen all kinds of things, so he shouldn't have acted like a novice. However, that glance just now, with Lin Hong's beautiful figure appearing hazily in the steam, combined with her alluring expression, made him lose his composure for a moment. Cao Xuan quickly changed the subject. Just now, Sister Hong mentioned footsteps at the door. Is it okay to let her come alone? Ouyang Xuan nodded reassuringly. Her talent is 3 minutes of invisibility. Even if she encounters some danger, she can still protect herself. Cao Xuan not that Tao Gu Fun. He naturally knew about Lin Hong's talent, but didn't expect that the weirdness would be affected by invisibility. However, seeing Ouyang Xuan's confident expression, he didn't think too much about it. The three of them sat on the bed, waiting for about half an hour. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. 2 long and 1 short. This is our agreed knocking method. Ouyang Xuan quickly stood up and opened the door. Lin Hong's figure appeared outside. She quickly looked around and, finding nothing unusual, hurried inside. Ouyang, why are you in such a hurry? What do you want with me? Ouyang Xuan picked up the small piece of the mind fruit, which was covered in bite marks. This is the reward Cao Xuan got for completing the neighbor's commission. Eating it can increase mental value, and this piece is for you. There is such a good thing. Lin Hong's eyes lit up as she took the mind fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. This small piece also gave her 2 points of mental value. A refreshing expression appeared on Lin Hong's face, and after recovering, she chuckled. If the 4 of us eat that fruit together, does that count as an indirect kiss? Ouyang Xuan had just managed to forget about this. But now it was brought up again, and she blushed, pinching Lin Hong's soft flesh at her waist. Don't say such nonsensical things. You should hurry up and think about today's mission to visit the neighbor. Mentioning this, Lin Hong's expression turned serious. Just the group of weirdness wandering at my door made the temperature in the room drop significantly. That's why I want to take a hot bath to warm myself. This group of weirdness is not easy to deal with. Lin Hong concluded with a serious expression and then said, since Cao Xuan has completed today's task, let him take the 3 of us along. That would be safer. Cao Xuan showed an embarrassed smile, scratching his head and interrupting Lin Hong. Sister Hong, actually. The 3 of us have already completed today's commission. Lin Hong was initially a bit annoyed that Cao Xuan interrupted her, but upon hearing what he said, she immediately widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at him with her mouth agape for several seconds before regaining her voice. What? You mean, all 3 of you have already completed it? Impossible. That is absolutely impossible. Lin Hong crossed her arms, her face full of disbelief, and said firmly, you must be joking. It hasn't even been an hour since we came in. Cao Xuan paused and began to explain everything that had happened earlier. It all started when I heard a couple of weird husband and wife arguing in the corridor when we first arrived. In the end, I wanted to let them both pretend to be my women. But He didn't believe it and insisted that they both kiss. Cough cough. Hearing Cao Xuan mention this part again, Ouyang Xuan quickly pinched Cao Xuan's arm to interrupt him. The last part isn't important. Anyway, Cao Xuan has already gained a neighbor's trust. Now we just need to help you complete the task. Lin Hong nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Cao Xuan indeed has some skills. Although he killed that female weirdness relying on Thunder Fury, being able to befriend a weirdness isn't something just anyone can do. Then, Lin Hong turned her body towards Cao Xuan and deeply bent at the waist. Then I'll leave it to you, brother Cao Xuan. Chapter 86 Hide and Seek. No pictures. No pass. Lin Hong hurriedly finished her shower and casually threw on a coat before coming out. When Cao Xuan saw this, he almost lost his composure again. Just like before, he quickly supported Lin Hong and said, Sister Hong, we are now grasshoppers tied to the same rope. It's only right that we help each other. Then, Cao Xuan turned to Ouyang Xuan and said, Ouyang Xuan, please send the information that requires proof to the group first. Everyone is probably ready to visit the neighbors. Okay. Ouyang Xuan nodded in agreement, showing no hesitation at all regarding Cao Xuan's command. Unknowingly, Cao Xuan had become the backbone of the group. After Ouyang Xuan sent out the information, the group chat was instantly flooded with messages of gratitude. Zhang Sheng, President Ouyang, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you tonight, we would have been in big trouble. Zhang Yi, exactly. That apartment manager is so treacherous. Lin Feng, he is screwing us over like this. We must find a chance to teach him a lesson. After Lin Feng's message was sent, the group fell silent. Everyone felt resentment towards Zhang Liman, but they weren't foolish. Zhang Liman was likely the strongest in the apartment and not someone they could provoke right now. For a moment, no one responded, leaving Lin Feng feeling extremely awkward. Just then, Ouyang Xuan sent another message in the group. This has nothing to do with me. It's all thanks to Cao Xuan for discovering this. Or else we would have suffered greatly. If you want to thank someone, thank Cao Xuan. As soon as Ouyang Xuan said this, The Zhang brothers and Lin Dazhou's deceased female teammate all thanked Cao Xuan. Seeing this, Cao Xuan helplessly shook his head and said, "There's no need to be so clear about it." However, Ouyang Shui seriously replied, "This is indeed your credit." While the two were talking, Lin Feng on the second floor was already furious. His face was flushed red as he slammed the bedboard. The fact that no one acknowledged his message was already embarrassing enough, and when he finally received a new message, he noticed it was from Ouyang Shui. He thought she was coming to his rescue and was even prepared to privately message her to express his gratitude. But when he saw the content of the message, he realized it had nothing to do with him at all. However, no one cared about Lin Feng's emotions. At this moment, Cao Xuan had already reached the corridor. He remembered that the weakest neighbor was on the third floor. Cao Xuan led the group down the second floor to the end and stopped in front of room 314. Along the way, he pretended to observe all the doors. Chun Hong and Ouyang Shui thought he had used his talent to survey all the neighbors and found this one. Cao Xuan looked at everyone and lowered his voice, saying, "Behind this door is the weakest anomaly I've discovered so far. Sister Hong, why don't you give it a try?" Chun Hong hesitated but nodded, stepping forward to gently knock on the door. Knock, knock. A few seconds later, the door slowly opened, but there was no one inside the crack. The four looked at each other in confusion. "Hey, I'm down here." They heard a voice and quickly looked down. There stood a small child, no taller than their knees, with a pale face grinning at them. Terrifyingly, this eerie child had no eyes. Two pitch-black voids stared at them and emitted a creepy giggle. "Big brother, big sister, are you here to play hide and seek with me?" Eerie child. Strength, 11 agility, 9 constitution, 8 spirit, 10. The eerie child has been unruly and violent since childhood, taking pleasure in tormenting others. When playing hide and seek with friends, he carefully selects the most secret and terrifying places, locking chosen friends in abandoned houses during the game. Listening to their terrified cries in the dark, he claps and laughs outside, reveling in their despair. He is extremely obsessed with hide and seek, if caught. Something from the person will be taken away. Weakness, lightning, cowardice. A fruit knife that can gouge out his eyes. Cao Xuan stared intently at the panel in front of him, thinking to himself that this was yet another troublesome little ghost. It's hard to imagine how evil this seemingly harmless little ghost must be, having used such cruel methods to harm his friends when he was just a child. At this moment, Chen Hong had already squatted down and spoke up. She forcibly ignored the black voids where the eyes should be, forcing a friendly smile as she said, "Little friend, older sister and older brothers are here to play hide and seek with you. Could you give sister a proof for the apartment manager?" The eerie child tilted his head, as if seriously considering Chen Hong's words, and after a moment, nodded and giggled. "Okay, if you win, I'll give you proof for the apartment manager. But if I win, you must give me something." Chen Hong thought her kindness had touched the eerie child, and without thinking, she nodded in agreement, completely unaware that what the child wanted was actually their organs. "Okay, then big brother and sister can come inside to play hide and seek with you." Watching the scene, Ouyang Shui couldn't help but furrow her brows. Chen Hong was always so reckless, or perhaps it was more accurate to say she was big-breasted but brainless, which always gave her a headache. She leaned closer to Cao Xuan and whispered, "I think this little ghost is a bit off. It seems to have ill intentions." "Exactly." Cao Xuan nodded slightly in response. "But don't worry, its strength is much weaker than the female ghost we killed before. Let's see what tricks it can play." Chapter 87. Is hide and seek played like this? Everyone followed the strange child through the door, with Cao Xuan bringing up the rear. After entering, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The strange child's room was oddly spacious, completely different from the rooms of the new tenants. Their rooms were arranged like hotel rooms, with a bedroom right at the entrance, and the only other facilities being a toilet and a bathroom. In contrast, the strange child's room had a large living room at the entrance, along with 2 bedrooms. Various dolls and toys were haphazardly piled inside, most of them missing heads and arms, giving off a chilling vibe. Additionally, there were many boxes and cabinets scattered throughout the room. The furniture was arranged in such a way that it created numerous hiding spots, making the entire scene appear as if it was meticulously designed for playing hide and seek. The strange child turned around, its eyes gleaming with eager greed, and said to everyone in a high-pitched voice, "Let's start now. I'll be the seeker. I'll count to 60, and you must hide within 60 seconds. If I find you, you lose." Cao Xuan smiled slightly, revealing a meaningful grin, and said, "All right, but shouldn't we set a time limit? If you can't find us in time, does that mean we win?" The strange child was momentarily taken aback. In its mind, finding these humans was a piece of cake due to its extraordinary sense of smell. It had never considered the possibility of losing. It relished the thrill of getting closer to its prey and watching them tremble in fear. Sometimes it would pretend not to find them, only to suddenly appear when they let their guard down, cruelly taking a part of the prey. But at that moment, it suppressed its excitement and confidently said, "Fine, we'll set a time limit. If I can't find you, I lose." Cao Xuan chuckled. "How about 3 minutes? Deal." The strange child replied with a wicked smile, full of confidence. It then took small steps and walked straight to the back of the sofa, which was much taller than it, completely blocking its view. "I'm starting to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. The strange child's voice echoed in the room. "Quick, let's hide." Chen Hong urged the group anxiously. They all entered one of the bedrooms. With only 60 seconds to hide, Chun Yin and the others quickly sprang into action. Ouyang climbed up to the window and hid behind the curtains. Chun Yin moved several items to create the illusion that someone was inside. Then she hid behind a cabinet. Chun Hong initially tried to hide under the bed, but got stuck because her body was too full, leaving only her shoulder trapped. After struggling awkwardly for a while, she was finally pulled out by Cao Xuan. In the end, she simply found a random box and crawled inside, reasoning that with so many boxes, it would be unlikely for the strange child to find her. Outside, the strange child's countdown had reached the last 10 seconds, but Cao Xuan remained standing in place, not even thinking of hiding. Not to mention the room was small, but given the strange child's nature, it wouldn't play fair. No matter how well they hid, the strange child would likely find them due to its special abilities. Just 3 seconds before the countdown ended, Cao Xuan decisively slammed the bedroom door shut and locked it. The building was extremely strange. When he helped Fei kill the female ghost, even the powerful lightning of Thunder Fury hadn't damaged the floor at all. Therefore, he concluded that the strange child wouldn't be able to break down the door with brute force. "Time's up. I'm coming to catch you." He. The strange child's chilling laughter echoed in the room, followed by its eager footsteps. The strange child sniffed lightly and instantly detected that all 4 of them were hiding in the same bedroom. It sneered and disdainfully said, "Hiding together? You all are the dumbest prey I've ever seen playing hide and seek." It then pretended to search in the living room, mumbling to itself, "Could it be in this box? Oh, nothing here. Not behind the TV either. Where could you be hiding?" Although it was speaking, its gaze remained fixed on the direction of the bedroom. "Oh no, it seems they're not in the living room. Maybe they're in this bedroom. Here I come." The strange child wore a sinister smile and slowly walked towards the bedroom. It tiptoed, grabbed the doorknob, and twisted it forcefully. However, the doorknob didn't budge at all. "What's going on?" The strange child's voice was filled with disbelief and anger. "They locked the door against me." The strange child's face instantly turned grotesque and terrifying. These humans dared to be so bold. It was the first time it had encountered someone who locked the door to keep it out. Anger raged in the strange child's eyes as it began to pound on the bedroom door furiously, letting out sharp screams. "You damned creatures! How dare you lock me out? Open the door." But no matter how hard it tried, the door remained immovable. This apartment was formed by special rules and could not be easily destroyed. Behind the door, Cao Xuan crossed his arms, a confident smile on his face, knowing he had everything under control. Hearing the strange child frantically banging on the door, Chun Yin, Chun Hong, and Ouyang Shui slowly emerged from their hiding spots, their faces filled with astonishment. When did hide and seek become like this? However, it seemed the strange child really couldn't find them within the time limit. Time quickly slipped away, and 3 minutes soon passed. Cao Xuan gently unlocked the door and opened it. Outside, the strange child's face, filled with rage, resentment, and bitterness, instantly came into view. "You're cheating. Who told you to lock the door?" The strange child gritted its teeth in anger, trembling all over. "But you didn't say we couldn't lock the door. Cao Xuan ziplit ganli unheridin. Now that you didn't find us in the allotted time, you lose." Saying this, he extended his hand. "Now you owe us proof." Behind him, the 3 women looked at the strange child, which seemed so furious it could almost emit smoke from its head, then turned to Cao Xuan with eyes full of admiration. "This round doesn't count. We must play again. This time, no locking the door." The strange child gritted its teeth, its rage palpable. It had never seen anyone play hide and seek like this. In its eyes, Cao Xuan's behavior was even more shameless than its own. Hearing the strange child refuse to admit defeat, Cao Xuan's expression gradually turned cold. A hint of frost in his gaze. "Are you saying you want to go back on your word?" I will go back on my word." "What can you do about it?" "If you don't play hide and seek with me, I won't give you proof." The strange child spat viciously. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt flickered in Cao Xuan's hand, the light flashing ominously. The strange child felt a wave of panic wash over it. Cao Xuan's other hand shot out, grabbing the strange child's neck and lifting it high, his tone icy. You can go back on your word, but the cost is death. The strange child's face was filled with terror, confusion filling its heart. Why didn't he, the human, suffer any consequences for directly touching its body? Furthermore, how did he possess such terrifying strength? As Cao Xuan's hand drew closer, emanating a dangerous aura, the strange child finally succumbed to fear. It struggled desperately in Cao Xuan's grip, its voice filled with dread. The previous arrogance had vanished without a trace. No, no, please don't kill me. I'll give you proof. I'll just give it. It quickly gripped one of its own hairs in pain, trembling as it handed it to Cao Xuan. Here you go. Cao Xuan took the hair, frowned slightly, and shook his head. Can't you give 3 proofs every day? Give me 2 more. How do you know? The ghost boy blurted out instinctively. Then, with a face full of resentment, pulled out 2 more hairs and handed them to Cao Xuan. Get out of my house quickly. I never want to see you again. The ghost boy shouted hoarsely. Cao Xuan chuckled a few times, took Chen Yan's hand, and left the room with everyone. Before leaving, Cao Xuan also noticed a strange potted plant on the ghost boy's windowsill. Thinking of the fruit fate gave him, Cao Xuan took it without a second thought. This will be our reward for playing hide and seek with you. I've given you everything. Just take it and leave me alone. The ghost boy cried out in anguish. But after stepping outside, Cao Xuan turned back, a meaningful smile on his lips, leaving behind a remark, tomorrow, we'll come back to play hide and seek with you. No. The ghost boy collapsed on the ground, his face full of resistance, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Chapter 88, The Beautiful Female Ghost. After leaving the room, everyone showed expressions of joy. This time, they had obtained 3 certificates at once. In addition to Lin Hong's today, they could also keep 2 more for tomorrow. Even the ghost child had already yielded to Cao Xuan, and perhaps in the coming days, they could still take advantage of the ghost child. The group once again entered Cao Xuan's room, just as a few of them closed the door. The shadows cast by the ceiling light behind them suddenly surged and fluctuated violently like a raging tide. Soon, the originally round shadow quickly expanded and gradually grew limbs. In the end, the shadow actually transformed into a human figure, hanging upside down from the ceiling. At the same time, a strong burnt smell spread in the corridor. The figure on the ceiling suddenly leaped down, and the dim light illuminated his eerie face. It was Zhang Li, the apartment manager. Zhang Li walked stiffly to the door of room 314 and knocked forcefully. As soon as the door opened, a grumpy voice came from the ghost child Chen Tong, who was knocking so loudly. Don't you know I'm busy? However, when he saw that it was Zhang Li standing outside the door, his voice suddenly stopped, and 2 streams of bright red blood flowed from his hollow eye sockets as he cried out, Uncle Li, someone bullied me today. After returning to the room, Cao Xuan first observed the 2 special plants. Although they looked like strange flowers, their effects were the same as the previous Mingxin fruit, capable of increasing mental value. The 4 of them, as before, took a few bites each and finished the flowers. In the end, each person increased their mental value by 2 points again. Cao Xuan's mental value had reached 9 points. For the remaining time, they ate a bit of food that Cao Xuan had brought. When Ouyang Shui and Lin Hong saw Cao Xuan conjure food out of thin air, they were stunned. The 2 of them only carried a bit of energy-replenishing compressed biscuits in their portable bags, and more food relied on Lin Feng's talent space. But now it seemed that did Cao Xuan also have a talent space? However, upon thinking carefully, it didn't make sense. His talent was clearly to judge the strength of the strange. Could it be that Cao Xuan had 2 talents? Lin Hong was puzzled and directly asked. Cao Xuan chuckled a few times, unexpectedly confirming that Lin Hong had guessed half right. He indeed had 2 talents, but they were not related to space. He showed the bracelet in his hand and explained, I got this at a platform before. It has a full 125 cubic meters of space. Ouyang Shui and Lin Hong's jaws almost dropped when they heard this number. How much? 125 cubic meters. You could fit a car in there. Seeing their astonished expressions, Cao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. If there's a chance in the future, I could give you both 1 too. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui's first reaction was to refuse. That's too valuable. Even if I exchanged something, I would feel like I was taking advantage. Lin Hong, however, eagerly agreed. If you can really give me 1, I'll be your girlfriend. Cao Xuan glanced down at Lin Hong, who was lying on the bed, her graceful curves and long legs catching his eye. He joked, sure, but can I collect some interest first? Saying this, he reached out an arm towards Lin Hong's long legs. Lin Hong gently kicked Cao Xuan's hand away, her face unexpectedly flushing with a hint of red as she scolded. Isn't the interest from noon enough? Cao Xuan recalled that blood-boiling scene, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, okay, okay. For the remaining time, the few of them lay on the bed and took a short nap. Unknowingly, it was finally nearing 8 o'clock in the evening. It's time for the gathering. Ouyang Shui sat up, stretching her somewhat stiff body, and said seriously. At this moment, noisy footsteps sounded outside the door. Cao Xuan pressed his ear to the door and listened for a moment. Let's wait a bit before going out. We don't need to squeeze with these neighbors. Okay. The girls all expressed their agreement. It wasn't until they heard the footsteps outside gradually thin out that they opened the door and walked out. They followed the stairs to the hall, only to see that the long table occupying half the hall was already filled with people. No, to be precise, it should be filled with ghosts. Ghosts in various states of decay sat next to each other. Some had skin that was white from soaking, with clothes continuously dripping water. Some were missing arms and legs, their bodies incomplete, and some even had their heads fallen off, leaving only a smooth body sitting in a chair, while their heads were casually placed on the table. Cao Xuan looked around and finally spotted the Zhang brothers at the end of the long table, waving at them. Cao brothers, President Ouyang, come over here. The Zhang brothers greeted enthusiastically. Cao Xuan's face lit up, and he quickly walked towards the Zhang brothers' position with Ouyang Shui, Lin Hong, and the others. Since the four of them arrived last, the neighboring ghosts all turned their heads to watch them, their gazes revealing greed, as if they were delicious food. With each step, Cao Xuan felt prickly discomfort, as if you're being watched. Lin Feng's position was at the head of the long table, and the main seat next to him was still empty, presumably Zhang Li's seat. Following, there were Lin Dazhou's teammates and the Zhang brothers. Ouyang Xu, Lanong, and Chunyan took their seats, while Cao Xuan sat down last, directly next to a ghostly figure. As soon as he sat down, the Zhang brothers couldn't wait to share with Ouyang Shui what had happened that day. They had encountered a gluttonous ghost that challenged them to see who could eat more. Fortunately, the Zhang brothers had impressive appetites, and after a fierce competition, they had actually defeated the starving ghost. Listening to their experiences, Cao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. And after a while, he turned his gaze to the female ghost sitting to his left. It wasn't that Cao Xuan intended to look at her. It was just that the cold aura emanating from her was too strong, making him feel as if he were in a realm of ice and fire. However, when Cao Xuan looked at the female ghost, he almost dropped his jaw. It wasn't because the female ghost looked terrifying. On the contrary, her beauty was extraordinarily striking, almost eerie. The female ghost had long, jet black hair cascading down like a waterfall, seemingly stained with frost and snow. Her face was small and exquisite, her skin nearly transparent. And beneath her arched willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of narrow and charming phoenix eyes. She wore a black qipao that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. If it weren't for the bone-chilling cold she exuded, Cao Xuan would really dare to believe she was a ghost. The next moment, the face of the female ghost also appeared. Chapter 89. The beautiful and enigmatic Lin Shui. Lin Shui, strength, 21 agility, 22 constitution, 20 spirit, 25. She was born into what seemed like an ordinary family. Her parents had violent tempers and twisted personalities. Since she could remember, she was greeted not by a warm embrace, but by endless beatings and abuse. Her father drank all day and would beat her when drunk, while her mother watched coldly from the side and sometimes even participated in her torment. Finally, one day, the suppressed Lin Shui exploded. On a dark night, when her father once again assaulted her, she fought back with all her strength. Watching her parents fall in a pool of blood, Lin Shui picked up the scissors that had killed them and ended her own life. In the process of becoming enigmatic, her soul underwent various painful torments. Perhaps in this endless suffering, her spirit twisted, gradually developing a penchant for being tortured. She enjoyed the thrill brought by that pain, as if only in suffering could she feel her own existence. Weakness, lightning. Favorability, 0. It's actually Lin Shui. The moment Cao Su saw this name, he felt it was very familiar. After thinking for a few seconds, he recalled the source of the name. Lin Shui was ranked second among all the neighbors, second only to Zhang Li, because every time he scanned the list, he would see this name. So his impression was deep. However, looking at Lin Shui's profile, Cao Su found it hard to believe. He never expected that this woman, who looked cold as ice and exuded an aura of abstinence, had such a tragic childhood. Even more shocking was that someone with such an ethereal appearance would have such a peculiar preference. As if sensing Cao Su's probing gaze, Lin Shui slowly turned her head. A strange light flashed in her cold eyes, and on Cao Su, she caught a strong and alluring scent. For the enigmatic, humans are undoubtedly the best nourishment. And this nourishment comes in various grades. In Lin Shue's eyes, Cao Su at this moment was undoubtedly the most top-grade delicacy, making her salivate. In an instant, a greedy and morbid smile appeared on Lin Shue's cold and delicate face. Without hesitation, she extended her left hand, her sharp nails swiftly attacking Cao Su, intending to end him on the spot to satisfy her hunger. As one of the most powerful enigmas in the apartment, she was one of the few who could act freely without following any rules. Huh? Cao Su was shocked that Lin Shui was so arrogant and dared to attack him without any restraint in front of everyone. This was too brazen. It should be noted that although other enigmas had been eyeing them, they all sat quietly in their seats, and none dared to act. At this moment, the immense pressure brought by Lin Shui made Cao Su no longer care about hiding his strength. He did not want to be heartlessly attacked in front of everyone. Cao Su quickly raised his hand, and in an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning condensed into a sharp lightning spear. He knew that retaliating could potentially violate Zhang Li's rules, becoming the reason for him to act against him. But at this moment, he had no other choice. Just as Cao Su threw the spear with all his might, an astonishing scene occurred. The moment Lin Shui saw him counter, it was as if she had been hit by a freeze spell. Her outstretched hand abruptly froze in midair, and her expression became quite strange. Cao Su did not know why Lin Shui suddenly stopped, but his strike could not be retracted. In a hurry, the lightning spear, which consumed 10 energy, struck Lin Shui's chest, hitting her firmly. Lin Shui let out a soft grunt, and to Cao Su's surprise, she did not react like other enigmas, emitting black smoke and writhing in pain after being attacked. On the contrary, her delicate body trembled slightly, her cheeks instantly flushed with an alluring hue, and then she emitted a very enticing moan. This moan was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up ripples and attracting the attention of Chun Yin and others, as well as other enigmas. Because Lin Shui suddenly attacked, and Cao Su countered, the entire process occurred so quickly that it took less than a second. At that moment, no one paid attention to this brief confrontation, and now, when everyone looked over, they only saw Lin Shui leaning against her chair, trembling slightly, with a face full of spring-like charm. Chun Yin, Lin Hong, and Ouyang Shui were all shocked at this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. No way. Cao Su has such a unique taste. He actually dared to act against a female enigma in public. However, when their eyes fell again on Lin Shui's flawless face, they began to somewhat understand. Just looking at this face, it was extraordinarily beautiful, unlike any earthly woman. Anyone who saw it would likely develop feelings that cross species. Meanwhile, the Zhang brothers beside them wore expressions of admiration. From now on, Cao Su is the person I admire the most. Ning Kaichen and Nia Xiaoqian were merely fictional stories. But my brother Su is someone who truly dares to pursue. Many other male enigmas were filled with envy. Enigmas also like beautiful and sexy female enigmas. However, although Lin Shui was stunningly beautiful, she was considered a taboo existence in this devil's apartment. Any male ghost who attempted to flirt with her was mercilessly turned to ashes, leaving no trace. As Cao Su felt the strange gazes of Chun Yin and the others beside him, he could only feel helpless and unable to express himself. If it weren't for the hints he received, who would have thought that Lin Shui, such a cold and beautiful female enigma, actually enjoyed being tortured? Cao Su, openly attacking during this gathering, violating the apartment rules. Do you really not take me seriously? With the ability to possess objects, Zhang Li had long infiltrated the building of the hall, quietly observing everything happening in the apartment. The moment he saw Cao Su make a move, he immediately revealed himself. Gazing at Cao Su, the increasingly strong and alluring scent emanating from Cao Su had already captivated Zhang Li, making it hard for him to extricate himself. At this moment, he could no longer endure the torment of this temptation. Greedily, saliva dripped from the corner of Zhang Li's mouth, falling to the ground, and then his body began to expand rapidly. Chapter 90. The Powerful Lin Shui. Zhang Li's bones crackled, his muscles bulging like twisted steel, and his clothes were instantly torn apart, flying in shreds. His nails grew wildly, sharp as a monster's claws. Black mist swirled around him, his face gradually becoming hideous and terrifying, replaced by a blood-filled mouth full of sharp fangs, exuding a putrid stench. He looked down at Cao Xian, his blood-red eyes flashing with greedy light, then let out a roar. Cao Xian, how dare you openly violate the rules of the apartment today? Submit and die. You will become my nourishment. Witnessing this scene, the neighbors around were instantly filled with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was this terrifying, blood-filled mouth that had devoured countless bizarre beings attempting to challenge the authority of the apartment. At the end of the seats, the strange child Chen Tong screamed excitedly, his voice sharp and piercing. Hurry! Uncle Li, kill him, kill him. Devour him piece by piece. Let me taste his blood too. Chun Yin and others beside him frowned, their faces showing concern. Ouyang Shui and Lin Hong quickly took out the talismans they had received from Lin Feng earlier, nervously watching the terrifying Zhongli before them, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Cao Xuan was equally grave, his expression stern. Almost in an instant, he made a decision, immediately gathering his energy, lightning rapidly condensing in his palm. Soon, a lightning spear that consumed 20 of his energy appeared in his hand. The lightning on the spear flickering and jumping, resembling a beast ready to pounce. Since he could not escape, he would fight Zhongli to the death. Seeing the lightning spear in Cao Xuan's hand, Zhongli let out a wild laugh. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if the lightning that naturally restrained the bazaar was merely a toy to him. A sense of ominous premonition surged in Cao Xuan's heart. But he threw the spear with all his might. The spear, enveloped in dazzling lightning, shot towards Zhang Li's massive body. Boom! A loud sound erupted, the immense impact exploding on Zhang Li's body, whipping up a gale. However, just as Cao Xuan thought he had succeeded, the black mist surrounding Zhang Li suddenly began to churn violently, like a huge black vortex, forcefully wrapping the lightning spear inside. With a sizzling sound, the lightning flickered a few times in the black mist before gradually dimming and finally disappearing without a trace. What? Cao Xuan's eyes widened, his pupils suddenly contracting, his face filled with shock. Zhang Li could actually ignore the lightning attack. Even Lin Shui, who had just been struck by him, hadn't acted so absurdly. At that moment, Cao Xuan seemed to suddenly realize something. A look of regret appeared on his face as he slapped his forehead hard. I was careless, subconsciously neglecting his weakness. The hint clearly stated that only the knife that kills Zhang Li can harm him. At this moment, Zhang Li wore a sinister grin on his face, his massive mouth writhing up and down, making a chilling sound. Those dogmen and women back then also foolishly thought they could kill me with electricity. But they didn't expect that even if my whole body was charred by electricity, I would still wake up. I picked up a knife from the kitchen and stabbed at them on the bed. How hateful. At that time, the current had already burned one of my eyes, and my stab ended up hitting the bed. The painful memories of being electrocuted momentarily distracted Zhang Li, but he quickly regained his focus. It was precisely because the previous electricity did not kill him that he inadvertently gained immunity to lightning after becoming bizarre. Although lightning could not cause him substantial harm, that painful sensation was still deeply imprinted in his memory. Looking at Cao Xuan before him, his figure gradually overlapped with the man who had stabbed himself to death after taking the knife. Without hesitation, Zhang Li opened his blood-filled mouth and leaped into the air, pouncing down towards Cao Xuan. Whoosh! A flash of lightning passed, and Cao Xuan's figure suddenly appeared not far from where Zhang Li was landing. Although he could not inflict damage on Zhang Li with lightning, he could still use it to enhance his own speed to evade attacks. As Zhang Li missed his strike, he slowly turned around, drool uncontrollably dripping to the ground, his eyes filled with the playful malice of a cat toying with a mouse. Not worried after missing a hit, he believed that Cao Xuan could not continuously evade his attacks. He knew that Cao Xuan must have some special means to wield the power of lightning, but such a powerful force could not be used indefinitely. Cao Xuan's energy would eventually be exhausted, and as long as he was in this apartment, his strength was nearly invincible. Just as Zhang Li was grinning and preparing to strike again, he suddenly found himself unable to move an inch. He froze for several seconds before finally realizing what was happening. Lin Shui, I want to eat that human attacking you. Why are you stopping me? Zhang Li exclaimed in shock, but the distant Cao Xuan could see clearly. Just as Zhang Li landed, Lin Shui's body floated in midair. Her hair, like countless black pythons, danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, it silently wrapped around Zhang Li's limbs and body. Her originally black qipao had completely turned blood red, as if soaked in blood, exuding a strange and alluring aura. Her hair, which had been waist-length, suddenly grew dozens of times longer, as if it had a life of its own, tightly entangling Zhang Li's body. Moreover, these seemingly delicate strands of hair contained astonishing strength, and no matter how Zhang Li struggled, he could not break free. Zhang Li looked at Lin Shui with wary eyes. If there was anything he feared in this apartment, it was undoubtedly this madwoman. When Lin Shui first entered the apartment, he had once fought fiercely with her. As a result, the newly transformed Lin Shui had actually fought him, the apartment leader, to a standstill. Moreover, Lin Shui's hair had a significant restraining effect on him. Since then, he had never dared to easily provoke Lin Shui again. But today, he was only trying to deal with Cao Xuan. Why did Lin Shui suddenly attack him? Lin Shui's eyes were dazed, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, and her gaze toward Cao Xuan held a hint of something unusual. Her voice was cold yet undeniably domineering. Zhongli, he is my prey now. No one can touch him but me. Chapter 91. Come to my room at 10 tonight. At this moment, Cao Xuan felt like an object being fought over by two people. The two strange beings treated him as their prey, leaving him with mixed feelings. But inadvertently, he glanced at Lin Shui's favorability score and instantly widened his eyes in shock. 50 favorability. Something's not right. What exactly happened that Lin Shui's favorability skyrocketed to 50? Cao Xuan's eyelids twitched, unsure whether to cry or be happy. He quickly realized the reason. It was likely due to his previous action, which just happened to satisfy Lin Shui's particular little quirk. This powerful female entity, upon being pleased, naturally raised her favorability toward him. He was very happy when Fei's favorability increased before, but now being targeted by Lin Shui, he had a bad premonition. However, the most pressing issue at hand was to deal with Zhongli. After all, since Lin Shui already had a certain level of favorability toward him, she probably wouldn't do anything to him in the short term. With this thought in mind, Cao Xuan steadied himself, fixed his gaze on Zhongli, and shouted loudly, "This lady says it makes sense. Even in your strange world, there should be rules of order. And just look at your ghostly appearance. You are the ugliest entity I've ever seen. Compared to being eaten by you, I would much rather be devoured by this lady." Upon hearing Cao Xuan's merciless words, Zhongli trembled with anger. Damn it, it's the first time someone dared to call me ugly. I clearly exude horror and dominance. How am I ugly? He roared angrily in his heart, and if it weren't for being bound by Lin Shui's power at that moment, he would have lunged at Cao Xuan and torn him to pieces without hesitation. But reality was cruel, and under Lin Shui's strong restraint, he couldn't break free. Moreover, if they continued to fight, he wasn't entirely sure he could defeat Lin Shui. If he really lost, his authority as the apartment manager in front of so many strange beings would be completely shattered. Considering all this, although Zhongli felt 1,000 unwillingness in his heart, he could only suppress his anger and slowly shrink back. Eventually, he transformed back into his usual appearance that was often seen in front of others. Zhongli's blood-red eyes were filled with resentment as he glared fiercely at Cao Xuan and Lin Shui. "Fine, I want to compete with you today. This human is for you to enjoy." After saying this, Zhongli turned and returned to his main chair, waiting for Lin Shui to enjoy her prey. However, after seeing Zhongli sit down, Lin Shui did not immediately attack Cao Xuan as everyone expected. Instead, she quietly returned to her seat, and the blood-red color on her qipao gradually faded. Seeing this, Cao Xuan hurriedly picked up the chair that had just been overturned by Zhongli and sat back down. The other entities and humans were somewhat surprised by this scene. Didn't Lin Shui say that Cao Xuan was her prey? Why wasn't she quickly enjoying him? Only Cao Xuan knew that with Lin Shui's current favorability, she probably wouldn't kill him for the time being. However, there must be a corresponding price to pay for this favorability. He just didn't know what that price would be. Just as Zhongli had just calmed his anger, it was reignited once again. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Lin Shui, I've already given him to you. Why aren't you eating him now?" Lin Shui had originally been tilting her head, greedily scanning up and down Cao Xuan's body. Now interrupted by Zhongli, she was very unhappy. She coldly replied, "When I enjoy my prey is none of your business." Then, she turned her gaze back to Cao Xuan and said in a cold tone, "Prey, listen carefully. Come to my room at 10 tonight, room 405. If you dare not come, I will personally come find you." After saying this, Lin Shui didn't linger. She left immediately. In this demon apartment, she was a special existence. She wasn't a native of the apartment. As an outsider with great power, she could come and go as she pleased, and no one dared to stop her. Although Lin Shui had left, Zhongli still didn't dare to touch Cao Xuan. He knew that crazy woman's personality very well. After Lin Shui left, although Zhongli still hated Cao Xuan with a passion, he didn't dare to act carelessly anymore. He understood that if he really did something to Cao Xuan after she left, Lin Shui would surely come after him without hesitation that night. Seeing all the eyes of the others and the strange beings focused on him, Zhongli's expression darkened, and he impatiently shouted, "What are you all looking at? Aren't you hungry? Start eating now." As soon as Zhongli finished speaking, various strange foods suddenly appeared on the previously empty dining table. The foods were bizarre in color and shape. Some glowed a ghostly green, while others were an eerie black, and thick, sticky liquids dripped from the food. A platter resembling twisted limbs appeared in front of Cao Xuan and the others, with what seemed like fresh blood still clinging to it, trembling occasionally. Beside it was a bowl of black, thick soup, containing some unknown objects that rolled around, with vague shapes resembling eyes and teeth floating within. Chen Yin, Ouyang Shui, and the others were not picky eaters. They could even eat bugs in extreme situations to survive. But at that moment, seeing these strange foods made them lose all desire to eat. The Zhang brothers were the same, looking at each other with hesitant eyes, completely unsure whether to take a bite. As for Lin Feng, he even started to gag. Before crossing over, he had enjoyed lavish meals with Ouyang Hui every day. After crossing over, he had also eaten well thanks to his own strength. Now, asking him to eat this disgusting-looking thing was simply out of the question. However, in stark contrast to the human side's reactions, the strange beings looked at the food as if they had encountered a rare delicacy. Their eyes sparkled with greed, drooling as they unhesitatingly reached out to grab the food on the platter and began to chew it eagerly. In no time, satisfied expressions appeared on their faces. The dining table was soon filled with various chilling sounds of chewing and swallowing. Just as Cao Xuan was observing the food with his head down, a figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Shui's chair. Cao Xuan turned his head to look. It was He Fei. He Fei patted his shoulder. "Little brother, you can eat these things without worry. They should still be useful to you humans. Their effect should be similar to the soul fruit I gave you, but the effect will be slightly worse." Cao Xuan was taken aback upon hearing this, then used his ability to look at the food in front of him. Chapter 92 Special Food. Special food formed by bizarre energy. A type of special food condensed by strange powers, containing a certain amount of bizarre energy. After consuming it, one's mental value will slightly increase. If consumed by humans, it will slightly enhance their mental value. Cao Xuan's eyes immediately revealed a strange expression. He didn't expect that this thing, which looked like it could kill with just one bite, actually had benefits after being eaten. He quickly picked up the fork and knife in front of him and cut a small piece from the cylindrical food that resembled a small arm. Cao Xuan brought it to his nose and sniffed. It had no smell at all. Should he try taste? To be honest, this thing really looked like the body of some random bizarre creature, and even if it could increase his mental value, he was not sure if he would eat it. But the prompt mentioned that it was merely special food formed by bizarre energy. It just looked a bit creepy. Cao Xuan gritted his teeth and stuffed the whole big piece in his mouth. The juicy texture exploded in his mouth. He originally thought it would taste disgusting, but the moment the food touched his taste buds, he was slightly taken aback. The texture was very unique, soft and glutinous, with a hint of chewiness. Like chewing on a special fruit he had never tasted before. The taste was surprisingly good. Cao Xuan tasted a faint sweetness, accompanied by a hint of fruity aroma. Like ripe peach jelly, the flavor spread in his mouth, making Cao Xuan a bit dazed, completely forgetting the horrifying appearance of the food before. Thinking about the increase in mental value after finishing it, he ate even more vigorously. In just a few bites, he swallowed the entire plate of twisted limbs. He looked at his panel, and sure enough, his mental value had increased a bit. Although not much, this thing could increase mental value and also provide satiety. So it was definitely worth it. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shui, Chen Yin, and the others were dumbfounded. They watched Cao Xuan devour the seemingly horrifying food like a whirlwind, their eyes full of shock. "Cao Xuan, is this really that delicious?" Lin Hong was the first to speak, her voice laced with hesitation. She poked at the disgusting-looking food with her knife, unable to help but cover her red lips. Chen Yin frowned slightly. She knew Cao Xuan's talent, and since he dared to eat it, this thing should not be the human arm she imagined. Cao Xuan burped contentedly and flashed a faint smile. "You can eat it without worry. This thing just looks a bit ugly. It won't harm you." Lin Hong looked at Cao Xuan with half-belief, then glanced at the strange food in front of her, gritted her teeth, and said, "Then I'll give it a try." She picked up the knife and fork, carefully cut a small piece, hesitated for a moment, and still put it in her mouth. As soon as she began to chew, Lin Hong's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, it's actually quite delicious, not at all as terrifying as it looks." Hearing Lin Hong's words, Ouyang Shui quickly started to try as well. The result was that she had the same feeling as Lin Hong. Moreover, she felt her mental value had increased. Chen Yin, who already trusted Cao Xuan, had finished the food on her plate and was now starting to try the dark soup. Lin Feng looked at this scene, and his feeling of disgust intensified. Damn it, has Cao Xuan gone mad? He is actually eating this kind of stuff. And these women, Ouyang Shui and the others, are also going crazy with him. The Zhang brothers watched as the others started eating under Cao Xuan's lead and decided to give it a try too. Lin Feng quickly stopped them. Cao Xuan is going to be eaten by that female monster soon. He has gone mad. You guys don't really believe that this thing is edible, do you? I suspect there is some hallucinogenic substance in it. One bite, and you're addicted. Zhang Yi and Zhang Sheng shook their heads upon hearing this and continued to try the food on their plates. Seeing the two not heed his warning, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. They really don't know what is good for them. Lin Feng turned to leave. Many of the bizarre creatures that had finished eating were trickling back to their rooms. He guessed that leaving now wouldn't incur any punishment, and he truly couldn't stand looking at this pile of disgusting food anymore. He wanted to go back to his room and eat his compressed biscuits. Beside him, the bespectacled man and his teammate exchanged glances and silently followed Lin Feng. They chose to stick with Lin Feng. In their view, he had charms and food, which was more reliable than following Ouyang Shui, the nominal vice president. On Cao Xuan's side, he had already cleared all the food in front of him. However, his mental value did not increase further. This thing's effect was not as good as the mind fruit and could only provide a cumulative effect over time. He started chatting with Yifei. First, Yifei patted his shoulder and sighed. Cao Xuan, I finally understand why the apartment leader and Lin Shui are fighting to eat you. The fragrance on you is even too much for me to handle. Yifei said, leaning closer to Cao Xuan to sniff, showing an intoxicated expression on his face. Cao Xuan was startled and quickly moved back, almost hitting Yifei in the face with a lightning ball. Yifei immediately showed an awkward expression. It seems that after you finish the mind fruit and these foods, the fragrance on you became even stronger. Cao Xuan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. If he guessed correctly, it should be related to his mental value. The higher his mental value, the more enticing he would be to the bizarre creatures. While Cao Xuan was pondering, Yifei, looking somewhat worried, said, Brother, you're not really going to obediently go to Lin Shui's room tonight, are you? That is definitely a female monster who won't blink before killing. Many male bizarre creatures who coveted her beauty have been turned to black smoke by her with just one palm. Otherwise, why not hide with me tonight? If she can't find you at your place, she might give up. Seeing Yifei's concern for him, Cao Xuan felt deeply moved. He was so afraid of Lin Shui, but still offered to shelter him. This friendship was truly rare. However, he was very clear that he could hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. As long as he didn't appear, Lin Shui wouldn't let it go. Cao Xuan gratefully looked at Yifei, shook his head, and said, Brother Yifei, thank you for your kindness, but I can't drag you down. Besides, I think Lin Shui might not easily kill me. I want to probe her intentions and see what she really wants. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Cao Xuan, Yifei could only shake his head helplessly. After thinking for a moment, he raised his left hand and forcibly broke off his pinky finger. Since that is the case, brother, take this. If you encounter danger, just squeeze it hard. I'll risk my life to help you. Cao Xuan was shocked to receive the finger. He didn't expect Yifei to go to such lengths for him. It seemed he truly regarded him as a brother. He felt moved and patted Yifei's shoulder. Don't worry, brother Yifei. There are two delicate beauties at home. I definitely wouldn't want anything to happen. Chapter 93, Robbery. Beside him, Chun Yin and Ouyang Shui both blushed upon hearing Cao Xuan's wolfish words. However, they did not refute him. Instead, they suggested going to Lin Shui's room with him. But Cao Xuan firmly refused. Lin Shui specifically asked for me to go alone. If you two come along, it might provoke her. The two women, although unwilling, had no choice but to give up. At this point, the food in front of everyone had been nearly consumed. Cao Xuan called a few women to say goodbye to Yifei. Yifei, with a worried expression, repeated his previous reminder. If you encounter any danger, make sure to find me. Cao Xuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. As everyone turned to head upstairs, Zhang Li suddenly appeared, blocking their way. He coldly questioned, Where's your proof? If you don't have proof of visiting the neighbor, I could kill you, and Lin Shui wouldn't say anything. Cao Xuan remained unfazed, calmly pulling out a few strands of hair, stating, This is for the four of us, not one less. Zhang Li stared in shock at the hair before him, watching as the four left. He hadn't told these humans they needed proof. How did they know they needed it? Cao Xuan returned to his room, glanced at his watch, and saw it was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. He made up his mind. Rather than waiting here and suffering, he might as well go find Lin Shui now. After deciding, He didn't leave immediately, but went to the bathroom to take a thorough shower. In Lin Shue's gaze earlier, he saw a strong sense of possessiveness. That possessiveness might have made her see him as a meal, or perhaps as a little toy that could make her happy. In any case, in his relationship with Lin Shue, he was clearly at a disadvantage, and he didn't want to invite disaster by smelling like other women. After showering and changing into a new outfit, Cao Xuan left his room without hesitation. Was it 405? He walked while carefully recalling Lin Shue's room number. After confirming he and T made a mistake, he confidently headed upstairs. The journey was smooth, with no obstacles, and he quickly arrived at the 4th floor. However, as soon as he turned the corner, a tall male ghost with a mangled head, missing a large portion of it, blocked his path. "Kid, there are no humans living on this floor. What are you doing here?" The male ghost's gaze was unfriendly, greedily staring at Cao Xuan. When he died, a large truck crushed his face beyond recognition. After becoming a ghost, he had regained some vision, but it was still quite blurry. He didn't recognize Cao Xuan as the human who had caused a dispute between Zhang Li and Lin Shue. Right now, his mind was filled with the enticing aura emanating from Cao Xuan. It was rare to see a human, and he was determined to find a way to eat one. Seeing the male ghost blocking his way, Cao Xuan leaned slightly forward and peered inside. "Lin Shue should be in room 405, right? She asked me to come find her at 10 tonight. What? You're the human that Lin Shue has her eyes on?" Upon hearing this, the male ghost's greed vanished instantly, replaced by disappointment and disgust. It was such bad luck to finally encounter a human only to find out it was the one that crazy woman had targeted. The male ghost cursed internally, completely ignoring Cao Xuan's words and turning to leave. "Stop!" Cao Xuan shouted loudly to stop the male ghost, narrowing his eyes and fixing a sharp gaze on him. "You wanted to eat me just now, right? So what if I did?" The male ghost snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. "You're just a mere human. What do you want?" Cao Xuan chuckled softly. Then his expression turned serious as he extended his right hand. "Give me 3 strands of your hair, and hand over the star coins on you." The male ghost was taken aback, standing still for several seconds before realizing what Cao Xuan meant. "You're robbing me?" He widened his eyes in disbelief. Seeing Cao Xuan calmly nod, the male ghost suddenly exploded with rage. He was one of the top 20 powerful entities in the apartment. Wherever he went, other entities would either respectfully call him Brother Ghost. Now, he was being robbed by a mere human. This was an incredible humiliation. His face twisted in anger, emitting a terrifying aura, and he was about to attack Cao Xuan. However, Cao Xuan showed no fear, calmly staring at the male ghost and saying, "You wouldn't want Lin Shue to know that you coveted her prey, would you? I don't know your name, but when I came up just now, you were closing your door, which means you live in one of these 2 rooms at the end. If I describe your appearance a little, do you think Lin Shue wouldn't recognize you? I'll give it." Before Cao Xuan could finish, the male ghost's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He had come out intending to find the apartment manager and request a move to another floor. Living on the same floor as Lin Shue was too dangerous. If he angered her even slightly, he would be torn to pieces and used as nourishment. The male ghost shakily pulled out 3 strands of his own hair and tremblingly took out a large handful of shining star coins from his pocket, offering them with both hands. "Here, please don't tell that woman." Seeing the male ghost so flustered, Cao Xuan was also somewhat surprised. Was Lin Shue's deterrent power really that great? He suddenly felt he might have discovered a path to wealth. Cao Xuan satisfactorily accepted the star coins and hair from the male ghost, then waved his hand impatiently, signaling him to hurry up and leave. The male ghost felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, his face showing relief from narrowly escaping death. He quickly took out his keys and hurried back to his room. The star coins he had intended to give to Zhang Li were now lost, and he no longer needed to go out. Cao Xuan stored the star coins in his space and didn't waste any more time. He walked straight to the door of room 405, took a deep breath to steady his racing heart, then raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Sister Lin Shue, it's Cao Xuan. I didn't want to keep you waiting, so I came a few minutes early. Are you home? I hope I'm not too early." Just as Cao Xuan was speaking, the door suddenly creaked open. He peered inside, but the doorway was empty. Just as Cao Xuan was puzzled, countless thin and resilient strands of hair instantly wrapped around his body, pulling him into the room. "Where are you dragging me?" Cao Xuan struggled violently in midair, watching helplessly as he was slowly pulled into the bathroom. Chapter 94. Is it not Cao Xuan calling? Cao Xuan struggled for a moment, realizing that all resistance was futile, so he simply gave up and let Lin Shue drag him towards the bathroom. Soon, Cao Xuan was pulled into the bathroom, and Lin Shue released the hair that was tangled around him, causing Cao Xuan to fall to the ground with a thud. In front of him, the air was misty and hazy, making his vision somewhat blurry. Through the layer of fog, Cao Xuan saw Lin Shui with her back to him. Her long, glossy black hair floating on the surface of the water. Droplets of water hung from the tips of her hair, slowly sliding down the graceful and fair curve of her neck. Cao Xuan's gaze involuntarily lingered on Lin Shui's neck for several seconds, and he secretly sighed in admiration. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful neck he had ever seen, smooth in line, skin whiter than snow, like a delicate work of art. However, as his gaze continued to move downward, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that Lin Shui's back, as white as jade, was covered in dense scars, crisscrossing like countless twisted earthworms, which was shocking to behold. Cao Xuan's heart was instantly ignited with anger, and his fists clenched unconsciously. He remembered the information he had seen on Lin Shui's profile. These scars were left by her alcoholic father and her mother, who condoned his actions. Despite having a happy family himself, he felt a deep connection to such matters. In middle school, there was a female classmate who suffered long-term abuse from her parents, which made her extremely self-conscious and sensitive. In class, Cao Xuan had hardly ever heard her speak, and he didn't even have a clear impression of her face. Later, when he got to high school, he learned from classmates that the girl had left this world forever shortly after graduating from elementary school. He didn't know the exact reason for her departure, but it was easy to guess. This memory lingered in Cao Xuan's mind like a thorn for a long time. Therefore, he had an extreme hatred for those unworthy of being parents. At that moment, Lin Shui slightly turned her head and caught a glimpse of Cao Xuan, who was in a daze. Noticing that Cao Xuan's gaze was fixed on her back, she slightly parted her lips to explain. These were given to me by my parents when I was young. Later, I killed them. Good kill. Cao Xuan et Kalim et Siten Li. Unable to contain himself, Lin Shui was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a reaction from him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. In Cao Xuan's view, Lin Shui's favorability rating had increased by 10 points again, reaching 60 points. A few seconds later, Lin Shui slowly stood up, stepped out of the bathtub, and stood before Cao Xuan. Her pale skin, devoid of color, actually exhibited a faint blush under the reflection of the steam. Cao Xuan, I humiliated you so publicly. And now I forcibly called you into my room. Do you hate me? Cao Xuan was stunned for 2 seconds, quickly regaining his composure. He hurriedly shook his head like a rattle, forcing a smile on his face. Sister Lin Shui, if you hadn't saved me from Zhang Li's hands, how could I be standing here now? How could I hate you? He thought his answer was flawless, but to his surprise, upon hearing this, Lin Shui's hair suddenly flew up, and her gaze turned icy. She looked down at Cao Xuan, her eyes filled with hostility. No, you must hate me. What? Cao Xuan was confused by this sudden statement, his face full of doubt. Lin Shui sensed Cao Xuan's surprised expression and inexplicably felt a hint of shyness in her heart. However, she forced herself to maintain her cold demeanor, slightly turning her head to continue. I'll ask you again. Do you hate me? Cao Xuan opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, hate. Upon hearing Cao Xuan's response, Lin Shui nodded in satisfaction, and a faint blush appeared on her originally colorless cheeks. Then, I will give you a chance for revenge. No matter how you attack me, I will not retaliate. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Shui seemed to remember something important and quickly added, use that kind of lightning you used when eating. Cao Xuan. No, that's not it. So she wanted this. Why go around in circles, making him think she had suddenly developed a killing intent? Cao Xuan silently roared in his heart. At this moment, he remembered the origin of the 50 points of favorability he had initially received. Wasn't it when he stabbed Lin Shui with a lightning spear? He looked at the remaining energy of the skill, Wrath of Thunder, which still had 50 points left, and it should be enough. He slowly straightened up, and since he was a good 10 centimeters taller than Lin Shui, he now looked down at her. What's wrong? You don't want revenge anymore. No, let's go to the living room. It's a bit cramped here. I can't unleash my full power. Cao Xuan said in a deep voice. In a room at the entrance of the 4th floor, the male ghost who had been robbed by Cao Xuan was now lying on the bed, crying. I've worked hard to collect those star soul coins for over half a year. How could I be robbed by a human brat? Damn it, damn it. The male ghost roared in anger. Without these star soul coins, he couldn't bribe Zhang Li. Without being able to bribe Zhang Li, he naturally couldn't move away from the dangerous 4th floor. Not moving away from the 4th floor meant he was very likely to frequently encounter Lin Shui, the terrifying killer that ghosts feared. The male ghost's hatred for Cao Xuan grew stronger. However, thinking that Cao Xuan would soon be tortured to death by Lin Shui, A sense of satisfaction surged in his heart at the thought of revenge. Oof. Maybe that brat has already been eaten by Lin Shui. Or he could be kept captive, slowly tortured, living worse than death. At that moment, the male ghost suddenly heard a faint sound. A look of confusion appeared on his face as he quickly approached the door, cautiously opening a crack. He heard an incredibly piercing and painful scream echoing in the corridor. The sound was sharp and prolonged, as if it were a cry torn from the depths of the soul. The male ghost was startled. Could it be that Cao Xuan was being tortured? No, no. That voice was clearly that of a woman. On the fourth floor, all the ghosts were dead, and the only woman was Lin Shui. An unbelievable possibility suddenly emerged in the male ghost's mind. Could it be that the one who was screaming in pain right now was not Cao Xuan, but Lin Shui?